Lano walked slowly, step by step, across the lush green grass. He stood in the middle of the forest, braving the cold, and gently called out, "I wonder where my little darling is hiding." After that call, a snow-white furry beast appeared. Lano's lips curled up into a faint smile. He affectionately called the name of the divine beast, which was curled up like a cotton ball. Luza. This was Ionel, who peeked at Lano with one eye. He reached out to rub her head, gently scolding, "Are you hiding here again?" Lano hugged Ionel in his arms and gently continued, "We have to go back quickly. Mama is waiting." But Ionel lay curled up in Lano's arms, trains of thought rushing into her head. "It's been a month since I reincarnated as a divine beast. This man is Lano, my father in this life." The sunlight shone down, warming the whole garden. Thoughts slowly drifted through Ionel's mind. At first, I tried to deny this reality because I was sure it was just a dream. That's right, a month has passed, and I'm forced to accept this reality. Despite trying to accept it, she couldn't help but cry in her heart, silently lamenting, "But I'm still so confused. Did I turn into a divine beast? This is so ridiculous." This was Ionel beginning to recount her knowledge of this world. In the past, the fragments of God produced divine beasts. The golden lion, the silver fox, the blue whale, and the red wolf, as well as the white hawk and the green snake. The divine beasts inherited the Lord's power to communicate with nature, take care of the spirits, and rule over the sky, the land, the rivers, and the seas. But one day, a great flood struck. The divine beasts gathered their strength and succeeded in protecting the continent. However, since then, no one has been able to see the divine beasts anymore. Lano walked briskly forward. Ionel lay on his shoulder and thought to herself, "The reason humans can't find the divine beasts is because they're living inside the forest of the divine beasts." Ugh, the terrain has changed again. Ionel reached out her small paw, gently stroking Lano's cheek. Faced with his confusion and affectionate gaze, she kept thinking, "That was where I ended up after running all day. I can't believe he moves through it so easily." In her imagination, she sat on the lush green grass, constantly thinking about Lano and Syria, seeing how they can't unusually find where I am. Even though they let me move freely, they still secretly protect me. Many thoughts came rushing back, filling Einel's mind. They said my egg was half the size of the eggs of other divine beasts, and it took 15 years for me to break the shell. The image of Lano and Syria joyfully hugging Einel as soon as she hatched, happily calling her name Lusa. She let her mind drift along her stream of thoughts. Furthermore, while other divine beasts lost most of their abilities after that great flood, they still had a little divine power left to transform into human form. And if they had a talent for swordsmanship or magic, they would use their divine power to develop that talent. Conversely, I don't know if it's because my previous life was a human, but I cannot transform into a human form. Thinking of this, Ionel couldn't hide the sadness that briefly appeared in her eyes. In the depths of Ionel's eyes, a quiet sadness lingered like a thin wisp of smoke. Before that thought could settle, she thought of something else. Brother Agris. Another question echoed within her. Why did you kill father and me? The royal law stipulates that a princess cannot rule the country, so the emperor's throne would definitely belong to my brother. I really want to ask him the reason why he did that, but Ionel looked at her paws, her heart suddenly sinking. Ionel momentarily became depressed and sank deep into thought. With his current physical condition, let alone talking, I can't even meet him. Lano, seeing his child suddenly become sad, gently pinched her cheek and said, "My baby." Lano asked Ionel with concern, "Are you upset because Papa stopped you from your northern conquest?" Ionel looked at him with wide eyes, silently wondering in her heart. Should I ruin this mood? But she quickly made a decision. Of course not. Lano carried her to the front of a large stone cave. Inside, there was no one in sight. He called out inside, "Syria." The woman heard the call. A magic circle suddenly appeared before their eyes. Then, the entire scenery changed in an instant. The ground under Lano's feet was now covered with ice and snow. He slowly hugged Ionel, stepping inside before her curious eyes. Lano slowly strode over to Syria. She asked with concern, "Is Lusa sleeping?" Lano immediately replied, "No, but the baby seems tired." The baby went all the way to the northern border, after all. She indifferently held out her hands, her face extremely cold. Her monotone voice spoke up, "Give the baby to me to hold." Lano, as if unable to hold back anymore, tightly hugged Syria. His voice gently reproached, "You should hug her dad too." Syria could only helplessly say, "Honey." Meanwhile, Ionel could only think to herself, "I'm still not used to this kind of harmonious couple." Her voice was still as indifferent as before. "Come look at this letter." Lano was in no hurry to open the letter. He just gently reminded her, "How long do you plan to communicate like this? We have Lusa now. It's time to communicate with others." Lano fell silent for a moment to read the letter. Then he exclaimed, "Oh my, an unpleasant situation has come up." Lano's voice also carried an unconcealable astonishment. "The master of Rakham has changed. I can't believe the emperor was killed." His voice suddenly dragged out. The main culprit is. The image of a beautiful young woman with blonde hair appeared in her mind, accompanied by Lano's steady voice. "Princess Ionel, Rakham. The princess killed the emperor and then finally committed suicide." But this news was no different from a bolt of lightning out of the blue for Ionel. thoughts suddenly rushed back, crowding her mind. This was all Agri's plan. He killed both father and me, then covered up this truth just to get a solid justification to seize the throne. King. Suddenly, a soft cry rang out. King. That cry attracted Syria's attention. She called out her name, Lusa. In the body of a divine beast, Lusa couldn't say anything but cry loudly to pour out all the feelings in her heart. But that very emotion made Syria flustered, not knowing what to do other than asking, "What's wrong, baby? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Meanwhile, she could only curse Agri's in her heart. Agri's, you bastard. Ionel still couldn't stop sobbing, despite the two of them, Lano and Syria, frantically trying to coax her. Lano brought a grape close to her, his voice sounding anxious. "Be a good baby, eat this." However, that coaxing was rejected by Ionel. In her heart, she thought whatever, but her tears still wouldn't stop falling. Lano looked at Syria. Both of them appeared helpless, mixed with worry. She spoke first. "It seems like the baby isn't hurt anywhere." He also chimed in, "It also seems like our baby isn't hungry." Lano stood on the side, watching Ionel sobbing endlessly. He fell in a deep thought. She must be very sad. At this rate, she will be exhausted. Syria's warm voice spoke up, "Lusa." She gently wiped away the tears still lingering on her cheeks, saying in a voice filled with love, "My baby." Then Syria hugged her, patting and comforting her. "It's okay. Everything is fine." Her slender, soft hands glided over her silky fur. A soothing voice echoed in Ionel's ears, "My baby." Ionel curled up in her arms. However, the stream of thoughts inside her kept flowing. "It's so unfair. I'm so angry. I will definitely reveal the truth one day soon." But amidst her choked sobs, the two of them, Lano and Syria, still gently patted her, whispering affectionate words of comfort, hoping she would stop crying. Ionel quietly told herself in her heart, "I will definitely reveal the truth." The scenery before her eyes gradually became clear. Ionel suddenly woke up while Lano and Syria were fast asleep. She stretched her body and thought to herself, it seems I fell asleep after crying so much yesterday. It seems I've calmed down now after crying my eyes out." Yesterday, she had sunk into unfinished thoughts. "I need to check the situation of the royal palace of Rakham as soon as possible, because as time passes, it will be harder to reveal the truth. I can't leave the forest of the divine beasts alone." But she let her mind drift along her stream of thoughts. Maybe it would be better if I just spoke. What should I do in this world? After a moment of self-questioning, she smiled softly, as if she had found her own answer. "Let's practice speaking first. Concentrate as much as possible and clearly state who I am." Instead of being able to clearly say her name, she could only let out a kyong sound. But in an instant, Ionel was slapped in the face by reality to the point of frustration. No matter how determined you are, reality will mutta us. The cheerful laughter of Lano and Syria pulled her back to reality. He spoke first. "It seems like the baby's mood has gotten better. The baby must be hungry after crying so much and falling asleep." Lano then suggested, "Let's eat first." A sweet grape was brought to Ionel's mouth. She closed her eyes to enjoy the sweet taste of the grape. At that moment, Lano's voice suddenly rang out. "Syria, I will make a trip to the human world." She looked at him with somewhat indifferent eyes, but Ionel was extremely curious. She thought to herself, the human world? Lano continued to state his reasoning. "I think Vermont will invade the forest if I delay any further, and I might visit the royal family of Rackham." Syria added, "2 members of the royal family have died. That place must be nothing but a mess right now." Lano immediately agreed. "I guess so." Ionel suddenly jumped down from her lap. Syria hurriedly asked, "Lusa, are you full?" Then it was Lano's turn to show his confusion. Lusa was hugging his leg tightly, not letting go. In her heart, she thought, this is a golden opportunity. Thoughts kept rushing in. If I could go to Rackham, even just walking around the streets, I would be able to gather information about the capital. Lano's voice interrupted her train of thought. He asked, "Hey baby, do you want to go with me?" Hearing that, Ionel's eyes lit up, continuously making joyful sounds, Kyung. In her heart, she secretly told herself, so I must go with my father at any cost. However, Syria's cold voice extinguished Ionel's newly sparked hope. No, the whole space suddenly froze. She began to gently explain to Ionel, "Lusa, the human world is a very dangerous place. I cannot let you enter the human world without any preparation. You will go with me after your father has fully prepared." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Ionel's head. Without hesitation, she turned to look at Lano. In her heart, she secretly decided, if that's the case, the person I need to win over right now is. Faced with her sparkling, tear-filled eyes, he could only laugh helplessly. Ahaha. Ionel's face began to pout, tears seemingly ready to fall from the corners of her eyes. Finally, Lano spoke up. "She will be safe if I'm always by her side." After those words, she became extremely happy. But Syria's worried voice still rang out. "Lano, Lusa hasn't even had her birthday celebration yet." Lano continued to reply, "That's just a ceremony, when all the other divine beasts come to visit Lusa." Then he pressed his forehead against Syria's, his voice full of certainty. "Don't worry too much, Syria. You have to trust that I will protect Lusa. So if you trust me, there's no reason for you to stop Lusa from exploring the outside world. Right? Besides, I also want to go with Lusa." But faced with those persuasive words, Syria could only reluctantly agree. All right. Lano dotingly asked Lusa, "Do you want to visit the human world with Papa?" Ionel also cooperated perfectly, rubbing her head against his neck, not forgetting to let out a kyung as a sign of agreement. She thought to herself, there are many fascinating things in the human world. Lano held a luggage bag in one hand and carried Ionel, who was rolled up in a blanket, in the other. The reason why Lusa was packed up was that Syria kept speaking in her ear, Mama will come to you after Mama prepares everything for the birthday celebration. Until then, Mama will pack your favorite blanket, cookies, fruits, and before she could finish her sentence, Lano hurriedly reminded her, Syria, you shouldn't pack Lusa like that. Suddenly, Lano's voice rang out. Lusa, let Papa tell you a few rules that divine beasts must follow when in the human world. There are 3 things that divine beasts must strictly obey. He began to tell Ionel about the things to avoid. First, do not interfere too deeply in human history. Second, do not let humans know you are a divine beast. Finally, do not fall in love with a human. If you violate one of those 3 rules, you might be dragged to the church and sold in the forest of divine beasts. Lano continued to speak, a hint of playfulness in his voice. While I think those rules are ridiculous, he only carefully instructed Ionel one thing. Be careful, because we need to cause as little commotion as possible, okay? Ionel immediately replied. Kyung. Lano pointed forward and spoke. All right, we're here. His voice rose high in the air. Ahead is the human world. Ionel's curious eyes looked up at the sky. She thought to herself, when the guards saw them, they hurriedly ran to report. Lusa looked at him like that and felt a bit confused. After a long while, suddenly the bell above rang out. Lano held her, looked in the direction of the sound, and smiled softly. Right after that, the mechanisms in the castle began to move. The gates also slowly opened. Then a group of soldiers from inside the gates quickly ran out. Lusa was extremely amazed to witness this scene. The very next second, those guards knelt down, respectfully saluted Lano, and shouted loudly, Greetings, Grand Duke El Heron. He looked at them, smiling gently. They looked at the smiling Lano and continued, Welcome back, Your Grace. As Lusa heming bearded Lerno. Ilaran, Grand Duke El Heron was someone who never appeared in high society or at banquets, to the point that he rarely showed his face even when ordered to visit the royal palace. Very few people knew the true face of Grand Duke El Heron. And of course, no one would dare to look down on Grand Duke El Heron. He was the master of the high and treacherous mountains, as well as the ice in the north. There were many stories about his swordsmanship surpassing human limits. And as if to prove that story was true, Grand Duke El Heron had single-handedly stopped the barbarians from crossing the north to attack Rackham. Moreover, the Grand Duke was associated with all sorts of rumors. Among them was a rumor that the Grand Duke was a cold-tempered murderer who loved blood and slaughter. In addition, there was also a rumor that the Grand Duke was an old and ugly man. But who knew what the truth was? Although many people had seen Grand Duke El Heron, he was still considered a mysterious figure. Lusa admired the luxurious palace while thinking. There are rumors about him frequently leaving his position at the Grand Duke's mansion vacant. That's because he is a divine beast. While she was deep in thought, suddenly someone slowly walked out from the hidden corner ahead, and an unfamiliar voice was heard. Welcome back to the mansion, Your Grace. Lano's face now looked a bit nervous. The person who arrived was Eden. He spoke coldly, Grand Duke. Seeing him, Lano immediately said Eden. He respectfully invited him inside, then said coldly, That's enough for greetings. It's time. As soon as he finished speaking, Eden grabbed the door handle. When they entered, the first thing that caught their eyes was the paperwork stacked up high. Eden looked at Lano and said, You should start working now. He stayed silent for a moment, then said with a darkened face, Your greeting seems a bit short, doesn't it? Lano now began to deflect. Should we throw a party or something else to celebrate the Grand Duke's return? Eden pushed Lano inside, firmly saying no. Never. Then the door closed. Lusa played on the desk while briefly glancing at Lano, who was working. He looked at her, smiling gently, and asked, Did anything happen while I was away? Hearing that, Eden immediately replied, The barbarians have found a way to cross the ice wall. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Lusa couldn't help but feel confused. After a moment of silence, Lano finally spoke in that case. His face now looked extremely terrifying as he said, We need to catch those bastards. Seeing that, Lusa felt a bit scared. Lano was now startled, realizing Lusa was beside him, and said, oh my. Hearing that, Eden asked, When should we start? Lano, on the other hand, lifted her up and smiled happily, saying some other time. He looked at Lusa, smiling extremely gently and happily. Lano said in a gentle tone, I'll be gone for a moment. A while later, Lano brought her to his bedroom. He placed her on the bed and said, Lusa, you were very surprised, weren't you? Lusa looked at Lano with a worried expression, thinking, of course. I couldn't help it, but I didn't know Grand Duke El Heron could make such a face. She remembered how well the couple treated her, and she felt extremely grateful in her heart. She thought, until now, I've only seen his cheerful and affectionate sides. I've never seen that expression before. However, Lusa still had doubts in her heart. But why? Thinking of this, she slowly walked towards him. Then, rubbing her head against him, she thought, Isn't it because Grand Duke El Heron is my papa? Seeing Lusa's adorable action, Lano said regretfully, Oh my god, I'm so sad because I can't show you off anywhere. Then he laughed out loud again and told her, You should go to sleep. Papa will be back after finishing work. Lusa happily waved goodbye to Lano. As soon as he left, her expression immediately became helpless. After that, Lusa turned around and thought, how could one day become so busy? But at this moment, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Perhaps she had seen something? The very next second, a blue surge of power enveloped Lusa. She was startled and terrified, thinking, what is this? Lusa looked at the magic circle in front of her, feeling extremely confused. From within the magic circle, a person slowly walked out. Lusa looked at Vermin in front of her and thought, that necklace belongs to. He looked at her and frowned slightly. Lusa stepped back in fear, thinking the Master of the Magic Tower. Why did the Master of the Magic Tower come to the Grand Duke's mansion? Vermin only noticed Lusa at this moment, but upon seeing Lusa, he was startled and panicked. She, on the other hand, was also trembling with fear. Vermin walked up to Lusa. She looked at him worriedly, thinking, wait, why is he walking towards me? Right after that, Vermin tightly grabbed Lusa's tail. She screamed in fear in her heart. He frowned at Lusa and said in an annoyed voice, what is this useless thing? Vermin's face now looked extremely cold and terrifying. Lusa thought in fear, what is this? In her heart, Lusa was now screaming in fear. Why is he looking at me in such a bad mood? Why am I being treated like this? Vermin looked at Lusa, furrowed his brows in annoyance, and said, what is this useless thing? He looked at the dizzy Lusa and said in an annoyed voice, how can it be this useless? It's too small. I can't find anything useful about this thing at all. Hearing that, Lusa became extremely angry, thinking, what? Body shaming me after illegally trespassing? He just met me but has already said too much. Vermin looked at her struggling and sighed in annoyance. But while Lusa was angry, thinking, I'm still just a baby, her stomach suddenly growled. The atmosphere between the two of them now became extremely awkward. Lusa held her blushing face, thinking, so embarrassing. The scene shifted to Lano's office at this moment. He asked, Eden, the barbarians have crossed the ice wall? Hearing his question, he immediately recounted the whole incident. When you were not here, Vermin was the one in charge of the ice wall. At that time, due to Vermin's negligence, they managed to escape. While he was distracted, the barbarians seized the opportunity and crossed over. This resulted in many houses being burned down. A minor attack took place, leaving 20 people injured and causing some property damage. Eden frowned slightly and spoke in a very serious tone. The reason for this has not yet been found, but it was reported that the barbarians moved faster than the last time we encountered them. Lano's finger tapping on the desk suddenly stopped when he heard him say this. He smiled gently and said, during the time Lusa was born. Eden looked at him doubtfully and asked, is that the one you carried in from the gate? Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, Lano interrupted. That's right, she is my child. Her name is Luan Stella. Remembering the image of his adorable daughter, he continued, Lusa is her nickname. Do your best to serve her. But it was Eden's first time seeing Lano like this, so he couldn't help but feel surprised. After a moment of silence, he smiled helplessly and said, what a cute name. Lano replied with immense pride, of course. At this time, Lano smiled brightly and asked, has the Rackham royal family arrived yet? Eden took out 3 letters and calmly replied, 3 letters have been sent here. He took the 3 letters handed to him while saying in a joking tone, what's wrong with them? I'm enjoying life with Lusa. Eden seriously told Lano, you shouldn't make a hasty decision. The expression on Lano's face suddenly turned serious as he replied, that's right. But before he could finish reading the letter, he was surprised when he suddenly felt a source of power from Vermin. Lano looked toward the emitting magic light and said, but before that, he smiled brightly and said, I think I should start by educating Lusa. On the other side, Vermin placed a plate of fruit in front of Lusa and said, here, eat some fruit. His subordinates outside kept screaming, Lord Vermin, you can't do that. You shouldn't feed that fox. Lusa, who had been kidnapped without a word, just looked at them helplessly. The subordinates continued speaking, and you shouldn't eat with that fox. You'll be in trouble if the Empire finds out. Hearing them say that, Vermin walked over in annoyance. After dealing with them, he sighed tiredly and returned to Lusa. She glanced around the room, unable to help but marvel inwardly. I think there are more books here than in the royal library. Is this the magic tower? Then she remembered the people from earlier. Those people looked like they were from the magic tower. Vermin looked at Lusa and asked hesitantly, what do you want to eat first? Lusa looked at the pile of fruit in front of her with a craving expression, thinking, I need to eat to have energy. I'll eat first and think later. She looked at the apple Vermin was peeling with a bit of surprise. Fruits that only grow in the divine beast forest are all here, but these were grown by mages. Yet she didn't have the slightest doubt, eating happily without any guard up in her heart. The mages here are different from what I imagined. He looked at her expression, frowned, and sighed, saying, stupid, small, and useless. Hearing this, Lusa got angry, thinking I'm holding back because you gave me food, okay? At this moment, a servant's voice suddenly came through. Master Vermin, there are guests from Rackham. Vermin wiped her mouth while saying in an annoyed tone, tell them to go back. The servant outside spoke in a trembling voice, but he started causing a scene. He said he won't go back without meeting the master of the magic tower. Hearing this, Lusa finally realized Vermin's identity. She thought anxiously, the magic tower. Master of the magic tower? She glanced at Vermin and thought to herself, this rookie is the master? Vermin spoke in an annoyed tone. Why do they want to meet me? Hearing that, the person outside immediately explained. They said they want to know the truth about the death of the former emperor. At this time, Lusa gently swayed her small tail and thought to herself, the truth about the death of the former emperor. Prince Agris, the one who killed father. He had everything that happened that day. To make it more convincing, he killed me, his younger sister, and pinned all the blame on me. My status in the Rackham Empire now is a depraved child who murdered her own father. Lusa bit tightly onto Vermin's clothes as she thought, but they're only talking about things related to the true death of the former emperor. She felt very uneasy in her heart right now. There are people who don't believe Princess Ainul was the killer. He raised his hand, looking at her in confusion, and said, what are you doing? You should talk to me so I can understand. Hearing that, Lusa immediately stood up on her two hind legs and looked at Vermin with an eager expression. Seeing that, he immediately said, "No way, you really are." Lusa was now happily thinking, "Let me meet them," but he completely misunderstood her intentions. Vermin looked at her and asked, "Are you still hungry after eating the whole plate of fruit?" Hearing that, she got angry and thought, hey. Vermin still indulged Lusa by conjuring a bit more fruit and said, "At least you're as gluttonous as other divine beasts." She angrily bit his hand, thinking, "What are you barking about?" Vermin looked at her with a confused expression. Lusa looked at the bite mark she left on his hand and thought angrily, "Do you want me to bite off all 10 of your fingers?" At this time, the servant outside the door also spoke up. "Master Vermin, what should we do now?" He turned his head and said, "I will go meet them." As Vermin turned to leave, he put Lusa down and said, "You wait here." She jumped off the table, hurriedly chasing after him while thinking no. But in the end, she couldn't make it before the door closed. She looked desperately at the door, thinking, "Take me with you." Lusa sadly lowered her head. But in her heart, Lusa still believed that the situation wasn't completely hopeless. There are some people who still believe I am innocent. She recalled her past life and thought Ionel is innocent. Right after that, Lusa returned to Vermin's desk. "If even one person believes me, I will be able to refute this false accusation." She stood on the desk, cried out confidently, and thought, "I can do this." The scene shifts to the waiting room of the Magic Tower as Vermin opens the door and enters. The knights inside were extremely surprised to see this. He looked at them with a very annoyed expression, thinking, "If I had known from start, I didn't want to meet you, so why do you keep demanding to see me?" Seeing him, they respectfully said, "Thank you for letting us meet you, Master of the Magic Tower." Vermin looked at them with a cold expression and said, "Of course you should be grateful." One of them stood up and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Viscount Melvort from the Rackham Empire." But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "Stop, there." Mon looked at them with an extremely indifferent expression and said in a cold tone, "Don't reveal your birth dates or surnames here." Faced with Vermin's words, they all felt very shocked. "Do you know that the Magic Tower is not affiliated with any country or continent? Give up the thought that you will benefit from your status in this conversation." He continued speaking. "Stop wasting my time and tell me what you want." Hearing these words, Melvort couldn't help but frown. Remembering his princess and emperor, he said, "We want to reveal the truth about the death of the king of the previous generation." Vermin spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. "Is there any truth left unrevealed in that? To be honest, that incident has already dragged the royal family's honor into the abyss. Wasn't that mentally ill princess convicted of murder?" Hearing that, the knights shouted angrily. "The princess is not someone who would do such things. It's all a fabrication." His expression suddenly darkened as he glared at them angrily. Seeing this, the group said anxiously, "Therefore, I earnestly hope that you can send a mage from the Magic Tower so we can bring to light the fact that the princess is innocent." Vermin stood up with an annoyed expression and said, "I refuse." One of them pleaded loudly, "Please, we beg you, please reconsider." But he still spoke in a cold tone. "Do you think you can easily borrow the name of the Magic Tower like that?" Then, Vermin turned to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. "Give me a reasonable price. Until then, I cannot accept anything." Hearing that, they clenched their fists in anger. Then, they all stood up in unison and said loudly, "We will swear on the name of Commander Feelinable." He felt a bit surprised at this moment, then frowned in anger, thinking that bastard dared to swear on his name. Vermin turned to look at them, frowned, and said, "How dare you swear on the name of the Holy Knight's commander so recklessly? I will not do anything for someone who cannot give me a guarantee." Seeing this, Melvort nervously said, "Commander Abel said that if he put his name on the line as collateral, the Tower Master would accept our request." He thought helplessly, does that naive fool even think? In the end, Vermin agreed. "I will send my best mage." Meanwhile, Lusa was standing on a pile of books, looking out the window. This height made her a bit scared and further confirmed her thought. This must be the Magic Tower. Lusa frowned slightly and thought anxiously, "If I fall from here, I'll probably turn into dust." At this moment, Vermin's voice carried over, "Hey, useless thing." Then he immediately used magic to bind her and pull her inside. Vermin said in an angry tone, "Are you crazy? If you fall from here, not even a speck of dust will be left." Lusa thought in fear, "This is much more dangerous." Vermin held Lusa in his arms, and while activating a magic circle, he said, "Anyway, little baby." Then the two of them disappeared. "Now we will go back to your father." She shut her eyes tightly in fear. After a long while, she finally opened her eyes. As soon as she opened them, she was surprised and thought, "Huh?" And after looking up, Lusa was startled in fear when she saw a sword pointing straight at Vermin's neck. "What is this?" Lano smiled brightly and said, "Vermin." He smiled a gentle smile while pointing the sword straight at him and said, "You should have told me first if you were planning to go with your younger sister." I was quite surprised. Vermin pushed Lano's sword away and sneered. A brother can take his little sister away as he pleases. Meanwhile, Lusa was still foolishly thinking, "Brother?" Lusa then suddenly realized and looked at Vermin with a panicked expression. "Brother?" After calming down, she remembered her father and mother and thought to herself. Thinking about it, they looked very similar. To be exact, he was half of both of them. Lano, despite his smiling face, spoke in a threatening tone. "If you had come back late, even for just a second, I could have destroyed the entire tower." Vermin also angrily replied, "Do you think the Magic Tower is a toy?" Lusa looked at them helplessly and thought, his temper seems more like this side. Lano sheathed his sword and said, "Of course, my son is not the master of a toy tower." Then he leaned close to her ear and whispered with a worried expression, "My lovely baby, just tell Papa. Like I didn't do anything to you, right?" She recalled what Vermin had done and helplessly thought, well, I've been through a lot, but in the end I got to eat some fruit and return safely, right? And he also stopped when he thought there was danger. After that, the two of them hugged each other happily. Vermin, standing beside them, spoke up with extreme dissatisfaction. "I took her away and only fed her fruit." "Oh, really?" He looked at Lano and said with an annoyed expression, "Is it because of that useless thing that you abandoned the castle with no promise of returning?" He pretended to be pitiful and said, "Why do you call your sister useless?" Lusa will be sad hearing that. Lusa also angrily raised her paws in protest. Vermin couldn't help but blush at her cuteness. He turned away, trying to hold back his laughter, and said, "Why don't we visit when the next emperor dies again?" Meanwhile, Lano handed Lusa over to Eden and happily said goodbye. The next second, he turned back, smiling brightly, I know. Then he pointed to the horse nearby and said, "That is not something to talk about on the way." Lano rode the horse, looking extremely handsome. He smiled brightly and said, "Then we should finish this conversation with a duel, right?" Vermin looked at him with a confused expression. Huh? After that, they kept dueling with each other from dawn until dusk. Finally, in the evening at the mansion, Vermin sat tiredly on the ground. Meanwhile, Lano was still happily talking to Lusa. "Oh no, during the time we were apart, why has my baby's face gotten so thin?" She looked at Vermin sitting in the corner of the wall, worriedly thinking, what did he have to go through? Swish, swish. Vermin spread strawberry jam on a piece of bread with a golden knife. Here, he frowned and continued spreading it on the bread. Swish, swish. Labor exploitation. He complained, then took a bite of the bread. As for Lano, he fed Lusa while petting her and said, "I'm only lending you money to repair the tower." "Huh? You're not paying for all of it?" He yelled in confusion and turned to look at him, his hand tightly gripping the knife and the half-eaten bread. "No," he replied calmly. He placed his two hands high above the table and clasped them together, looking extremely aristocratic. Meanwhile, Lusa next to him was still eating nonchalantly. His face immediately turned sullen and his head dropped. That made him burst into laughter. "So why do you want to borrow money from me?" he asked. Then he looked over at Lusa. "Look how cute she is with her chubby cheeks, her bunny ears, and her pink eyes like jade." Lusa stood up and turned to walk towards Vermin. Right when he told Lusa, "Can you go over there and touch your brother a little bit?" he continued, "Stop scowling and say hello to your little sister, will you?" At that time, Lusa was standing right next to his plate of food, quite worried about his attitude. As for him, he was still gloomy and full of disappointment. I don't even know her full name yet. He raised his head and said to him. Meanwhile, Lusa had hurriedly reached her paw up. Her paw touched his lips. "Your sister's name is Luan Stella, commonly known as Lusa." The two stared into each other's eyes. He held her small paw, then held the other one. After that, he swung her paws in the air and said, "Hello, I am Vermin King." She smiled so brightly that her cheeks flushed pink. In her heart, she thought, "At first, I thought he was very scary and rude. Even though his words seemed very cold, his actions look friendly. He will do everything he needs to, even if he has to be grumpy." He still held her tiny paws and played with them. Then he let go of her paws and turned to talk to Lano. "I have a few things to ask. Have you ever heard the name Phelan? Phelan A. Blot?" A big question mark appeared in his head, but it seemed she knew this person, so she looked at him. Phelan. Time rewound to the past. Phelan A. Blot. No title, no wealth, no backers. But he was the most outstanding person among the crowd, because he was the one who joined the Royal Knights with only a sword. Although things were very difficult at first, after only 3 months, there was no one in the palace who didn't know his name, from elegant noble ladies to servants. That was because, "It is truly an honor to meet you, Princess Ionel," he said while kneeling before the princess. "I am Phelan A. Blot, the one who will be in charge of escorting you, Princess." In the history of the swordsmanship competition of the Royal Knights, he had not struggled even once. The Emperor congratulated Phelan on his victory. He appointed him to escort the princess, not the prince. He was a very talented person who did nothing against his conscience, even when he was the commander of the Royal Knights. Because the Emperor loved the princess very much, Phelan was the perfect escort. He secretly observed around the princess and the noble ladies at tea parties or any important events the princess attended. That was all. Because the princess often went for walks outside without asking anyone's opinion, the servants were quite worried. In order to get closer, Princess Ionel approached Phelan a few times. "Sir Ablot," she said to him, but he looked quite cold with those emotionless eyes. "I still have some chocolate left. Would you like to eat it with me?" She politely invited him. He paused, thinking about how to respond without making her sad. Then he bowed his head, crossed his right hand over his chest, and said, "I hope the princess will not bother me." After that, he turned and walked away. Clack, clack. Ionel had tried to treat him well, but it seemed they couldn't get closer. He moved to stand under another tree's canopy. Obviously, we were in the same time, breathing the same air. But it seems we weren't close, Lusa recalled. As Ionel stood watching his back with sadness. "I can't trust him." A dark and shattered thought like a mirror appeared in her head. And it seemed Ablot thought the same. "I am preparing to go to the southern battlefield. Please allow me to go." Phelan, wearing the red cape of the Royal Knights, requested orders from her. "Please allow me to go." the battlefield in the south, where soldiers faced fierce warfare. Sparks from the ashes flew all over the sky. The air was filled with the smell of blood and mourning. It looked extremely tragic. If Phelan asked to go there, it meant Phelan would resign as an escort knight. But Ionel couldn't have thought things would turn out like this. She crushed the chocolate bar in her hand, crack. But she also didn't know how to handle it, so she had to accept it. Just do that, she said. He immediately bowed his head in gratitude, his hand crossed over his chest. Their relationship, which lasted for a year, ended meaninglessly. The day he walked away from the royal family to join the war in the south, his red cape fluttered in the wind. After that, Phelan gained many titles on the southern battlefield and led to victory. The red flag with the characteristic royal symbol was raised everywhere. Here, he was awarded the title of the best knight, riding on the back of a white horse, returning with an entourage following behind, and becoming the commander of the Templar Knights, the eyes of the Pope. He was dressed in the Pope's military uniform, the blue of freedom, and was even baptized by the Pope himself. Since then, Ionel only occasionally heard about him, but never met him in person. Phelan, why do you ask? He asked him. Someone came here wanting me to reveal the truth about the princess's injustice. Rackham brought up the name Phelan. Huh, he was surprised. Lusa fluttered her paws. It had only been a year, and the relationship between them ended. She thought to herself, come to think of it, I also heard a few rumors while in the forest. He crossed his arms and told him. Phelan has gone mad. He rested his hands on the table, and his golden eyes became fierce. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Phelan had gone insane? His words terrified her. Phelan had gone insane. What do you mean? After hearing what you said, it seems the rumor is true. He rested his chin on his hand in thought. Although I know the meaning behind that name. You think he is currently not very sane. He crossed his arms and replied to him. Like these people, she thought to herself. So, are they close to Phelan? They seem to mention him a lot. How can I contact Phelan? We will meet him soon. The father and son conversed with each other. At this point, she dropped her head sadly and then cried out in shock because she couldn't say anything as the two of them still hadn't met. That action caught his attention. Well, can I take my sister away? He asked him and gently patted Luce's head. She just came out of the egg a week ago. It's been a month. He suddenly stood up. Because of that, he was startled. As for her, she still had a sad expression. She looked at her animal paws and told herself, I know I look smaller than usual. Is there a problem? She turned to look at him and felt annoyed. This expression. He looked at her in confusion while he pointed at her face. Then he also placed his hand on her head and patted it, saying, we can't do anything about your size. My baby, you'll grow up fast if you eat well. He said. He, sitting nearby, also started doting on his sister. Eat more, little Lusa. Anyway, we plan to go to the capital, Vermin, he informed him. Hearing this, he felt fed up and started complaining. Are you going to abandon this place again? Lusa climbed onto him and wrapped around his neck. Her head rested on his shoulder. The crown prince has invited me for an audience, he said while affectionately petting her. I will go with you, father. He stood up. Yeah, you? He asked to make sure. He replied, it's still early. I will assign the meeting with Phelan to someone else capable. Then he adjusted the collar of his cloak. And what mage in the tower is better than me? He was confident in his magic skills, so he stood straighter, his shoulders broad, and very mature. He was a bit skeptical about it, is that so? As for Lusa, she didn't know what else to say, so she just let out him. 1 week before going to the royal palace with Vermin. 1, 2, 3 days, counting all the way to the 7th day. Time just passed by like that. But during that time, Lano decided to take on the duties of the Grand Duke. You're joking, right? He couldn't believe it and asked Eden again. He touched the pile of books that he had stacked on the table and politely replied, I have never disrespected you. These are the documents that need your approval. He placed another mountain-like stack of documents on the table. He then joked, I really want to borrow Luce's paws, while holding one of her paws up. She immediately stood on her 2 hind legs and touched his face. She looked like a cat. Meanwhile, Eden stood and wrote something in his notebook. Lusa has a truly special color. He praised her, because she had the pale pink color of pollen on her head, paws, tail, and bunny ears, plus her emerald-like eyes. She looked both cute and sparkling, right? I've never seen this color on a divine beast before. He replied to his compliment. Oh, wait. She seemed to realize something. Wait, Eden is a human. She rolled her eyes at him. Then she pointed everywhere and looked at him. I thought we weren't supposed to mention divine beasts. Seeing her behavior, he reassured her. Haha. Eden is fine. It's the boundary of existence, if you want to know what it means. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by him. Please get to work. The person who is supposed to become the butler just interrupted the Grand Duke. He reminded him, holding a red quill pen in his hand. He picked it up and started writing, saying, I understand. I understand. Scribble, 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 he wrote busily. As for Lusa, she clung to his clothes, wondering what the boundary of existence meant. I'm curious, but this isn't the time to ask. I'll just bother him. She told herself to hold back and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, he was also busily taking notes on a white piece of paper. Anyway, it seems fine. She sat neatly on his lap and stared. All right, 7 hours had passed. He was still sitting and writing, and she was still sitting still. The sky had dyed the whole room yellow. Then, 9 hours had passed. The paperwork had also decreased. The room was now engulfed in darkness. Only the lamp illuminated the place. I'm so bored. She felt tired. Father didn't say anything. Just work and work, only occasionally reaching out to pat her head. She looked up at him, expecting him to say something to her. My body is starting to ache. How long is this going to last? She shook her head, catching his attention. Oh dear, are you bored? He hugged her to his chest. At this moment, she seemed to feel that she was finally noticed, so she cried out, Pion. Do you want to go see the shooting stars? Her eyes lit up when she heard that. This was an opportunity to explore this mysterious castle, so why would she refuse? She nodded vigorously. Don't go too far, he told her. Meanwhile, she had already jumped over, vaulted across the table, and landed on the ground. Thump, thump. Eden opened the door for her. His voice still echoed. Be careful, Lusa. Kiang, she replied, her eyes brightening as she looked around this vast castle. Top, top, top. At the Imperial Princess's palace, Agres of Rakham was walking down the hallway with his guards following behind. He stood out in his white outfit and cloak. Across his body was a golden sash, highly characteristic of royalty. The princess's palace was right in front of the Imperial Palace. Now that the owner of the palace was dead, he looked up at his younger sister's old room. He recalled that just a month ago, they used to meet each other in the hallway. He was dressed in a red vest and black pants, while she was gorgeous in a pink dress and pink heels. I will go alone, he told the guards, and they bowed in obedience. Then he looked out at the balcony, where all kinds of flowers were radiating their fragrance in the sun. It's so peaceful, he thought, then smiled and placed his hand on the railing. But he immediately turned his head and continued walking. To think it's already been a month since that happened. I can't imagine it. Her blood-soaked hand appeared in his mind. The nobles wanted to abandon the royal palace because of this, because a murder had occurred here. No one should be in this place, but bang. The door opened at Bianca's room. Seeing him, she immediately greeted, "Oh my. Your Majesty, is the meeting over?" She leaned towards him. The purple dress and the purple flower hairpin suited her very well. They accentuated her fair skin and caramel brown hair. I dropped by because I heard it was almost done, she continued, smiling charmingly. I'm glad it didn't take as long as I thought, she said as she pivoted on her heel. Then she fell into his arms and said affectionately, "Starting tomorrow, I will live here." What a magnificent and absolutely beautiful palace, belonging to the princess. Isn't a bit too much? She playfully punched and rubbed his chest, only to drop a completely tactless and suggestive remark. But it's a good thing she passed away. She even covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Ha ha, everything is fine now. She twirled in the sunlight and thought, her tone full of arrogance. I become the imperial princess. The sunlight cast a golden hue over the flower beds, vibrant in front of the palace, making the ancient castle look even more beautiful. Vermin, Lano, and Lusa were led into the palace by the guards through the hallways, bathed in golden light. Top, top, top. Lusa lay neatly in his arms, recalling that it had only been a month since that incident. The place that used to be my home looks so unfamiliar now. She felt regretful. He said, bringing her to the capital like this. Are you planning to make her the Grand Duchess? He asked him. Perhaps. He tilted his head up and smiled. He looked at her affectionately and said, my little baby is special. The quartz crystal carrying the life of the divine beast shone brightly, sparkling like a star. Divine beasts are naturally independent individuals in nature. After being born, they would leave their parents and go build their own territory for themselves. After some time, integrating into the human world is completely normal. I separated from my parents a year after leaving the egg. But Lusa is different, being only a month old. Her development is unusually slow, and she is very small too. If she lacks the power to protect herself, even if she is a divine beast, she is still just a child. She needs a protector, father. A guard put one hand behind his back, and with the other hand pointed to the inner room, telling the three of them, the crown prince has invited you to sit in the guest room. He glanced at him and handed Lusa over for him to hold, instructing, I will leave her to you. I have to go now. Yes, father. He obeyed, but she was not very pleased. What? She raised her paws, wanting to hold him back. I stuck so close to get all the way here. Why is father leaving me behind? She struggled in his arms. Don't take me away. Her cries made him turn his head back. Say, Krid Luder. Ah, boo-boo. This annoyed him, and his face darkened. You will turn into dust if you don't behave, he warned. She was so scared that she immediately got angry. Seeing that expression on her face, he immediately said, so cute. To be honest, who wouldn't find her cute? Even the guard felt the same way. Then he waved goodbye to her. Father will be back soon, and hurried after the guard. He took her paw and waved back at him. Behind the two of them was a maid who had been waiting. I want to take a walk around the garden, he ordered. She immediately responded, I will lead the way. Oh my god, how could taking a walk around the garden help her find out more about Phelan? So Luce's face completely fell. She sat neatly in Vermin's arms, wondering why she was here like this. I could have met the crown prince. I had prepared everything, she cried, imagining the scene where she would fly up and kick that hateful brother in the face. That bastard. And her father and brother would stand behind cheering. Why did father abandon me at the most crucial moment? She burst into tears. The maid introduced to him. This is the open garden. He said, I will start walking from here. He picked up a rose and spoke to her. They seem to be everywhere, but they are actually very rare to find in the north. This is the first time you've seen one, right? He asked her, but she just felt annoyed. He still casually walked to another spot. Let's see. She thought he would go look at other flowers, but he actually hid in a corner of the garden. He lifted her small paw and said, don't be sad anymore, little baby, because we will do it our way. Saying so, blue magic bubbles appeared on his hand and all over her body too. Oh, she raised her paw against the sun. Why was her body transparent? Ah, an invisibility spell. He used an invisibility spell, so the two of them could leisurely walk past the guards without fear of being discovered. Come to think of it, I do have a helper. She looked up at him. But this way, isn't this the princess's palace? That's right, it is. It was the princess's magnificent room that he was heading to. But why are we? Before she could finish her thought, he had already opened the room's door. Bang! The scene before their eyes shocked him. What is this? The maids were all falling over. What am I supposed to do with this tea? Bianca yelled at the maid. It was too hot, so she had knocked the teacup over onto the table, splashing it onto the floor. Then she feigned innocence, waving her hand and covering her mouth, saying, "You are wasting my precious time." My precious tea time. Is that what the former princess taught you? A huge question mark appeared in both of their heads. Imperial Princess Bianca, what was she doing here? The maid was forced to kneel down. Miran, it was the maid Miran. She was grabbed by the collar and choked by another maid. Red wounds from being beaten were clearly visible on her face and hands. There were even band-aids on her fingers. This left Lusa dumbfounded. She was even more stunned when Bianca said, "Now I have the authority, because that girl taught you nothing at all." The timeline rewound in her memories. A month after I was born, my mother, the former empress, passed away from malaria. Her father knelt by the bed. Her mother's illness was indescribably heartbreaking. That was why father protected me. I had to go through a time when no one could see me. She recalled herself in a pitch-black room. She was all alone. A light suddenly shone on her tiny face. But because Miran was there, she said, "Princess, the flowers outside are blooming beautifully." Then she held up a red dress with a floral pattern on the skirt and asked, "Would you like to try on the spring dress you received last time?" Two other maids were also attentive. "I will bring the sweets you like." The maids who took care of me. They helped me, someone who was going through a difficult childhood. She recalled their affectionate eyes. They were my friends and family. They cherished her as if she were their own flesh and blood. They were very important to me. Vermin felt sad seeing this scene and sighed. She was already tearing up. Because the princess had died from a terrible crime, and Bianca replaced her like a stepmother, I knew they wouldn't be treated well. Miran was kicked out onto the damn palace steps. Seeing that scene, she couldn't hold back and sobbed. "Don't." A familiar piece of music echoed from all sides. Its melody made ordinary people stagger. She burst out crying, reaching her hand toward Miran. "Stop it," she screamed inwardly. Magical music surrounded her body. He also saw this miracle happening right before his eyes. Rumble. She returned to her pink fox form, her eyes and nose still smeared with tears. Why did she return to her old form? Unexpectedly, the others also saw her strange magic. Bianca and the maid saw the pink light gradually glowing. It hovered over Miran's body. It brushed past Vermin's hair, making his hair sway as if blown by the wind. This is the singing I heard before. All those melodies intertwined into ribbons. They wrapped around Luce's body and shone as brightly as the sunlight. Rumble. Bianca looked up at that light in unfamiliarity. Rumble. Lano, who was talking to the crown prince, also turned his eyes toward it. Rumble. Those ribbons continued to move toward her, drawing the attention of everyone in the palace. Lightning? Agres wondered, but it's not raining. Saying so, he still held his teacup and placed it on the table. Rumble. Anyway, he extended his hand toward him, saying, "I hope to receive a positive response from what I have conveyed to you, Grand Duke. Will you do it today, Grand Duke El Heron?" He looked into his yellow, cat-like eyes, his stone-cold face, expecting an answer. He then smiled friendlily, his lips curling up like a real cat's. "I guess there will be many dark clouds covering the kingdom." "What do you mean? Why is it suddenly raining?" Bianca and her maids hurriedly ran inside. As for Lusa, she ran toward Miran. She sobbed, her paws shaking Miran's body. The sky rumbled with thunder and lightning. Rumble. Her body was gradually getting cold. She was worried as she just lay there, not hearing her calls at all. She put on her clothes. Then she tried to drag her inside. "We have to get out of the rain. Hurry." Boom. A loud clap of thunder made her tumble down, tearing a piece of her clothes. Boom. Boom. The thunder and lightning grew stronger. Faster, she thought to herself, placing a paw on her forehead. "We have to get out of the rain." But with only her tiny fox body, how could she drag her inside? Suddenly, the arm of a guard was raised. In his hand was a blue cloak, shielding her and Miran from the rain. "Who is it?" She turned her head to look at this figure. Her eyes welled up with tears and then lit up. Peyran Ablot. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was truly him. But why was he here? She panicked, not knowing what to do anymore. Vermin then used his magic, saying there was no need to worry. Flash. Because she will be sent to a place to receive treatment. He used magic to create a rope to tie her up, pulling her into his arms. "Ah, I see. That really surprised me," she thought as he took his cloak to wipe her head. "What happened? What are you doing here, Peyran?" He asked while Peyran was tying his cloak. "Do you have some business in the Imperial Palace?" He continued asking. "I came because I received an invitation from the Crown Prince," Peyran replied. "Huh, then you should go to the main palace. You have no business wandering around the Imperial Palace, right?" He corrected him. This left Peyran speechless. He remained silent. "I heard an absurd story from the Magic Tower." He continued, "The people who want to clear the princess's name said that you put your name on this case." The uproar of the Imperial Knights, when this matter was mentioned, flashed in his mind. He stood rooted to the spot. "That's right," he replied nonchalantly. Vermin, feeling angry, shouted, "What kind of divine beast dares to swear by its own name for the sake of human circumstances? Have you lost your mind?" But Peyran still remained blank. "Ah, you scared me. Is a name that important to a divine beast?" She looked up and asked him, "Wait a minute, divine beast?" Her mind paused. Peyran is also a divine beast. Vermin continued to raise his voice. "What money did you receive from the princess? Why would you bind yourself like that?" Yet Peyran remained cold, not bothering to reply. But Peyran doesn't have much of a conscience. Peyran is a madman. She recalled Lano's words. So that's why Father kept talking about him. Because both are divine beasts, Father knows Peyran very well. But why does he keep looking at me? She felt a bit uneasy. His eyes were staring fixedly at her. Could it be that he recognizes me as Ionel? She was filled with anxiety, so she placed her paws on her chest as a defense mechanism. She's my younger sister, Vermin said. She doesn't know everything because she has never been to the Divine Beast Forest. She was just born. He defended her. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ablot. Sir Ablot. Anyway, a proposal is still a proposal, so I will definitely look into it. In the meantime, deal with your madness yourself. You are not just ordinarily crazy, he said, then waved his hand to create a magic circle. Rumble. Magic fluttered everywhere. Crazy? Peyran asked himself. Sir Ablot, a guard announced. Apologies for keeping you waiting. The Crown Prince says you may enter now. He strode after the guard, leaving behind the fragrant flower garden that the princess used to love so much. It's not entirely wrong. He thought to himself about being called crazy by Vermin. Vermin and I joined Lano after finishing the tour and returning to the Grand Duke's mansion in the capital. He used magic to turn Lusa back into a human. He asked, oh my, did you kids get caught in the rain? And because Vermin had brought Miran to be treated at the Grand Duke's mansion, I was able to meet Miran again. She was sitting at the mansion with her father at his desk. In front of them was Miran, completely bandaged up. Thank you for allowing me to stay at the mansion to recover, she said to him. Meanwhile, 2 of her fingers were bandaged. Her entire right arm was wrapped in cloth. Her face was covered in bandages. I am Miran, a maid under the Imperial Palace and the nanny of Princess Ionel. She introduced herself to him. I apologize for calling you when your wounds haven't healed, he said, but I have something to ask. His hand patted Tiny Luce's head. Me? What do you want to ask? She wondered. The person known as the one who killed the former emperor, Princess Ionel. That beautiful and radiant princess. I want to know more information about that princess. Animal-shaped cookies were beautifully displayed in front of Ionel. They were special cookies, handmade by Grand Duke Elharan. Ionel was a bit confused, but still picked up the fox-faced cookie. She thought to herself, does he want me to eat myself? Lano started the discussion. That is what the maid said yesterday. Ionel held the cookie and looked over at Lano. He rested one hand on the table, then continued discussing with the person opposite him. She said the princess was framed. Recalling the scene earlier when Lano was sitting at his desk holding Ionel in his arms, he faced Miran and said, Princess Ionel is now known as the culprit who killed the former emperor. Let me know more about the princess. Miran's hands unconsciously clasped together. Trembling slightly, Miran's entire body shook with fear. Her voice trembled as she began to tell. The princess. She was framed. Lano was momentarily surprised by Miran's attitude. He patted Ionel's head while questioning. Even though the princess killed her own father, you still stand by her side? Miran blushed and placed her hand over her chest. Her demeanor sincerely assured. As the nanny of Princess Ionel, and as someone who has been by the princess's side all her life, I dare say this. Ionel, with a warm smile, like beautiful blooming flowers, appeared in her mind. Miran continued to reason. The princess is someone who would never point a sword at others, nor run away from her responsibilities. Facing Grand Duke Lano, Miran did not tremble at all, continuing to speak up to vindicate her. She is very gentle and has a kind heart. Miran continued. She is a special person that no one can compare to. Ionel, in the form of a child, emotionally gripped the hem of her dress, trying to hold back her emotions, but tears still fell. She thought to herself, thank you. Miran returned to the present as Lano continued discussing with Vermin. He said, the princess seems to have taken very good care of others. Hearing that, Ionel put on an expression as if that was a given. Vermin heard that and replied, I can see that even the emperor had such a friendly personality. Lano seemed to direct his focus to Ionel. He broke the cookie in half and said, this is too big for my baby, isn't it? Ionel beside him was startled, unable to react in time, and could only look regretfully at the half cookie. Vermin elegantly held his teacup and continued, it seems there are some strange points here. He saw Ionel's expression and became a bit thoughtful. Why is her expression like that? But Ionel was obediently nibbling on the cookie in her hand and calming her heart. A fox had broken the fox-shaped cookie. Lano sat up straight in his seat, then answered Vermin's question. Then I felt quite strange when meeting the Crown Prince. Vermin was slightly surprised hearing this. The Crown Prince? He interpreted. We met yesterday and talked a lot, but what we talked about was almost. The image of Ionel's father appeared. He smiled, then gestured towards the person in front of him and said gently, I still have many shortcomings to become the emperor, but if you, Grand Duke, give me strength, it might be reassuring. Will you help me, Grand Duke? Lano, after recalling the image of the emperor talking to him, felt a bit proud. His face was beaming as he said, I was very reckless and should be under his command. Lano's face was so excited that it seemed to radiate light, making Vermin and Ionel look at him in bewilderment. Then Lano turned to Ionel. His face carried a pampering expression as he stroked Ionel's ears. He continued, there's a lot of malice hidden in him. Lano's voice softened again. He seemed ready to swallow me whole if I didn't cooperate. So I just smiled and left. Hearing that, Vermin's anger flared up into a flame of dissatisfaction. He growled, can I go into your mouth and close it, father? Lano still just smiled happily. Ionel, beside him, helplessly adjusted lifted the tuft of hair that had just been touched by him. Lano's face became serious and mysterious again. Ionel calmed her heart. Grand Duke Elharan has always maintained neutrality from generation to generation. The image of the crown prince holding a hat in his hand appeared. Emperor, Ionel continued to reminisce. There is no way the crown prince wouldn't know that, but he still tried to persuade me. There must definitely be a conspiracy here. Ionel sat back and played with the cookie, while Lano relaxed, resting his chin on his hand, and said softly, "It seems to have been very quiet lately, but will be noisy soon. I also need to call Syria." Lano held the fox-shaped cookie in his hand. Ionel remembered the image of the beautiful woman, Syria. She thought to herself, "Syria, my current mother." Lano smiled gently and asked Ionel, "Our little baby misses her mother already, right?" Hearing that, she excitedly replied, "Abubu." Suddenly Lano said, "Ah, I also need to call Heekin." Hearing that, Vermin's spoon fell, startling Ionel. Vermin's face darkened, filled with anxiety. His voice trembled. "Why are you calling that crazy guy to the duchy, father?" Lano remained calm, holding his cup, took a sip of tea, and slowly replied, "Because he is still in the capital." Vermin frustratedly slammed the table, stood up, and loudly questioned, "That's a mistake. Absolutely not." Lano calmly stood up. Meanwhile, Ionel was still struggling, not understanding. Vermin's harsh questions continued to pour down. "If it's that guy, people will be sad for being called ignorant. Because as the second child, Bezijiluza, you will become a big problem in the future, for your sister's bright future. Don't you know that home education is the most important thing? Father, what she gets a bad influence?" Lano slipped his hands under Ionel and picked her up. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of crazy person is he to make Brother Vermin so sensitive? Lano held Ionel facing him, then used a warm gaze to reassure Lusa. "You won't have to be disappointed." She was still bewildered, not understanding. Lano's reassuring words seemed to poke at Vermin. "It's not that serious in the long life of a new divine beast that your brother wouldn't let you see the kingdom." He continued to monologue to himself, "My little baby, you must have really wanted to see the kingdom with your brother. Oh, baby, everything will be fine." Ionel, in Lano's arms, put on a bewildered face, refuting him in her thoughts. "I didn't want that." He whispered softly into Ionel's ear again, "It's possible now. If I have time, let's go together." Another sentence that felt like a punch to Vermin's head came from his beloved father. "But I'm sure Lusa will be able to walk on her own 2 feet by that time." Scene transitioned to a pink, fluffy fox-shaped cotton candy that seemed to sparkle. It looked like Vermin and Ionel were at the market. He was holding Ionel with one hand and the cotton candy with the other. Vermin complained a bit, so annoying. The shop owner didn't hear clearly and asked again, "Pardon?" Vermin didn't bother to explain, nothing. Vermin and Ionel turned to leave. The shop owner called out after them, "I hope you enjoy it." As they walked, Vermin warned, "You should be careful at all times, in case someone is a cunning fox." Ionel looked up at Vermin and helplessly thought, he is also a fox. From behind, Vermin emitted a prominent blue energy. He and Ionel chatted together. He asked, "Is it delicious?" She happily replied, "Abubu." They teleported to a rooftop. Vermin pointed high up and slowly said, "Because I don't want to sacrifice my special day off for him." From Vermin's fingers, magic-carrying blue energy poured out. He calmly said, "Let's finish this quickly and return to the mansion. There's still a lot of delicious food at home." A stream of energy poured out from Vermin. Ionel recalled, based on Lano's instructions, from Vermin and Ionel's position to Heekin's predicted location. She continued to deduce, Heekin is now in the capital to escort foreign nobles to the temple on the map. Harinsha is a sacred land where the Great Hall is located, situated in the suburbs of the Rackham capital. The streams of energy were still searching for Heekin. If we go there, we might be able to find Heekin. Vermin, holding Ionel, was a bit impatient. Following the streams of light, he said, "That's not the way to Harinsha, is it?" The energy stream reached a small alley, inside which a scream rang out. A terrified man fell down. As he fell, he screamed. The group of people behind him all directed their gazes in the same direction. A shadow appeared there. Someone loudly warned, "Drop your weapon right now." The man who had fallen down earlier was still panicking, questioning the person in front. "Why is the black mercenary group here?" The red-haired man with a scar on his cheek smiled with excitement. His voice rang out, "Do you know who I am?" Heekin stepped forward. On his shoulder was a giant red sword. His voice seemed to provoke the listeners. "Why don't you run away?" When a group of people clearly saw the person in front of them, they felt a bit of fear. Some even slipped their hands onto the hilts of their swords, ready to fight. Heekin's voice continued, "If no one plans to run away." Heekin became agitated and said loudly, "You want to fight until I lose, right?" Heekin stepped forward, swinging his blade towards the group of people, and Vermin and Ionel suddenly appeared. He used one hand to cover Ionel's eyes. Vermin growled in annoyance, asking, "What are you doing here?" Then his eyes noticed down by his feet, a card with a sword motif in the middle of a star shape, looking extremely strange. Vermin's voice softened that motif. Heekin had a somewhat crazed expression, raising his voice challengingly. "If you don't run away, then you mean you want to fight me until I lose, right?" Seeing his crazed expression, those guys panicked a bit. One of them spoke up to reassure the others, "Don't be afraid, he's alone. We have the advantage, just attack." Hearing the reassurance, the whole group boldly rushed forward to attack. Heekin stood there, his eyes observing the surroundings without any fear. Heekin, amused and excited, let out a wild smile. Not to disappoint those guys, he can also charge forward. His face bloomed with a smile full of excitement. Although there were many of those guys, they couldn't be happy, and their faces were only filled with tension. This morning, Vermin and Ionel stood on the roof, observing the chaos below. Vermin calmly observed. He thought to himself, what a mess. Why is that thing in their hands? Vermin gently raised his hand to create magic. He calmed himself. I have to check it carefully. Vermin controlled a magical string to advance towards the target. In the middle of the chaos was the card with the special motif that had caught his eye. The magical string quickly wrapped tightly around the card. The card rose in the direction of the string. Very quickly, the card was neatly in Vermin's hand. Vermin looked at the chaotic crowd. They didn't pay any attention to his actions. Vermin was a bit disappointed and muttered, he doesn't know anything. Vermin continued to use one hand to cover Ionel's face. The other hand held the card, and he silently observed. Ionel was a bit annoyed, thinking to herself, there's a strange feeling on my face. Vermin held the card in his hand. He looked at the pattern on the card and thought to himself, an ordinary person couldn't carry this. Where have I seen this motif before? The group of people from earlier were lying scattered on the ground. Another person's footsteps approached. That person exclaimed, oh my, we did a good job today. One or two others walked over. A long-haired man informed Heekin, Captain, they're all kidnapped children. The person behind him was muttering, counting the number of people. 1, 2, 3. Hearing that, Heekin just stretched and replied with a calm face, just clean up a bit. I'll go get the money and come right back. Suddenly, Heekin noticed something wrong and frowned slightly. Vermin and Ionel, using an invisibility spell, were still sitting on the roof, watching Heekin turn around and look around. Why's my back itch so much? Vermin observed the situation and assessed. It seems the escort mission is over. Now it looks like the mercenary group has another mission to do. Heekin finished and walked away below. Vermin pulled up his hood and told Ionel, let's follow him. Ionel replied, Abubu yes. Heekin was walking ahead, but still felt like someone was watching him. Indeed, Vermin and Ionel were both hiding and following Heekin's every step. Heekin walked to a house, then forcefully kicked the door open. Vermin looked around. He silently assessed. This place is much older and more remote than the place just now. Heekin on the other side looked inside. He scratched his head as if wondering about something. Looking at the surrounding buildings, Vermin lost himself in his thoughts. Most work can be exchanged for a report. In a place like this, it would usually be in the back. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, why are you there? Hearing that, Vermin turned around. Heekin directed his gaze to where Vermin and Ionel were standing. Even though they had used an invisibility ability, he still recognized them. Heekin asked, no wonder I kept feeling an itch at the back of my head. It's you? Heekin's eyes revealed a crazed look. He growled, are you an assassin sent so I wouldn't get bored? Vermin just calmly looked at Heekin without showing any fear. Ionel beside him had turned pale. Vermin took a slight cold breath as if gathering courage. Suddenly, Vermin jumped down right onto Heekin's face. Vermin's shoe physically collided with Heekin's face. Then, a beam of energy shot out from Vermin's hand. After the thick cloud of dust cleared, Vermin was seen stepping on Heekin with one foot. Vermin slightly tilted his head and asked in a soft voice, so tell me, what were you planning to do? Ionel's heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest as she thought to herself, why would you do something so dangerous? Heekin wasn't angry. He was just surprised and asked curiously, why are you here? Huh, what's that? Heekin finally noticed the person in Vermin's arms. Heekin simply asked, since when did you get married and have a child? Hearing this, Ionel became bewildered and confused. The surrounding atmosphere turned freezing cold. He said in a cold voice, she is not my child. But Ionel came face to face with Heekin. Heekin's voice held a hint of excitement. So that means... Heekin's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at Ionel. Is she my little sister? Vermin, annoyed, reached out his hand and snapped slightly. She's my little sister. Hand her over. The two started arguing. Heekin, still excited, said, well, she's my little sister too. Your humanity was already trash. Has your brain turned into trash now, too? Vermin retorted in frustration. Didn't I tell you not to speak to me like that, you mad dog? All right, give the baby back to me. Ionel was dizzy from this argument, unable to understand it. Hey, Heekin teased, turning away, dream on. Don't just keep her all to yourself. Let me be near her too. Vermin grew even angrier. Hey. But Ionel seemed to have grasped the situation. The captain of the invincible black mercenary group of the continent turned out to be her second older brother. Was it because he was the son of her parents? They were all important figures. Heekin sniffed Ionel and said, she looks like a silver fox, but her hair color is really strange. It's silver and pink. Heekin's face slowly moved closer. Ionel panicked, thinking he was going to eat her. She weakly cried out, Abu-boo. Heekin was surprised, mishearing her. Did she just call me brother? Vermin stood helplessly nearby and urged, stop that nonsense and come with me. Lano will lead the way. Hearing this, Heekin turned and refused. I can't go right now. I have to get the money from the client first. Vermin just asked coldly, when is that person coming? Heekin could only reply, they'll probably be here soon, I guess. It was late at night, and the full moon had risen. Everything around became silent in the moonlight. Under the gentle moonlight, Heekin and Vermin were still still sitting inside. Hekin was playing with Ionel's cheeks and exclaimed, "So soft, so soft." Ionel frowned in discomfort. Aruru, Vermin, sitting next to them, was extremely annoyed. Unable to hold back, Vermin lunged forward to snatch her from Hekin. Hekin quickly lifted Ionel higher. Vermin helplessly said, "Stop bothering her. Let me hold her." Hekin playfully replied, "No, she's so soft." While Hekin and Vermin were fighting over her, Vermin said, "Shut up and give her to me." Suddenly, the two of them directed their gaze to the same spot. A pair of white shoes approached, making the three of them stand motionless on the spot. The person walking in also couldn't help but feel helpless. Seeing this, Ionel thought, he must be very confused, right? That person. Vermin quickly snatched Ionel from Hekin's hands. He scolded, "You idiot." Hekin calmly replied, "I was too busy playing with her notice." Then, Hekin's eyes became sharp again. He spoke first, "Good evening, your holiness." Hearing this, Ionel was shocked and thought, "The Pope?" Recalling the solemn image of the Pope when he appeared, Ionel quietly pondered. Even when she was a princess, the Pope could only be seen at major events. But he was here hiring mercenaries? The Pope asked with some annoyance, "I told you to come alone, yet there is a child and a nanny here." Hekin confusingly pointed at Vermin and played along with the Pope's assumption, saying, "He is a newcomer. He just takes care of the child and brought her along." Around Vermin, the space surrounding him and Ionel was enveloped in a freezing chill. Vermin's voice turned icy. "Nanny? Did he just call me a nanny?" Then the Pope got straight to the point. "Shouldn't you show me the proof that you saved the children?" Hearing this, Vermin looked up to listen. The Pope seemed to feel Vermin's sharp, cold gaze looking at him. Yeah, Vermin's eyes became even colder when he saw the familiar crest on the left side of the Pope's chest. That was. Hekin just calmly replied to the Pope's words. "He is a newcomer. I brought him here, so I'll keep an eye on him. Shouldn't I give you the proof that you saved those children?" Vermin still paid attention to the crest on the Pope's robe, which matched the crest on the card. He thought, could that crest be? Suddenly, he tightly gripped the crest. The Pope just replied, "It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, good job. How did you negotiate with the human traffickers?" Hekin slowly pulled out a piece of paper from his chest. He replied somewhat smugly, "I already made them push up daisies." As soon as Hekin held out the paper, the Pope hurriedly snatched it. Hekin still gently said, "Here is what you need." Hekin was left speechless, seeing the other party's action. The Pope quickly read the letter. After reading it, the Pope's expression turned cold, and he quickly crumpled the paper in his hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the Pope. "Aren't you going to ask if the children are okay?" The Pope's expression returned to its holy demeanor. He said affectionately, "The black mercenary group must have treated the children well. I believe in you." He threw a pouch of money toward Hekin. Hekin quickly caught it and cheered happily. "Great, I've received a lot of money." Hekin curiously opened the pouch. Inside, it was completely filled with gold coins. Hekin and Ionel peeked their faces in. The Pope prepared to put his hood up and said goodbye. "Well then, I shall take my leave first." While Hekin and Ionel were sitting and playing together, Hekin teased, "It's just a toy, little one." Vermin turned around and called out to the Pope, "Your Holiness, I have a question before you go." Vermin's voice grew several degrees colder. "Did you know the human traffickers had an alternative pass? Why did the Pope personally hire a mercenary group?" Hearing this, the Pope sighed softly. He retorted with some annoyance, "Why would a mere mercenary dare to question his client like that? As far as I know, you should only be paid to get the job done." Vermin was not intimidated upon hearing this. He just calmly replied, "Of course that's true, but I'm just curious." Hekin, confused, whispered to Ionel, "My little baby, why is our brother acting like this?" She could only shake her head in confusion. "Vermoes face exuded a dangereux." He uttered a shocking statement, as if to provoke the Pope. Perhaps the Pope is also involved in the human trafficking ring? Are you trying to destroy the evidence? The Pope didn't answer. He walked out, ignoring the three of them. The Pope simply waved his hand to signal. The soldiers hiding on the ceiling slowly revealed themselves. Hekin now realized the danger. Other soldiers also appeared behind Vermin. They were completely surrounded. Even outside the door, more soldiers showed up. The Pope just coldly turned his head back. He said ruthlessly, "If you are a mercenary, you should only do as you are told. If you want to live longer, you shouldn't ask anything and just forget about it." Ionel, now terrified, hit against Vermin's body. As soon as he finished his sentence, "The reason you will die today is because of your curiosity." The group of men attacked all at once. A loud noise echoed from the old house. Hekin's footsteps were forced back. Hekin was still bewildered. He wanted to stop them. Wait a minute. Vermin stood beside him, holding Ionel. His face was ice cold. Hekin still wanted to stop everything. He tried to say, "Do the knights agree with what the Pope has done?" The soldiers and the Pope paused for a moment upon hearing that. Hekin continued, "Even when he commits evil deeds in the name of the church." Vermin simply uttered cold words. God would surely bring upon a disaster if he knew how far this temple has fallen. Hearing this, the Pope angrily snapped, "This is the will of God." The Pope became frantic. He yelled, "He has looked upon you with his own eyes." Hearing this, Vermin's voice remained freezing cold. "How interesting. I didn't know God wanted you to do that." Hekin now also unleashed the beast within him. His voice became more crazed. "Hey, trash. What should we do? My face has been exposed. So if we run away, we'll be chased to death." And Vermin frowned, getting a headache from thinking about something. Vermin replied, "Do it yourself." Hearing this, Hekin became delighted. Just then, a soldier ran towards them. Hekin didn't flinch at all. He even excitedly grabbed the incoming soldier by the neck and lifted him up. Hekin cheered joyfully. Wonderful. Vermin reached out to cover Einel's eyes. She could only hear the sound of blood gushing out. Einel wanted to see the scene in front of her, so she reached up and gently pulled Vermin's hand down. He just advised babies shouldn't look. But this time, Einel didn't resist anymore. She imagined the scene of Hekin defeating those guys. Einel thought to herself, wow, that's the level of fighting against ordinary mercenaries. But it would be worse if they had to fight much stronger warriors. I shouldn't watch it, even though I'm curious. All the soldiers have been taken down. Seeing the scene before him, the Pope couldn't help but tremble. Ah, no, how is this possible? The Pope was about to turn toward the door and run away. Vermin simply snapped his fingers, casting a magic spell. Vermin shot a bolt of lightning at the Pope. He writhed in pain. Vermin remained cold upon hearing the Pope's groans. You, how dare you? Hekin was still holding a soldier by the neck. Vermin's lightning bolt from earlier was pierced deep into the Pope's body. He kept groaning. The Pope grew exhausted. He slumped down in agony. Hekin's crazed voice rang out, making the Pope turn pale with fear. Why did you do that, Your Holiness? Hekin still put on a kind facade. He pretended to be worried. What will happen if the temple falls? We just talked about it earlier. His hand slowly approached, accompanied by a haunting voice. God will send a disaster here. After finishing everything, Hekin looked satisfied as if he had just experienced something extremely interesting. That was really fun. Vermin glanced down at the group. He jumped in and scolded, what's so fun about this? Killing the Pope? Killing the knights? Vermin lost his patience, kicked the Pope's body, and asked, how are you going to handle this, you mad dog? Hekin was frustrated hearing Vermin say that, and immediately argued back, no, why are you blaming me? We just need to take the money and leave. But you provoked them, so things turned out like this. Vermin found it too right to argue. He admitted that he couldn't deny it. Then suddenly Hekin said, you know what, Jack? Vermin was annoyed. I told you not to call me that. You mad dog. Hekin fell silent. He hesitated and then said, I have a way. Scene changes to the mansion. Lano was inside the mansion, chuckling in a room. Opposite him was Vermin. Lano teased, you're a bit late. Then Lano asked Einel, have you greeted your second older brother, Lusa? Vermin beside him had a somewhat gloomy face, mixed with annoyance. Einel on his shoulder also looked tired, thinking to herself, I will never forget this. So tiring. Lano sat on the desk and said calmly, from what you did, Hekin looks healthy. Vermin, standing opposite, frowned upon hearing this and shouted, is that all you have to say, father? He smiled and replied, good job. Vermin was speechless, not knowing how to react. He thought to himself, father is deliberately pretending not to know. He definitely knew this would happen. The accident was divided, but Einel, sitting on Vermin's back, was also speechless. We ended up with our own chain of events, and I am deciding to avoid it. Like the blockbuster of the year, Hekin carried me, and Vermin ran out of the massive explosion, successfully escaping death. We didn't know. No matter how skilled and famous the Black Mercenary Group is on the continent, they are still just mercenaries. If they mess with the temple and accuse the Pope, that I only saw the Pope's corpse, so I won't side with the mercenary group. They would rather blame the mercenaries to protect the temple's honor. But the things I saw when I was a princess were just decorations. I didn't expect the inside to be this ugly. If I hadn't reincarnated, I would never have known. Vermin frowned and said, there is something that bothers me more than that. Lano happily asked, what is it? Vermin crossed his arms over his chest and said sternly, the Pope was possessed by God. He placed his hand on his chin and analyzed, I think someone will come after me because I revealed my face. But I couldn't find out anything more because that mad dog killed him. Einel was also speechless at Vermin. How can he blame Hekin as naturally as flowing water? Lano smiled brightly. Really? Hekin did that. Vermin lifted Einel and held her up in front of Lano like a doll. I have completed my mission and achieved the goal. Lano said softly, you should have told me beforehand. Vermin looked at Lano, wondering, but why did you want to bring Hekin along? Lano leaned against the desk, with Einel sitting neatly on his lap. He gently said, we will hold a banquet soon. To announce the birth of the princess, Vermin asked, do you really want to make a move, father? His amber eyes lit up with calculation. This is a declaration of war, Vermin. It's not natural that both the crown prince and the temple would come up with a flawless plan. There is definitely something going on behind their backs. So I must warn them. A warning that they won't be able to commit crimes discreetly on the land protected by the Silver Fox. Vermin commented, it will be a huge war. Lano chuckled mockingly. He poked Einel's cheek, caressed it tenderly, and said firmly, why should we be afraid? A day later, a letter from Grand Duke Elharan was delivered to the nobles in the capital of Rakham. The letter was an invitation to the lords of the capital to a grand banquet held at the Grand Duke's mansion. The invitation surely had a large line written on it. The main character of the banquet would be the princess. Grand Duke Elharan looked really silly when talking about his daughter, but Einel was panting, exhausted as if she had died and come back to life. A maid had to hold her hand to keep her from collapsing when taking off the dress. Einel was then dressed in an orange gown with 4 layers. She sluggishly let the maids help her put it on. Abubu, I think I tried on 10 dresses already. I don't want to wear any more. On the rack were countless gorgeous dresses waiting for her to try. No matter how much they said they had prepared for a first banquet, this was a bit too much. The The maids tied the last 7 knots of the dress. It's done, my lady. The maids in the room excitedly admired Ionel. You look so beautiful, princess. A maid brought out a large mirror for Ionel to see. Please take a look. Ionel looked at her reflection. Doesn't it look very cute on the outside? Does Eden still think it's not enough? Ionel turned to look at Eden with expectant eyes. This is enough, right, Eden? He looked thoughtful for a moment and then judged. Next dress, please. Ionel glared at Eden with a resentful look as if she wanted to eat him alive right now. Even the royal family wouldn't do this. No, Ionel threw a tantrum, writhing around. Abu-boo, I won't do it anymore. The maids awkwardly tried to calm the princess down. The maid smiled awkwardly. Eden sighed, let's take a short break. Eden pushed the food cart to where Ionel was lying flat on the floor. Eden kindly asked, is it too hard for you? Yened whined, abubu. He laid out plates of cakes and sweet drinks in front of her. Here are your refreshments, princess. She quickly ate with relish, and then an idea popped into her head. Ionel looked at Eden. It's a bit hard for me to eat with Eden here. He just stands there while I eat. Ionel held up a small cake in front of Eden. Abubu, as if to say, do you want to eat, Eden? Eden widened his eyes in surprise, his eyes lighting up. He bent down and sat next to the princess. He took the cake from Ionel's tiny hand. Princess Luza. Eden looked at Ionel gratefully. Besides being a deity, you're also very adorable, tiny, and kind. Ionel nodded. Abubu, don't deities usually have everything except being adorable? She glanced at Eden while munching on the cake in her hand. Eden must have met many deities before. Eden is the existence of the boundary. Is it because he is the existence of the boundary? I wonder what kind of boundary it is. A maid hurriedly ran in from outside. She rushed into the room to report urgently. Mr. Butler, it's an emergency. The madam's dress that I ordered at the Gravian boutique. Eden quickly stood up. Ionel sat like a lump on the chair, her face blank. The maid frantically continued, that someone has taken away. Hearing this, Ionel frowned and puffed her cheeks. Who has the guts to take mother's dress? Eden calmly reassured her, you don't need to worry. Abubu, she replied. He declared boldly, I will go get the dress back, in the name of the butler of Grand Duke El Heron. Scene changes to Lano's room. The maid sadly reported, after leaving with such a determined face, he returned empty-handed and locked himself in his room without saying a word. Lano was impressed. It must have been quite difficult, huh? The maid gloomily asked, what should we do now? If we go order the dress again, it won't be in time for the banquet. But Ionel imagined the scene of her mother having no dress to wear and becoming a Cinderella who couldn't ride the pumpkin carriage with her. At the banquet, only mother won't have a new dress to wear. Unbelievable. She was upset. Ionel grabbed the edge of Lano's tie and struggled. I have to go find out what happened. Lano saw his daughter's spirit. He smiled understandingly. All right, Lusa, we can't just leave it like this. Lano slammed the desk and stood up abruptly. He picked Ionel up in his arms and declared, let's go there. The bustling prosperity beckoned in the heart of the capital. The busy market was filled with buyers and sellers. The crowd surged under the sweltering heat. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air, making the crowd freeze. That piercing scream came from a commoner woman. She collapsed in sheer terror when she caught a glimpse of Eden's silhouette. A nearby vendor anxiously bent down to ask, what's wrong? Are you okay? The woman trembled, her face pale as a sheet. Her voice faltered as she tried to point in a direction. Oh, over there. As Eden walked over, he bent down to pick up an apple that had fallen from her basket amidst the whispers of the sea of people. What is that? They looked at him with fearful eyes. Is that a human? So scary. He looks like a monster. Eden held the apple in his hand. His hand was now covered in dark scales. He had just started to speak. The commoner woman from earlier screamed in terror. A man grabbed a rock from the roadside and angrily shouted, hey, that hard rock hit Eden right on the head. Blood spurted out and trickled down. Get lost. He stood there stunned. His face also broke out in jagged black scales, looking incredibly terrifying. Eden was shocked by their coldness. They hurled malicious words and curses right at him. You monster. Returning to the capital, he slumped down by the bed in his room. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside. He turned his head to look at the closed door. Who is it? Eden hurriedly put on his glasses, opened the door, and stepped out. He thought to himself, there's no one. Lano was holding Ionel in his arms, standing proudly in front of him. Ah, there you are. Eden was slightly startled and flustered, Grand Duke. Lano said calmly, I heard what happened. He asked composedly, Syria's dress was taken from the boutique, right? You want to get it back, and this happened. What's going on? Eden furonit. He stayed silent, hesitating before answering. At the boutique, someone knew who I was. Ionel, sitting in Lano's arms, briefly wondered in her mind, Eden is the only butler of the Grand Duke in this empire, isn't he? Then everyone should know him. Lano grasped the situation and suddenly ordered, let's go. Eden was still confused, not understanding what. He added and casually walked ahead. We are going out now, so get ready quickly. Eden was surprised. Where are you going? Lano gave a faint smile. The sunlight outside only accentuated his elegance with every step. To reclaim my butler's honor and my wife's dress, of course. In a flash, the carriage was standing in front of the boutique. The boutique was built with extremely luxurious and grand sculptures. Ionel's eyes widened as she looked at the magnificent boutique before her. This was the Gavrin Boutique, opened in the Rackham Empire. It was the best-selling clothing store on the continent. The clothes made by the owner, Gavrin, were famous both domestically and internationally because they were imbued with high society fashion. However, Gavrin did not care about the prestige or wealth of the families. She only accepted orders when there were unique ideas. And among the powerful and wealthy nobles, there was a class distinction depending on how many clothes made by Gavin they owned. And with this stolen dress incident, please come in. They opened the door and entered. Lano slowly walked in. He wore an elegant suit with an overwhelming aura. The vest draped over his shoulders added to his extraordinary charisma. I'm here to find a dress. The moment he stepped in, the whole boutique seemed to revolve around him. The female staff were captivated by his beauty and the attractive charisma he exuded. Which dress are you looking for, sir? But his description of the dress left the staff confused. A willow flower dress with an open neck design made of lace. They hesitated and replied awkwardly, that dress. Ionel sat bewildered in his lap. Eden felt uneasy at her father's actions. Ionel thought, Father, please don't mess things up anymore. Lano casually sat down on a chair and ordered, called Gavrin here. A female staff member quickly ran off. Yes, the surrounding atmosphere was heavy. The staff were anxious and bewildered, not knowing how to properly treat this guest. The fearful whispers of the staff could be heard. Ionel sighed in frustration. Everyone shuddered in fear of being fired. Ionel suddenly noticed something. A glare full of hatred from a male staff member was aimed straight at her, or rather, at the person holding her in his arms. She looked at him and silently asked, why is he looking at me like that? No, Ionel looked up at Eden, who was still pale. Is he looking at Eden? But he continued to stare without blinking. You over there, if you're gonna do nothing but stare, could you explain? Lano sat casually on the chair, completely unbothered, while everyone in Eden standing behind him were pale as a sheet. Ionel widened her eyes and looked around. The dress was taken by a servant of the royal princess. She frowned, deducing that the servant who stole it was the guy staring at Eden. He spoke in a flat voice. When everyone was busy, that person took the dress away. But I didn't have time to say that the dress was ordered by Grand Duke Elharan. Ionel thought to herself, even if I could see through the soles of your feet, I'd know you're lying. You should shut your mouth. Ignoring his rambling, Lano shifted his attention elsewhere. Another girl entered the boutique and requested, this dress, I want it resized. Lano looked at the girl and declared, it seems my wife's dress has returned. Without warning, he casually walked over and snatched the dress box from her hands, ignoring how surprised she looked. Lano looked at the girl and gave a radiant smile. Please pass the word to the princess that this is the dress ordered by Grand Duke Elharan. She was stunned and stammered, not knowing what to say that. I'm sorry, but she looked at Lano and argued her case. She placed a hand on her chest and pleaded respectfully. The princess likes this dress very much. So, could you yield to the princess just this once? But her inner thoughts were different. Even if he is the Grand Duke, he won't dare do anything when ordered by the royal family. Lano silently looked at her for a moment. She added, the princess will be very happy to wear it. Seeing she had momentum, she continued, if you can be understanding, I will report back to the princess. Ionel clung tightly to Eden, silently begging, please stop. She knew the consequences well. Her face turned pale, not daring to imagine the worst possible outcome. No matter how angry I am about losing my mother's dress, I don't want to cause a murder in broad daylight. Please stop. Lano's face darkened. His eyes were cold, devoid of light, and incredibly terrifying. He looked at her and calmly asked, has the princess worn the dress yet? She looked up and timidly replied, why yes, she has. Lano sighed and slowly opened the box. Then I'll have to order a new dress. The servant was overjoyed, thinking he had backed down. She happily thanked him. Thank you very much, sir. In her heart, she gloated, just as expected. When facing the name of the royal family, even the Grand Duke can't do anything. She eagerly bowed her head in gratitude. I will never forget this, and will relay it to the princess. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of fabric being ripped echoed throughout the store. To everyone's shock, Lano tore the dress to shreds without hesitation. The servant was horrified, watching the shredded pieces of fabric fall to the floor into a messy pile. Ionel tightly gripped the edge of Eden's tie, her face pale with shock. Eden covered his face with his hand, frustrated and helpless. The silk fragments were scattered at Lano's feet. He smiled and declared, I cannot give my wife an old dress that has been worn by someone else, can I? The sunlight poured down as lightly as thin silk, with a faint golden hue, gently embracing everything. Under the green canopy of trees, Lano walked, his long platinum hair swaying in the wind. The forest of the divine beasts was a very peaceful place. Lano walked alongside Lusa in the forest. This was 1 month after Lusa was born. Lano's only job was to find a little one, like playing hide and seek. But everything had changed since they came to the human world. The coercion of the royal family had silently created pressure. The movements of the barbarians were always a hidden threat. Aside from that, even if there were only minor accidents, he could never stand still. He always faces these problems in an unusual way. And from what we have always observed, I feel that his nature is never easygoing. Therefore, I guess that he wouldn't let this matter go easily. Ionel was dumbfounded, but I never thought it would go go this far. The remaining traces of a gorgeous silk dress lay scattered and tattered on the floor. The servant was stunned, frozen in place. She didn't expect Lano to go to such extremes. She looked at Lano and stammered, if the royal princess finds out about this, she won't let you off easily. Lano calmly replied, that sounds interesting. Do whatever you want. He placed his hand lightly on her shoulder, but it felt as heavy as a hammer. He whispered, anyway. The atmosphere of pressure around Lano became so oppressive it felt like it would suffocate the room. He gave a warning glance. A chill ran down her spine, making her stiffen. Her face pale, she quickly turned on her heel and left the boutique. She darted away like the wind. As she walked, she bumped hard into Gavin's shoulder. He cast a brief, bewildered glance. Gavin looked back at the woman rushing away, then rubbed his shoulder. What's going on? Before he could understand the situation, the female staff, who had been scared out of their wits, rushed to him like drowning people catching a lifeline. Mr. Gavia, they frantically lunged at him. He was confused. What happened? Lano asked softly, are you Gravian? He looked up, oh my god. Lano smiled. I apologize for causing trouble. His aura remained glamorous, even though the scene he had created was a mess. Eden stood behind him, shaking his head in frustration, while Ionel covered her face, not wanting to look. Lano stepped on the scraps of fabric on the floor and approached Gavin, because the dress I ordered was worn by someone else first. He looked down at Gavin, lifting his chin with an affectionate gaze. I cannot give my wife an old dress, but I cannot give someone else the dress I specially ordered for her. Therefore, I need a new dress before the banquet. The female staff's eyes widened and their mouths dropped open at this sight. Eden shook his head helplessly, covering his face with his hand as if wanting to escape reality. The surrounding atmosphere became sparkling and glittering, creating a glamorous look for Lano. He looked at Graven with gentle eyes as he took a small stack of paper out of his pocket. I know there isn't much time, but can you make me a new dress? Raven looked at him with admiring eyes and a beaming face. A small stack of paper bordered with gold thread. The thick, antique ivory paper had rows of metallic text that shimmered under the light. Lano continued, I will pay whatever amount you want. Raven was astonished. Oh my, a blank check. A female staff member quickly bowed and respectfully took the stack of paper to hand it to Gavin. His hands trembled as he wrote his name on the stack of paper. Just this much. Lano glanced at it, smiled faintly, and said, please pick up the pen. The pen nib began to move across the pages. Lano seemed to be thinking of something else. Let's just agree on this. Raven stood to the side, silently waiting with doubts. Did Raven set the price too high? A number clearly appeared on the white paper, shining so brightly it seemed to glow. That glow didn't come from the ink, but from the weight of the money, overwhelming the entire space. He was stunned. On the paper was the 10 million written by Gavin earlier, but Lano had added 2 zeros to it. Gavin collapsed to the ground, his voice distorted from shock. How can you spend this much money on a dress? Even a royal family wouldn't spend this much. Lano casually left the boutique in a calm and nonchalant manner, even raising his hand in farewell. See you at the mansion later. Let's go. Eden then carried Ionel and ran after him. The guy John kept staring at them as they walked out. Lano said cheerfully, we found the dress. How about we go eat something delicious now? Eden was puzzled. We found it. Lano replied nonchalantly. The total number of dresses is the same anyway, so let's just pretend we found it. He spoke as if implying Eden was a monster, making Eden flinch. Ionel, who get it then tightly? Ionel looked up at Eden as they continued out the door. What did he just say? Did he say that to Eden? The light shone through him, revealing the name tag, Ron, on his chest. Lano suddenly spoke up, as if subtly reminding the boutique. It seems you have neglected the training of your staff. His words made the staff freeze. John was shocked. He was harshly reprimanded by the female manager there. Lano continued walking, his eyes cold as he said softly, we don't have to deal with this anymore. Let's go. The guy John still turned back to look at them. Ionel, who was on Eden, felt indignant. What's with that staff member? First, you curse with your mouth, and now who are you glaring at? Seeing him bow his head to apologize as the manager scolded him, she fumed in silence. I hate him so much. It's so frustrating. I wish my arms and legs could be a little longer than they are now. I would run straight to that staff member and show him what pain feels like. As their family was about to board the carriage, they heard a scream from inside the boutique. They turned back to look at him. John was lying on the ground with a lump on his head from being hit. The female manager was confused. What happened? Why did you suddenly fall like that? Lano didn't care. He waved his hand, telling Eden and Ionel to ignore it, and got into the carriage. It's nothing. Ionel's eyes were still wide as she looked at him. The next day, the early morning sunlight shone on the ancient palace, highlighting its magnificent and majestic beauty. Ionel was eating cake. She frowned, resting her hand on her face, pondering something. She recalled the events that had happened. There were many times I heard that singing voice, and many strange things appeared. This time I even heard laughter in the middle of it. But of course, Vermin is very skilled in magic. She looked at her father, who was quietly drinking tea. Seeing her looking, he smiled. A question mark clearly printed on her face. She thought to herself, the truth is I haven't heard anything about Lano, who is one of the strongest divine beasts. There must be something going on, but I haven't found a way to figure it out yet. She let out a tired sigh. There shouldn't be any danger. Maybe I should wait a little longer. A female maid hurriedly ran over to report. Excuse me, sir. Mr. Gavin from the boutique has arrived. Lano ordered, I'll be right there, so please lead him to the dressing room. Gavin was overjoyed, saying eagerly, oh my, I really wanted to see you again, your grace. Lano maintained his default smile. Gavrin was as excited as meeting an idol. Sir, you don't know how empty my heart felt when I couldn't see you. I'm so glad to meet you. Just yesterday, when we met after the incident at the store. But Ionel, sitting on her father's lap, looked at Gavrin with indifference as he talked nonstop. Regarding the disrespectful incident yesterday, even if I had 10 mouths, I would have no words to excuse myself. So it's a pity to say that it is a replacement, but he laid out the designs and cheerfully continued. I not only designed a dress exclusively for the Grand Duchess, but also designed a separate evening gown for the princess. If you don't mind, I would like to explain more about the designs I've prepared. Is that okay? Hearing that, Ionel's eyes lit up. She was as happy as if she had struck gold. Gavrin is the best. Please save me from the hell of trying on dresses with Eden. Ionel was so happy she choked up. Oh my god. What good news is this? Gavrin never makes custom dresses for children, but he designed one just for me. Now, Gavrin was like a living saint to her, a human entity that even deities would find awkward to deal with. There was no reason to refuse. While Ionel was rejoicing, she saw Eden's figure. Lano and Gavrin were still focused on the dresses, so they paid no attention. Let me explain more about this part. Eden looked very gloomy and strange. She looked at Eden with concern. Lusa looked at Eden and thought. On the carriage back from the store to the mansion, Eden seemed to have returned to normal, but his face right now is still very calm. She looked at him and thought, I can't read anything from Eden's expression. Lusa looked at him with a sad face. I am someone who knows nothing about Eden's circumstances. Then she remembered the words John had said. You monster. She felt even more heartbroken for Eden. I can only guess that those words must have been very offensive to Eden. And now, those words seem to have turned into butterflies and flown away. A long time later, at the Grand Duke's mansion. During snack time, Lusa was sitting on a chair eating cake. Then she looked again. Eden was crying before her eyes. She thought, it seems like the pillar of El Heron has collapsed. He cried and stuttered, I am not worthy to be the butler of Grand Duke El Heron. She was now extremely awkward, thinking, what is Eden saying? Everything is under control, because Eden is here. Lusa recalled the things he had done and thought, the person who can appease a god who never listens to others. From Eden managing Lano to handle paperwork. This stack of paperwork is as high as Mount Inenvado. So where are you going? Manage it and pray you don't die. To the fact that Eden can manage Vermin. Vermin, you owe the Grand Duke. The only person in this world who can do everything perfectly is Eden. He cried and said, I couldn't find a dress, so I had to use force. The Grand Duke gave me a position that I haven't been worthy of from the very beginning. Isn't that right? Lusa looked at Eden with a worried expression. Eden continued, a monster like me cannot belong anywhere. Hearing these words, Lusa was a bit stunned. Then she shouted angrily. Lusa looked at Eden, whose eyes were welling up with tears, and thought, Eden, don't say things like that. Right after, she toddled onto the table. He looked at her worriedly and asked, Lady Lusa? Lusa held his teary face with a determined look, thinking, you are not a monster. Eden looked at her determined face and was a bit stunned. Lusa turned her face away helplessly, thinking, I can't even say half of what I think. She was thinking anyway. Suddenly, Lusa's eyes turned toward the plate of cakes. Then she took some cakes and handed them to Eden. She thought, since it's Eden, he'll probably understand somewhat. Eating something sweet will help improve your mood. He received her cakes in surprise. Lusa flashed a bright, adorable smile at Eden, thinking, I don't know what kind of friction there was between the two sides regarding Eden. And the person who hated him even called him a monster. But even if that person was harmed by Eden in the past, it's not right to threaten and badmouth behind someone's back. A thought suddenly popped into Lusa's mind. Could Eden have committed a terrible crime? She looked at him eating the cake with tears in his eyes and thought, but Lano has the best eye in the world and is a talented person by my side, so that won't be the case. Lusa was extremely resolute in her heart right now. I believe Eden. Lano, outside, had heard the whole story. He glanced inside and smiled. As for Eden, he was deeply moved, crying as he said to Lusa, I'll just have to work harder, because I've eaten Lady Lusa's food. Time passed. The day Syria finished preparing for the celebration of her birth and her arrival in the human world had come. Lano held her in his arms, waiting for Syria to arrive. God had said that a birth ceremony must be performed whenever a new life is born. The teleportation portal gradually appeared. This is considered very important for divine beasts. Syria had been in the forest to prepare for a celebration. According to humans, it's like a proof of birth or a birthday party. While she was thinking, the teleportation circle suddenly burst into flames. Lusa was a bit surprised to witness this scene. Syria slowly stepped out from the portal, looking incredibly beautiful. Seeing her, Lusa was very happy. Syria turned her head to look at Lusa. She thought calmly, this is the first time Syria has seen my human form. Her face was a bit surprised now. She looked at Syria sadly, thinking, I wonder if Mother recognizes me. Syria reached her hand out toward Lusa and gently called her name, Lusa. She rushed in her arms, happily thinking, so warm. Lano smiled brightly beside them and interrupted, excuse me, but can I join a hug too? Syria and Lusa only then realized he was still there. He smiled helplessly. Then Lano stepped forward, kissed Syria lightly on the cheek, and said, said, "Come here, Syria. You had a hard time preparing for the party all by yourself, didn't you?" Lusa looked at them, covering her face shyly. A while later in the mansion, Syria sat on a chair, saying with a tired face, "You already told me I had a hard time." Lano looked at her and said in a gentle tone, "That's true, but there is still something you need to do." A long time later, Syria changed into a dress and came out. Her fair skin combined with the red dress further highlighted her beauty. Lano couldn't help but praise her. "You are so beautiful, Syria." This is what happens when a genius uses all of his artistic soul. He excitedly walked over and said, "Try this one too." Lusa looked at Lano helplessly and thought, but father still doesn't seem satisfied with it. After that, Lano kept talking while continuously picking out dresses for Syria to try. "This color doesn't suit you well. This one doesn't show off Syria's beauty. This design doesn't match Lusa's dress. This one isn't pretty." Witnessing this scene, she could only stand and watch helplessly. After a long time trying on dresses, Syria suddenly fell silent. But Lano continued talking. "Syria, this one." She angrily cut him off. Lano. He still smiled brightly and said in a cheerful tone, "How about choosing jewelry for Lusa?" As soon as she heard about choosing things for her beloved daughter, Syria immediately stopped being angry and turned her head shyly. She looked at the sparkling jewelry in the box. Her face suddenly became very serious. Lusa looked at her with a forced smile, thinking Mother just chose any dress for herself. But before she could finish her thought, Syria interrupted. "This one is fine." Lusa looked at what she chose and was completely stunned. She looked at the jade necklace with that huge chain, thinking doubtfully, "Why is this even here?" Syria looked at Lano and asked, "What do you think?" He looked at what she chose and tried to hold back his laughter. Syria held the necklace in her hand and asked Lusa with a happy expression, "Lusa, do you like it?" But she thought awkwardly. Mother had to consider a lot to choose this for me. How can I say no? At this moment, Lano suddenly picked another necklace from the box and said, "Syria, isn't this one prettier?" This time, Lano really saved her. Lusa looked at him with a resolute face. Lano pretended to sigh and said, "The one you chose is also very beautiful, but it's a bit heavy for Lusa's neck." She looked at him helplessly, thinking, "I can see the fox spirit in father." Syria sadly compromised, then there's no other choice. After that, the two of them continued choosing things for Lusa. "What about tying a bow? Let's do that in 25 years. It's too early right now." A long time later, Lano looked at her sleeping soundly on the chair and said she fell asleep. Syria looked at Lusa, smiling happily, and said in a gentle voice, "You know what, Lano?" He looked at her in confusion. She continued, "When I was preparing for the birth celebration, the higher-ups came to visit." These words from Syria were like a bolt from the blue to Lano. He froze for a moment. Lano looked at Syria and said, "Although it's quite unusual to have a birthday party delayed, the higher-ups shouldn't interfere, right?" She slightly raised her head, hesitating to say it. Syria remained silent for a while, then added, "Vassila appeared." Hearing this, Lano was very surprised. Was he so angry that he cursed at that damn snake? Syria replied helplessly, "I don't know much." Lano rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and said, "That person would never move without a reason." Saying this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The next words Lano spoke couldn't help but make Syria afraid. Has the truth about Lusa's humanization reached his ears? He crossed his arms and said with a serious expression, "Someone said that the humanization spell on Lusa had been lifted." Lano recalled what happened before and said, "Vaman said that as soon as the humanization spell was released, it started raining immediately." Syria looked at him and asked with a face full of worry, "Could it be because Lusa is a special divine beast?" Lano tried to comfort her. It's too early to conclude that. However, Syria still felt uneasy and said, "But Lusa's appearance is also strange. Lusa is a baby fox born from a beautiful love story between a fox and a wolf. Normally, even if born from the union of different divine beasts, they cannot inherit the traits of both at the same time. Lusa has one of the rare traits indicating that she does not belong to any of the 6 divine beasts. Despite this, Lusa is a silver fox, but her ears and tail are dyed pink." At this moment, they suddenly thought of a scenario. If Lusa is a special species, the accompanying consequences would not be what Lano and Syria want. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other with worry. The scene transitions to midnight. Lusa lay on the bed, stretching lazily, but at this moment, she suddenly froze. She sat up abruptly, thinking shyly, "I hope no one saw that." Suddenly, Lano, lying next to her, smiled gently and said, "Our little baby, are you awake?" Lusa looked at his radiantly handsome face and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Oh my God, is this my father? He's too handsome." Lano smiled and teased, saying, "Do you want to sleep some more, Lusa? But we are very busy today." Hearing him say that, she suddenly realized that today was the day of the party. Lusa thought of Syria and worriedly pondered. Mother must have left early to prepare. At this moment, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Vaman came in from outside and asked, "Is my little sister here?" Lusa blinked to signal, yes. Right after that, she used magic, then let's go. Thanks to that, Lusa transformed back into her human form. Seeing her wearing a yellow dress and being carried by Vaman, Lano said in annoyance, "What did you do with the clothes I sent?" She looked at the radiant brilliantly handsome Lano in front of her and said, "Aren't doll clothes enough for the little baby?" Saying this, she frowned slightly and added, "Rather than dressing as father wishes, I'd rather wear my cloak." He looked at Vaman and smiled warmly. As expected, my daughter is truly smart. You are smart like your mother. Finally, he spoke up to interrupt the conversation. Let's stop talking. After that, the three of them went to the party. He said with a confident smile, "Today's party needs us to become more interesting." Outside the mansion gates, the guests were making their way inside. The entire hall was decorated magnificently. The guests present at the party were all overwhelmed by its extravagance. Two of the attendees were gossiping about the gold display pieces. They must have spent a lot of money to decorate the party like this. Everyone was gossiping about the luxury the party brought. They think they can fill the void of the past by showing off their wealth. Have you heard? The Grand Duke went and caused a scene at Karen's boutique. He went there himself and tore a dress. But while they were still gossiping about the Grand Duke's family, why is he acting like he doesn't know anything when the Emperor is looking for him? The doors in the center of the hall slowly opened. As soon as they heard the servant announce, Grand Duke Elharan and Grand Duchess Elharan, the crowd immediately fixed their eyes on the two of them. When Lano and Sirius stepped out, the entire hall was in awe. The two of them, holding Lusa, looked like an incredibly beautiful couple. Everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. As the couple slowly walked down, the crowd became even more shocked. After seeing their beauty with their own eyes, everyone was completely stunned. Tell me, sir, didn't you say the Grand Duke was an ugly old man? About that. The crowd looked at Lano and continuously marveled. Oh my god, how could someone be so perfect? Then they started judging Syria, who was standing next to the Grand Duke. The madam looks quite ordinary. Oh my, the Grand Duchess is only showing her good sides. Witnessing this scene, Lusa was so shocked she froze. Good heavens, she thought in fear. I can hear what they're saying. It's like a divine power. Syria looked at the angry Lano and said gently, "Please don't be angry." Although he was smiling brightly, his tone was full of fury as he said, Do I look angry?" She took Lano's hand and said in a gentle tone, "I don't care what they say about me." Saying this, Syria's face suddenly became incredibly terrifying. And as for those who insult me, I have my own ways to deal with them. Lusa, lying in her arms, was a bit startled. Syria continued in a murderous tone, "So you don't need to worry." She looked at her with a frightened expression, thinking, I shouldn't be hearing this. Right? The more she thought about it, the more Lusa felt afraid. Of course, anyone who dares to ignore my mother won't be forgiven. But if mother gets angry, who knows what will happen? In that case, can it be stopped? Right now, Lusa was praying helplessly in her heart. Please let the party have a good ending. Ionel, who was being carried in her mother's arms, suddenly noticed the arrival of a guest at the door. She wondered who it was. The people at the party buzzed with excitement over that person's appearance. Look over there. Following the voice, everyone in the banquet hall turned their eyes toward the door. She craned her little neck to see who was coming. Hurried footsteps entered. Everyone was amazed that this person came to attend the party. That person was Vaman, the master of the Junhia Magic Tower. Behind her was another person, the mercenary H. Oh my god, the one known as the Mad Dog. There were rumors that they hired someone to escort the princess. Whispers echoed without any regard for their presence. They walked quickly to where Grand Duke Elharan's family was standing at the highest point of the main hall. The guests continued to whisper, but it turns out to be the mage of Junhiu and the mercenary H. You can only touch the princess in the underworld. The two of them, along with the Grand Duke's family, were solid fortresses protecting the little Princess Lusa. Lano spoke up to everyone. They're special guests who will light up this party to celebrate the princess's birthday. You must all be very surprised to see these faces. The guests were startled when mentioned. Then, his face turned serious again. However, there is still one more special guest. He glanced outside. That person is on their way here. Outside the mansion, a carriage was rolling quickly toward the estate. Inside the hall, the party had already begun. Congratulatory trumpets sounded, and colorful ribbons were released to celebrate the little princess's birthday. Lana looked on thoughtfully. Ionel was startled to see that the guest her father mentioned had arrived. They were crowned Prince Agri's Rahim and the royal princess, Saren Rahim. They appeared in magnificent formal attire. Lano and the others stepped down to welcome the two of them. Your Highness, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to make it. Agri stepped forward. I apologize for being late, Grand Duke Elharan. Thank you for inviting me. They shook hands politely. Lano thanked Agris. I'm very glad that you came to light up the party. He noticed Madame Syria beside him. This is our first time meeting, isn't it, Grand Duchess? She gently gave a royal bow. Iam Syria Yelharan. And the child you're holding must be the main character of today's party, he said while looking toward the little girl in her arms. Syria. Agri smiled at the little girl. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess. Ionel suddenly felt terrified as she recalled the memories of her previous life. He was the one who murdered her and her father. He did that, but how could he put on such a nonchalant face? He was truly cruel and made her feel disgusted. Her tiny hands trembled with fear. I hate him, but now is not the time to show my emotions. She turned her head away abruptly upon receiving Agris' greeting. The little girl's attitude surprised everyone. Lano quickly explained the princess's actions. This is her first time in such a crowded place, so she is still not quite used to it. The little girl buried her face in Syria's chest so she wouldn't have to look at Agris. He seemed satisfied with Lano's explanation. That can happen. Ionel could feel Agris' his curious gaze on her. Her inner voice screamed, "Stop looking at me with those eyes." He spoke up, "If I may have your permission, I would very much like to become the princess's godfather." What do you think about that? He made a proposal that caused everyone in the banquet hall to gasp in surprise. The fact that the crown prince, who was about to become the emperor, proposed to be the princess's godfather. That was an honor for any ordinary noble family. However, the royal family and Grand Duke El Heron did not have a close enough relationship to accept this easily. In other words, this proposal from the royal family publicly declared that they wanted a harmonious relationship. They wanted to use this method to soothe the strained relationship between the two families. Her inner voice screamed once again. She wanted to refuse immediately. "I don't like it, no matter what. The person who ended my life in my past life is now becoming my godfather." Syria seemed to understand Ionel's inner thoughts. She tactfully refused. "I cannot express how grateful I am, Your Highness. However, the princess's godfather has already been accepted by someone else. We are afraid we cannot accept this offer." Ionel, in her arms, was also very surprised. "I already have a godfather, huh? This is the first time I've heard of this." Agri smiled unfriendlily and replied to her, "Really? What a pity." But Ionel felt very lucky. "Anyway, I'm glad he dropped the idea immediately. He probably doesn't intend to push things any further, right?" But Agri's wanted to pull Lano aside to discuss something. "Grand Duke, there is someone I want to introduce to you regarding this matter." Lano also realized his intention and followed him away. "Nice to meet you. Let's talk in more detail elsewhere." The two of them separated from the crowd, heading to a private place to talk. Ionel breathed a sigh of relief because Agri's had left. Now, only she and Syria, along with the princess's two protectors, remained in the reception hall. One of the guests stammered, wanting to say something. The guest caught the attention of Syria and Ionel. The girl lightly lifted her dress and stepped forward. Her voice and gestures were a bit hesitant, unable to form words. What I want to say is, the girl shyly uttered every word. "Your dress is very beautiful, and the princess is also very adorable." "I think so. Sorry for bringing up an irrelevant topic." They stammered because they were afraid of Syria and the two protectors standing behind her. When Ionel understood their actions, the little girl raised her tiny hand and poked Syria's cheek as a signal to her mother. They want to talk to Syria, but they can't because mother always wears a cold expression. Vamin and Heekin also contribute to that. The girl next to her whispered to the guest who had just initiated a conversation with Syria, "Say something else. I don't know what else to say." Suddenly, Syria spoke up to thank them. She looked very beautiful when she smiled. "Thank you for your compliment." Ionel, in her arms, also happily waved her hands and smiled brightly. Everyone was very happy because Syria responded to them. They seemed to be more comfortable chatting. The two girls became more excited. The dress the princess is wearing is also very beautiful. I could see how gorgeous it was from over there. This is the first time I've seen such a cute baby. In addition, a girl bowed to Ionel and asked, "May I know the princess's name?" Ionel's eyes sparkled. A question about me. I can say my name easily this time." The little princess spoke up clearly, but still couldn't utter a distinct word. Boo Boo." Her voice made Vamin and Heekin behind her burst into laughter. The two guests found this action very adorable. Ionel felt embarrassed. "This is a pit." Syria gently spoke up. Her nickname is Lusa. "Is that so? How cute." Her inner self wanted to shed all her tears. "Later, I will practice walking 1,000 times. And practice talking 1,000 times too." As everyone was chatting lively, Princess Viens approached. "Greetings, Grand Duchess." Everyone around hurriedly bowed to her. "We haven't greeted each other yet, have we?" She was dressed as gorgeously as a peacock. "I am Vanessa Sarah Anrahim." She had no sympathy at all for Syria. She smiled contemptuously at her. "If you have time, could you talk with me for a bit?" Syria politely replied, "It is my honor to meet you, Princess." Viens continued to mock her. "My father, Duke Saren, really wanted to attend, but he is not feeling well, so he asked me to send his regards to you." She asked as if to ridicule her. "Besides, don't you have a fancy name, madam?" She had a triumphant look on her face. She thought that with her status, no one would not bow down to her. She was the only daughter of the Duke, the Crown Prince's lover, and would be the next empress of this empire. "Isn't it great? Don't you feel ashamed standing in front of me?" Syria maintained the composure of an aristocratic lady and answered her. "No, I don't." The atmosphere became awkward and dull after she answered Viens' question. She feigned a fake apology. "Oh my mistake, I didn't know that. What must I do to earn your forgiveness?" Syria always kept her calm. "It's fine. I don't think it's an issue if I don't have one." In Ionel's imagination, Viens was a wicked person trying to show off in front of her mother. Viens was like a madwoman wanting to climb up and trample on her. "I told you to feel ashamed and be jealous." But Ionel thought. She tried to defeat mother for being a commoner, but failed. Viens was so angry that she was fuming. Suddenly, the little girl saw a glass of wine intentionally about to be poured onto her mother. Oh my god. The person who wanted to pour wine on her mother was the girl accompanying Viens. They want to play dirty with Syria and make her lose face in front of the crowd. But Ionel was full of fear inside. What is she planning to do? She remembered how her mother's first dress had been intentionally stolen by someone. It was already too much that mother's dress was stolen, but now you intend to ruin this dress too? The little princess was terrified in her heart because of that girl's action. She raised her tiny hand to block it. "I can't let that happen." No, the glass of wine was directly poured onto the little girl. A tender scream rang out, causing everyone to panic. Hiken immediately rushed to the dining table and grabbed a wine bottle. Syria was shocked to see her little princess being splashed with wine right at her own party. Viens was surprised because her plan from the beginning was to humiliate Syria, not Princess Ainul. Hiken, quick as lightning, smashed the wine bottle and lunged in front of the person who splashed the wine. The incident drew the attention of everyone in the banquet hall to him. He held the broken wine bottle in front of the girl, threatening her, causing her to panic. Do you want to die? Lady Viens hypocritically rushed forward to protect her accomplice immediately. She raised her voice. How rude. Lady Azurin only made a small mistake. Why are you threatening her like that? She pulled the other girl behind her back and instantly feigned a pitiful look, turning to criticize Syria. Apologize for your escort's rudeness, madam. Syria looked at the child in her arms, full of heartbreak and pity. The tiny girl was using her small hands to wipe away the tears rolling down her cheeks. Don't be angry, mother. I'm Euphina. The little girl's cute voice seemed to want to soothe her mother. Ah, boo-boo. Mama. Syria stepped forward to stop Hiken. She held his arm and lowered it. It's fine. She wanted to do something to the dress, but ended up pouring wine on my baby. Lady Azurin felt guilty when Syria realized her plan. Therefore, I think letting these shameless people apologize on their own is an impossible task. Viens still spoke confidently with a mocking tone. Isn't it too shameful for you to say that to me? Syria said sternly, holding Ainul in her arms. I think it will be difficult for the princess to make her debut in aristocratic circles in the future, won't it? Her eyes no longer had the gentle look like when she looked at Ainul. Viens was furious when she couldn't provoke Syria. She's so rude. How dare a commoner be so disrespectful to me? She angrily left. Just wait and see. I will make you regret what you did today. Lana walked over to the mother and daughter from afar. The child is all wet. Syria turned and saw him. Thank you for waiting. He wanted Syria to handle this matter as she pleased. Syria, I will let you deal with the princess however you want. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold glint. I think a family that doesn't educate their child properly should bear the responsibility. I won't go too far. I think there will be something in tomorrow morning's newspaper. Syria handed the princess over to Hiken to hold. Let me have a private talk for a bit. Take the baby back to the bedroom and let her go to sleep early. She loudly announced to all the guests present at the party. I have accidentally caused a small argument. Please do not be bothered by it and enjoy your time here. Right after that, they left the banquet hall. Hiken carried Ainul in his arms and teased her. How embarrassing, my little sister. The little girl seemed to want to retort, but only let out tender sounds. Ah, boo-boo. He looked around. Let's see, which way is my little sister's bedroom? But Ainul felt something very strange happening in her body. So strange, why is my body heating up? Did I accidentally drink the wine when it was spilled on me? But compared to that, it feels like something is exploding inside me. I, boo-boo. The little girl's cries made Hiken realize that something was wrong. He was worried when he saw the little girl glowing. My little sister, what's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere? I, boo-boo. Baby. An extremely strong light emitted from the little girl's body and quickly covered the entire hallway of the building. Agres, who happened to be standing below, saw that light. After the light faded away, Ainul turned into her beast form. It was a cute pink fox. Hiken panicked. Damn it. Why did you suddenly turn into this? He shook the little girl up and down, making her dizzy and cry out. But the panicked Hiken didn't know how to handle it either. He immediately thought of Vaman. This is bad. Vaman. He turned around and suddenly realized that he wasn't with them. He wasn't here. He had forgotten. Since when did he disappear? The two of them simultaneously felt like fools. They didn't know what to do in this situation. They cried out, Vaman, what should we do? Vaman, standing on the roof of a building, watching some mansion burning, was suddenly surprised when he felt someone calling his name. Hiken held Lusa in his arms, anxiously looking around, then said in a doubtful voice, Is anyone here? After that, he immediately hugged her and ran away. Hiken hid behind a door and anxiously said to Lusa, What should I do now? Should I go look for Vaman? But at this moment, he suddenly frowned and said, But what if I run into someone else? At this time, in his head, Hiken immediately thought of the scene where he was holding her and caught by everyone. Oh my, there's a silver fox in Rackham. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Lusa and asked, Did you faint? Hearing that, her face turned pale with fear, thinking, That's not it. Suddenly, he looked at the flowers nearby and thought of something. Hiken placed Lusa among those flower pots. Then he said, I will go call Vaman. You should hide around here. Then he turned to leave and said, I will be back soon, so don't go anywhere. She watched Hiken leave with an anxious face. Lusa curled up anxiously, thinking, all right, calm down. Meanwhile, Agres was walking down the hallway, thinking the party is still going fine. Here is the terrace in the corner of the hallway. He opened the door and thought no one would come here. Agres looked around for a moment and said, It seems the light is coming from here. Lusa, hiding inside, was startled and terrified. She looked at him anxiously, thinking, why is he here? After a long while, he was still looking around as if searching for something. Lusa hid behind those flower pots, looking at him nervously, thinking to herself, go away. While she was thinking, please go away, Agres suddenly turned his head. Lusa panicked when she realized she had been spotted. She anxiously glanced at him, but Agres was a bit surprised to see Lusa, a silver fox. In her heart, she was extremely terrified right now, thinking, what should I do now? Lusa looked around and thought, should I make a run for it? While she didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly came through. That voice was calling her name, Lusa. That voice continued to echo in her head. Run, hurry up, run. Lusa fearfully looked toward where the voice came from, wondering, who just said that? Where should I run? The voice continuously guided her to this place. This way. Lusa looked at Agres, who was slowly reaching his hand toward her, and firmly thought, all right, if I get caught by Agres here. She thought of treating those words as a joke and tried following them, running for her life toward the source of the voice. Lusa dashed away like the wind from that spot. After getting far from where Agres was standing, she felt safe enough to stop. Then she turned back to look at the path behind her, thinking, how far have I run? Is it enough to lose him? Lusa cried helplessly and thought, I can't do anything because my legs are too short. At this moment, someone suddenly approached. That voice echoed again. Danger, it's dangerous, he's here. Hearing that, Lusa looked around. The voice continued to warn her to run away. So scary, sorry. Lusa was anxious, but still didn't understand what it was saying. And just as she curiously turned her head, who is it? She was shocked to see it was Paran Ablot. So he came to attend the banquet. Lusa looked at Paran anxiously, thinking, what should I do? Should I ask for help? But she suddenly remembered, but Paran doesn't like trouble. Lusa recalled the past and thought, moreover, when he protected me when I was Ionel, I never saw him help anyone. At this moment, she's suddenly startled, turning her head back anxiously, thinking, could it be Agres? Lusa looked at Paran's cold face and thought, did he follow me all the way here? Terrified, she climbed onto Paran, thinking I have to hide first. But by the time Agres walked over, she had already scrambled up Paran's body to hide. He was a bit surprised to see Paran, Sir Ablot. He bowed slightly to pay his respects. Greetings to the Crown Prince of the Rochum Empire. Agres saw this and said, I didn't expect to meet you here. At this time, he immediately asked about Lusa. I wonder if you have seen any silver beast pass by here? She, hiding inside his cloak, was extremely terrified upon hearing that. Lusa thought anxiously, he won't throw me away, right? In the end, Paran chose to cover for her. I haven't seen any, Your Highness. Agres smiled helplessly and replied, is that so? He looked at Paran, smiled, and said, I thought if it couldn't run that way, it would probably be here. It seems I saw something meaningless. And Agres continued to pretend to be friendly, saying, by the way, Sir Ablot, I visited the Imperial Palace and took the opportunity to visit the Prince's Palace a few days ago. Paran coldly replied, if you were talking about the Prince's Palace, then that is correct. Hearing that, he asked again, you used to be the princess's escort, right? He didn't evade it, but immediately replied, that's right. As Agres said this, his face became sad. I always feel sorrowful when thinking of Ionel. She was my kind-hearted younger sister. His next words made her extremely furious, until she had mental issues. Agres continued feigning sadness, saying, it's all my fault. If I had paid a little more attention and cared for her, she wouldn't have done that. Hearing these words, Lusa's paws trembled with anger. I can't call myself a good older brother. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. Isn't that right, Sir Ablot? Paran still replied coldly, I'm not sure about that. Saying this, he slightly closed his eyes. The only person who can give you an answer. At this moment, Paran's gaze suddenly became sharp. His voice also became extremely cold. Is the princess? Paran recalled Ionel and continued. Only Her Highness. The only one who can answer that question. In the enveloping darkness, only Paran was illuminated by a faint light, as if his presence was the only thing that needed to be highlighted. It will become a disaster. An intense surge of power erupted from the center. Red smoke billowed, as if coming alive from hell, spreading throughout the space. The first memory I have, in that thick smoke, the silhouette of a monster silently appeared. It was an unnamed entity, no parents, no origin, not belonging to any of the 6 tribes. The hazy space shifted scenes. 2 women stood in the shimmering light, full of worry. One of them spoke in a stern voice. If another great flood happens again, our nights will not be safe. A red-haired girl firmly objected, her voice clear and resolute. You cannot kill it. A pure soul has just been born. It hasn't turned into a disaster yet, has it? The scene returned to Paran. Gloomy smoke gradually appeared around him, as if darkness had always accompanied him since birth. He stood alone in a circle of light, surrounded by endless arguments divided into 2 factions. I still vaguely remember. The conversation about how to deal with me had come to an end. But contrary to that chaos, Paran still stood there calmly, not feeling confused inside. But the higher-ups, those who still feared my presence, placed shackles on me to ensure stability. The scenery changed. A vast city appeared, with ancient houses and lush green trees under the warm sunlight. When the humanization spell was completed, I left the forest and went to the human world. Now, Paran was quietly walking through the streets where people were chatting lively. The palace is recruiting knights. His figure faded into the distance. Someone muttered as if realizing something. Oh, is it that time already? An unknown amount of time passed. Paran returned with a handsome and tall appearance. Time passed. A luxurious book was placed neatly on the table, its old leather cover tinged with time. With no purpose in life, belonging to nowhere, I wandered everywhere. The sword gleamed brilliantly when raised high. The steel reflection showed a new future. Therefore, I joined the palace's knight order. In majestic armor, Paran stood in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by fallen knights. I just wanted to know how far my talents would reach. The king appeared, approaching Paran with an amiable expression. Paran bowed respectfully to pay his respects. It was nothing but impulsiveness and meaningless actions. The faint changes made daily life meaningless. In front of a young girl, Paran knelt. The oath rang out solemnly and decisively. Starting from today, I, Paran Ablot, will be your escort. That was when I started working as an escort for the princess. Light shone through the window, highlighting Ionel's beautiful face. She smiled gently. Please take care of me, Sir Ablot. Standing in front of Sunflower Field, her hair blew in the wind like a dream. When we first met, she was only 16 years old, and she was an ordinary princess. From behind, Paran quietly watched Ionel, unable to look away. It's strange, but she had a special quality beyond the ordinary. In the spacious room, flooded with light, the maids were meticulously doing her hair. Every single strand was gently combed. Reflected in the bronze mirror, Ionel tilted her head and asked a maid with a caring, gentle voice, "Weren't you sick the other day? Are you feeling better?" From the high balcony, she stood silently watching the knights training under the scorching sun. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but call down, "Won't the knights be very tired training in weather like this? Go get something cold for them to drink." But hiding in the corner of the hallway, he unconsciously observed her familiar figure. Her radiant smile and warm gaze were like sunlight piercing through the winter sky. He thought, the princess gives her care and love to everyone around her. Her sincere words make everyone around her feel happy. So it's only natural that the princess always smiles like that. Hiding a box behind her back with one hand, her eyes lit up like a child's, ready to share a secret. She smiled brightly and asked, "I was given a very delicious box of chocolates last time. If you don't mind, would you like to eat it with me?" Paran just stood still, his eyes softening upon seeing that appearance. Thinking to himself, the princess's sweetness towards me was also the same. Her face showed a coquettish expression that made it hard for others to refuse. But Paran immediately avoided that gaze, hastily replying, "Please don't mind me." In his heart, another voice echoed. Normally, I would have agreed, but Ionel waved from afar, raising her slender arm high, her smile as radiant as early summer sunlight. He is really strange. Among the orderly ranks of knights, Paran turned his head to look back. His gaze was calm, without a ripple, his expression unchanged. He had just stepped forward and hadn't even had time to speak when she brushed past like a gentle breeze, calling out someone else's name with her familiar smile. "Sir Melbourne, long time no see." Paran stood still like a statue, his eyes following her back. His expression didn't change, but a strange stream of thoughts swirled in his heart. Even though I found the princess annoying, I always wanted her to talk to me first. Sometimes I was quite confused by these first-time emotions. Dark clouds gathered as a sign of something unsettling. It rained heavily, the thunder roaring as if echoing into one soul. And on a day like that, after having led a satisfying life as an escort, two people sheltered under a tree in the garden behind the palace, beneath the heavy rain. Ionel tilted her head to look at him, smiling lightly. "Welcome to the princess's palace. I think the rain will stop soon, so I will wait here." A long silence stretched between them. Then she looked straight at him with a serious gaze, as if wanting to reach the very depths of his soul. "I want to ask you something. What do you want to do in the future?" But Paran remained silent. That question seemed to touch upon something he had never dared to face, making Ionel pause and hesitate slightly. Whether because of the rain or his emotions was unclear, but Paran's hands trembled slightly, as if uncontrollable. Her face softened, her eyes reflecting a gentle sadness. She spoke as if recounting a predetermined fate. "I will continue to live like this, and then I will marry someone according to my father's words. What do you think? Sir Ablot, you are a very wonderful person." Under the rain, he stood motionless. The cold wind blew past, soaking his bangs. A lost and confused expression was evident despite his attempts to hide it. Finally, the rain gradually stopped. A faint light pierced through the gray clouds, shining down on the two people quietly standing next to each other. Ionel looked up at the sky, musing, the most famous person on the continent. "You will become a hero who will stop the apocalypse." She tilted her face up to catch the remaining raindrops, her eyes as clear as a mirror. Watching that scene, Paran was stunned. An incomprehensible thought echoed in his heart. How could she say such an absurd thing with such a pure heart? Why me? She turned to him, her radiant smile seemingly bringing the sunshine. Summer is already here, but while she was full of vitality, he felt as if everything around him was turning pitch black. She asked, "Do you feel hot?" And he thought, perhaps I don't like her words. But her hand remained raised to catch the light, her eyes looking at the sky. She exclaimed like a child discovering a miracle, "Has the rain stopped?" Then she turned around, happily saying, almost cheering in front of him, "It's hot." The light pierced through the cloud cover, shining on her figure, making everything around Paran seem to light up. His heart fluttered violently. "It's very hot. Very, very hot." In an accidental moment, her foot tripped over a small stone on the ground. Losing her balance, she plunged straight into his arms. Her light body touched his chest. Ionel blushed, slightly flustered. Looking up at him, she stammered, "Thank you." In contrast to her grateful eyes, Paran's face darkened. His grim expression made her involuntarily worried, and she called out softly, "Sir Ablot." Although she continuously asked, trying to understand that expression, Paran only quietly thought to himself, "We could have fallen." From that moment on, every time he saw Ionel, he felt an unnamed feeling kindling in his heart. Starting from then, I felt very strange. Nothing had changed but my expressions. But such instances became more and more frequent. He avoided his turbulent feelings, thinking to himself, I feel like I'm becoming more and more foolish. With some distance, this bothersome feeling will quickly fade away. With the intention of withdrawing, I told the princess my wish. In the magnificent room of the imperial palace, Paran wore a crimson cape, standing perfectly straight in front of her. His voice was decisive. I want to go to the southern front. Please grant me permission, your highness. Ionel froze for a moment. Her eyes darkened a bit at that request, but she quickly smiled. A faint smile, as if she had predicted this beforehand, as if she was used to his withdrawal. Even so, her eyes still reflected an unconcealable worry. She said, please do your best. He stood still, looking at her, as if wanting to memorize every detail of her expression. Although his face showed nothing, a silent question echoed in his heart. Why is your expression like that? His gaze fell on her faint smile, wondering once again, why are you smiling like that? And then, in that moment, he realized that the seemingly unfamiliar emotion had taken deep root in his heart. And why does a corner of my heart hurt so much? Ash and smoke flew everywhere. The castle burned fiercely on the southern front. The knights on the battlefield were fighting fiercely. I came to the battlefield, thinking that I could stay away from the princess. Paran struck down one enemy after another. He stopped, wiping the sweat and blood off his face. It was still effective to some extent. Looking at everything around him, it was ruined like a chaotic mess of dirt, ash, smoke, and fluttering flags. The smell of iron was everywhere, and this place was filled with anxiety and cries. As dusk fell, the fighting also ceased. The knights, some wounded, some forever left on the battlefield, left me no time to think of the princess. Paran stood looking toward the setting sun with an indescribable expression. The scene of death made his mood hollow. His eyes turned cold and his face darkened. I was determined to forget that little eyesore, the one who once made my heart flutter, even in the middle of the battlefield. But that was not something I could control. Armored legs stepped onto the thorny ground beneath dusty warrior boots all around. Paran attacked the enemy, but his heart grew warm when thinking of a certain person. Amidst the walls of fire scorching the battlefield, right at the moment a sword was swung and a life was about to end. For a fleeting moment, someone's silhouette appeared in his heart. I began to miss Princess Ionel, standing in a sea of fire and bloody stench. Unusual thoughts flashed in his mind. It seemed Paran also realized that emotion. His mood momentarily couldn't accept it. Crazy, I must be crazy. He recalled that time in that room, trying to get away from the princess. Paran voiced his own desire. I came to the battlefield with that thought. Thinking of Ionel made him stronger. And now, it was as if the princess appeared right before his eyes. His hands reeked of an unpleasant bloody stench. No matter how much I denied it, in the end, I still had to admit it. On the ground, both his knights and the enemies lay fallen. Smoke and fire rose endlessly. The small crack that once made my chest ache was no trivial matter. Now, Paran looked at everything in front of him without saying a word, asking himself, what am I doing here? He walked towards his horse, and I made a decision. Leaping onto his horse, Paran's face was full of determination. That is, I will end this war, he shouted, commanding the army to accumulate military merits and claim honor. The knights, though exhausted, were full of fervor. Right at that moment, Paran seemed to have made up his mind. I will become a hero, just as you said, and return to the palace. He recalled the days with Ionel, being able to see her radiant smile. He thought, if I do that, you will show me that smile like summer sunshine again, won't you? Ionel's sweet voice echoed in his mind. Oh my, Sir Ablot, please come in. She flashed a bright smile, asking, you haven't forgotten me, have you? He thought, she is always like that with everyone. Returning to the present, the passionate sounds of the knights rang out. Just like that, I won victory after many battles. Because of his illustrious exploits, Paran was honored as a hero. The high priest was moved by my bravery and appointed me as the captain of the Holy Temple Knights. He rode his horse past the cheering citizens celebrating the victory. I had become a hero, so famous that the entire empire mentioned my name. But deep down, Paran still remembered a phrase, perhaps you will become a hero. Recalling the small figure of a girl standing in the rain. Do you see, Princess Ionel? You were the one who put me in the position of a hero and sowed disaster with those unintentional words. His heart felt warmed, his mind only remembering Ionel. Do you have anything to say to me? Now that I become a hero, what do you want from me? Do you have any wishes? Upon returning, Paran only hoped Ionel would do what she always did. Or could you smile like that one more time? At that time, Ionel lay on white flowers, forever unable to open her eyes to look at him again. The princess who had welcomed me when I became a hero was no longer there, because Ionel Zijahim was dead. When he heard the news, Paran's heart shattered. The whole sky seemed to collapse before his eyes. I couldn't meet you again. He returned to the present. He said, I think she's the only one who can answer. Agris chuckled lightly. Is that so? He stayed silent for a few seconds and then said, the palace doors are always open. If you change your mind, tell me. I always welcome talents like you. But Paran didn't say anything, reaching his hand back to grab something. After saying that, Agris left, leaving him alone. He brought out Lusa, the little divine beast, and asked, what are you doing here, little divine fox? Didn't the Grand Duke tell you not to reveal your identity to others? Hearing that, she immediately thought, did I hear that or not? Recalling back then, just after a poof, she turned into a divine beast. But suddenly, her magic was released. Paran held her in his hands and said coldly, don't think you will always be this lucky. I will take you back to your family. Suddenly, from outside, someone rushed in, shouting, Lusa turned to look and was overjoyed. Ah, here they are. Heekin ran over, snatching her from Perrin's hands decisively. He looked at Perrin, questioning him. Are you the one who kidnapped my little sister on the balcony? Perrin replied, it wasn't me. She lay snugly in Heekin's hands, and hearing his question, cried out, it wasn't him. On the contrary, Perrin is the one who helped me. And Vermin was also there. He looked at Perrin and said, explain yourself. He recounted the entire process of meeting her, from the moment they met until Agres appeared, then the conversation, and now meeting the two of them. Both of them crossed their arms, listening to Perrin. She said so, is that how it happened? But then Vermin continued to ask, why was the magic to transform into a human released? The magic of the Tower Master wouldn't just undo itself like that. Hearing that, Heekin immediately teased her. Isn't it because someone's personality is so trashy that the magic acts the same way? He touched Lusa, making her yelp. The sound made Perrin and Vermin turn to look. Seeing this, Perrin asked, you can't transform yourself into a human on your own? Lusa thought to herself, is he curious about my condition? Heekin, after being scratched until he bled by her, still spoke loudly. What's the big deal with not being able to transform? Don't treat my little sister like that. Vermin's face darkened, his tone frightening. Shall I show you what real mistreatment is? She scratched her head awkwardly and admitted, right, Lusa cannot naturally transform into a human, so I'm performing the transformation spell for her. But the spell keeps breaking on its own. If she transforms back into a divine fox in front of others, it will cause a huge problem. Bayran remained silent as he listened to Vermin speak, his emotions hollow and empty. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke up. I will help her, surprising all three of them. Hearing those words, Luce's eyes welled up with emotion. So that Juan Stella could transform into a human. Perrin's eyes were gentle, his tone warm. I will help her. The nobility became lively after that day. The Grand Duke's family had appeared, after a long absence. The adorable princess of the Grand Duke's family. The Grand Duke's family, who had silently protected the Northern Territory, held a grand banquet. They demonstrated their authority before the royal family. Vermin said, now, the nobles have to think about which side to take. Lano put the newspaper down. He asked, what happened after Syria and I left? Vermin recounted. It seems the crown prince saw Lusa in her baby fox form. Lano placed his hands on the table thoughtfully. Our crown prince seems to often do unnecessary things. Vermin agreed. Fortunately, Perrin passed by and helped her. Vermin reported. But Perrin said he would help her with a method to transform into a human. Lano pondered, oh my, this is not good. I must contact Mohan after such a long time. A young man with an unclear face stood amidst jewels, with long, shiny hair full of mystery. The scene shifted to Heekin reaching out his hands. Come here. He knelt down, his face eager. Come here, my little sister. Ionel frowned, taking unsteady steps toward him. Each of her steps was very cautious. After the banquet, I decided to focus on learning to walk. Heekin held out his hands enthusiastically, waiting for her to step forward. Thanks to the hard-working servants who repaired the mansion after hearing the news. My safety is prioritized no matter where I fall. They even padded the ceiling for fear she might fall. She thought to herself, anyway, I must learn to walk as quickly as possible to escape this mockery. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the door, startling her. Whoa, it was her father. Lord Lano came to visit. Is my baby learning to walk? Am I bothering you? You are preparing to go to the Holy Temple. Heekin looked up, his hands still supporting Ionel's tiny body. Why so suddenly? Lano said nothing. He only gave his usual smile, looking at them with gentle eyes. They went to a majestic and massive castle. It was tall and magnificent. Inside the carriage, Ionel's eyes widened in awe. Looking up at Heekin, she asked him, but do we need to be this formal? Lano calmly replied, it's fine, just pretending. Yanel rested her chin on her hand, recalling the sad look. Thinking carefully, there was a difference in Agres's thoughts, that the Grand Duke's family was trying to gain more power for themselves. The relationship between them and her family had been broken. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke went to meet the commander of the Holy Knights in secret. So father wants political attention? Would Perrin agree to this? With his personality, he probably wouldn't. Once inside, a servant nervously addressed Lano. Sir Abelot has gone out. Lano frowned, then said in a sarcastic tone, oh my, with that personality, he probably doesn't even have friends to go with. Excuse me. He put his hands on his hips and asked further. Did he say when he would return? The servant trembled nervously and replied, he didn't say, sir. A strange voice interrupted the conversation. What's the matter? Everyone slightly turned their heads. A young boy of about 10 was standing on the stairs, looking up at the nervous servant. Young master. He had black hair and a face very similar to Perrin. Lano looked, a huge question mark on his still smiling face. Loading.exe. Heekin was also dumbfounded, not knowing who this character was. Loading2.exe. Ionel looked at the boy. What was the relationship between Perrin and this boy? Does Perrin have a child? The boy slowly walked down, calmly saying, it is my honor to meet you, Grand Duke. He stepped forward, standing in front of Lano's family, and introduced himself to their bewilderment. My name is Ian. in, Sir Abelot's cousin. Hekin, surprised, asked loudly, "Hey, what are you doing?" He was strongly pushed aside by Lano with one hand. Enel, sitting in his lap, looked at the boy skeptically. A cousin? Can they look that much alike? Wait, if he's Perrin's cousin, could he also be a divine beast? The sunlight shone on Ionel's face, clarifying his features. Lano looked at the boy and said, "I didn't know Sir Abelot had such a cute cousin. Can we go inside and wait until he returns?" Ionel was silent for a moment, then softly replied, "Please come in." They went into a room. Ionel walked in last and gently closed the door. "Are you here because of that matter?" Lano smiled. "If not for that matter, why else would I be here?" Ionel said in an even tone, "I can only tell the princess. Sir Abelot told me so." His words carried a heavy weight, like a cold block of ice imprisoning them. It was utterly depressing to hear. Lano could only gently place Ionel on the chair, his face showing forced helplessness. "Definitely relatives. Did Perrin ask you to relay that? Then, little teacher, we will leave the room to you. Please take care of my daughter." Ionel was briefly stunned. Were they going to leave her alone? No sooner said than done. Lano stepped outside to give the two children some privacy. Before that, he turned back and gave a thumbs up as a gesture of encouragement. "Lusa, Papa always supports you." Ionel's face crumpled. Hekin smiled and went out with Lano, waving goodbye. "Do your best, my little sister." Ionel screamed internally. Why is everyone leaving? What just happened? She only had time to reach out to hold them back, but it was useless. Now it was just her and Ionel in the room. But Janelle spoke first, breaking the silent atmosphere. "Can you transform into your fox form?" Janelle shook her head in dismay. He asked further, "So you can't transform into a human or a fox on your own?" Janelle placed her hands on the table and nodded in admission. "Why are you speaking so bluntly?" Without any warning, Ionel pointed his index finger at Ionel's forehead. His finger emitted a faint purple light. "Please forgive my rudeness." He closed his eyes, murmuring strange incantations. The space became suffocating, the air heavy. Ionel sat motionless on the chair. What was he doing? After a while, Ionel slowly opened his eyes. The heavy energy from earlier also gradually disappeared. He withdrew his hand and said gently, "I see. You are indeed a special species." Ionel looked at him in confusion. "A special species?" Seeing her confused face, he continued, "It means your existence will cause a disaster." Each word seemed to hold some power, gripping Ionel and sending chills down her spine. In the past, divine beasts usually gathered to protect the continent from natural disasters. Anyone on the mainland has heard this story and grown up with it. Ionel sat listening intently. She wondered, but what is a special species? What disaster happened? Ionel continued knowledgeably. Divine beasts are born when the soul fragments of a god are enveloped by animals. Therefore, it rarely happens. But among the soul fragments of a god, there will be divine beasts born from large fragments. They're the existences closest to the gods. So they're called special species. As Janelle adjusted the edge of his shirt, the special species cannot withstand the power of the god, so the power will break. They become the ones who create disasters. A chill ran down Janelle's spine. The space became silent for a long time. Realizing she was trembling, her tiny hands clenched tight, her lower lip bitten hard, her heart feeling like it would drop out of her chest, Ionel stepped toward her. He lifted her up from the chair, his voice apologetic. "Please forgive me, princess." Janelle carried Janelle in his arms. She clung to his shirt, her face still terrified. She worried, "I'm afraid that I will become the one who creates a disaster." Ionel held Ionel securely and walked steadily. Neither said anything, but both had countless thoughts in their minds. Even though they were just two children, they had to bear too great a responsibility. Ionel remembered her family, the people she would protect to the end, even if she died. A terrible disaster that would hurt the people important to her. Ionel opened the door. "I have something to show you, princess." He stepped out into the garden. Gentle breezes swept the leaves into the air. The air was fresh and cool. Ionel still lay snugly in Ian's arms. The magnificent garden appeared before Ionel's eyes. The sturdy towers, the small trees neatly trimmed and meticulously arranged. The fountain made the scene even more harmonious. She thought to herself, "Does he think I will calm down after seeing this garden?" The long, slender fingers of Ionel touched her face and then covered her eyes. "Abu." She turned her head, her eyes shining brightly. "Didn't he say he would show me something?" Ionel looked at Ian, her tiny hands still clinging to his shirt. Ionel also removed his hand. He pointed in a direction. "Look over there." Reflexively, she looked in the direction he pointed. It was still the garden. Nothing was there. A pink light butterfly fluttered past. A few others landed on the canopies in the garden. "What is this?" Ionel looked at them. They murmured to each other in the air. "Lusa is caught. What should we do?" They flew all over the garden. "We will take Lusa back." Ionel then spoke up. "They are spirits." Ionel looked at him, then turned back to look at the butterflies they are. They looked at Ionel and said to each other, "It seems she really can see us." One flew back and forth in front of her. Her eyes followed their movements. It's really true. Ionel's eyes widened as she watched them sparkling before her eyes. But others said that divine beasts could no longer see spirits after the disaster. As soon as they heard that, they all flew away, leaving her dumbfounded, not understanding. Disasters are so scary. Ionel looked up at them. Are they running away from Ionel? After that, she was put down by Ionel, sitting like a lump on the lotus pedestal. The spirits flew around her. She looked up with great interest, but Yanel glanced at Yanel, thinking to herself, if it's a disaster, is Yanel also a special species? She pondered deeply. Then why are they afraid of Yanel and not me? The spirits tried to attract Yanel's attention. Lusa, Lusa, am I beautiful? Touch me too. Me too, if they allowed it. Aino looked intently at a spirit, then lightly touched its butterfly wings with her index finger. It glowed brightly and transformed into a small fox, emitting a soft pink light. That's amazing. Can all spirits do that? She smiled brightly in delight. Then the whole group took turns rushing at Aino, begging for a touch. She was dizzy. Here, Aino frantically tried to touch each one. Each of her touches made them transform into various different animals. They flew around her, affectionately teasing her. Smile, smile. Ianad burst outline. Ah, boo-boo. It's suffocating. Aino played and laughed excitedly. They teased her even more. Lusa is smiling. Suddenly, she lost her balance. Aino leaned over, losing her balance. Oh, I'm falling. The spirits panicked. Be careful, Lusa. They flew behind her back, forming a long line, then used all their strength to lift her up so she wouldn't fall. Push, push. With their teamwork, Aino finally regained her balance. She let out a breath that was really dangerous. They hovered near her again, trying to comfort her. Lusa is scared. Let's sing for her. Something triggered her memories. This always happens when I'm in danger. The spirits are the ones who help me. Even when I was reincarnated, Aino now saw that something wasn't right with the spirits, creatures that seemed harmless. He quickly picked Aino up in his arms. The group of spirits started getting angry. It's that bad guy again, the person who is approaching. Be careful, Lusa, Aino whispered. It seems the Pope is here. He advised Aino, we should be careful not to run into him. Aino replied to him with a confused expression. Is there something wrong with meeting him? I heard that no Pope has a reputation as good as his. Aino was also wearing a priest's outfit, and the spirits too. What's going on? Here. Aino clung tightly to Ian as she looked around. The spirits were still flying around her. They spoke in unison. He's definitely here to bother Lusa. That's for sure. What a bad guy. We will help Lusa. Save Lusa. Then they gathered together, forming massive patches of energy. They glowed everywhere and swarmed toward the tower. Save Lusa. Save Lusa. Trust us. To the astonishment of Aino and Ian, they emitted streams of energy that covered the castle's towers. What's happening? What are they doing? Lightning struck straight down from the sky. We will protect Lusa. While the two children were still bewildered, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck directly at the massive spire of the tower, causing the solid bricks to shatter into pieces. The broken bricks fell like a rainstorm midair. In a dark room inside the mansion, a group of people was surrounding the small body of Paran, whispering among themselves. We must kill him. We can't kill him. In my whole life, I've never seen a divine beast so That gusting. Lano said nothing. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, silently watching the three of them discuss. Noticing his silence, one of the three grew impatient and spoke up. Why are you hesitating? The signs of a disaster are already so clear. Hearing his unreasonable words, the woman standing next to him retorted, how can you use that as a reason to kill someone when nothing has even happened yet? They thus began to argue back and forth. In that noisy space, Lano remained as silent as before. He frowned, looking at Paran, thinking to himself, why are they arguing like that in front of him? He looked down, staring intently at him, then shook his head, thinking, how can those who were born as original divine beasts say such things? He shows no emotion at all, as if he's dead. Lano raised his head. He brought a hand up to rub his temples and sighed, thinking, this isn't what I expected. Then he shifted his gaze to the noisy group in front of him and slowly said, no matter the reason, we cannot kill a newly born divine beast because of something that hasn't even happened. I will not allow it. As soon as Lano finished speaking, everyone around who was still arguing suddenly stopped. They looked at him and fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Seeing this, a thought emerged. After many arguments, he successfully saved Perrin's life. As for Paran, he was currently surrounded by a glowing light around his neck. That light was like a shackle created to imprison something inside him. Suddenly, those thoughts resurfaced. That boy had to wear shackles as a punishment if he dared to use his divine beast power. Miserable. After a brief moment of silence, the people in the room started discussing again. They laughed mockingly and said, since we didn't kill him, he should know to be grateful. If he feels grateful to us divine beasts, we'll be able to avoid his gaze when that time comes. Lano turned his head to stare at the group whispering behind him and sighed. He frowned, thinking the higher-ups act all benevolent and merciful, but they are a filthy bunch. If someone has to be killed, they only think of themselves first. Looking at them reminds me of the time when I refused to become an elder. In the mansion's corridor, Heekin was walking behind Lano. He turned his head to look back and asked that boy. He frowned and continued, is his power unstable because he usually uses his adult form? Lano turned to look at him, smiled faintly, and said, it's possible. He rubbed his chin in thought. Judging by the age of a divine beast, Paran is still very young. Even if he transforms into an adult, he will sometimes revert to his child form. Paran adjusts his power to transform into an adult. However, when his power is unstable, it's hard to maintain the form, so he often has to return to his original form to rest. Heekin looked at him in bewilderment. He raised his hand, pointing at Perrin's small figure, and said, looking at his condition now, he might be going crazy. Lano brought a hand up to rub his chin. With downcast eyes, he slowly said, I already asked Mohan. Paran asked him how to resurrect the dead. Hearing this, Heekin immediately took a few steps back. He shouted in surprise, huh? Looking at his amusingly surprised expression, Lano continued. When Paran returned to the Divine Beast Forest, the Divine Beast saw him and asked the higher-ups for help. Therefore, the rumor that Paran has gone crazy has spread everywhere. Hearing this, Heekin asked curiously, if so, should we let the baby stay with him? He turned around, reaching for the doorknob. Looking at him, he said, he's not crazy enough to harm a child. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening abruptly caught the attention of both men. Click! He and Heekin tacitly fell silent, staring at the door in front of them. The door was soon thrown wide open. From outside, a familiar figure appeared. As soon as he saw the person in front of him, Lano frowned, thinking to himself, I didn't want to see this person. Standing at the door of the mansion was the High Priest. He smiled at Lano and slowly said, long time no see, Grand Duke Elharan. Lano looked at him, smiled faintly, and said, I'm not here for you. The High Priest nodded and said, I know. I came because I heard you were here, as I knew you would never seek me out first. Lano lowered his head, frowning in thought. Even though I don't hate him, I still find him annoying. It's hard to explain how he knows I am a divine beast, seeing Lano still standing in place. The High Priest pointed behind him and asked, can I speak with you for a moment? Hearing this, Lano just sighed and strode toward him. He slowly walked to the High Priest's side. As if sensing Lano's presence, he said, there was a huge fire at Marquis Azurin's house. I was worried because you were suspected to be the culprit behind the fire. Lano looked at him in surprise and asked me. The High Priest placed his hands behind his back, nodding, and said, people are saying that someone used magic to create the fire, because only the runes of the Marquis and the Marchioness were burned down. They also said that during the banquet, she was disrespectful to the Duchess. There are also rumors that this is the reason why you, the Grand Duke, hired the master of the magic tower. Hearing his words, Lano burst out laughing and replied, haha, if I could persuade the master of the magic tower, I would have left and built a tower for myself. On the surface, he smiled and said that, but in reality, he thought completely differently. Actually, we had our own plan yesterday. Lano began to recall the past. That day, Vermont had planned to erase the heir of the Azurin family from the history of Rocham. But why did Lano promise Syria that he wouldn't cause any trouble? So, I compromised by burning down the Marquis's house. He remembered what Vermont had managed to say to her before leaving. As long as the day of their death doesn't coincide with the baby's birthday, it's fine. He covered his mouth with his hand, chuckled softly, and thought, I don't know who did it, but that person will definitely be successful in the future. Suddenly, the High Priest spoke up, pulling Lano back to reality. Not long ago, a high-ranking priest returned to the arms of the Lord. With all these troubles happening, I feel worried. He placed a hand on Lano's shoulder. He looked up at Lano, smiled, and said, I believe you wouldn't commit such a meaningless murder. Lano scoffed. He brushed the man's arm off, looked at him sarcastically, and said, if you say so, I will do my best. Suddenly, the High Priest's eyes lit up as if he just thought of something. He looked at him, giving a fake smile, and said, you have no sense of humor at all. In response, Lano shrugged disdainfully and said, how fortunate. The more he spoke, the closer he got. He pointed at himself and smiled, saying, thinking about it, aren't you going to introduce the princess you brought here to me? Seeing that he finally got straight to the point, Lano crossed his arms in an X shape, smiled sarcastically, and said, she is still very young, so she's afraid of strangers. Ha! Ignoring his words, the High Priest smiled, looking around, and wondered aloud, where could she be? Seeing his stubbornness, Lano thought angrily, how dare this old fox try to seek out my baby? Suddenly, from some room in the mansion, a blinding purple light appeared, making both of them startle and look over. The beam of light concentrated in one direction. Lano looked on in astonishment, thinking it's heading toward the holy temple. The High Priest standing next to him immediately asked what is happening? Lano stared blankly at the beam of light and exclaimed, what's going on? A beam of light flew past the faces of Lano and the High Priest. After seeing that beam of light, he fainted in fear. Lano looked up at the sky. He frowned, thinking to himself that this was not a natural phenomenon. When the people around saw him faint, they immediately ran to his side to check on him. Lano didn't care about the person lying at his feet. He just kneeled on one knee on the ground, his eyes directed towards where the light was gathering, and anxiously thought, it's not a magic that I don't know either. Heekin looked in the direction he was looking and blurted out, is it? He turned his head to look at him and gave a slight nod, as if to confirm that his thought was correct. At the place where Ionel was standing, she panicked, looking at the beams of light in front of her. As they gathered toward her, she shouted, oh my god. In the sky, pink-purple butterflies were flying around the beam of light. As they flew, they said, how is it? Is it great? It's great. Let's show even stronger magic. Blow everything away. She was being carried in Ionel's arms, her face gasping as she looked at them. She thought to herself, blow it away. She waved her hands in the air, anxiously thinking, stop it. They are too excited to hear what I'm saying. Seeing the person in his arms struggling endlessly, Ionel looked down at her and softly said, Lusa, sit still. She looked at him in dissatisfaction, her hands constantly pointing forward as if to say, your cousin is going to lose his job. He raised his hand. Suddenly, from inside Ionel's palm, a black aura appeared, enveloping his entire hand. He released that black aura to surround the bright aura in front of him. That black aura gradually turned into a large net, flying straight ahead. Seeing this, she widened her eyes and watched. In the air, the butterflies flying around that beam of light were being enveloped by the black aura that Ionel had released. The three of them panicked and shouted, "Disaster. I'm so scared." That black aura seemed to have swallowed the beam of light gathering in the sky. That made her gasp in surprise. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, "This is the magic of the special species. This is the weight of the retribution that you and I have to bear." Hearing his confusing words, she raised her hand to rub her chin as if pondering something. She thought to herself, now I know what the natural disasters caused by the special species look like. Normally, it is a power with immense pressure, hard to remember, and always requires one to intervene personally. If you cannot control it, you will not be able to put an end to an accident like today's. A disaster was about to unfold. Suddenly, Ionel began to sweat. He brought his hand near his neck, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the force lifting her body disappeared. She unexpectedly fell down before she could react, accompanied by his faint words, "Don't trust anyone, Louisa." She fell straight to the ground. Beside her was his weak body. She sat up and looked in the direction where Ionel was sitting, anxiously thinking, what's wrong? But in front of her, Ionel was constantly scratching his neck with both hands. He scratched so hard that the scratch marks were clearly visible and showed signs of bleeding. Seeing him in that state, she frowned in worry and thought, oh my God, what is that? He pursed his lips, his hand still continuously scratching hard at his neck, making the previous scratches become increasingly severe. Then he fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, she panicked and quickly crawled to his side. But as if anticipating her next action, he raised his head and said with difficulty, "Hey, don't interfere." Black auras began to emerge from his body. They surrounded the weak body of their master. They considered Ionel to be someone with bad intentions, so they gathered and flew over, intending to attack her. She frowned and raised her hand to brush them away, panicking and thinking, I won't hurt him. He is scratching his neck to the point of bleeding. She quickly crawled to his side, thinking to herself, is there any way to relieve his pain, even just a little? She raised her hand in front of him. From the palm of her hand, a soft golden light appeared. He slightly opened his eyes to look at her. Suddenly, the image of her past life appeared. Ionel with blonde hair and green eyes, her face looking at him with worry. That light shone directly into his eyes. Ionel was still sitting there. She was still concentrating all her energy, using her power to help him. She widened her eyes in surprise, looking forward. The black auras that were surrounding him earlier had now been dissipated by the pale golden light. Before fainting, he half opened his eyes to look at her and weakly asked, Princess Ionel? A moment later, Lano and Hekin frantically ran over to find the two of them. Seeing her, he panicked and shouted loudly, Louisa. He bent down, picked her up, and held her tightly in his arms. He frowned and thought to himself, I didn't expect Louisa's magic to suddenly explode like this. So, in the end, we have to take action, Louisa. In her dream, she opened her eyes, looked up at the air, and thought, I feel so empty. Father will take care of my fainted body, right? I have to figure this out first. I am a special species like Ian. I can see spirits and borrow their power. I haven't seen the spirits since that time. The power that Ian used is depleted. Therefore, he won't be able to see them anymore. And those spirits are so overbearing. She put both hands on her head and began to rack her brains. She thought to herself, what if I fail in controlling the power of the spirits like that? Suddenly, she anxiously thought, what is that tattoo on Ionel's neck? It's like he's wearing some kind of tool to control it. When he uses the power of the divine beast, it seems to cause him pain. I will end up like Ionel if I can't control the spirits. She had a headache recalling the time before both she and he fainted, secretly blaming herself. Because of me, Ionel had to go through something like that. Why did he call out Princess Ionel's name while looking at me? Did I meet Ionel when I was Ionel? Then I should remember it clearly. But nothing like that ever happened. Yet he had no reason to look at me and think of Ionel. She raised her hand to rub her chin, pondering, it would be fine if I asked him, right? Come to think of it, I am preparing to learn how to transform into a human, but I haven't had any luck. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Next time we meet, I will ask him. But in a certain room, an arm was using magic on the flowers, making them begin to bloom. Basila sat leisurely, plucking each petal of that flower. Beside him was the high priest. He was bowing low to the ground, not daring to make sound. Then he spoke up and asked, was it merely a simple accident? Interesting. He threw the plucked petals right in front of him. Seeing this, he immediately looked up. Before he could speak, he spoke first, and what about that thing? He bowed his head and fearfully replied, I haven't found the culprit yet, sir. He looked at him and sneered. He stood up and approached where he was standing. As he walked, he said, Fernando, Lano, what about those two? He looked at him in fear and stammered, yes, I have invited them. He stopped, looked at him, and chuckled softly, very good. Remember to keep an eye on the princess. Many things will change in the future. He raised his foot and stepped on the flower lying on the floor. He looked at him with sharp eyes and growled, so that no more problems occur. He replied in panic, I will take care of everything, so nothing will happen. Please forgive me. He stood in front of him, his hand unconsciously raised to gently rub his chin as if pondering something. Back at Ionel's mansion, she was lying on the bed thinking, I've been here for a month already. During that time, the family has taken very good care of me. Surrounding her bed were her parents and siblings. They kept staring at her without taking their eyes off, as if afraid that if they left, something would happen to her. She helplessly turned her head to look at them, thinking to herself, even though I fainted and was brought back, I didn't intend to do that. She shyly turned away and thought, it seems the way they look at me has changed. She recalled her past self. The more she remembered, the more self-pity she felt. She thought to herself, I wonder what the reason is. The servants took good care of me when I was sick in my previous life. But no matter how close we were not related by blood. Because my father was always too busy to visit me, I always felt lonely. Returning to the present, she pressed her face into the pillow, smiled happily, and softly said, of course, there's so many people who care for and look after me. Compared to back then, I'm no longer lonely now. 2 days later, she sighed as she sat next to Heekin and helplessly let him rub her head. He placed her on his lap, rested his chin on his hand, and slowly said, hey, you're still young. Why are you sighing like that? She looked at him and thought to herself, my brother is at home because today is his day off. Mom and Dad both went out to do some work, and my sister has to go to work. Heekin rubbed her head and smilingly said, were you born like this? He held her in his arms and continued, you are good at walking now. Why are you so worried about talking? She smiled, thinking inwardly, that's not the reason I sighed, but I have to focus on the process. I need to have vitality. Suddenly, from outside the window, a beam of light appeared, surrounding her sister vermin as she flew in from outside. She reached her hand towards her. Because of that sudden appearance, she slipped from her brother's arms and was about to fall. Seeing this, she immediately stepped right on Heekin's shoulder to gain momentum and caught Ionel's small body that was about to fall. His shoulder hurt from the force of Vermin's foot, so he angrily said, what a jerk. She held her in her arms, sneered, and said, what are you saying? He said in dissatisfaction, aren't you busy today? She didn't care about him, but just raised her hand to rub her head and slowly said, I finished my work early. Heekin stared at Vermin in helpless bewilderment. He continued to ask, are you done for? His question made her freeze, not knowing what to say. She raised her hand to make a sign and angrily said, why don't you shut your mouth? I was just a little annoyed. Why are you being like this? Hearing that, he retorted, why did you say that to Paran? But she didn't care, turned around, and said, all right, I won't waste my energy on you anymore. I'll go out with Lusa. Come along if you want. Heekin, lying flat on the ground, kept his eyes on his sister's body as she was about to leave and asked in surprise, what? Where are you going? She turned around and casually replied, to a picnic. He looked at her, full of questions, and asked why. Vermin hugged Ionel's tiny body tightly and patiently explained, I read in a book that we should take young children on picnics so they could be exposed to the world more. He nodded but still asked blankly, but where will we go? What will we do? And Vermin raised her hand to rub her chin. She thought for a moment and replied, let's see. Hearing Vermin's casual answer, she helplessly asked herself, what? Have you never been on a picnic before? After a moment of thought, she immediately spoke up, I know a few famous places in the capital. We can go there and do what other people do. Is that okay? Although he still didn't quite understand, Heekin cooperated with his sister's idea and nodded. He happily said, should we prepare food a week in advance? That should be enough, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Vermin stopped him. There's no need to do that much. Go into the kitchen and prepare a few lunchboxes. As she spoke, she kicked him with her foot as if giving an order. Urged by his sister, Heekin had to stand up and go to the kitchen to prepare the food. As he walked, he rubbed his head and grumbled loudly. She lay quietly in her sister's arms and sighed, thinking to herself that it was a relief Vermin was still normal. Suddenly, her next words shattered her previous thought. Should we bring a sofa? We can't sit on the ground. She looked helplessly at her brother and sister, who wanted to bring a lot of bizarre things. Her brother wanted to bring a wild boar, while her sister wanted to carry along a blanket. After many trials and errors, the two of them finally chose the right, necessary items to bring. After picking enough things, Vermin used her magic to teleport all three of them to the campsite. At the campsite, Ionel happily ran on the grass. As she ran, she shouted loudly, wow. She looked around and thought to herself, this is it, the place I've always wanted to visit when I was a princess. She turned around to look at her siblings, her mouth constantly babbling something to them. The only problem was that they didn't understand what she meant. She used her sparkling eyes to look at the two of them, as if trying to say, can I go look around? As if understanding her wish, Vermin raised her hand to signal her agreement. Seeing that, she happily cheered and ran off. Vermin crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against a tree. Her eyes kept following Ionel's tiny figure playing ahead. Then she smiled and said, she likes it more than I thought. Heekin, sitting next to her, also spoke up. Perhaps she feels suffocated from being in the mansion for too long. Hearing that, Vermin frowned, her voice full of reproach. That's your fault. Heekin squatted, looking at her still happily playing ahead, and sighed, like an old parents' club, those who feel sad seeing their children grow up. On a path not far away, Ionel was skipping around. Along the way, she casually picked a few flowers planted nearby. She held the flower she had just picked, stared at it, and thought to herself, I like it. She put her hands behind her back. As she walked, she pondered, the people who decorated this garden are truly gifted. It brings life to this place. While she was still admiring the surrounding scenery, a boy suddenly appeared in front of her, walking in the opposite direction. Neither of them was paying attention ahead, so they bumped into each other. Because she bumped into the boy, she lost her balance and fell down with a thud. Seeing this, the boy reached out his hand, offering to help her up. As he helped her, he said, I'm sorry, are you okay? She reached out and grabbed his hand. As she looked up, she happily replied, I'm fine. As soon as the boy saw her face, he excitedly shouted, wow. He held her hand tightly, blushed, and said, please marry me. As soon as he finished speaking, Vermin and Heekin, who were sitting not far away, were so shocked that one dropped the picnic basket and the other got so angry he tore the picnic mat apart. But it seemed Gianna didn't mind at all. It looked like the little girl was thinking about something. Meanwhile, Gylix sat happily beside her, making their grandmother a bit embarrassed. Heekin and Vermin didn't look very happy. Since they had to follow Lusa, the two of them realized they had to sit together because the mat they brought was torn. While everyone was looking at each other with happy and gentle eyes, Heekin turned his face away. He heard, why does it look like this? Causing his eyes to shoot daggers, as if wanting to eat Gylix alive. The boy happily and eagerly introduced himself. I'm Gylix, and this is my twin sister. Right after that, Gylix immediately asked her, what is your name? She replied, Lusa. As soon as she introduced her name, the boy shyly stared at her with wide eyes. Then Gylix repeated her name, Lydia? Yeah, she sighed, looking at him with a bit of annoyance. It was really hard for that child to pronounce her name. Then she slowly repeated her name for the boy to hear. Lusa. Hearing this, Gylix's eyes sparkled as if seeing all the stars. Then he shyly blushed and smiled gleefully. Lusa is such a beautiful name. As soon as the boy finished speaking, she smiled shyly. But little did she know that behind her, Vermin and Heekin were turning into fierce foxes ready to tear Gylix apart for saying sweet words to her. She then thought, what a smart child in many ways. He really doesn't notice the presence of the two forces glaring at him from behind. This kid has the potential to become a successful person in the future. She suddenly stared at something. Her eyes sparkled without blinking. The little girl next to him, who seemed quiet, was Gianna. She looked very pretty. When she and Gianna looked at each other, the little girl opened a cookie box and gently asked her, do you want to share? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the two of them. Then the boy cheerfully laughed out loud. That's right, let's eat together. Gianna's cookies are the best. The cookie box was opened, looking very delicious and beautiful. There were crispy cookies and small pieces of fruit decorated by the little girl, looking very neat. So delicious. Lusa held a piece of strawberry in her hand and tasted it. She clenched her fists, enjoying the first bite. She chewed slowly. Then her sparkling eyes looked at the basket of sweets. Gianna and Gylix stood next to her, staring at her with happy and eager faces. It seems Lusa likes fruit. Does Lusa want to eat more? There were still plenty of sweets and fruits left to eat to her heart's content. Gylix approached her and skewered a piece of shrimp on a toothpick for her. The boy said, do you want to try this? It's really good. Seeing her open her mouth, he slowly fed the piece of shrimp into her mouth. The piece of shrimp entered Lusa's mouth, and its taste was absolutely wonderful. Her eyes looked as if she was truly savoring those delicacies. There were cookies, cream cakes, and then bread. These dishes seemed rustic, but they were more delicious than the luxurious, high-class meals she had ever eaten. Wow, look, it seems Lusa has made new friends. At first, she followed the boy out of pressure. At that moment, Lusa held Gylix's hand, making him blush shyly. Seeing this, his grandmother and sister reacted. The grandmother said, that little girl is your friend, right? Hearing that, Gylix turned around and replied, I've found my future bride. In her past life, as well as this life, this was the first time she had met friends her own age. When I was a princess, I only had servants around me all the time. Because of my father's overprotectiveness, I could only glance at my peers without being able to approach them. Now, well, let's just think about it because I'm still young. Anyway, it's not too bad. Let's make friends of the same age this time. Heekin was angry, but his hand still didn't forget to grab a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Meanwhile, Vermin crossed her arms tightly, closed her eyes, and thought, Lusa is having a lot of fun, so I should endure it a bit, even though I don't know if those kids are the same age as Lusa or not. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared, making her stare in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Gylix and his sister were unaware and still laughing out loud. Anyway, this will be a more interesting way. The boy held a bucket and threw dirt straight into the spot where everyone was sitting. The food nearby got dirty and no longer looked appetizing. Then he burst out laughing, and the people behind him also laughed upon seeing it. His eyes looked sly, with the smile of those who thought they had won. These lunchboxes today are just trivial dishes. Hearing that, Gianna looked so sad she was about to cry. Seeing this, Gylix immediately comforted the little girl. Meanwhile, she was still holding the food in her hand and staring at those people. Why are you acting so extravagantly? Looking from afar, low standards suit you better. Lusa held the cookie box in her hand, looking at the food piece by piece that had been covered in dirt. She said nothing. A moment later, unable to bear it anymore, she shouted loudly, apologize, making him widen his eyes in fear and stare at her. This time, she shouted and cursed, apologize right now, you bastard. She thought to herself, I haven't even tried the meatball yet. As she spoke, she looked as fierce as a fox baring its fangs. It made him so scared he couldn't stand steadily and blurted out, W, why are you doing this? Lusa shouted loudly, apologize right now. Then he felt he probably couldn't fight her, so he took the bucket to push her away, pretending to be tough. You're not even nobles, yet you want to play with us? But in reality, he was terrified inside. While the two were arguing with each other, why are you playing with those low-class people? The The grandmother sadly hugged her 2 grandchildren and stepped back to comfort them. When Lusa heard what he said, it was like a thunderbolt striking her ears. She trembled with anger and shock. This kid suddenly appeared and turned the picnic into a mess. Not only did he not apologize because of the difference in status, but he also took it for granted. Is this the future seedling of the Ratram Empire? Vermin and Heekin seemed to have not noticed yet. A moment later, her eyes widened as she saw the 2 of them rummaging through the things in their hands. Heekin was even hugging a wine bottle. Wait, Heekin. He was about to open it and enjoy it slowly. Oh, you just realized it now? No, I won't do anything. She discovered it as soon as he held the wine in his hand. Seeing that, she hurriedly ran over. She whined to Heekin. Heekin, pick me up. Then he put the wine bottle down and picked her up. Lusa laughed happily and looked at Vermin. She thought, Vermin seems very calm, so I only need to stop Heekin. A moment later, Vermin revealed a look as if she had found what she needed. Her face looked satisfied. Seeing that, Lusa immediately reached out and grabbed Vermin, making her turn a look. I haven't mentally prepared for the rumor of the Grand Duke's children fighting in the park. Vermin, your hands. He suddenly turned fearful, trembling uncontrollably as the 2 of them stared him down. He shook so badly he broke into a cold sweat, stammering as he tried to hide, cowering behind adults like a coward. A loud cry rang out. Oh no! The beast within both of them erupted, like 2 predators ready to devour him alive. He angrily warned the boy, I had intended to let the little one go, because of my little sister, but it seems the little one doesn't want that. Vermin, standing beside him, was not to be outdone either, and chimed in with a taunt. If the little one wishes, I can send you off myself. After the 2 of them said that, the boys who had just played dirty with her turned pale with fear, their faces darkening, wanting nothing more than to run home and cry to their parents. Before the 2 of them could do anything, the boys' fathers had already bolted away, crying as they ran and calling out loudly, Mom, leaving everyone around utterly bewildered. But Julius's face turned fearful at the sight. He stepped closer to her, trembling, his face drained white, and then he said, They're nobles, but not ordinary nobles. They come from the Marquis Urs family. Will this be all right? She heard him out and simply stared at him. She had been held in Heekin's arms, and he slowly set her down. The boy was afraid he would be beaten in retaliation because of this situation, so Lusa quickly reassured him, it's fine. Before he could even calm down, a pair of feet appeared, looking very elegant and refined, stepping toward where everyone was standing. The parents had arrived. Her face was flushed with rage, eyes glaring, brows knitted together, a fan in hand, arriving alongside the other parents, whose faces were equally furious. She shouted, You insolent little brat. Lusa was not about to back down either, staring right back at her with eyes sharp as bullets. The woman said, How dare you provoke my son? Then she suddenly turned fearful and stepped back. Oh, could it be? In this empire, only the royal family stands above House El Heron. Her eyes shimmered as she looked on. Before they could spend any more time together, the afternoon slowly drew to a close. The evening sun gradually faded. This is Gylix packing up his things, closing the lid of the cookie box. He looked downcast and thought to himself, I just wanted to make an impression on my bride-to-be. The noble women had recognized Lusa, so they had sincerely apologized and taken their leave. She was tidying up when she suddenly stopped, standing at a distance from him. She seemed to understand what he was thinking. Is the boy still thinking about those things? But her eyes glanced over at him, and she said, It's still too early for me to be a bride. Leaving Vermin, standing behind her, to stare on, hand raised, about to call her back. Then she walked over to him and handed him the cookie box. She broke into a smile, and Gylix's gloom lifted at once. He looked at her shyly, eyes fixed on her. Lusa said, What I mean is, we can still go out together, can't we? Hearing her say that, Gylix and Gianna looked at her with delight, their eyes sparkling bright enough to hold the stars. And the grandmother, standing beside them, bowed her head in gratitude. It was time to say goodbye. She had to return to Heekin and Vermin. Seeing this, Gylix said, Lusa, see you again. Lusa turned around cheerfully to look back, then raised her hand in a wave. Her eyes sparkled as she replied with a simple at the Polish city of the Shisai Empire. Lano, wearing a black cloak, sat on a bench with his chin resting on his hand. This place is truly peaceful, completely different from the capital, isn't it? Makes me so envious. Everyone around was laughing and chatting merrily. It's all thanks to your efforts, my friend. Lano smiled and spoke to the person behind the tree. Am I right, Mohane? Mohane turned his head. My friend, have you finished whatever business you came here for, and now you're here to complain about it? Lano said cheerfully, Do we need a reason to meet? Mohane gave him a look. You wouldn't come all the way here if it weren't urgent. That made Lano's heart skip. He was quiet for a moment, then said something that startled Mohane. My daughter appears to be a special species. His expression grew somber, and the birth rite is about to take place. I have no intention of revealing that the child is a special species. Mohane looked surprised. Have you lost your mind? He spoke with barely contained killing intent. All the divine beasts of the current generation know. Baron has been treated. I watched Ionel, in the form of a fox, be captured and placed within a magic circle, crying out in pain. And I could only stand there and watch. I will not wait and watch my daughter suffer the same fate. To prevent that from happening, help me acquire a suppression tool. He clutched his head. If I refuse, he'll imply I'll regret it, or something along those lines. You'll owe me one for this. I'll open my vault for you. Take a suppression tool from it. Lano revealed his ears and answered cheerfully, you don't need to open it for me. Syria already has a vault. She'll surely give me permission. Or she'll just take it out herself. Mohane grumbled back at Lano. Listen, if I don't agree, you'll just steal it, won't you? What do you mean, my vault? It may be broad daylight, but my eyes are wide open. He said loudly, you've already given us permission. Mohane rubbed his temples and sighed. Oh, my head. Just be careful not to stand out too much. Mohane smiled. Of course. A few days later, Ionel was frolicking across the green grass. Syria, watch her, child. This is Luce's first time here, isn't it? Ionel opened her sparkling eyes and let out a sound. I've finally returned to the Divine Beast Forest to prepare for the birthright. All divine beasts hold the birthright at the Lake of Life in Heoka. It is said that the birthright performed at this lake, considered the most sacred place in the forest, means the divine beast will be blessed with a truly full life. She looked around and thought to herself, but this place looks more like a sea than a lake. But Ionel recalled what happened back in Chapter 2. It seemed Lano didn't care much about it. But this bracelet is so uncomfortable. I'll just finish early and go back. Syria noticed her licking her paw and came closer to remind her, Lusa, don't do that. Just a little longer. You can do it, can't you? I don't know why they're making me wear this thing. But at that moment, Syria had hugged her and nearly burst into tears. Then Ionel suddenly noticed the lake glowing in many colors. Why are the stars shimmering like that? Lano told his child to step back. I didn't think this many people would come. The Elder Council of the Divine Beasts cheerfully greeted Lano. It's been a long time since we last met. The Elder Council of the Divine Beasts, representing the 6 Divine Beasts. He spoke up. This is the first time we've met since that conversation, isn't it? No one works more effectively than you. Sometimes I even forget you've been away. Tell me anything, if you ever want to come back. Lano said, that won't happen unless you come to ask me yourself. The Elder Council of the Divine Beasts laughed and replied, you're as sharp as ever. That makes striking a deal with the Silver Fox all the more difficult. Ionel watched them chat merrily. Oh, were they close in the past? Lano looked over and asked, it seems Lord Basilla hasn't arrived. Lord Basilla? I thought he would come. After all, he is the head of the council. The blonde woman sidestepped the question. He's always busy. Lano sighed. I suppose he'll arrive late then. The Elder Council of the Divine Beasts looked at Ionel and said, so, this is Luan Stella. I'd heard she was very small, but smaller than I expected. She was just born, wasn't she? Lano picked up his daughter and shot him a look. This is the first time you've met my daughter, and those are the words you have to say. Then he stroked her head and said gently, Papa's brave, little one. Do you remember what Papa taught you? Ionel let out a sound, as if to say she did. Lano let Ionel approach the lake. The birthright that Lano had taught her is held for divine beasts. In the birthright, they see their future by reflecting their body upon the surface of the lake. If they can confirm that only they themselves can see their future, the water will carry them to the pillars of light, the symbols of the 6 divine beasts, at the moment the birthright concludes. But everyone around was astonished when a brilliant pink light appeared. It blazed brightly, and Ionel gaped in shock at what she saw reflected. In the vast lake, behind her image were 9 tails. What on earth is this? Suddenly, Lusa transformed into a 9-tailed fox, leaving her utterly bewildered. She anxiously thought to herself, what is happening? I have 9 tails. She suddenly thought of Lano. Even a divine beast as powerful as Lano only has 1 tail when he changes form. Is it because I'm a special species? How fortunate that she was the only one who could see her own tails. She had nearly revealed herself as a special species. Luce's 2 legs moved toward the water. Suddenly the surface of the water stirred violently, parting to either side of where she stood. Water splashed everywhere. A great whirlpool appeared on the surface and began pulling her in. Lusa thought anxiously to herself, I'm being pulled away. I can't believe this is happening during the birthright. I thought this would be a solemn and ordinary rite, like any other. I can't believe I'm being dragged in like this. She shook her body vigorously, sending the water caught in her fur flying in all directions. Lusa stepped forward across the surface of the water. She marveled inwardly. The water is so shallow. I can't see anything beyond the horizon. This is a completely different place. Suddenly the ground beneath her shook violently. Cracks began appearing across the ground, growing larger and more numerous. From where the cracks had formed, something was slowly emerging. Once it had settled, before Lusa appeared 6 pillars of light in different colors. She stared wide-eyed in astonishment at the pillars of light before her. They were 6 beams of light, each representing one of the 6 divine beast guardians. Lusa looked around in confusion. She wondered to herself, if I can see these pillars of light, then surely the birthright must be over. But how do I get back? Then a voice rang out, drawing her attention. What is that? What is that? It's a silver fox, but it looks very strange. Could it truly be a divine beast? She looked up in alarm toward where the sound was coming from. It was the beams of light. Am I actually hearing them speak? 3 blue beams of light called out to the silver fox. Little fox, what is your name? She hesitated, then answered. Lusa caught herself. She thought in astonishment. I can speak, and my pronunciation is clear too. This must truly be a completely different space. Then she cautiously spoke up in greeting. Ashilo. Then she happily continued. I am a silver fox. My name is Luan Stella. The surrounding space fell dead silent. No one responded to her. A long while later, a voice from the blue beam of light slowly asked, Little divine beast, can you hear our voices? Lusa happily replied, Yes, I can. Then the beam of light exclaimed in astonishment, How is that possible? Which made her feel confused as well. The beam of light then asked further, "How can you hear our voices?" With her head full of questions, Lusa carefully answered, "I don't know either." The beam of light continued, "Come to think of it, you are wearing something very strange." She thought in horror, Syria already cast a spell on me. How could they possibly know? The beams of light continued conversing with one another. They spoke in very cryptic sentences. What a suspicious sensation. It feels very far away, but not too far. That's right, it feels like. Suddenly, the beams of light emitted even stronger rays, catching her off guard. With a confused expression, she quietly watched them. However, the bracelet on Luce's wrist gradually began to show dense cracks. Then, it shattered into pieces for no apparent reason. The streams of light continuously darted toward her. The angry voices of the beams of light rang out, full of criticism. "Did you think you could hide from us? What a foolish divine beast you are." Those streams of light continuously struck her body with great force. They left her exhausted, collapsing onto the surface of the water. The voices of the beams of light continued to echo relentlessly. "So you're a special species? A sign of calamity. Your very existence will bring disaster." Looking at the frail, tiny body of the divine beast, one beam of light couldn't help but remark curiously, "It's truly strange that she hasn't left this place yet." Luce's voice trembled as she tried to defend herself. "I haven't become a calamity. I'm completely normal." As if recalling a painful past, the beams of light spoke with deep sorrow. "We cannot simply leave while sparing the seed of calamity. We overlooked it once before. We cannot allow that to happen again. Do not blame us. If you knew the disaster that beings like you cause, you would willingly choose death." The surrounding water continuously churned and surged upward. She watched helplessly as those pillars of water prepared to engulf her. She silently wondered what exactly that calamity was. The water rose higher. Little Lusa was completely submerged in the water, which forced her back into her human form. Beneath the water, she suddenly opened her eyes. Before her lay a horrifying scene. There was fire everywhere, and deafening screams echoed all around. Cries for help echoed through the air. Everything was in ruins. She thought to herself, "What is going on? Please no, stop it." Witnessing this scene became unbearable for her, forcing her to cover her ears and shut her eyes. Suddenly, the voices of the beams of light echoed in her mind, chilling her to the bone. "Do not hide from the truth. This is the past. And at the same time, this is the calamity that special species will bring in the future." She clutched her head tightly with both hands, tears streaming down her face as she desperately pleaded in her heart, "Stop. Please stop." Suddenly, a different voice appeared in her mind. "Lusa, wake up. Lusa, open your eyes." The dark space surrounding her began to shatter slowly, like a glass cage, revealing a warm light that enveloped her entirely. That unfamiliar voice continued to speak gently, comforting Lusa. "We are here. We will protect Lusa." An affirmation rang out. "We will protect Einel." A little girl's voice asked softly, "Is Einel awake?" The little girl slowly opened her eyes and smiled happily. "Einel is awake. Einel is awake." In the magical, sparkling space, the voice sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Einel looked with delight at the sparkling things beneath her feet. How could? But Einel clenched her small fists, frowning in discomfort. Oh my, how could a special species receive the blessing of the spirits? She rubbed her head in confusion, looking at the brilliant, sparkling streaks that resembled a galaxy. Spirits stepping forward to protect a special species was something that had never happened before. It was unbelievable. From one of the pink streaks, a group of round, fluffy beasts with 2 rabbit ears swooped down. "Do not bully Einel. If you bully her, we will attack. Attack, attack. Take this." Standing below, Einel looked up in amazement. Hands reached out to catch the small, round beasts. "I don't even know what to do in this situation anymore." Like a little star, Einel leaned over and looked back. A brilliant light shone upon the little girl, glowing like a radiant halo. "Since the day I was born, this is only the second time I've witnessed this. This is undoubtedly a sign of calamity." A tone of uncertainty echoed in the next words. "But the spirits like her." Another voice immediately countered. "But the fact remains that she is the seed of calamity. That does not change." A question was then raised, "But isn't she completely different from those children from last time?" Einel fell silent, recalling the mention of last time. They were talking about the special species from before. Could they be referring to the past Einel? A blurry image surfaced in her memory. The past Einel was holding her, and they were gazing at something together. She wondered to herself, has the past Einel been here before too? Come to think of it, I've never heard of a divine beast like Einel. Einel placed a hand over her mouth, deep in thought. "I don't have much time left, so I can't ask for the details right now. I guess I'll just ask Einel the next time we meet." As she continued to ponder, a voice rang out, "Little divine beast, I need to read your soul." Einel stepped forward toward the brilliant light. Anxious, Einel widened her eyes and looked up at the intricate patterns of light. "How strange. I cannot read it because your soul is overlapping." A helpless voice echoed through the space. "Very well, little divine beast. Tell us your name." Einel stood on her tiptoes, looking up. "My name?" Then she replied, "My name is Juan Stella." Beneath her tiny frame appeared the silhouette of the past Einel. Einel clenched her small fingers, gazing toward the falling shooting stars. "Juan Stella," she said, placing a hand over her heart. Both her tiny tiny silhouette and her adult form spoke in perfect unison. My past name is. A voice echoed through the space in sheer astonishment. What? Impossible. Isn't that the name of the princess of the El Heron Empire? Aino looked up with an unwavering gaze. Clearly, she is not the type to make jokes. Another voice reasoned, I see. So that is why they are connected to one another. This can be considered the flow of destiny. Perhaps we should place our hopes in her this time. The little round beast chimed in. We are very kind. Their repeating voices affirmed. Not black. We are very pure, pure, pure. Yes, Aino will protect us. She turned around nervously to look at the round, fluffy beasts flying around her. And we will protect Aino too. The long, colorful, sparkling streaks of light spoke. It has been a very long time since pure spirits have appeared here. Pure spirits only follow kind and gentle souls. Ripples of water spread across the surface of the lake. Perhaps that dark future can also be changed. However, we must still take precautions against the risks. As Aino looked up at the pink-tinted sky, she thought, I get the feeling that they're gradually accepting me. In that magical space filled with vibrant colors and sparkling stars, the voices declared, the soul of the past, Aino El Heron, and now living the life of Luan Stella. We'll give you a chance. Let us see whether this current generation will lead us to the brink of calamity or to a world of peace. The water began to churn and rise. Aino looked up in astonishment. Aino clenched her fists, anxiously watching the water swirling up around her. The whirlpool swept her inside, and she screamed in terror, Help me. Amidst the swirling currents, the voices echoed. We shall watch over the path you have chosen. Very well. Happy birthday to you, little divine beast. Congratulations. Her small hand flailed anxiously above the water's surface as the voices added. We will pray for you and grant you our blessing. Aino grumbled internally. Those guys speak way too fast. Back outside, the crowd gazed at the brilliant pink waters of the lake. A member of the Elder Council of the Divine Beasts pointed toward the lake and exclaimed, Oh my, the watercolor of the Lake of Life in Heoka has changed. The Elder Council of the Divine Beasts then turned to look at Lano with joyful expressions. She looks very different from Vermin and Hekin. I honestly thought she would be quite weak. Haha, she is definitely the daughter of Lano and Syria. Congratulations, Lano. Lano beamed with immense happiness. Thank you so much. I just hope she won't attract too much attention. Ionel, now back in her divine beast form, raised her hind leg to shyly scratch her ear. Lano stood beside Syria, smiling warmly. She has indeed attracted a lot of attention from the other divine beasts during her birthright. As a former elder, a silver fox, and the husband of Syria, who was highly respected for her outstanding magic, he felt a deep sense of pride. The children he shared with Syria always garnered significant attention from the other divine beasts. However, Lano also openly expressed his concerns. Yet, Ionel is much smaller compared to the other divine beasts. It took her a long time to awaken her powers, and unlike the others, she still cannot fully control them. Because of that, she is quite weak. Compared to her older siblings, who have demonstrated outstanding talents, she truly became a topic of gossip among the others. Ionel, standing next to her siblings, looked incredibly tiny, sitting there helplessly. She had been standing quietly in a corner by the lake. But to think that Ionel, who went completely unnoticed until now, could actually change the color of the water in the lake of Heoka, she truly is a special species. The crowd gazed in awe at the pink waters of the lake. Lano, however, frowned in worry, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Because her divine power was suppressed, she was only able to change the color of the lake's water. If the pillars of light had actually appeared, I wouldn't have been able to make any excuses for her. Lano recalled the memory of a young boy standing by the edge of the lake, with the adults watching from behind. He thought about the black pillar of light that had erupted when Paran underwent his rite, causing everyone to scream in shock. Lano's frown deepened with anxiety. In that memory, someone had rushed forward to yank the boy back, while others reached out toward the anomaly. A hand had tightly grabbed Paran by the collar as Lano shouted in panic, running toward them. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed with unease and anxiety. I just want to go back and talk to Mohane. Syria ran up anxiously from behind him. Wait, Lano. Syria clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes filled with worry. Something must be wrong. She should have returned by now. The couple spoke quietly together beside a large rock. Syria voiced her concerns. It seems the elders are trying to divert everyone's attention. I don't know what exactly happened. Just then, a member of the Elder Council of the Divine Beasts walked over to Lano and Syria. Look, there's something floating on the water. On the surface of the lake, beautiful yellow petals were seen floating. Lano crouched down, reaching out to pick up one of the petals. Lano fell silent, his face darkening with an angry frown. He recalled holding little Hekin's hand in the past. The father and son had turned around to see a man holding a flower in his hand, smiling strangely. A bright yellow marigold. Basilis sat beside a large tree, holding the flower to his chest, smiling as he dropped the plucked petals to the ground. Beneath the hand dropping the flowers were Hekin's furrowed brows, Vermin's frown, and Syria's anxiety. Lano's anger. He crushed the petal in his hand furiously. Basila, this bastard snake in the forest. Basila smiled, kneeling in front of Ionel, and released a butterfly. Little Ionel looked up at him. His figure was reflected in Ionel's sparkling black eyes. Basila rested his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and smiled, saying hello. A blurry image of a small, anxious hand reaching out over the water. Just now, Ionel washed ashore and crawled onto the bank near the forest edge. Wait, but Ionel, in her dripping, wet divine beast form, pushed herself up and crawled ashore. If I wander near the lake in the future, I won't be a fox anymore, but a wolf. From then on, Ionel made a new resolution. The leafy vines hanging from the branches looked very poetic. Ionel sat by the edge of the lake, wringing the water out of her fur, and then wondered, but where am I now? She recalled walking here from the dreamy, pinkish-purple lake, wondering if the entrance and exit were different. Ionel began to walk around, observing the beautiful flower bushes and fluttering butterflies. She was curious, as she had never set foot here before. A small blue butterfly fluttering above the yellow flowers caught her attention. Ionel watched the butterfly fly into a path filled with marigolds on both sides. A large hand was about to turn the page, alongside a small hand pointing at it. This was clearly from before, with Marian in the Imperial Palace. Marian was sitting on a chair, holding Ionel in her lap, reading a book to her. It is said that among the 6 great snake divine beasts, the 6th is the best at manipulating others' minds. Ionel looked attentively at the page. Therefore, the temple of the 6th snake is often more susceptible to myths and superstitions than the temples of other divine beasts. Ionel looked up at Marian, smiling with delight. Wow, that's so interesting. Marian looked at her and smiled happily. Marian reminded her, that is why, if one day the princess needs to go to the temple of the 6th snake, you must not pick the marigolds. But Ionel looked up with round, innocent and bright eyes. But why? Looking at the page printed with marigolds, Marian explained. Marigolds are known as the snake's flower, so their scent can drive them away. If you pick a marigold in the temple of the 6th snake, an image of the 6th snake appeared, slithering around the marigold bush and flicking its tongue forward, that you will suffer the wrath of the deity. Be careful. Ionel looked to the side and saw Basila also bending down to look at her. Basila squatted in front of her, resting his chin on his hand and smiling. She silently wondered, since when did I get here? Basila looked down at her with a dangerously dark smile. Hello. Ionel looked at him, her face darkening with fear. Basila smiled, looking at Ionel, who was trembling with fear in front of him. This isn't our first time meeting, is it? He held a marigold out to Ionel. Then he reached out to touch her small face. The flower fell to the ground. Ionel trembled as she looked at the smiling Basila. Your face is quite pretty too. Behind him was a massive, ferocious 6th snake baring its fangs to threaten her. Basila looked away, just like a special species. Basila stood up and glanced behind him. Ionel was still staring intently at Basila. A blinding light radiated. Vermin swooped down, bending over to embrace Ionel. Vermin looked up, holding Ionel's head against her chest. She cursed angrily. Crazy dog. A blazing heat surged as the power of fire spread. Hekin frowned, charging down from above. Bite him. Furious, Hekin held Basila's shoulder with one hand and swung a downward punch with the other. The battle erupted with a powerful flash of fiery light. By the lake, everyone was murmuring and gossiping. Syria and Lano looked around anxiously. Basila's hair was spread on the ground next to small stones. Tell him to stop, Vermin. Basila lay laughing under Hekin's foot, who was stepping on him. Hekin stood with both hands on his hips, looking down at Basila. Basila smiled brightly. At this rate, I'll be torn to pieces. Vermin held Ionel in her arms. The frightened girl squeezed her eyes shut and leaned against her sister. Vermin said coldly, I don't think so, Basila. Perhaps I take this more seriously than you do, and I have no intention of letting you go. Basila looked up at her and smiled. Seeing the terrified Ionel pressing herself into Vermin's embrace, he said, I'm so sad. Anyone seeing this would think I've done something bad. I just wanted to say hello and give the little girl a gift. Is that so? Vermin looked at him expressionlessly. Ionel, trembling and sobbing hard, hugged her sister tightly. Vermin patted her back to comfort her. A red teleportation circle appeared. Syria and Lano quickly emerged. The two of them called out anxiously, Vermin and Hekin, get out of there immediately. Hekin stepped back. Basila pushed himself up, brushed his hair aside, and smiled at Lano. Lano frowned angrily. You are paying way too much attention to someone else's daughter. Syria ran anxiously towards Vermin, reaching out to take Ionel. Basila said calmly, she is the daughter of an old friend of mine. Isn't it strange? Lano frowned furiously. I told you not to call me that. Basila looked at Lano, silent and sad. I always think about our past. A memory of the two of them traveling together, happily sitting back to back against a tree trunk. Basila recounted his feelings from when they traveled together. We weren't afraid of anything in this world. Lano frowned in anger. Basila expressed, I miss you so much, Lano. I heard the color of the lake changed during the little girl's birthday. It seems like it's been a long time. Ionel squeezed her eyes shut and rested her head on Syria's shoulder. She gently patted and comforted her. Basila and Lano smiled happily together. He brought up an old story. You and I used to change the color of Aoka. An image of the boy Paran standing on the lake, which turned dark blue. And since the case of the special species Paran, this is also the first time the lake has changed color again. That is why I wondered if your daughter. Lano angrily grabbed Basila's collar, interrupting him with a loud shout. Shut up. Lano furrowed his brows tightly, warning him, you have no right to worry about me and the people around me. And if you ever do this again, Basila looked at him with sorrowful eyes, a faint, almost non-existent smile on his lips. Basila raised his hand toward his collar. Do you think you can stop me with those words? Lano anxiously let go of Basila's collar. Basila grabbed Lano's wrist. You need to be more decisive to protect your family's safety. Basila gripped Lano's hand with both hands as Lano was about to choke him. Basila smiled defiantly. Try to kill me, Lano. Then wouldn't both you and the others be more at ease? Lano, furious, frowned and gritted his teeth, glaring at him with resentment. A hand grabbed Basila's neck as he chuckled softly. Then wouldn't both you and the others be more at ease? It was Lano who had grabbed this guy, Basila's neck. He knew he couldn't kill him easily, but Lano's eyes became increasingly fierce. Suddenly, Hekin patted Lano's shoulder from behind, calling out to him. Wait, Lano, what are you doing? A member of the Divine Beast Elder Council also appeared and held his shoulder. Lano, take your hands off him, quickly. He sighed helplessly. If I just hit him once, it wouldn't be a problem, right? In the distance, two people from the Divine Beast Council were pulling back and forth, fighting over him. Lord Basila. He was delighted and flattered that two people revered him. Oh, Lord Basila. Lano stood there, unable to bear watching it. He angrily cracked his knuckles and scoffed. If you dare to do that one more time, prepare yourself to be beaten to death. Basila covered his mouth with his hand, smiling meaningfully. But I haven't done anything at all. Syria anxiously held a tiny divine fox in her arms. A small, sacred little beast had wandered out. Perhaps it's because the little girl's power is stronger than it appears. But the boundary bracelet has shattered. Or maybe it's the lake's reaction to something strange. Basila clapped his hands. Anyway, he clasped his hands together and smiled with fake gentleness. Since the first birthday ceremony has ended well, we should stop here, shouldn't we? Juan Stella, the host of the first birthday party, was being held in Syria's arms, standing with her father and brothers. Juan Stella, the third child of Lano and Syria. The little fox cub snuggled in her mother's embrace. Voices congratulated her. Happy birthday. After Basila finished speaking, he smiled and turned away, after saying that the madman and the other elders disappeared. Lano's people hurriedly returned to the Grand Duke's mansion, and Lano said many things that he hadn't spoken about in a long time. All the family members sat gathered around the meeting table. Everyone, including the little divine beast, stared at Lano. That madman is Basila, a sixth snake, someone we must be careful of in many aspects. He picked up his child, who had not yet taken human form, and he is also my longtime friend. The little fox thought, Lano is a friend of that madman. He continued his story. Because he was born around the same time as me, he is considered young among the divine beasts. However, the snakes appointed Basila as an elder. The two of them used to be close friends in the past. I have decided to become an elder starting today. Why are you here? Lano added. Each species chooses two representatives. But somehow, those snakes honored Basila as the sole elder. He found their actions very perplexing. Within the six snake species, there are many stronger and wiser candidates. Lano grabbed his neck. You should at least tell me if you get chosen. At that time, I was too young, so I didn't think about how Basila could bypass others and become an elder. I just thought he was powerful enough to change the color of the lake. So becoming an elder was a given. But not long after, I felt something strange. During the meetings among the supreme ones, Lano noticed that at some point, the Elder Council seemed to revolve solely around Basila. He said, then we will go in this direction. Basila heard the elder speak. His expression darkened, and he said nothing. Why did the elder speak up to change the plan? No, I will find another way. The other members chimed in. Whatever works. It will be better that way. Lano found everyone's actions difficult to understand. Although everyone had agreed, if Basila simply showed his attitude, the others would quickly take notice and begin to change their minds. Basila was one step away from rising to lead the divine beasts. And so, it was that the elders representing each species followed Basila's words, and the other divine beasts were influenced as well. He recounted it with sorrow. I don't know what happened, but he ended up being honored as the king of the divine beasts. He showed no emotion when he spoke of it. But when you were all still young, he wasn't as strange as he is now. Lano held his small child gently in his arms and carefully informed everyone. Basila had officially begun to exhibit strange behavior after the birth of the special species. First, the elders of each species all submitted and obeyed Basila. From the time of Perrin's first birthday ceremony, all the elders had begun to follow Basila, even the most principled elder among them. Lano recounted every detail to his children and his wife. By then, I was no longer serving as an elder, so the council became even more chaotic. As he was speaking, one of his sons cut in. Hekin said urgently, wait, but why does he pay such attention to our little sister? Lano began to explain the origins of his youngest daughter. It's because she is a special species. He lifted his child tenderly. She could deceive the elders using objects and coercion, but facing Basila directly seems to be considerably more difficult. In the eyes of the little divine beast, there was a trace of quiet sorrow. How I've been holding this family back. Because I'm a special species, I have brought calamity to this world. She felt as though she were a chess piece being played by him. Because of that, a troublesome person has set his eyes on me. Even as a special species, I am too small and powerless. I cannot protect myself. Upon hearing this, Hekin angrily knocked over his chair. That damn bastard. His action startled the entire family. He furiously slammed the table and shouted, "I should have killed him on the spot." Lano was also deeply troubled and pained by the matter. Hekin asked him, "Father, why did you tell me to stop?" He replied, "I also wish you were dead, but we cannot do that." His words left the entire family bewildered, because his life is connected to another person's. If we kill him, that other person will die in his place. Basila is an extraordinarily cunning man. We cannot know whose life may be tied to his, so we cannot kill Basila. That only pushed Hekin's fury to its peak. Damn it. Ionel sat slumped at the table and said nothing. Lano lifted the little girl up. Luan Stella. He happily broke into a warm smile for his tiny child. "We will protect you." Their mother, too, felt the warmth radiating from the two of them. Whatever might happen, her two older siblings stood nearby, both happy and worried for her, wondering what he might do. Vermin, calmer than Hekin, held back his anger, which would have shattered the warm family atmosphere her parents had created. "Everyone here knows I am a special species, yet not one of them intends to abandon or cast me away. Even though my existence will bring danger, they will still face it and fight alongside me. So I want to protect them too. I am Einel." She felt happiness being cradled in her father's arms, and she wanted to repay the love her family had given her. "I am no longer the palace princess, like a sheltered flower, nor am I someone without ability." She was determined that she would not become a calamity. "I will surely protect them, the family members who have always loved and cared for me with all their hearts." She also thought of the dear people who had to endure so much. Time passed quickly. The sky grew bright and clear, and everything returned to its usual rhythm. At first, Lano was buried under a mountain of daily tasks, to the point of falling asleep right at his desk. By the time of Juan Stella's 3rd birthday, not only the master of the El Heron household, but Vermin as well was equally busy. She had a headache from the pile of work stacked before her. Syria, however, had more leisure. She was not overwhelmed by work and simply relaxed, admiring the flowers and tending to them with meticulous care. Hekin, on the other hand, was lazily sleeping in, even as the sun shone brightly through the windows. A week before, the El Heron household's butler, Eden, had been diligently watching the clock to ensure all tasks were completed on time. He noticed the little princess had woken up and was stepping out of her room. But Ionel was still drowsy, her hair all disheveled, taking tiny little steps outside. "Good morning," Eden, the princess, greeted. He gently leaned down to speak with the little princess. "You're up early. I suppose the princess has gotten used to sleeping alone by now." Ionel explained why she had woken up early today. "Because today is the day I have a date to go out with father, so I had to get up early." Having been able to transform into a human form since the age of 3, Ionel had made a grand decision. Eden gently lifted her bangs so she could see more easily. "I'll do your hair." Ionel smiled cheerfully. "Thank you. I have declared to the family that I will sleep alone in my own room. Now, I'm living through each day, trying to get used to sleeping by myself." She had to admit that it was not as easy as she had thought. The incident had taken place 2 weeks before her birthday. Ionel had declared boldly to the whole family, "I want my birthday gift this time to be sleeping alone." Her words greatly surprised both her father and mother. Ionel peeked and saw that Lano was sobbing. "Lusa, does father really hate me that much now?" Her inner voice screamed. "How'd it come to this? My own room has always existed, but because I was always stuck to the two of them, I could never use it. I don't want to act like a child. I should take this opportunity and push forward quickly." Syria stayed silent, but her expression said everything. She was deeply saddened by the little girl's decision to sleep separately. "Say something." The couple held each other and cried. Ionel hurriedly waved her hands and explained, "Oh no, I'm grown up now. I'll be fine on my own, so using my own room will be better." Syria did not want to accept it, but she had to acknowledge it. "I suppose so. You've grown up so fast. Well, you're 3 years old now." Thinking of how Vermin had left at age 1, Lusa, now she was confused by what the woman had said. And so, today, Ionel had made a proposal to comfort Lano, who had found a room but still could not settle his feelings. "Today we decided to go for a walk together in the city." Eden, standing nearby, quietly smiled to himself at how adorable she was. "I can't very well tell her that he's only pretending." He stood up. "Does the princess wish to have her hair done by the butler or by the Grand Duke?" She thought about it and asked him. Having father do it would be quite nice, wouldn't it? That would surely lift his spirits. Eden inwardly agreed. What an excellent idea. "Then I shall bring your outfit, princess." As he turned to leave, he did not forget to remind her, "You should tuck your fox ears away, my lady." Like a needle piercing her ear, she panicked as she realized her fox ears had been showing this whole time. That's why they were itching all of a sudden. It would be nice if I could transform on my own, but my divine power keeps slipping out uncontrollably. She was frustrated. With so many people around, it was terribly awkward. Ionel changed into her outfit, got herself ready, and went out for a stroll in the city with her father. They chose a pastry shop. Inside the pastry shop, Lano said, "What father means is, father was very excited thinking about today's outing with his one and only daughter. He cheerfully poured a cup of tea for her, but father did not expect there to be an escort he never invited. That person was Vermin. She radiated a sharp aura upon learning she had not been invited to join them. She was now placing pastries on Ionel's plate. Vermin calmly patted Ionel on the head. "The dust hasn't been fully humanized yet, so we need someone to play a role to preserve it, don't we?" Suddenly a question rang out like an arrow straight to her guilty conscience. "Isn't it because you haven't been able to get a hold of the clues for the task entrusted to you, so you can't proceed? Is that why you're free right now, sis?" but Ionel's attention was drawn to the delivery workers bringing items over to their table. "Sir, please leave those things here." She noticed a badge printed on one of the crates. "Wait, this badge. This badge looks so familiar, but I can't quite place it." Lano's voice called out, interrupting her train of thought. "My dear, don't you feel sad having only family celebrate your birthday?" Vermin was displeased. "We already decided to spend the time together as a family." He pouted like a child. No, I was just thinking maybe the little one has some friends she'd like to invite." He poked Einel's soft cheek with his finger. She thought to herself sadly, "In my past life, and in this one, I've never had any friends." She asked her father, "Will Eden be coming too?" "Of course," he replied cheerfully. "So then, my daughter, who would you like to invite?" The little girl expressed her wishes. "What about Lord Abelard and Ionel?" "Lusa, do you want to invite Paran and Abelard?" "Yes." She thought to herself that she owed them a debt from before, and this would be a good opportunity. She also wanted to grow closer to them. She cautiously asked her father, "Is that too difficult?" "Not at all, of course not. I wonder which of the two will come." When they returned to Lano's study, he handed her a sheet of paper and explained what she needed to write, the location, the time, and the items to prepare. He presented her with a beautifully pink pen. She was surprised. "When did you prepare this?" Ionel excitedly began writing her invitations. After she finished writing, Lano rang the bell to call the butler Eden in. Eden appeared immediately, bowing to Lano. "You called for me, my lord." He smiled. "It seems my little one has something she'd like to give you." "That's right, here." Ionel climbed up onto the desk to be taller and held out the beautifully wrapped letter. The letter greatly surprised Eden. She said shyly, "If you're too busy, it's all right not to come. Even so, I do hope Eden will be there." She handed the letter directly to Eden. "Because Eden is an important friend of mine. Here you are, Eden." Eden felt bashful receiving the letter. He was deeply moved by the little princess's invitation. He was resolute. "Even if I had to submit a letter of resignation, I will attend." Lano and Ionel stopped him from carrying out that intention. "There's really no need to go that far." Lano held Ionel in his arms and handed Eden 2 letters. "On your way, please deliver these for me." "Of course, my lord." He gently patted her on the head. "I hope both Paran and Ionel will come. Right, Lusa?" She smiled brightly and answered her father. "Yes, indeed." The letters were sent off to where they needed to go. Balin was lying in his room when he was surprised, wondering to himself, "Who sent me a letter? What is this?" Meanwhile, in the room, Lusa and Lano were discussing together the writing of Lusa's birthday invitations. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, and many days after that. Lusa was sitting and playing in her room when the butler Eden brought her a carefully wrapped gift. It was a fruit sent by Graven on Juan Stella's birthday. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. In the distance were endless rolling hills. The magnificent El Heron mansion stood shimmering under the sunlight. Hydrangeas bloomed all over the garden. Inside the mansion, Lusa looked exhausted and drooped over the stair railing. Beside her were Lusa's parents, Syria and Lano, along with her brother Hekin, who were having a headache trying to coax Lusa. Then a person wearing a black cloak with a distinctive pattern walked down from upstairs. It was Vermin. She asked if they could set off now. The 3 well-dressed people looked up at her walking down without saying a word. Vermin looked at them in confusion, wondering why they were so silent. Lano raised his hand to signal her to stop. He pointed to the other side. "Not yet. Look over there." On the other side, Lusa was leaning against the stair railing with a pouting face. Syria was worried as Lusa looked completely lifeless. But actually, the reason was that Paran didn't come. Lusa had said she wanted to invite him, so she sent an invitation, but the image of a cheerful and adorable Lusa appeared. Everyone's faces were filled with worry, unable to bear seeing her sad expression. However, in reality, no one expected Paran to come. Thinking of him, the atmosphere among the 4 of them sank completely. Everyone's face showed helplessness. With a personality like that, how could he come? Should we open the invitation? "Lusa, let's go." But her adorable face was still pouting. There were still no guests. Syria comforted the little girl. Paran is the commander of the Holy Knights. He is quite busy, so it's very difficult for him to spare some time. With his status as a priest, Ionel also finds it hard to leave the citadel at will. The clock hand ticked, striking exactly 12 o'clock. The clock bell from the tower echoed everywhere. It was time. Everyone heard the signaling bell. Looking into the distance, Lano said they couldn't wait any longer. Lusa was still full of regret. "What about Eden?" He replied, "Eden went ahead and is waiting there already. We should also start setting off, shouldn't we?" Vermin pointed her finger with a swoosh. A blue light emitted from her power. A magic circle appeared to teleport everyone. Lusa couldn't bear to leave, still feeling sad. "I understand, but if he couldn't come, he should have at least replied." She lay sadly on Lano's shoulder. "In this life, I can't get any closer to Paran either." The clear blue sky radiated gentle sunlight. The garden scenery was fresh and cool. Petals fluttered in the wind. Under the early morning sunlight, Lusa couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's been a long time since I saw a scenery like this." Recalling a few days ago, she remembered constantly asking her father where the birthday venue would be. But father wouldn't tell me, so I was very curious. She also curiously asked her mother, sister, and brother. The other family members didn't answer either, so I felt very anxious. It turns out they were planning to surprise me. Lano whispered from behind her, "Lusa, look behind you." She was busy admiring the beautiful scenery in front of her. Hearing that, she immediately turned around. Behind those cool green trees was a villa with white as its main color. With a blue roof, it lay hidden there. Lusa saw it and thought, it really is a very beautiful villa. Lano heard this and happily said, "Is that so? Thank goodness. Do you like this birthday gift?" Upon hearing that, the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, her head full of question marks. Lusa broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the towering villa before her eyes. She pointed at it and asked, "That villa?" Lano calmly replied, "Of course not," and then uttered a statement even more shocking than the villa being a birthday gift. Including that villa, the entire forest and meadow we're looking at right now are all your birthday gift. Lusa was completely shocked, her jaw dropping at such a terrifying birthday gift. She trembled and said to him, "Ah, father, the birthday gift I requested was clearly just a room for myself." He stroked his chin, thinking about her previous words. "That's right, our little girl requested simply a room. But Lusa, it turns out you're still young, so you haven't realized it yet. The gift one wants to give and the gift one wants to receive are different. Considering further, father is the type to give both." A bright aura radiated around Lano as he said that, so bright it blinded Lusa's eyes. "I underestimated Lano too much," she tremblingly replied. "But isn't it too big? Is it?" Vermin, standing nearby, heard this and immediately came up with another idea that suited her wish. "Then we just need to build another small villa next to it." Lano heard this and had an epiphany. Oh, that sounds like a good idea. Hearing that her birthday gifts were multiplying, Lusa hurriedly shouted, "Don't. I like that house. Are you all satisfied now?" Before she could finish speaking, she was suddenly pulled backward by a force. It was Syria. She hugged her in her arms. She also excitedly said, "Lusa, can you look at mother's gift?" She was surprised. Syria also has a gift. She led her into the villa. But the gift mother prepared isn't as grand as father's gift. I wonder if Lusa will like it. She broke out in a sweat again. After witnessing Lano's gift, I still don't know what this gift is. But I'm extremely thankful to everyone. She led her to the balcony in the villa, reached out her hand, and said, "Now, look down from the terrace." Mother thought of Lusa and planted them very diligently. She opened her eyes wide, looking at the sparkling scene before her. Before her eyes was a garden of Luan Stella flowers, blazing fiery red. On the balcony, she froze at the sight, which was no less majestic than the villa earlier. My mood right now is blazing fire, just like these flowers. Syria behind her was full of anticipation and curiously asked, "How is it?" Lusa's face was expressionless, but in her head, she was thinking, isn't it too tacky? She thought back to last year. Syria had given her a rainbow cloak, which was even tackier than this. Remember that last year, I received a rainbow-colored cloak. She stiffly put on the cloak, while Syria beside her praised profusely, "Lusa is so pretty." She sighed, realizing Syria had done her best. And this year, she stiffly continued to praise her. "Wow, wow, mother. You did a great job. A very great job." It was as if she had a tail wagging behind her, shyly holding her face. Honestly, mother also wanted to spell out her family name, but due to a lack of time. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly heard a clattering sound behind her. Ah, it was Lano and Eden, pushing a 3-tiered pink strawberry cream birthday cake toward them. Looking at the cream cake and the table of food in front of her, she sighed. Last year, it was 2 tiers. This year, it's 3 tiers. Her face showed an indescribable expression as she looked at the cream cake that was taller than herself. It can't be that every birthday it gets bigger, right? Syria created fire to light the candles on the cake and called Lusa over. "Lusa, make a wish." She happily ran over, yes. She clasped her hands tightly and bowed her head to make a birthday wish, then stood up in front of the giant cream cake. And with a few, she blew out the candles in one breath. Everyone clapped and wished her a happy birthday. "Happy birthday, Lusa. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, little sister." Then they asked her, "What did you wish for?" She probably prayed to grow taller. Don't tell me she wants that trashy human. So what if she does? The joyful noise of celebrating her new age filled the air. She happily celebrated her birthday alongside her loved ones, thinking about the wish she just made to be able to protect those who love her. Hekin and Vermin playfully chased each other around the banquet table. That is my strongest desire in this life. Then she looked at Syria and Lano, who were gently beside her, watching their children play and eat happily. Lano suddenly noticed someone approaching from afar. He said to her, "Lusa, it seems a guest has arrived." A black-haired boy in a pitch-black, aristocratic outfit stepped forward. "Sorry for being late." She was startled upon hearing the voice and immediately turned around. Behind her was Paran, the person who supposedly couldn't come to her birthday party. She was extremely surprised. What? He walked up gently from behind, holding a small gift hidden behind his back. His cold, overwhelmingly handsome face showed no expression as he looked at her. Paran tossed and turned in the night. He placed a hand on his forehead, sweat trickling down his temples. In his sleep, he heard a voice calling him. "Duke." He tossed and turned on his bed. That voice haunted him persistently. Again, he didn't know how many nights that call had been echoing in his head. Duke. It was this dream again. In a garden filled with beautiful flowers, a young girl wearing a gorgeous dress. That continuously called him Lord Abelard. That girl was Ionel from his past life. Every glance and radiant smile of hers tormented him for so many nights. Then suddenly, he stood in a cold forest. That voice was numb, trembling, and choked up. I'm so cold. So cold. Paran stood frozen. He stood in front of a raised mound of dirt. The voice came from there. It's so cold here. His inner self was torn apart. I often have nightmares about Princess Ainul. Her silhouette was always etched in his mind, returning to remind him in every sleep. With the crime of killing the emperor and taking her own life, the princess was buried haphazardly on the mountain. A person who could barely hold a dining knife successfully killed the emperor and took her own life. He couldn't believe it. Who would believe such a thing? In his daze, his face was blank. He fell to his knees beside the mound of dirt where she was buried. Paran used his hands to dig the dirt continuously. He dug continuously like a madman, muttering, "Please tell me. Princess, who killed you? Who turned you into a murderer?" Paran was someone who always watched the princess from afar. She was always a gentle and peaceful person. That so-called truth was something he couldn't accept even if he died. But even in a dream. But even if Paran dug until his hands were torn and bleeding, Princess Ainul never gave an answer. The morning light shone at an angle through the window. He opened his eyes, a teardrop still lingering on Paran's cheek. The dreams were all about one person, something that spun him around, lingering to the point of despair. Therefore, finding the answer is my job, a promise that took a lifetime to fulfill. With only the determination to meet that girl again, I returned to the Divine Beast Forest, the place where those people tried to kill me. And he stood in front of everyone, humbling himself. "Please show me how to bring the dead back to life." He ignored the mocking words of others, suddenly showing up and saying what? "The disaster has returned to the Divine Beast Forest. Isn't something about to happen?" People began whispering to each other. A guy with metallic blonde hair was peering around there. That's right. He raised his hand and ordered Paran to leave. There is no way to bring the dead back to life. Do not cause the other divine beasts to panic anymore, and quickly leave the forest. Paran bit his lip to restrain himself. The red marks bulged all over his neck. He remained silent, but secretly knew well. Lying just meant they didn't want to tell him. Because I am a disaster, and I am not a normal divine beast. But I must find out in order to meet her again. Paran silently walked down the road. His body exuded a terrifying dark aura. If someone has to die, I'd rather it be me. Please save that person. The vision of him going into a mad frenzy, aggressively attacking everyone in the forest. That white-haired guy exclaimed, "You've finally gone mad." Before the scene transitioned, Ainul just woke up from a long dream. The sunlight shone softly into the room. He sat in contemplation for a long time. Perhaps because I have been using my mental power too much lately. Because my health is unstable. The nightmares have become more severe. Therefore, it is very uncomfortable. His whole body was stuck in a loop. Dreaming of nightmares, unstable health, mana fluctuating wildly, the curse on his neck being activated. It was too painful. And then dreaming of nightmares again. He glanced around his luxurious room. Then suddenly seeing a few letters under the door gap, Ainul picked up the letter. He glanced over the lines of text sent from the library. An open letter, inviting you to Luan Stella's birthday party. We would like to invite you to attend the party held at the palace of Grand Duke El Heron this coming Sunday noon. Thank you for taking your precious time to attend. Those scribbled handwritings were written by Ainul's own hands. Luan Estella la respectfully invitas. Looking at those childish handwritings, Ainul's lips involuntarily curled up. She wrote difficult words for a 3-year-old child without any obstacles. Since I already asked Vermont, I might as well drop by at the same time. But Ainul paused, remembering, what should I give her later? Ainul arrived at the party in an elegant dark blue suit. He had specially prepared a small white gift box with a pink ribbon bow hidden behind his back. But as soon as Ainul saw Ainul, her eyes lit up on her chubby face. She was wearing a bright and cute dress. Lano was also wearing a pink suit and a white shirt. He smiled and said, "It's not too late. We are about to eat the cake." Lano raised his hand to invite Ainul in. "I invited you, but didn't expect you to actually come." Ainul walked in. "I have no intention of staying long." Lano laughed. "It's not like I want to chase you away. Since you're here, just have fun." But did Lord Abelard only send his cousin? Ainul walked over and sat down on an empty chair near Ainul. Ainul looked at Ainul with eyes clearly showing hard-to-hide joy. Lano also directed his gaze at Ainul with his everyday fake smile. "This is Ainul." He softly said, "Ah, Lord Abelard is busy." Ainul felt itchy looking at Ian. He continued. "Instead, he asked me to pass on his birthday wishes to Luan Stella." Ainul was surprised, her eyes wide open at that information. "Is he Paran?" She was shocked. "Really? He didn't throw the invitation into the trash can?" Meanwhile, am I the image of the Duchess whose invitation got thrown into the trash can? Lano rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gentle. "What a pity. By the way, have you ever attended any birthday party?" Ian Sirius slowly ate the chocolate cake on the table. Vermont rested his chin on his hand. He can lean back in his chair, secretly thinking. It seems like he's planning to joke around. Ainul replied, "Not yet." Lano raised a finger and lectured as if it were true. "In the Roth Empire, the guest of honor must sing a song dedicated to the birthday person. I wonder if you have prepared it yet." Ainul helplessly replied, "As far as I know, there's no such custom." Lano calmly replied, "You've never been to one, so how would you know?" Ainul then spoke up, "Father." She awkwardly said, "I don't need it either." Lano froze. He fell silent. VRMO, Syria, and Heekin smiled in satisfaction. The party continued in the outdoor space amidst the beautiful garden. The sun was high up. Ainul looked at the wooden pocket watch as big as a hand. He said, "I have to go now. I have a schedule with the Holy See." Ionel put the watch into his vest pocket. Ionel whimpered with full of regret. Syria clearly saw her daughter looking utterly sad. It would be a pity to just leave like that. She spoke up to suggest, Lusa, if Ionel doesn't have any problem, then why don't we take a walk around? Before parting, the other three, as if struck by lightning, glared at Ian. Visibly unhappy as they looked at Ionel, she asked Ian, do you have time? They glared at Ian again. He hesitated for a moment. If it's just that, she said joyfully, then let's just take a short walk, Vermont Heekin. Lano's stomach was boiling. Everyone's hands and feet were itching, their bodies uncomfortably furious. Syria was quick-handed. She stood right up, her hands gripping Heekin and Lano tightly, just as they were pushing their chairs out. Lano was still smiling at his wife, but his forehead was dotted with sweat. Heekin was clamped so tightly he couldn't move. She smiled radiantly at the two children. Go and come back, Lusa. Is this a mother picking her son-in-law? She added, Mom, Dad, and your brothers will wait here. But Ionel was a bit flustered. Why, yes, there's no need to stop them to that extent. The two children walked side by side on the path. Ionel quietly glanced at Ian. Ionel remained silent. He smells like Paran. But Ian secretly thought, what else? It wasn't like this before. So jealous. Even so, I still have to say thank you, right? Her two small hands intertwined. She stammered, hey, Ian. When Janelle circled to the front of Ian, Janelle stopped. She softly said, thank you for coming. She smiled brightly and said sincerely, I'm very happy that Janelle came to my birthday. Janelle still tightly held the gift box behind his back. He still didn't dare to give it. He remained silent. Then Ionel finally spoke up, want Stella. Ionel turned to look at her, wondering. Yes, he continued, I prepared a gift. Looking into Ionel's eyes, her eyes were wide and her mouth formed an O shape. Incomparably surprised, staring at him to make sure, Ionel handed the small gift box in front of Ionel. Do you not like it? Ionel awkwardly accepted it and denied. How could that be? She secretly thought, just him coming is already a surprise. But when Ionel raised both hands to receive the gift delicately, I thought we weren't that close. Towards Ian, there had been a wall. He had treated a special species like me very comfortably, but he stopped me from crossing the line he had drawn. After the birth ceremony, I told Ionel about my reflection at Hayaga. Ionel and Ionel sat facing each other in the room. Ionel took a sip of tea while listening to her story. I saw a fox with 9 tails in the lake. Looking at Ionel wide-eyed, watching Ionel sipping tea, she asked Ian, what was your reflection in the lake? Ionel paused. Ionel saw his face change color. Her lips trembled as she asked again, what is it? Ionel's face sank. A thorny silence enveloped the entire room. I couldn't ask anything else and had to keep my mouth shut. Therefore, I still don't know what kind of divine beast Ionel is. Is it the same for other things? At that time, Princess Ionel didn't know if she should call me Princess Ionel or not. I didn't dare to ask, because it seemed we weren't close enough to answer personal questions. Ionel even came to attend a birthday like this, and even brought a gift. Ionel happily opened the gift box, a smile clearly visible on her lips. Inside was a pretty blue checkered bow hair tie. In the middle was a marble pink pearl. Ionel was extremely elated when she saw the gift. This is very trendy these days, and the pearl is very elaborately carved, creating an elegant and expensive look. Ionel immediately tied it on her fluffy hair. She turned around, smiled brightly, and asked Ian, how is it? Is it pretty? Ionel remained calm, his face unchanging, then clapped his hands and praised, it suits you very well. Suddenly, the hair tie fell out of midair. The spirits came to tease Ionel again. They flew in circles in the blue sky, teasing, Whoa. Ionel glaringly looked at them in frustration. You guys, the hair tie fell to the ground. They still flew in a line above her head, unapologetic. Lusa is so scary. Let's run away. Ionel bent down and picked up the small ribbon. He held it up in front of Ionel and asked, are you used to seeing spirits yet? Ionel took the bow back and answered dejectedly. Now I can hear their voices and see them more often. Ionel murmured, can you talk to them? Ionel recalled helplessly, but they don't listen to me. One day, they even carried her out of the room while she was sleeping. While she was panicked, they laughed and joked, Lusa, let's go outside. We mean no harm. We are helping you push yourself. Here, Ionel reached both hands behind her back to tie her hair, sadly sighing, dealing with spirits is like a far-fetched story, sigh. Ionel encountered difficulties when trying to tie her hair. The bow was loose. She was confused. What's wrong with this? Why can't I tie it? Ionel stared blankly with no expression. But after Yanel struggled for a while, she humbled herself and asked, if it's not impolite, could you tie it for me? Her pale pink hair was shiny and soft in Ian's hands. Yanel's long, slender fingers ran through it, neatly arranging the hair strands. I'm already used to having someone brush my hair. In her previous life, she was carefully attended to by the maids. As for this life, her father would brush her hair every morning. Although a bit clumsy, it was still fine. Ionel was highly concentrated. Ionel broke a sweat, not expecting him to be so serious. So embarrassing. After a while, Ionel managed to tie her hair neatly. The locks of hair were tied neatly and secured with the bow. The tied hair looked incredibly pretty. He asked Ionel, letting go of Ionel's hair, I'm done tying it. She turned her head and nodded. Thank you. She touched the neatly tied folds of hair. Your skills are really good. But Janelle softly said, I also thank you. Janelle felt itchy, looking at him in confusion. Janelle smiled. Thanks to everyone. It's been a long time since I could go out. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the rain poured down as if releasing all hidden sorrows. For a long time, they looked at each other silently in the pouring rain. Raindrops pattered against the leaves, making them droop down. The rain fell lightly but persistently throughout the garden. Ionel reached out a hand to catch the heavy raindrops. It looks like it's going to rain. The sky darkened. The first raindrops fell heavily onto the palace. Ionel softly said, "We must go inside before the rain gets heavier." Perrin's silhouette appeared in her. Ionel was very similar to Perrin. His way of speaking and attitude clearly drew his boundaries. Ionel took off his outer coat and draped it over Luan Stella's head, shielding her. He grabbed Luan Stella's arm, but those gentle actions became even clearer. Luan Stella looked at Ionel as if finding Perrin's silhouette. In her previous life, the scent of ebony would emanated whenever his coat brushed past. He was as quiet and beautiful as a lake. The gray eyes contained no emotion, and what could be felt from those eyes was a profound loneliness. It was also a pouring rain like this between her in her previous life and Perrin. Everything seemed to come to a halt. The thread of fate eventually broke. Luan Stella looked at Ionel. "But why did you call me princess, Ionel?" "When I stopped my spirits from running wild at the Holy See." Ionel was surprised by Luan Stella's question. The rain still poured down on them, heavy and cold. There was only silence. Ionel's mouth stiffened. He remained silent for a long time, even though Luan Stella stared at him with her big, round eyes. Those innocent eyes of Ionel darkened. He could hardly say a few words. His hands clenched tightly. His hair stuck to his face from the rain. He trembled, his voice choking. "Luan Stella, did I call you that?" He bowed his head under Luan Stella's confused gaze. The rain was still pouring heavily, but not as heavy as the thoughts in his mind. "It seems I've gone mad. I apologize for being disrespectful, Luan Stella. As you can see, I'm not quite normal. You." His face dropped as if there was no light in his gaze. Every word of Ionel made Luan Stella confused. Her face went pale. Her hands slightly clasped together due to trembling and fear. Ionel thought for a moment and then said a bitter and harsh sentence. "Stay away from me." The words were like thorns piercing deep, tearing the hearts of the two children. You shouldn't come too close." Hearing that, Luan Stella's sparkling eyes suddenly became sad. She gently placed her hand on her chest. It was exactly like that time. The sickness I felt from Perrin when I was a princess. I don't know why I could feel that from Perrin, even though they're different people and in different situations. Why do I feel like that time? And to Perrin, what should I say? She painfully closed her eyes tightly. I don't know anymore. The rain was getting heavier. Heavy raindrops fell on the umbrella. She seemed to have cried. Heekin stood from afar and called out, holding an umbrella when he saw her. Youngest sister, she saw that and hastily turned her head, seeing her older brother. He hurriedly held the umbrella and ran to Luan Stella. "It's raining and you won't go inside. What are you doing standing here?" Her eyes were sad as she bitterly said, "Yes." Ionel just glanced away, seemingly not caring about her. Then Heekin's angry face stared at him. He bent down to support her back, her eyes sad. "What is it? Did you guys fight?" Outside, the rain continued to fall silently, dropping on the canopy of leaves and then to the ground. "I'm leaving now." Heekin carried her in his arms, and Ionel turned his head and tightly closed his eyes. "Thank you for inviting me." She sat sadly in his arms. Her hands were tightly clenched while he glanced at Ionel. His eyes glared as he asked her, "What is it? Did you fight?" She stammered no. He walked in the rain. "I thought we had gotten closer to each other. The wall is getting higher." The two of them looked at his back. "I was just asking." The scene shifts to a lavish dining table. On the table, elegant tea sets were placed neatly. She held the teapot in her hand, making the butler tremble. Seeing that from afar, he widened his eyes in fear and said, "Let me." "I will do it, madam." Syria held the teapot in her hand and was stunned for a moment when he said that. She then hurriedly said, "Take a day off, Eden." Upon hearing Syria, Eden's mouth fell open, his hand raised, but then the butler sat frozen in the chair. Lano came over to tease him, punching his back and massaging his shoulders. He said, that's right. Everyone agreed to rest together on a beautiful day, so don't work alone." Eden was terrified, having a bad premonition, completely surprised. While the mistress was preparing the water, a subordinate was being treated like this. Suddenly, he approached the window and looked out at the pouring rain. Anyway, Lano looked into the distance and said, "It seems that it wasn't an exaggerated rumor." After the birthday party, she heard him say that, so she turned her face to look at him. Then Sirius stammered his name, Lano. Lano turned back to her. She continued, "Lusa is also a special kind, which is why he cares about her that much. The two of them have also attended the personification class a few times, so perhaps we have become closer." Lusa's sister heard that and immediately said, "That's not it." Vaman was lying on the chair, applying an ice pack to her back, hugging her pillow tightly. She lifted her head and said, "Perhaps he came to see me for a commission." She recalled when Lusa was just born from the egg. Perrin had asked her to prove the princess's innocence in exchange for his own name, something of great significance to a divine beast as a guarantee. I accepted the commission and investigated Perrin's commission for many years. The deeper I investigate the death of Princess Lusa, the more frustrated I feel because there are no clues. So even now, it's giving me a headache. After saying that, she collapsed onto her pillow. He glanced at her and said, "If it's that commission, and there are still no clues until now, have you found any new leads?" Vaman's face was angry, her eyebrows furrowed. Her eyes stared, her teeth teeth gritted. A case that the Mad Dog mercenary took on. Our mercenary group received a commission, but it seems to be related to Princess Lusa. Hekin held a letter in his hand, his face playfully cunning. Vaman, should I let you know? Her face stared intently as she lay on the chair, arms crossed, listening to everyone. However, that case seems to be related to my commission. The incident regarding Princess Lusa. He hurriedly ran in to report. Lusa's body has disappeared. But Agri's heard that like a thunderbolt striking his ears. He angrily said, "What are you talking about?" The man presented a wrapped piece of paper containing her belongings. Then he told him that when he went to the deep dug hole, he couldn't find the body. The coffin and everything else buried there had disappeared. When the cloth containing the items was opened, there was an earring. The jewelry of the deposed princess was circulating as stolen goods. We can only speculate that it's the work of grave robbers. Agri's held it up, and the sunlight shone through. He stared intently at that earring. 3 years ago, the nobility fiercely opposed burying the tomb in a pile. The reason was that even though she was mentally ill, she was still the one who murdered the emperor, because the opinion that she shouldn't be buried in the royal cemetery was too strong. These were very reasonable opinions. Therefore, Lusa was not buried in the royal cemetery, not allowed to be adorned with any jewelry, along with such a wretched body. A few pieces of jewelry were placed in a shabby coffin, buried in a mountain far from the imperial palace. But Lusa's body had disappeared. Very few people knew about the disposal of Lusa's body. How could this happen? He glared again, his eyebrows furrowed as he asked. Nowadays, do thieves even steal rotting corpses? Then Agri's angrily raised his hand and shouted, "Find the princess's jewelry. Do not miss a single spot. You must retrieve everything." After he finished speaking, his face became cold, his eyes sharp, his eyebrows furrowed. "Kill everyone who knows about the existence of this jewelry, understood? Even if they are only slightly involved. Do not let a single person survive." She sat at the dining table. Just as her hand was about to grab the teacup, someone suddenly arrived. She blankly turned to look and said, "Your Highness, is this a big deal?" Hearing that, he covered his face with his hand. She continued, "Even if the princess's body disappeared like that, it has nothing to do with us. Isn't it better that it disappeared? I don't have much to do with that matter." Her words made him think. His head suddenly ached. He closed his eyes and held his head tightly. "It's good that you live comfortably without having to think about anything." Hearing Agri say that, she shouted loudly, her eyes staring at him. "No, Your Highness. The coronation day is approaching." But suddenly Luce's body disappeared. He didn't seem to care about Vienn's. Agri's glanced away. In her frustration, her eyes welled up with tears. Her arms crossed tightly, pretending to be strong, but actually weak. "I can proudly say that I have consolidated my position at the throne after the emperor passed away. A person who dedicated his body and soul to the empire while simultaneously losing his father and younger sister. The unfortunate crown prince. With that added tragedy, public opinion will definitely lean towards me. But I still haven't uprooted the seeds of doubt against me. The people around always look at me with disdainful eyes. Forgiving Lusa and burying her in the royal cemetery. Once again, everyone's suspicion will vanish if I show my sincerity. But the theft of Lusa's body is not enough. If it is known that her relics are floating on the black market, the people around will pry and start criticizing me. Agri's thought of such a scenario. Wouldn't I become a fool who sold out my family to consolidate my position? He was angry, slamming his hand hard on the table, staring at her earring. I borrowed the power of that thing to become emperor. Then Agri's held the earring in his hand. In the end, shouldn't you help your older brother, Lusa? Lusa looked around blankly, but she only now startled to realize. Is this a dream? Lusa looked at the empty space around her, thinking everything was pitch black. Where is this? At this moment, she suddenly saw a pink butterfly. Lusa looked in the direction it flew, anxiously thinking, can I follow it? Although she felt anxious, she still followed it. What is this? This is the only thing I can see. After walking for a while, Lusa was surprised to realize that the butterfly was leading her towards the light. There's light. She slowly walked towards where the light was radiating. Then Lusa suddenly arrived at a room. She thought in astonishment, what is over there? Isn't that a coffin? Lusa slowly approached it. Did someone die in my dream? She curiously peeked inside. Who is in here? At this time, Lusa looked inside with eyes full of curiosity. She looked over the body once. The delicate hands did not have a single scratch. The wavy platinum blonde hair and the identical face. Now Lusa was startled to realize that there was no longer any doubt. Thinking of this, she backed away in fear. Her past life, Einel Dastro. Lusa's face turned pale as she thought in fear. Why am I having this dream? Why does it look so intact? No matter what kind of dream it is, if 3 years have passed since I died. She looked at Einel's corpse and thought doubtfully. Shouldn't it normally be rotting in a place or two? But while Lusa was wondering what the purpose of this dream was now, suddenly someone was standing behind her. She slowly lowered her head. He looked at her, smiled, and said hello. A long time after waking up, Lusa was now hiding under the blanket, screaming in fear. She thought in terror, what is this? What kind of dream is this? Lusa wondered if this had anything to do with her meeting with Paran. Is it because I got caught in the rain last time? She sat under the blanket, thinking anxiously. Of course, when it rained, my mood was already very bad. Naturally, my health wasn't good either, but Lusa's eyes now held a bit of determination. She recalled what had happened when she met Paran. Last time, she suddenly realized that when she brought up the story of Einel, the atmosphere became fierce, as if she were an enemy. Lusa thought as she crawled out of the blanket. We obviously have never met before. I didn't even know Paran had a cousin. She felt a bit uncomfortable inside now. I wanted to ask for details too, but I didn't have the courage. What should I do? Thinking of this, Lusa suddenly fell silent and slowly raised her hand to look. As soon as she looked at herself in the mirror, she realized that she had actually turned back into her fox form. She screamed in fear. What the hell is this? At the same time, she thought with great doubt, has the humanization spell worn off? Lusa raised both hands to touch her ears and thought worriedly. My humanization spell is still quite weak, but let me give it a try. After trying for a while, she fell silent. Lusa panicked upon realizing that the magic wasn't working. She was completely terrified and in a panic. If the servants see me in this state, it will be a huge disaster. At this moment, Lusa suddenly had an idea. Should I go to Vermin's place? But right after, she thought in fear, Vermin's way of speaking is so scary. I don't want to go to her. Lusa looked around the room, thinking in fear. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? There's nowhere to hide. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door from outside. She immediately jumped down and hid under the bed. Lusa was so scared that her heart was pounding rapidly. Her face was now very determined. By some miraculous reason, I've managed to hold out until now. Just as she thought that, a flower petal suddenly flew past Lusa's nose. She couldn't help but sneeze. In her heart, Lusa thought in fear, damn it. The other person suddenly spoke up, Lusa. She instinctively felt that this voice was very familiar. This voice. She slowly crawled out from under the bed. As soon as she looked up, she was surprised to realize it's Mother. Syria gently sat down on the floor and softly asked Lusa, what are you doing in there? Lusa immediately jumped in her arms. Syria reached out to catch her and said in a gentle voice, the maids will be here soon, so we need to hurry. She looked at her and asked, is your humanization spell not working? Hearing that, Lusa nodded vigorously. Syria looked at her, cast a spell, and said, let me try. Then her power enveloped Lusa. But in the end, everything remained the same without any change. Syria said worriedly, my magic isn't working either. When it comes to support magic, Vermin is better. It's better if I go find Vermin. Then Syria hugged Lusa and ran quickly to Vermin's place. Let's go to Vermin's room. But when they arrived at Vermin's room, she was nowhere to be seen. She looked at the empty room and thought doubtfully, she's not here? She said with a sad face, I didn't hear anything about her going anywhere today. At this moment, a voice suddenly came, hey you trash. Syria was startled and turned around. She saw Heekin excitedly opening the door. He looked at the two of them and said hesitantly, mother and youngest sister, Vermin isn't here. Syria said worriedly, this is a big problem. Seeing this, Heekin asked in confusion, what's wrong? Hearing his question, she immediately explained, the humanization spell isn't working on Lusa. Heekin shouted in astonishment, what? He lifted her up and said in a panicked voice, where did the trash go? Then Heekin looked at Syria and asked worriedly, come to think of it, I heard she went out last night to deal with a commission issue. Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. Is that so? Then if she comes back early this morning, there's still time. But suddenly they realized she hasn't come back yet at this hour. Just as they thought that, Vermin's teleportation magic circle appeared. Seeing that magic circle, they thought in surprise, is it Vermin? When, while Syria and Heekin were talking, a flash of light burst in. She stepped back, wondering, is it Vermin? Everyone in the room immediately panicked in fear. Lord Vermin. Don't stand up. Oh my god, Lord Vermin. The three of them collapsed on the floor, faces covered in tears and snot. Someone also ran over and asked, Lord Vermin? She isn't here either. Ionel stood watching those people and thought, these are the people I've met before. When they saw her, they reflexively stepped aside and hid behind the door. Lord Vermin said no. I didn't expect her to use this fox for such an experiment. They seemed to be Vermin's subordinates. Two boys and a girl, wearing cloaks and hats, stood bewildered, crying and asking, boo-hoo, where are you? Lord Vermin isn't here either. They looked up and saw Heekin holding the fox. The fox. At that moment, the brown-haired boy stepped forward and opened his arms as if wanting to hold it. It's still alive. I thought it had become an experimental material. The two people behind also smiled and looked on, still as cute as before. Ionel muttered in wonder, have you guys still not seen us? Syria spoke up and asked, what happened to Vermin? The brown-haired boy asked, are you by any chance the Grand Duchess, Elharan? She nodded in response. Meanwhile, the three of them huddled together as if wanting to say something. Yes, but, they said at the same time, Lord Vermin has disappeared. Both Syria and Heekin were stunned. It's not like she made someone else disappear. Why is everyone reacting like this? They started recounting the story. Early this morning, an emergency communication magic flew in front of us. So we rushed to find Lord Vermin. The orange-haired girl said, if she's not at the magic tower and not here either, where does she need to be rescued from? Heekin spoke up about that. He deduced, I guess it's probably because of the commission I handed over to her. According to his explanation, that commission was previously given to the H mercenary group. The client was 3E, a recently emerging business. One day early in the week, I received an anonymous letter and a large advance payment. They requested me to buy and send back a gemstone necklace on their behalf because they couldn't attend the auction. Describing the item, he recounted. Therefore, the commission that the Black Mercenary Group received would be a very normal delivery commission. At that time, he held in his hand a hexagonal emerald encased in an exquisite gold metal frame. If the item commissioned for transport wasn't the necklace of the deceased Ionel, Heekin thought that it was only after the successful auction that he discovered the necklace belonged to the late princess. But if I told the imperial family about this, I would feel very uncomfortable. So I wanted to deliver it quickly and withdraw from this matter. According to his deduction, from the anonymous letter to the businessman, then into the hands of H, and then to whom? The special thing was that the buyer of the necklace could not be identified. It had to be delivered in person to find out. Usually, top-level deliveries would be very reluctant. In the end, I paid a lot of money and handed the delivery job over to our mercenary group. The orange-haired girl cried and thought, just looking at it makes it seem like trash. The boy next to her asked, trash? Heekin continued. Anyway, I handed it over to Vermin and started investigating immediately. This necklace is indeed from the tomb of Princess Ainul. After catching all the tomb raiders in this empire, they said they only picked up and sold the remaining jewelry in the tomb, which was already empty. In short, the princess's body had disappeared, and even the buyer of the jewelry is of unknown identity. Hearing the story, the three of them raised their hands in agreement. Lord Vermin. Syria asked, can we go to that place first? I roughly know where it is. Hearing everything, Ainul's face darkened. My body has disappeared? She recalled the jewelry piece that Heekin mentioned. Above all, the precious jewelry that her father gave her when she was still a princess had been stolen. Is it related to yesterday's dream? A long time has passed since I died. Why is this happening now? Who would intentionally do such a thing? As if sensing something, Syria gently lifted her hand and called Lusa. She jumped down from her, thinking, that's right, this is not the time. Aiming straight at Heekin, she told herself, I have to solve the things happening in the present first, and then think about the things from my past life. It won't be too late. Standing tall in front of the door, Ainul made up her mind. Just wait, Vermin, I will come to save you. In another place, there was a pool of bright red blood on the floor. Vermin frowned tightly in pain, clutching her injured right arm. Damn it, she glanced outside. She thought it was really strange when the delivery address was an abandoned temple instead of a private house. Looking outside, she saw the magic circle surrounding the area. I didn't expect there to be so many traps inside. This isn't a ruin hiding treasure either. It would be more reasonable to assume that this is a trap set up to target the people bringing the necklace. Hearing a strange noise, Vermin immediately turned around. If there's any problem, a purple python approached and opened its mouth wide, getting close to her. This was not at a level that humans could set up. She thought to herself about the existence of the minimum boundary line. Then it could only be a divine beast. From her wrist, Vaman exerted force, causing the bracelet to radiate. A beam of light pierced through the python's mouth, heading straight for the traps that had been set. She evaluated that for it to make her suffer this much, the light pierced straight into the center of the trap circle. If I knew it would be this hard, I would have brought the mad dog here. I had been feeling uncomfortable since holding Princess Ainul's necklace. She recalled the huge temple, especially when she discovered that the delivery location was an abandoned temple no longer in use. Facing the challenge, Vaman's eyes narrowed slightly as she wondered, but what should I do? She clenched the hand holding the box. I've grasped the clue to a commission that I've been searching for years. Taking step by step up the stairs, Vaman thought, for some reason my intuition isn't working well, so I can't turn back. After breaking the trap, she collapsed, resting her hands behind her hips, panting. Calming down, she sighed. By this point, the matter was clear. She imagined her palm touching Ainul's delicate face. The death of Princess Ainul was related to divine beasts. At a peaceful village, the 6 of them, including Heekin, Syria, and Ainul, along with 3 people wearing black hoods, arrived. This was where the problem occurred. The orange-haired girl asked if Vaman had come to this village. Heekin chimed in, asking if it was some road nearby. He looked up and saw Ainul lying lazily on his head. So he asked, well, do you smell garbage? Ainul shook her head back and forth. Heekin turned to Syria and said, as far as I remember, the private home address is completely different from this place. Looking around, she replied, I will go ask the villagers in this village. According to the plan, she went to ask the people in the village. A dark-skinned man questioned when asked, why are you looking for that place? It's best not to go. She replied that there were only some abandoned temples left there. The 3 people behind her cried out, oh my God, Lord Vaman. The woman standing behind the dark-skinned man spoke up. That place hasn't been active since the earthquake. She whispered into the ear of the old woman next to her. Even so, people who face major troubles still often drop by to pray. The old woman said, ever since we heard screams around there, no one goes there anymore. The others nodded and murmured. That's right, isn't it? They described the water in the well turning into blood. Livestock also died from the plague. Suddenly, many snakes appeared, making it very difficult for the shepherds on the mountain. The man continued asking, outsiders want to go where the locals don't dare to go? You don't know what you'll have to endure when you step foot in there. Heekin let out a long sigh after hearing him beat around the bush. All right, just show me the way. Following his words, the villagers led them to the front of the temple. The 3 hooded people stuttered. Is there a chance this temple is about to collapse? The brown-haired boy trembled. What if those snakes appear? Heekin laughed and said, why be afraid of them? You guys are 100 times bigger than those snakes. Without a word, the 3 of them clung onto Heekin, shivering. They are 2 different things. He shook them off and told Ainul, all right, youngest, get down. As soon as Ainul jumped to the ground, a strange phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, a dark purple circle enveloped her. Syria and Heekin widened their eyes in surprise, looking at Lusa. Suddenly, Ionel realized her surroundings were no longer in reality. What is this? My surroundings suddenly went dark. I can't hear anything. Did I fall into a trap? She sat on the ground, squinting. Oh, what should I do? Should I keep going or wait for mother and brother to find me? Outside, Syria and Heekin looked around, calling, "Where's Lusa?" Lusa. She stood blankly, unaware that someone had appeared behind her. But I don't even know where I am anymore. Suddenly, the person behind her reached out, grabbed Ionel, and picked her up. Vaman asked in panic, "What? Isn't this an illusion?" Ionel looked at the person in front of her, also surprised. "Sister Vaman?" She asked, "Why are you here?" Ionel muttered, "You're the one who suddenly appeared." At this moment, the dark purple python was still tailing Vaman. As it approached, she immediately used her magic to slice it in half. The python widened its eyes in pain. Vaman wiped her sweat and sighed in relief. Returning to the main issue, she turned to Ionel, unaware of her reincarnation as a divine beast, and asked, "No, but how could that mad dog leave you alone here? And in this form, too?" Ionel used her paws to rub her face. Vaman thought, has the dark magic completely disappeared? Ionel's eyes sparkled as she waved her paws around. She immediately asked, "You can't turn back into a human?" Ionel nodded with a wronged expression. Vaman leaned against the wall, puzzled. Why is that? So frustrating. Why isn't my magic working? Ionel was also sad. I don't know either. A strange smell emanated from somewhere, making Ionel sniff and look towards it. Seeing Ionel turn in another direction, she also noticed and asked. Ionel's nose began to track it. What's wrong? Is there something over there? The scent, along with that fine dust, led her and Vaman to a strange place. The two stood in front of the door and heard a voice coming from inside. "I'm very curious. Who is this person that could make you come all the way here?" Inside the room were two people. She saw a purple-haired person and a moss-green-haired person looking into a coffin. And the person lying in it was none other than Ionel's body. Vaman thought, that is Ionel's coffin that I saw in my dream. Looking closer, it was Paran and Basila. Seeing his hesitant gaze, he immediately asked, "Are you angry with me?" He smiled faintly and said, "If you hadn't taken the coffin out of the tomb, the body would have completely rotted away. Not a single trace would be found. You should be thanking me instead." Outside, the two were also eavesdropping. Basila continued, giving his opinion, if it were me. He said a sentence that made both Paran and Ionel outside widen their eyes. That I would save this girl. Ionel angrily jumped out of Vaman's arms. What is this madman talking about? Looking at the person in the coffin, she thought, I already have a new life now. Yet he wants to revive that soulless corpse? Angry, she rushed to the door, thinking no Paran. Looking at him, she could only reassure herself. Don't be fooled by him. Refuse it. After all, reviving the dead is impossible. But Paran's eyes looked firmly at the corpse. Don't. At this moment, Basila's eyes stared at him again, sparkling. A pink dust flew in from nowhere. Vaman looked at Ionel, whose head was bowed. Lusa is angry. Her eyes turned pink and narrowed. She's angry. How scary. The voice still echoed provocatively. If you dare to anger Lusa, she won't let it go. Scare him. Scare him away. Show everyone your power. Lusa, that pink dust radiated stronger and stronger from Ionel. We will help you. Vaman stood nearby, not understanding the dust. Just as she realized something, she shouted. But it was too late, no? Meanwhile, Ionel aimed at the target Basila, thinking how to. Can I even save myself? How could that dead person still be alive with wide pink eyes? A despicable act trampling on the desperation of others. Basila's hateful face appeared clearly in front of her. Ionel didn't hesitate and flew over, delivering a leaping kick from above onto his face. Do you have nothing better to do than to deceive a dead person? Paran, witnessing this scene, stood frozen. He stepped back in panic. Ionel's anger had not subsided as she continuously used her claws to stomp on his face. Basila used his hands to cover it, so his hands were equally scratched. After venting her anger, Ionel immediately stood in front of Paran, letting out an animal cry. Even though he didn't understand what she said, Paran slowly asked, "Juan Stella?" She glared at him. "What on earth are you doing, Paran? Don't be fooled by such words." While all three were tense, a laugh came from somewhere. Ahaha. Basila wiped the footprint still stuck on his face and laughed. Haha, how adorable. He sat down and lowered his head to look at Ionel. I don't know what you can do in this form. Looking at her angry face, he mocked again. However, the expression on your face is truly interesting. It seems you don't like me very much. But what can you do? Looking towards Vaman, he pointed out, right now, you are here with a person full of wounds. And only a crazy divine beast left. Vaman frowned and spoke up, Basila. Even if I'm injured, I can still use magic. Don't underestimate me. He sneered. I'm afraid you'll just be wasting your effort. Bringing his sleeve up to wipe his face, he said, as an elder who trains divine beasts, should I educate you a little? This is no fun at all. Ionel frowned, thinking to herself, Basila is right. I am an immature divine beast who can only kick him in the face. Vaman, the one who can fight him, is heavily injured. And I don't even know what Paran is thinking. Looking at his face, full of scheming calculations, she shivered. To be honest, even just facing him like this gives me goosebumps, yet some part of me is firmer than ever. But I can't pretend not to see it, because it's my responsibility and no one else's. She stood on all four legs, ready in a fighting stance. Let's hit him one more time, because Lusa is very strong, even stronger than snakes. Much, much, much stronger. We will do it together. The image of Ionel and the current Lusa seemed to merge together, creating a fighting spirit. A voice rang out, Luan Stella. Hearing this, Ionel froze. This voice, from around the divine beast's body, she emitted a rainbow-colored light, drawing everyone's attention. The person who noticed it the most was Basila. Ionel looked at her body in panic. What is happening? Suddenly, her ears seemed to grow a little longer. An extra tail also grew out. I even have 2 tails now. Her cries rang out as she ran back to Vaman. She meant to say, Vaman, hurry up and stick it back on for me. Vaman asked, is that okay? As she hugged Ionel in her arms, Basila said, I already told you. He smirked, holding up the necklace with a hexagonal diamond pendant. I heard that compared to a special species, you are quite unique. He stared intently. So it turns out you don't just have 1 tail. Paran spoke up, interrupting. Am I not enough on my own? That is a trivial power. It's not worth Lord Basila's attention. His eyes feigned a pitiful look. Don't be so arrogant, Paran. Hearing his words, he froze. Don't you want to save the princess? He stepped closer to the coffin and said, should I throw it back into the grave? Ionel looked up at him, uttering a threat. Meanwhile, a tremor occurred, causing a few rocks to fall. Is that what you want? Paran noticed something strange. She looked around. The building was shaking. An earthquake? The cracks in the walls were getting bigger. If it's not an earthquake, then what is it? A tall divine beast appeared. Its 2 eyes were glowing brightly, with a wide-open mouth full of imposing aura. It stepped forward and breathed fire, aiming at Basila. Everything became a blur as the tremors occurred continuously. Vaman maintained her composure, holding Ionel tightly. She called out Syria's name. In a dangerous situation where Paran was threatened, Syria appeared with her divine beast, throwing everything into chaos. Basila, amused, laughed heartily, oh my Syria. He stepped back and looked at her. Syria's divine beast was a fox, while Basilis was a python, so he wasn't afraid of her. The 2 sides began to clash. She looked firmly ahead and said, it seems you're not happy to see me, huh? Basila laughed out loud. Your attacking me now could be considered an act of rebellion against the Elder Association. She replied, I'm not aware of that. Syria pulled out a weapon from her clothes. I only know. She raised her voice, point 1 truth, that you have harmed my children. She pointed the weapon straight at Basila's face. Don't even think about easily escaping from here. But at that moment, he gradually shifted his attention to Paran, covering his mouth with his hand and laughing. Basila reminded Paran, are you just going to stand there and watch? At this moment, he slowly began to draw his sword. Lady Syria, I am sorry. With 1 slash, he shattered the weapon she was holding in her hand, right before the eyes of Vaman and Ionel. Paran then walked over to Basila and stood in front to shield him. Paran. Basila smiled smugly. He lifted Ionel's body into the air. Haha. Looking at that beautiful face, he said, if we keep arguing like this, the princess's body will turn into ashes. He turned toward her and called out, so win, Stella. A beam of light enveloped the 3 of them, including Basila, Paran, and the princess's body. Basila smirked, let's play again next time. After saying that, the 3 of them vanished into thin air. The most disappointed person right now was Ionel. Why Paran? She recalled when Basila said, Paran, are you just going to stand there and watch? Ionel thought, why would he be swayed by the words of that despicable guy? This was Ionel wondering who Ionel really was. Syria approached. Children, let's get out of here first. Outside, Hekin and the others, the 3 hooded people, were in a panic when they saw the fire surrounding them. The fire won't go out even when we pour sand on it. Bring water here quickly. Hearing a noise, he turned around and saw his mother. Seeing everything around her glowing red, she immediately asked, what happened? Hekin replied, the fire spread outside the temple. What else? It's magical fire, so it can't be extinguished in normal ways. Plus, it's magic from a divine beast, so the water created by ordinary mages won't put it out either. He looked at Vaman with interest. So it's trash, huh? Seeing her appearance, Hekin panicked. What is this trash? What kind of look is this? Youngest sibling, what happened to your tail? The 3 hooded people, seeing her, immediately burst into tears and rushed over. Lady Vaman, Master, they started complaining bitterly. Oh my God, we tried our best, but we couldn't put it out at all, sob. Lady Vaman, thank goodness you're safe and sound. Screams continued to echo as the entire forest was burning. From within the fire came the cries of the villagers. The divine beast is angry. Disaster has struck. A man stood with his hands clasped, a sincere look on his face. O divine beast, please ease your wrath. Another child cried loudly. We were wrong, O divine beast. Vaya, sobi. But the eyes of Hekin, Ionel, and Vaman were all looking at their mother. Seeing her standing frozen, covering her face with both hands in embarrassment, Vaman gave a wry smile. Honestly, she used her magic to create a magic circle, dispelling the fire that Syria had accidentally caused. The villagers and the children smiled with joy when they saw the rain falling. Zen, it's raining. The fire is out. We're saved. Hekin supported Vaman and laughed. For trash, you've got some pretty strong magic, huh? She smiled, of course. The man they had initially asked when they arrived at the village noticed their silhouettes. Oh, you too? He was surprised. You're still alive? Thank goodness. He, along with Ionel and Vaman, just stood there stiffly upon hearing that. He then noticed the transformation of the animal following the 2 of them. Oh, does this fox also have 2 tails now? Hearing the noise, a whole crowd of villagers gathered around. They started gossiping out of nowhere. After this fox arrived, it suddenly rained. The fire also went out, and this fox even has 2 tails. The old man and the old woman looked at each other as if they understood. It's a divine beast. Everyone began to chime in, believing it to be true. Lord Fox put out the fire for us. The divine beast has blessed us. He saved this village. Thank you for saving us. But Ionel, being misunderstood, just stared blankly and let out an animal sound. Huh, I didn't even do anything. That night, when everyone returned, they all collapsed onto the floor. Ainul thought to herself, it's only been one day, but so much has happened. Her face darkened as she thought. The issue of turning back into a human hasn't been resolved. Vaman went missing, recalling the scene in the old temple. When I went looking, I got kidnapped, and suddenly, we found Ainul's body. Paran and Basila are on the same side. Then the fire started blazing, and we put it out. It was even a sacred fire that the villagers said they used to pray to me. At that time, she was cheered by everyone. The little fox made it rain and protected our village. Little fox, please look over here. She knew very well that she wasn't the one who created the fire or put it out. Yet they still cheered. Oh, he just breathed. That's the breath of good luck. From now on, our village will be protected by him. He just stood there, pointing at the culprit, Syria, who was standing there covering her face. Ainul buried her face and thought to herself, please stop. Back at the palace, Lano, having learned of everything, laughed and said, you all really went through a lot. It must have been fun. Vaman looked up with a reproachful expression. While we were working so hard. What were you doing, father? Were you? He pointed his face, me. Lano chuckled and recounted. I went to return the necklace. At that time, he went and stood in front of Agri's room. Agris came out and smiled in greeting. It's been a while, Grand Duke. Politely walking over to the table, he asked, what brings you to see me? He bowed his head and took something out of his pocket. I have the item you're looking for. Placing the necklace pendant on the table, he pushed it toward Agris. I happened to come across it. Seeing it, he was surprised. What a strange coincidence. Just as his hand reached for the necklace box, Lano covered it. Isn't it? It's quite the fate. He picked up the necklace box and smiled. Ah, before I give it to you, I would like to hear an answer to this question. Agris was also friendly. Go ahead, Grand Duke. Then, suddenly, that smile became much gloomier. You're looking for something else, aren't you? He recalled when he went searching for Ainul's belongings. He had ordered, search for the princess's jewelry. Collect everything, and do not leave a single item behind. And kill everyone who knows of the existence of those pieces of jewelry. Do you understand? Even if it's someone only slightly related. He growled, do not let a single person survive. Lano asked, so what about ending it by finding the necklace? Resting his chin on his hand, he smiled and said, it won't be long until the coronation ceremony. Agris, without a single wasted movement, stood up abruptly and snatched the piece of jewelry from his hand. He wasn't surprised at all and asked, is it really necessary to let the imperial palace be filled with the stench of blood? His eyes turned sharp. Walking over to his chair, he threatened, you will regret this, Grand Duke. This war is not a joke. Hekin, Ainul, and Lady Syria were stunned upon hearing this, covering their mouths. Amidst such tension, a snoring sound was heard. They angrily turned toward the source of the noise. Vaman. Lano didn't care and focused on the documents. Anyway, compiling all the materials that Vaman gave me, I've managed to draft it. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Basila transporting the princess's necklace to the abandoned temple and then luring Paran. Lano deduced, if Paran got a hold of a clue about the necklace, he would definitely go look for clues at the shipping location. Vaman accidentally fell into that trap, and this is the cause of this whole incident. Basila's scoundrel-like face made him wonder. However, I can't understand what Basila is trying to do with the princess's body. I think I need to investigate further. I don't know if I'll find any clues regarding this matter, but he is a fickle person, so I can't keep up with his thoughts. Lano thought that Basila must have noticed Lusa was a special species from the moment she was born, but he never revealed it anywhere. If he did that, it would probably be a lot more fun. He's a guy who likes to go around looking for stimulation to make him feel like he's still alive. Anyway, we don't need to worry too much about Basila revealing Lusa's identity. Looking toward them, he suddenly realized there was a new problem. Now, just complaining won't solve anything anymore. Ainul's tail twitched. She had a premonition and looked toward her father. Oh my god. Approaching him, she thought Lano. Father's expression doesn't look good. Walking towards her father's desk, she gently placed her hand on his forehead. He was startled and slowly opened his eyes, seeing little Lusa sitting on the desk looking at him. She stood on tiptoes, a century's worth of worry lingering in her mind. Her head was spinning. What was the point of just thinking about it alone like this now? Lano hugged his child tightly. Agu, you shouldn't go around showing off this luck anywhere. He looked towards Syria and his 2 children and called out, everyone, this won't do. He carried Ainul over. Let's go out to eat today. Our precious baby must be proudly shown off to everyone around. Hekin laughed and asked, are we really going out with our youngest sibling in her fox form like that? Vaman also frowned. After going through such a hard time outside, we're going out again? Suddenly, from a fox, Ainul transformed back into her small body. Oh, I can turn into a human now. Mother Syria looked at her child and cooed, so cute. A few days later, while Ainul was eating, she suddenly screamed, what the beep is this? The 82nd tribulation of Lusa. The next morning, when the sun had risen, Lusa, in her nightgown, sluggishly rubbed her eyes, feeling the fresh air around her. She thought to herself that this morning was truly peaceful, not to mention that her whole family was sitting together for breakfast. Lusa looked towards the bustling dining table. At this moment, Hekin was teasing Vaman. Why do I have to sit next to you? Vaman glared at her younger brother and replied, coldly, who knows? Hearing footsteps steps, Heekin turned to look. He suddenly exclaimed, "Look who just showed up." Lusa had now lost her sleepy look from earlier, replaced by an excited state as she said, "Good morning. Now I can transform into my human form by myself." Heekin quickly lifted his little sister and placed her in his seat from earlier, making her let out no. Immediately, a hearty plate of food and dessert was neatly arranged in front of her by the servants. And while Lusa was sipping on her breakfast, Heekin walked over and asked Syria, "When will the new temple be rebuilt?" She calmly replied, "If we proceed quickly, everything will be completed within this month." Lusa looked up at them with sparkling eyes, wondering, what are they talking about? The eldest sister, Vaman, seemed to read her mind and spoke up, "Our family has decided to rebuild a new temple because the old one was burned down. All the workers and materials will be provided by us." Heekin immediately chimed in, but the villagers are spreading rumors that everything is thanks to that sacred little fox. He even intentionally laughed out loud to tease his little sister. Hearing this, Lusa couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Mother Syria explained, "Right in front of the temple, there will be a statue in the shape of the little fox." Lusa asked angrily, "But why?" Vaman also added, "If the workers make its shape distorted, I will personally burn that temple down." This domineering statement made Lusa even more dumbfounded. She trembled and turned the other way, squeezing her eyes shut and trying to calm herself down. After taking a deep breath, she screamed, "But why?" And so, except for Lusa, that morning was truly peaceful. She was so shocked that she slumped down on the dining table, her two hands holding her head. Thoughts seemed to be fighting in her mind. "No, this is actually a good thing. It is good, but I will be extremely embarrassed if I have to go back to that place. At least they should make a statue of a divine beast that looks more majestic. Everyone would definitely like the little divine beast on the right. But who would choose to make a statue based on me? Do I have the right to decide what is allowed and not allowed to represent my image? At least pretend to ask for my opinion." The more Lusa thought about it, the more frustrated she became, to the point of wanting to breathe fire. Just then, two gentle knocks echoed, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the room. It turned out to be Lano. He leaned against the door, gently looking at his child and asking, "What are you talking about?" Seeing this, Lusa immediately rushed towards her father. Her eyes were welling up with tears, as if she was about to cry. She ran and cried out, "My savior, father!" Lano happily opened his arms and said, "Come here, my daughter." Syria curiously asked her husband, "What brings you here?" Lano replied softly, "A guest is coming to visit, but I think it would be a good idea to let Lusa join in receiving the guest." Lusa was somewhat surprised to hear that. She looked up with her wide, round eyes and asked, "Who is it, father?" Her father hummed and smiled, replying, "A special person who'll give you a very pretty necklace." Her father led her to meet that person, but it was just a man kneeling on the floor. His face clearly showed a look of awkwardness and confusion. He didn't look like he came here to give her a gift. Looking at the man's expression, Lusa froze and wondered, is this the special guest? She stammered, "Father, you said it was a guest, right?" Lano pretended to ask back, "Did I? I clearly said it was a nuisance." Then he turned and cheerfully ordered, "Don't even think about standing up." This made the man jump and startle. He obediently sat up straight and said, "It is an honor to meet you, my lord. My name is Alan, the owner of the Alex Market." This introduction made Lusa's jaw drop as she thought to herself, the owner of Alex? Have I ever met him before? There are many people who look like him, right? The man, Alan, began to get flustered. He fearfully stammered, "The reason I really wanted to see you is related to you unexpectedly getting involved in what just happened, my lord. Therefore, I would like to ask." Lano didn't wait for him to finish and directly interrupted. "Unexpectedly? How ridiculous. Didn't you want me to get involved in this from the very beginning? I am certain there's no way the news of the black mercenary leader being hired as an El Harengar didn't reach your ears. There's no place in Doham more famous than the Alex Market. You dragged me into this just to use me as a shield if the royal family decided to make a move against you, didn't you, Alan?" He nodded, admitting, "I do not deny that, my lord." Clicking his tongue, he eagerly said, "I beg you to forgive me. Just one word of agreement, and I will obey all your commands." Seeing the satisfied smile on her father's lips, Lusa could only scream in her heart. Oh no, those are the words Lano loves to hear most in the world. Lano tapped his fingers lightly on the chair in a rhythm, then casually spoke. "I will take a necklace suitable for my daughter." Lusa could only look helplessly at her father, thinking to herself, "Father says it as if they are actual gifts. This is outright robbery." But Alan asked back in somewhat surprise, "So, is that all you desire, my lord?" But Lano's answer immediately extinguished all his hopes. "Of course that's not all. I want you to work under El Haren. Naturally, you will be granted an appropriate title. I want you to become a vassal of the El Haren family." Alan widened his eyes, looking at Lano in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lano smiled, looking at him with absolute confidence. It seemed as though Lano already had Alan in the palm of his hand. But his answer disappointed Lano. "My lord, please forgive me, but I'm afraid I cannot take on that role." He lost his composure a bit and asked back, "What did you say?" For a commoner like me, becoming a vassal of El Haren is an honor beyond words. But I see that if you ever have conflicts with the royal family in the future, the vassals will certainly be dragged into it. And I have to protect not only my market, but also my family. I don't want them to lose their neutral position in politics just because of my personal decision. Please let me repay you in another way." Lano sighed and voiced his speculation. "It sounds as if you already have something in mind. However, Alan immediately replied, I have information regarding the royal family. I believe it will help you in your future plans. He nervously swallowed his saliva, trying to continue speaking about what he was about to reveal. Finally, he gathered all his courage and asserted, the Vatican is involved in the death of Princess Einel. This information truly made both father and daughter widen their eyes in shock. Lano immediately pressed, how do you know? Can you guarantee this information is true? Alan looked flustered, darting his eyes around before hesitantly replying, is there any way for you to visit my market next time? It will be easier to discuss that way. Besides, I don't know if there are any ears or eyes listening in here, so I'm hesitant to reveal more. Hearing this, Lano stood up. His words carried a hint of regret. I understand, Alan. Having just experienced a terrifying moment, he now breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. While Lano and Alan were talking privately, Lucia sat alone on the chair, her face darkening. She could now clearly feel her heart pounding rapidly due to her shock. She could only ask herself, the Vatican is involved in my death? Beneath this sparkling, magnificent building, the shining sunlight exuded an air of elegance. Inside, laughter and chatter filled the air. Everyone was happily admiring the items and praising them profusely. Lucia sat neatly in a corner, looking at the beautiful girls around her, and thought to herself, judging by how crowded the store looks, the coronation ceremony must be coming up soon. Thinking this, she opened her small hand and calculated something. Let's see. With a jumbled mess in her head, little Lucia listed a series of timelines. After the coronation will be the parade, then the night market. I can't believe there's so many events happening all at once. Lucia obediently sat next to Mother Syria, counting silently. She marveled. The only major one left is the hunting festival. There are so many different outfits to wear. Suddenly, a voice echoed, tearing through the already bustling space. Your Grace, my lady. Gravian appeared with a bright, radiant face. Seeing this, Lucia wondered, did he hear we were coming and ran all the way here? Gravian hurriedly ran to where Syria and Lucia were sitting and asked, forgive me for keeping you waiting, my lady. You are here for the coronation ceremony outfits, aren't you? Syria calmly replied, don't worry too much about us. We came without a prior appointment. Hearing that, Gravian put on a sweet, sunny expression. With sparkling eyes, he continued, even though both the madam and a young lady have angelic beauties that dazzle others, no matter what outfits you wear. Right after that, he immediately switched into salesman mode, showing Syria a few outfit samples, and then introduced them. Even so, I would still like to offer my humble suggestions here. Whether it's the choice of fabric or decorations, everything can be adjusted to my lady's liking. Does my lady have any specific style in mind? But Syria was still staring intently at the outfit samples, her entire body and face exuding a cold, noble aura. Lucia sat next to her, staring wide-eyed at Gravian, and thought, don't ask for something like that, even though he was just trying to be polite. Looking at Syria, surrounded by a cold, murky aura, Lucia silently remembered that Syria couldn't control herself. After thinking for a while, Syria made a request for her outfit. I would like something not too flashy. That would be great. After all, I'm not the center of attention. Hearing this, Gravian's eyes lit up as he entered professional mode and asked further, do you have any specific color in mind for yourself? Syria immediately gave her color, white. That made Gravian instantly drop the stack of papers in his hands, his mouth hanging open. Lucia, that's sitting nearby, also seemed quite surprised by Syria's words. Syria seemed quite fond of the color white. Her face was full of excitement, but mixed with a bit of eeriness. She exclaimed, white is so lovely. Lucia Frozy. Surrounding them were the whispers and murmurs of the people. Did she say white for a dress? I know the El Heron family and the throne have a bad relationship, but good lord. Ignoring the others whispering, Syria still seemed delighted with the color white. Without Lano here to stop her, Syria began to envision her outfit and sparkling jewelry. She continued, or red lace on a blue fabric background seems quite nice. Once again, that made Gravian gape on the spot. Syria continued, a striped dress with a horizontally striped coat. These flashy requests left Gravian stunned on the spot. Syria thought of another outfit for Lano. She pondered and suggested to Gravian, stars on the shoulders would also be beautiful. My husband would also look great in wide leg pants and high top boots. And a heavy gold necklace. Lucia, sitting nearby, looking petrified, internally screamed. She waved her hands and made all sorts of gestures, but to no avail. The people in the store whispered and exclaimed again, I guess she has a unique fashion sense. Her taste has truly, completely crossed the boundaries of tradition. Then Gravian looked at Lucia and Syria in front of him, his whole body trembling as he stammered in response. My lady. Lucia sensed something was wrong and silently prayed. It's gonna happen. Please just decline gently and politely. But Gravian still stammered, trembling, that is truly. Suddenly, he became incredibly overjoyed. His eyes shone like stars as he cheered. Absolute genius. The assistants quickly rushed past with brightly colored pens. Gravian focused on drawing the lines. Thought of the outfit design. It was bold, creative, and colorful. It was a novel design that broke the boundary between reality and fantasy. Overlapping twists and turns in harmony, a spirit unafraid to combine straight lines and curves. Seeing this, Syria gently smiled, happy and satisfied. But Gravian seemed immersed in the world of fashion, joyful and excited by it. Witnessing the whole thing, Lusa couldn't help but be astonished. She waved a piece of paper in her hand to attract Gravian's attention, silently wondering in her head, what on earth is he talking about? Then she looked at the paper. Lusa's eyes widened, a bit speechless. Although he might be right. The mother and daughter, Syria and Lusa, quietly watched Gravian calmly and happily created a detailed sketch. Suddenly, a girl who seemed to be a maid brought out tea and pastries, saying, "Sir, please have something to eat while you work." Gravian hurriedly looked up, reached out to take it, and replied, "Ah, okay. Did you hear?" With a sparkling cup of tea and delicious pastries, Gravian shared. Although I'm not sure if it's because of the coronation or not, I heard that the crown princess is looking for a two-tailed divine fox. Lusa felt a bit guilty and scared, dropping the teacup in her hand, making Syria rush to catch it. Lusa quickly turned toward the door. Her face clearly showed extreme internal screaming, but Lusa couldn't utter a word. She could only hide it and silently curse in her heart. Why? Why are these two insisting on being completely useless? The scene shifted to another place. At this time, a man was quietly walking down the corridor. It was Saren, Vienz's father. It seemed that right now, inside Royal Princess Vienz's room, there was some sort of commotion. A soldier dragged a chef servant outside, making Saren turn his head to look. He slowly walked into his daughter's room and softly called, "Princess." Vienz turned around, a faint smile on her face as she replied, "Oh, my father is here." Indeed, Vienz was extremely beautiful, with sparkling eyes and a petite smile. After that, the father and daughter sat down to talk. He began, "I just saw the chef being dragged outside." Saren was displeased with his daughter's behavior and reproached her slightly. "How many times have I told you? You must learn to control your inner anger." Hearing this, Vienz looked a bit unhappy and slightly frowned at her father. She angrily slammed the teacup down on the table with a clack and yelled, "If I stay calm and suppress it any longer, I'll die of frustration." As her whole body trembled, looking somewhat pitiful, Vienz spoke every word clearly. "Every time my so-called husband, the prince, looks at me, it's with pity and hopelessness." Vienz sadly thought about that time, when her hand lightly brushed against Prince Agri's hand. Vienz gently stammered, smiling a bit shyly, and said, "Oh, please excuse me." She thought nothing would happen, as it was just a light touch. Yet Agris bluntly threw away the knife in his hand, leaving her in shock. Then he casually called his servant, "Bring me a new knife," which made Vienz turn pale. Remembering that, Vienz, already angry, became even angrier. She stood up abruptly and screamed, "How can I not explode with anger? Other men would willingly do anything to have me. But him." Hearing that, Saren was left speechless. Then he spoke up and asked her, "Vienz, is it that you want to gain the prince's love?" Vienz seemed calmer. She clenched her fists and affirmed in a firm voice, "No, there is no love at all." Vienz thought about the wedding between the two of them, but her purpose was simply, she said, "I just want to be recognized as his princess." Vienz slumped down into her chair. Saren calmly took a sip of tea and reminded her, "Yes, I just want you to get noticed. That two-tailed divine fox has been found." Hearing this, Vienz was slightly startled and looked at him wide-eyed. It seemed he had some sort of scheme to manipulate his daughter's psychology. He said, "If you request it from him, that I believe the prince will look at you in a different light." That made Vienz sink into a fantasy as she replied, "Yes." She then broke into a smug smile, hinting at some plan, and exclaimed, "What an interesting suggestion, father." Meanwhile, as Gravian held a plate of pastries in his hand, he said cheerfully, "Did you hear?" The teacup was still hot and sparkling on the table, but it was not as hot as the words he was about to say. "I don't know if it's because of the coronation, but there are rumors that the crown princess is searching for the two-tailed divine fox." Upon hearing that, the teacup in Ionel's hand dropped. Fortunately, Syria caught it, but her face turned pale. Ionel scratched her head and pulled her ears, wanting to die on the spot. Anyway, this was a given. If one brought along the two-tailed divine fox, they would receive the support of the people. Because the Racham nation is a nation that worships foxes. The issue is that foxes are a symbol of sacredness, yet they're using that to gain political advantage. Seeing her daughter's pale face, as if her soul had just been snatched away, Syria gently held Ionel's hand to reassure her. She looked up at her while still deep in thought. The person who finds the divine fox won't just have a strong physique. When it was time to leave, Gravian politely saw the mother and daughter off. "If there's anything, I will drop by. I'll take my leave first." Syria nodded, "Amen." She carried Ionel in her arms and walked away. Ionel still waved goodbye bye-bye. A familiar silhouette and voice rang out, "Grand Duchess." Ionel turned around. It was Ian. How long had he been waiting? Ionel's face lit up with joy when she saw Ian, but she also noticed that her mother wasn't as happy. Her face darkened as soon as she saw him. Her glaring eyes aimed straight at him. "Syria, here." Ionel bowed his head and said, "I have an urgent matter to report to you, madam. So I came looking for you here." Madam Syria frowned at the boy in front of her. "How did you know I was here?" Ionel remained silent for a moment. He raised his hand to his neck, revealing the red marks of characters covering it. He said softly, "I used the power of the decree." A loud noise made them turn their heads. It was the church bell, interrupting their conversation. Sunlight shone through the temple. It was past noon, but not yet evening. Syria broke the silence first and asked, "Have you eaten anything yet? I don't have anything in my stomach either." A warm atmosphere spread across every street. Syria looked at Ionel waiting. Ionel hesitated, sweat running down his temples. Here Ionel suggested, "If the madam needs me to escort you." She wearily refused. "No need. Will you wait outside until we finish eating?" Ionel stammered, "Is Ian busy? We can't eat together?" She asked tearfully and hugged her mother tightly. Here Ionel awkwardly replied, "It's not like that. In a high society restaurant, the waitstaff are very professional and dedicated. The dishes were grandly laid out on the table, diverse and delicious. The staff happily brought the food and then excused themselves. Enjoy your meal." Syria reached for the knife, neatly arranged at her place. Ionel, forks and knives. When eating at the mansion, these two things were not allowed to be used. With a quick and professional movement, she threw the knife straight into the bucket behind her without turning her head. Ionel froze at her way of handling it. "You always remind me that knives are dangerous." Ionel lay on the table, dejected. "I can do it myself." Syria calmly cut the cake. Then she turned to look at Ian, another kid. "Huh?" Noticing her stare, he raised his hand to gesture that he could manage on his own. Ian skillfully used his fork and knife. Syria just glanced over and said nothing. Ian didn't mind and happily ate his portion. She picked up a piece of steak. "If it doesn't suit your taste, tell me. I will order something else for you." Ian gently declined. "No, it's very delicious." Then, he suddenly brought up the cake from Lusa's birthday party. The cake last time was also very delicious. Hearing this, Lusa felt her heart warm. So, Ian knew how to say such things too. Thank goodness, the atmosphere is cozier than I imagined. Lusa sneaked a glance at Ian. Hair and silhouette always seemed to overlap with Ian's. Even though they were only cousins, Ian looked exactly like Paran. They were cast from the same mold. In her past life, she also used to sneak glances at him like this. She wondered how Paran was doing. Lusa spoke up and asked Ian, "Is Paran still doing well?" Ian hesitated, then answered vaguely, "He is still doing well." Syria then spoke in a sarcastic and annoyed tone. "It's a blessing he's still alive." Lusa was terrified hearing her mother speak. She complained in annoyance. "Lately, Lord Aben has disappointed me a lot." Lusa gently touched her hand, trying to soothe the situation. "Why is that?" She continued sternly, "I also think he had his reasons for doing so." Syria probed with a snide remark. "But what are Ian's thoughts?" He just calmly replied, "Lord Aben is still reconsidering it." Even though the restaurant was very airy and warm, the atmosphere around them was as freezing and desolate as the North Pole. It was extremely tense and awkward. Lusa's mind was in turmoil. "I just praised the good atmosphere not even 5 minutes ago." Sunlight shone down on the plate of pudding on the table. Syria asked bluntly, "So what is the purpose?" Ian replied, "The Holy See is searching for the two-tailed divine fox." Lusa and Syria were briefly surprised. Because the divine fox's fur is also silver, he wants to restore his reputation, which was damaged in that incident. Syria pondered. "According to the information I received about the divine beast, no place is faster than the Pope. They might have even acted before the crown princess." Ian said worriedly, "I think it's best for you to be careful, madam." But Lusa confidently said, "It's fine. I'm very good at transforming now. I can summon spirits at will." And also, a man burst in, interrupting their conversation. He shouted in panic, "Madam, please come with me for a moment." Everyone looked at him in stunned silence. He shouted loudly, "The carriage! Get to the carriage!" He pointed at the shattered carriage, looking like it had just been through countless battles. The panicked man pointed at the totally wrecked carriage, as if it had been in a world war. "It's been destroyed." Syria, Ian, and Lusa were dumbfounded. "Huh." Syria instructed the two children before going outside to grasp the situation. "I will be back after checking the situation, so please wait here." Ian and Lusa remained seated, still unable to process what had just happened. Lusa was 3 parts sad and 7 parts bitter. She begrudgingly bit her hand to suppress her frustration. She didn't even have time to flex. Ian softly called, "Juan Stella." Lusa looked up. Ian felt guilty, remembering the harsh words he had said on her birthday. He regretted what had happened back then. Lusa still didn't understand, surprise clearly showing on her face. "Huh, why are you apologizing, Ian?" Lusa quickly denied it. "No, I was the one who brought it up first, since I was the one who started that topic." Lusa silently blamed herself. "I was the one who brought up Parent's story." Ian put down his spoon and spoke slowly. "No, it's my fault, so I have to apologize." Ian sincerely admitted his mistake. "Even though I know it's late, I still want to apologize to you for what happened that day." "I'm sorry, Luan Stella." But Lusa was quite shocked by Ian's attitude. Thank you." Lusa scratched her head, looking at Ian awkwardly. "I didn't expect an apology, but this is fine too." Lusa suddenly realized something. Come to think of it. "Ian, how did you know I grew another tail?" But Ian was flustered. He remained silent, sweating profusely, not knowing how to answer. Seeing that attitude, Lusa slammed the table and stood up. "Don't tell me Paran told." Right at that moment, a furious curse echoed everywhere. "Who the hell ruined my carriage?" The loud shouting echoed throughout the restaurant from the outside. "Don't let me catch you." Ian and Lusa dropped their jaws in confusion. They saw a nobleman constantly pointing at her mother and cursing. "WH, what is going on?" The nobleman loudly scolded Syria. "My carriage has been destroyed by you. How do you plan to compensate for this?" Syria's expression remained unchanged as she tilted her head to look at the carriage. Her carriage and his had crashed into each other, shattered beyond recognition. Glass shards were scattered all over the street. The wheels were dented, and the attached parts had also fallen off onto the road. The passers-by murmured as they looked at the two of them. Syria began to argue, using logic to crush him. We didn't park incorrectly. You were the one speeding in the city. Does your family have emergency? The nobleman was furious, veins popping on his face as he pointed at her and cursed. How dare you speak like that in front of noble? Do you know who I am? Syria stood with her arms crossed, frowning at him. Syria held her head, pondering, trying to search her memories for his figure. Isn't he Duke Saren? Her indifferent attitude drove him even crazier. He gritted his teeth, his face scrunching up like a monkey, looking as if he wanted to eat her alive. Even knowing I am Duke Saren, she doesn't kneel down and beg? This is so frustrating. My expensive carriage has been destroyed. Looking at the carriage he had bought for a fortune, now reduced to a pile of scrap iron, his voice boiled with even more rage. I will show her what my power is. He reached his limit and took a stance. His hand was raised in the air, ready to physically assault the woman in front of him. You arrogant bitch. Right at this moment, Ian and Lusa ran out. Syria stood with her hands on her hips, pondering her stance. Should I make his arm disappear? Just as the two were about to get into a brawl, Lusa weakly cried out, Mama, Syria, and Saren froze. He watched Lusa trot over to Syria, her face tearful. Is this child her daughter? Lusa's eyes welled with tears. Syria reached out and picked Lusa up. He thought to himself, it seems she has raised her child very well, despite coming from the countryside. His face suddenly turned pale. Wait a minute. That face looks very familiar. From behind the carriage, the sound of galloping hooves rushed in. Lano rode a white horse, flying straight over and landing majestically, his face full of arrogance. Saren screamed, a flying horse. The horse flicked its hooves elegantly. Lano glanced at Saren. Oh my, who is this? He smiled sarcastically and asked, isn't this Duke Saren, the one who brought glory to the Empire? Saren thought to himself, why does that child look so much like this madman? Saren cursed angrily. Hey, do you know you almost ran me over? Lano calmly stepped down from his horse. Is that so? I apologize. I was riding a bit too fast and didn't notice you. Syria cradled Lusa in her arms and asked softly, why are you here? Lano smiled sweetly. I miss my wife, so I came to visit. He saw the little bundle in his wife's arms crying and asked, why is Luan Stella crying? Lusa turned her head and sniffled, calling out, Papa? Saren froze when he saw Lusa looking at him. Lusa thought, wait a minute, he's the one who caused the accident. He even almost threw hand with Mama. Should I punish him? Actually, Syria had been planning to make the Duke's hand disappear. But Lusa glared at him resentfully. What bad luck? Lusa wondered, but how should I punish him? Realizing her parents were looking at her with pity, she decided to keep pretending. Like a bewildered little deer, she sobbed. I was so scared. Mama didn't do anything wrong, but he kept scolding Mama. He even intended to hit Mama. Lano smiled teasingly. Is that so? He turned back to look at Saren. Does my wife owe you a lot? He replied in panic. No, she owes nothing. Lano slowly walked towards him dangerously. Are you implying that my daughter is lying? He trembled. That's not what I meant. Lano slowly drew his sharp sword. His amber eyes glinted. The air was filled with the scent of death. The shiny and sharp sword was aimed right at the center of his body. He was utterly terrified. Wait, but Lano's face showed not a single trace of mercy. The sharp iron sword had to be dyed in blood today. Saren backed away. El Heron made a firm slash. Lano's face was more terrifying than anything else. A scream tore through the quiet space. Fierce flames erupted, burning brightly in midair. The scorching sword strike seemed to slice through space, blistering and terrifying. Lano looked at Saren, standing in front of him, and asked coldly, it seems my wife owes you a lot, doesn't she? Hearing this, he fearfully explained, it's not like that. Saren's explanation made Lano burst into laughter and say, so my daughter is lying? Unable to explain further, Saren hurriedly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Lusa lay snugly in Syria's arms. She slightly opened her eyes to look at the man in front of her screaming at the top of his lungs. Grand Duke. Lano got closer and closer to him. Lano appeared with his sword and a trail of blue smoke. Seeing that sight, Saren fearfully called out loudly, El Heron. He was terrified, sweat dripping down in beads. His face full of panic, he shouted, wait. Not long after, the entire area was engulfed in red flames, mingled with screams. Wait a minute, who is Lano? In the treacherous Idel Bado Mountains in northern Racham, where Grand Duke El Heron rules the ice wall, it is rumored that his swordsmanship is the best on the continent, far exceeding human limits. A great swordsman who protects Racham from barbarians, even the divine fox. Lano glared coldly and decisively brought his sword down. Saren trembled, using both hands to cover his body, fearfully stammering, I made a mistake. Lano's sword strike split the carriage in half. The people standing around couldn't help but drop their jaws at the sight. Lano looked at Saren's terrified state and said, nonchalantly, I intended to split you in half, but who knew it would hit the carriage instead? At this moment, Saren still hadn't recovered his senses. His face turned completely dark. Saren thought to himself, he actually dares to do this. Everyone watched the scene and secretly admired him. Although Lano's talent was very famous in Racham, they didn't expect him to be able to cleave a carriage in half. How could he slice the carriage behind him? Saren was terrified, his face turning completely completely purple as he stammered and scolded Lano. You're crazy. After saying that, he started foaming at the mouth. Then suddenly, someone told Lano, the Duke won't even be able to walk home. Lano reached out to help Syria and Lusa into the carriage. Then he turned back to look at the person and said, later, please send a claim for compensation for the carriage that I accidentally slashed. Then Lano smiled, threw a card to him, and said, I'm leaving. The man stared blankly as the carriage left. Holding the card in his hand, he couldn't help but panic and exclaimed, ah. At this time, Lano's family was sitting in the carriage, leaving the place. Lusa looked out the carriage window and silently guessed, he can probably manage on his own, right? Then she clicked her tongue, thinking it should be fine. Meanwhile, Lano beside her just kept covering his face. After a while, he asked Syria, did that bastard lay a hand on you? Hearing Lano's question, Syria was a bit surprised. She calmly said, do I look like I was hit? Hearing that, Lano hurriedly replied, of course not. But even so, Lano still felt annoyed. He irritably said, regardless, I still feel very angry inside. Suddenly, Lano froze, then sighed and said, how much longer do I have to hold back? Hearing that, Syria teased him, oh my. Then she also sighed, her face looking a bit tired, and said, I'm actually a bit angry today too. Hearing that, Lano's eyes lit up, his voice full of murderous intent. He said, I was gonna let it go, but seems I can't. It's time for some ideological education. Upon returning home, Lano was in the room with his children. He smiled and declared to his children, I will also make a two-tailed fox. Hearing Lano's declaration, Lusa couldn't help but panic. Vermin's face darkened completely. She asked in surprise, why would you suddenly think of that? Lano confidently said, well, it's creative and useful. Then he smiled and said, let's go to the Idlebaiter mountain range, kill a silver fox, and then take its tail and attach it. Vermin doubted Lano's idea. She said in a cold voice, is that so? To reason with Lano, Vermin had to speak at length. In the treacherous Idlebaiter mountain range north of Rochum, where Grand Duke El Heron reigns over the ice wall, it is rumored that his swordsmanship is the best on the continent, far surpassing human limits. A great swordsman who protects the empire from barbarians. Please allow me to ask you a question, father. Hearing that, Lano smiled smugly and said, yeah, ask away. Vermin frowned, her face full of seriousness as she asked loudly, what if we get caught and end up in jail? Then she read the laws of Jahim to Lano, reciting some articles of the national law. In Jahim, illegally hunting foxes is punishable by death. Lano's expression was completely calm. He frowned slightly and casually said, as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. His calm expression made Vermin feel like going crazy. She said in frustration, I can't go unless you write a pledge. We must not attack, only capture and confine. Seeing Vermin's resolute attitude, Lano silently sighed in admiration. What a well-educated family. But thinking of that, Lano covered his mouth with his hand and smiled smugly. To provoke Vermin, he added, are you not confident that you won't get caught, Lord of the Magic Tower? Hearing that, Heekin, standing nearby, also laughed along. At this point, Vermin couldn't hold back anymore. She looked like she wanted to burn everything down. She shouted loudly with anger and said, what do you think I am? No longer talking to Vermin, Lano pointed to the pile of documents behind him and said, Syria and I have a lot of work to handle until the coronation ceremony, so we can't be absent. Thinking of Syria being busy at the moment, Lano continued, I hope you kids will work hard for a bit. Hearing that, Vermin was a bit reluctant. She quickly turned away and said, do you think I'm not busy? Then suddenly, Lano picked Lucy up. He hugged Lusa in his arms, looked at her, and said, by the way, our little one hasn't been to the north for a long time, right? He continued to ask Lusa so that Vermin and Heekin standing nearby could hear, you want to go there and play with your brother and sister on a snowfield, right? Lusa thought to herself, it seems there was a scene like this before. Hearing what Lano said to Lusa, Heekin's face immediately lit up with joy as he looked at her and said, hey youngest, do you want to play on the snowfield? Lusa frowned, blushed, looked at Heekin, and replied, yes. Suddenly, Lusa's arm was grabbed by someone. It turned out to be Vermin. She hugged Lusa tightly and said, then just the two of us sisters will go and come back. Seeing Vermin pulling Lusa, Heekin angrily scolded, hey, what are you doing? Neither of them backed down as they fought over and pulled Lusa. Heekin said, our youngest sister will go with me, right? Hearing that, Vermin immediately argued back. How ridiculous. Seeing the two of them arguing endlessly, Lano suggested, all three of you can go together. But neither of them agreed with Lano. They both said in unison, I don't want to go with this guy, Slasher. Despite talking for a long time, the two still refused to agree. Lano looked at Lusa and said, our little one probably really wants to go with both of you. Lusa sighed and thought to herself, nobles are like foxes. Then she hugged Vermin's and Heekin's arms. She smiled brightly and said, all three of us will go. Hearing that, the two of them looked at each other with eyes. They're like bullets. Ignoring Vermin and Heekin who were fighting, Lano looked at Lusa with a gentle smile and told her, it's just a picnic, and it happens to be a full moon, my child. Lusa was bewildered, not understanding what was going on. She silently repeated his words, full moon? And finally, the three of them reached the northern mountains. Looking at the massive high mountains in front of them, Lusa couldn't help but exclaim, why did we come here like this? With a confused expression, Lusa asked, why are we here? Can't we go further? Hearing Lusa's question, Vermin immediately explained, we can't use magic near the ice wall. In front of them now were massive walls where the El Heron family guarded the gates in various places. Looking at the city wall, Lusa was full of questions and asked, "But Vermin, you sometimes go catch barbarians too, right?" Vermin frowned and said, "This is a public place, so the gates would be open. But we're gonna steal, so they aren't open. I must emphasize again that I don't want to go to jail." Hearing that, Lusa panicked and said, "Huh? Then how we get past this?" Vermin didn't know what to say and just covered her face with her hand. Suddenly, Heekin's voice came from behind. What a coincidence. Hearing Heekin's voice, Lusa immediately turned to look at him. Heekin's face was full of confidence. He cracked his knuckles, smiled, and said, "We have to climb over the wall, of course." Seeing that, Lusa and Vermin couldn't help but gape at him. Lusa looked at the towering mountain in front of her. Then she looked at Heekin again, full of doubt, and said, "Climb over? Really?" Heekin was still full of confidence as he said, "Everything has its own solution." Then Heekin stepped back. He looked around. Seeing that he still hadn't taken action, Lusa thought to herself, what is he planning to do? Not long after, orange lights surrounded Heekin's body. Then he dashed forward. Seeing that sight, Lusa couldn't help but be amazed. As he ran forward, Heekin laughed loudly. Vermin and Lusa, standing below and looking up, were also speechless, not knowing what to say. Vermin crossed her arms over her chest, frowned slightly, and remarked, "I think sometimes the existence of magic is overshadowed because of that guy." A while later, Vermin and Lusa also reached the top of the mountain, thanks to Heekin pulling the rope up. Having reached the top of the mountain, Lusa felt extremely comfortable. She looked around. Seeing the majestic beauty in front of her, Lusa couldn't help but be startled and exclaimed, "Wow." Looking at the scenery before her eyes, she silently admired. It feels like being in a fairy garden. Seeing Lusa so delighted, Heekin said, "This place is nice. Lusa likes this place too, right? Let's stay here for a while. Let's stay here." Hearing Heekin's voice, Lusa turned her head to look. Afraid that she would fall, Heekin immediately instructed, "Stay right there." At this moment, Vermin really didn't know what to do, so she asked Heekin, "Where should we go now?" Thinking for a moment, Vermin reached out her hand, bringing forth a blue light. Looking at that light, she instructed, "Follow me." Then everyone followed behind Vermin. Suddenly, arriving in front of a forest, Vermin stopped. She said, "Silver foxes are very vigilant and move fast, so it's quite hard to find them on a snowy day like this." Then she looked at everyone and used magic. Vermin said, "If we want to catch them, we have to attract them to come to us." Lusa's eyes widened as she looked at the blue light in Vermin's hand, silently guessing. Magic? Seeing this, Heekin beside her told her, "Watch closely, youngest," and Vermin began to cast a spell. She raised her arm high. The blue light became increasingly brilliant. At this time, that light made Lusa extremely excited. Looking at the streams of blue light surrounding Vermin, she thought to herself, Vermin is a half-elf. Seeing Vermin concentrating on casting the spell, Heekin casually joked with Lusa, "She looks like an elf, right?" Except for her human personality. Lusa wasn't concentrating much either. She just replied dismissively. Unexpectedly, she was caught by Vermin. She angrily scolded Heekin. Stop spouting nonsense." Being scolded, Heekin got scared and took a few steps back. Lusa, standing beside him, was also stunned, not understanding what was going on. As they were bickering, a noise came from somewhere. Seeing that, Heekin hurriedly hugged Lusa tightly. Meanwhile, Vermin turned her head to look. In front of them was a pack of foxes. Vermin crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of seriousness, and said, "They are very vigilant, so it will be hard to approach them." Vermin continued, "If we force them to come closer, they might run away immediately. How we get them to take the bait?" Those words of Vermin suddenly made Lusa remember the feeling of when she was a divine beast. She shivered slightly and thought, "Why do I suddenly have this strange feeling?" After thinking for a bit, Vermin still firmly declared, "There is nothing that cannot be done." The pack of foxes kept getting closer and closer to Lusa. At this moment, she was a bit scared, but she just stood motionless in place. Then suddenly, a fox lunged towards Lusa. Vermin and Heekin panicked, unable to react in time. The pack of foxes kept getting closer to Lusa. Worried for Lusa, Vermin shouted her name loudly, "Lu." Before she could finish her sentence, Heekin grabbed her shoulder to stop her, because the pack of foxes was affectionately clinging to Lusa. The foxes took turns licking her face, causing her to panic and say, What is this?" The scene before their eyes left Vermin and Heekin utterly astonished. She said, "What on earth? This is the first time I've seen a scene like this." Heekin also slightly frowned, smiled, and said, "From the looks of it, there's no need to use divine power." From deep within the forest, a kiang-kiang sound could be heard. A small fox gradually appeared. Seeing the little fox, Lusa was extremely delighted. She thought to herself, so there really are foxes. The baby fox slowly walked towards her. As it was making its way over, something suddenly got rushed at the little fox, causing it to bleed. Seeing this, Lusa and a fox standing next to her couldn't help but worry. The fox beside her kept calling out to the little fox, "Kiang, Kiang," while Lusa, terrified, screamed out, "No." After the silver fox was hit by an arrow, Ainul panicked. She quickly ran over, screaming no. Vermin also stood there, stunned. She hugged the fox to her chest, her face full of worry. The silver fox was in pain, struggling to breathe. From a distance, a group of hunters shouted, "What is that? It's really it. Is this a silver fox?" Coming closer, his eyes widened in surprise. Why are there so many silver foxes? The image of an entire pack of silver foxes protectively surrounding them appeared. Vermin spoke up. Stop right there. Her face was cold and sharp, her brows furrowed tightly as she growled. Who dares to hunt foxes so recklessly? Don't you know that hunting foxes is illegal? Hearing this, the lead hunter frowned in annoyance, thinking, damn it, someone got here first. Then he smiled, extending a hand toward Vermin, and said, it seems you guys are also here to hunt foxes. How about we cooperate? There are so many foxes here. After all, let's share them. Hearing him say that, Vermin was dumbfounded, her mouth twitching slightly. Huh. Meanwhile, Heekin just rolled his eyes and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Then, Heekin pulled a dagger from behind his back, his face turning gloomy. Hunting is fine, too. He spun the dagger in his hand. Heekin gripped the knife tightly, a sly smile appearing on his face. But I prefer hunting people over hunting foxes. After saying that, Heekin and Vermin stared intensely at the group of hunters. Seeing this, the hunters frowned slightly, bewildered. What are you talking about? From the sky, snow began to fall upon the forest. The ground where everyone was standing started to shake. Realizing something, Vermin turned her head back and yelled, what the? The hunters also panicked, turning around and looking up. From high above, an avalanche was rushing down. Seeing this, everyone panicked and screamed, an avalanche. It's an avalanche. After a while, the avalanche passed. Vermin was squeezing her eyes shut, tightly holding Ionel in her arms. Heekin spoke up, hey, you trash. Hearing the call, she slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Heekin. Heekin looked up at the edge of the pit and asked, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, Vermin was also bewildered. Suddenly, purple rays of light began to emit from within Vermin's arms, making both her and Heekin look down at the same time. In her arms, Lusa felt dizzy, mumbling softly, Then a poof sound rang out. Ionel transformed back into a pink two-tailed fox, still tightly hugging the injured silver fox in her arms, even though she had fainted. Seeing this, both Heekin and Vermin looked on with concern. Rumors say that the rare two-tailed fox has appeared. It seems the nobles are going crazy trying to get that fox. But hunting foxes is illegal. Live foxes are extremely expensive, yet everyone wants to have one. Originally, the price of a fox was already very high, but now it has increased to an unimaginable level. Along with that, the image of the hunter appeared with a cunning smile. But not everyone can cross the ice wall. Heekin, after getting out of the pit, found the hunters and dragged them out of the snow by their legs. From behind, Vermin said, some vassal must be opening the gates for hunters under Elharan's jurisdiction. Since Grand Duke Elharan is always in the capital, no one would notice. After Heekin tied up the unconscious hunters, he turned to look at Vermin and asked, what should we do with these guys? Vermin replied, nonchalantly, what else? They must be punished. It shouldn't be hard to find out who is behind this, right? Behind the two of them, Ionel had woken up and was looking around in confusion, thinking to herself, who am I? Where's this? Beside her, the silver fox had been bandaged and was lying obediently next to her. Vermin said gently, are you awake? Then she picked Ionel up by the scruff to inspect her. Seeing that she was fine, Vermin decided, it's better to observe the baby fox's condition. We'll sleep here tonight and move out tomorrow. Heekin immediately replied, oh, sounds good. Then he stretched his arms, tilted his head toward the sky, and shouted, let's set up camp here. After a while, she thought, Heekin must have found somewhere on the mountain to dump the hunters. And from that giant backpack, out of the backpack fell a bunch of food and cooking utensils. Ionel and Vermin looked at the backpack helplessly, astonished. Ionel wondered to herself, I was wondering why the backpack was so big. After that, Heekin cheerfully said, hey, light a fire, will you? Hearing that, Vermin reached out her hand and used magic to start fire. Seeing that scene, Ionel thought, Vermin is using magic to start a campfire. And Heekin cooked a stew. While peeling radishes, Heekin said, today I'm making radish stew. After it was cooked, Ionel and the little silver fox tasted it. Her eyes lit up as she inwardly exclaimed, wow, this is so delicious. Night had fallen, and the bright moon was high in the sky. She thought that she and the baby fox had regained their spirits. She happily played under the moonlight while continuing her thoughts. The silver fox also happily watched her and called out King, and Ionel replied as well. Realizing something, Ionel raised her glowing paw and looked at it. Surprised, she plopped down, staring intently at her paw. On the night of a full moon, every footstep of a silver fox would sparkle brilliantly. Seeing her glowing, the other foxes also approached. Then, she and the foxes started playing happily together. From a distance, Heekin and Vermin watched the sparkling foxes and exclaimed, so beautiful. Vermin kept a cold face and said sarcastically, only now do you see the greatness of the silver foxes. Hearing this, Heekin turned away and quickly changed the subject. How is our youngest going to get out of that pack of silver foxes? Vermin observed the happy foxes and smiled. She's just a baby silver fox. But then Vermin thought to herself, well, a baby silver fox with two tails, that is. Nearby, a figure gradually appeared. The person silently advanced toward Heekin and Vermin. A muscular figure suddenly emerged. Vermin was startled, her eyes widening. Heekin looked puzzled. He looked up as she suddenly stood up. She shouted loudly, quickly scooping Ionel up, baby. Then Vermin and Heekin both took a defensive stance, staring intently at the light inside the forest. The light from the campfire reflected on their tense faces. A moment later, a huge foot stepped out. Tall men dressed in warm clothing and wearing masks, holding clubs and torches, appeared before their eyes. Barbarians. Vermin furrowed her brows tightly, scanning her surroundings. Countless glowing eyes flickered in the background of the forest, staring at them. This area must be surrounded. The magic circles remained silent, glowing faintly at the base of the trees. Seeing this, Vermin's mind raced to analyze the situation. The magical devices I set up aren't reacting. That means they aren't approaching with hostile intentions. Then she looked down at Heekin's hands, which were ready for battle, and warned him, "We aren't here to fight, are we?" The masked head of one of the men was lowered to the grass, next to an animal pelt. Heekin smiled in amusement, running his finger along the blade of his dagger. "They look so strong. Shouldn't we fight a little?" Witnessing the scene unfold, Ionel broke into a nervous sweat. "Calm down. We still have Juan Stella here. This barbarian tribe lives hidden throughout these mountains. After the cataclysm, these people were considered the scourge of El Heron." Suddenly, the leader of the barbarian tribe bowed slightly. But being far from their own territory, Vermin and Heekin remained stubborn. They stared at them anxiously. However, they turned around and left, leaving the two of them startled and confused. Seeing this, Heekin immediately turned to Vermin. "They're retreating. Should we chase after them?" "There's no need." After saying that, Vermin continued to stare intently at the backs of the retreating group. "I've never been an easy target for barbarians." Then she sat down on the ground and patted Ionel's head. "Baby, I don't think this place is safe for you." Then she stood up, informing Heekin while pointing in a direction. "I'm going to repair the magical tools nearby, so I have to stand guard." A while later, Heekin sat leaning against a tree, chuckling as he looked at Ionel, who was widening her eyes to try and stay awake. "I want to help too." In front of the two, the campfire still crackled and flickered. Watching the light from it for a long time, Ionel let out a long yawn, covering her mouth with her paw. As she closed her eyes and drifted into sleep, Heekin stepped up behind her and covered her with a blanket. "Is there anything strange around here?" "No, it's very quiet. It's best if I keep watch." The next morning, sunlight shone down on the snow-covered forest. Ionel clenched her paws, sleeping on top of a pile of things. Suddenly, she rolled hard onto the ground. She immediately sat up, looking around in confusion. "Huh, what did I fall asleep?" When her cheerful voice rang out, Vermin and Heekin both flinched and turned their heads. As Vermin spoke, she trotted over to the two of them. "What is everyone doing? You're awake?" Waiting for her to come closer, Vermin pointed to the ground. "Lusa, look at this." Some food and flowers were placed in a circle on the snow. Then she stood tall and looked down. Meanwhile, Heekin rested his chin on the top of her head. Ionel rubbed her chin in thought. "I think the barbarians left this behind yesterday." "Barbarians? Who knows if they put something in here?" Suddenly, a baby snow fox approached and happily nibbled on a mushroom. Oh, seeing this, Ionel knelt on the ground and brought a flower to her nose to sniff it. "Is that fox going to be okay?" Then she doubtfully held the flower up to her eyes. "This scent, it's just a normal scent." Pink butterflies appeared from somewhere and flew around her. "These flowers are so beautiful. Very beautiful. They smell nice too. Lusa, tell me more about this." Hearing their words, she broke into a sweat. Looking at the spirit's reactions, it seems it's not very dangerous. "What is this?" As a sparkling, smiling image of herself appeared in her mind along with narcissistic thoughts, she squeezed her eyes shut and brushed it off. "Yesterday, the barbarians appeared but didn't threaten us, and they gave me this gift. It's like those barbarians want to impress Juan Stella. This isn't right, so don't look." A while later, while Ionel was happily playing with the baby snow fox, Vermin suddenly spoke up, startling her into unconsciously asking back. "Let's figure that out later. We need to resolve our purpose for coming here first." "Purpose?" Hearing her answer, she was stunned as if struck by lightning. "We came here to catch snow foxes." Seeing her voice trembling, she immediately panicked. "To catch snow foxes? That was the original purpose of this." Before she could finish, she looked up with tears in her eyes, making her sweat awkwardly. "Do we really have to catch it?" Glistening tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "Really?" Seeing that, Vermin became even more flustered, waving her hands and feet, not knowing what to do. Well, we don't necessarily have to take it away." Hearing her last words, she immediately smiled, her eyes brightening. "Really?" Then she continuously shouted happily, running around her with a baby snow fox. "Vermin, you're the best. You're my #1 mage. When I grow up, I want to be just like you." Hearing that, she closed her eyes and smiled smugly. Suddenly, Heekin doubtfully interrupted, making Vermin's face darken and her voice turn cold. "W, what is it?" "Get lost." After saying that, she scratched her head, looking at Heekin and Ionel. "What do you mean? We are going to catch something other than foxes. So pack your bags. We're going to catch some puppies." Baron Weber's castle is located in the north. Grand Duke El Heron is the protector of the ice wall, but the wall is too long for him to guard alone. By stationing the family's personnel at the coverall gates along the wall, the El Heron family has kept the empire safe from the barbarians for generations. The El Heron family is the pillar of the ice wall's guard. The rest is entrusted to the northern lords. In other words, the one behind this poaching incident. That is a cunning lord, someone who waited for the exact moment when the Grand Duke was stuck in the capital, leaving the defenses loose. Vermin and Heekin thought it best to cross off the lords loyal to Lano from the suspect list. They have proven their loyalty for years. But after all that time, they also know all too well Lano's penchant for harsh punishments. So, that only leaves those who have newly filled the shoes, those who have just recently replaced the old positions. Lano looked at the cage holding the small fox. "So, this is the Baron Weverin you spoke of. of. The fox in the cage howled desperately. Its eyes sparkled with tears, begging to be saved. Lusa thought to herself, you still don't know how much trouble you're in, do you? Lano said calmly, you caught a pretty good one. He turned to the butler, standing nearby, Eden. Do whatever you can to remind him who his master really is. Here, Vermin spoke up. My payment, please. I will pay double. Remember to share it with your brother too. She stomped over huffily. Why should I share? I was the one who did all the work. Lusa stood helplessly between the two of them. Lano held the ticket in his hand and said, Kiddo, do you want one too? He picked Lusa up. What a pity. My kid was the one who worked the hardest. Lano looked at Lusa affectionately. Well, with this fox, I now have something to look forward to. He even stuck his tongue out to tease Vermin. If only the coronation day came a little sooner. Lusa sweated, thinking to herself, with that smile, I really don't know whether to look forward to or be afraid of what's coming. Lano, what are you plotting? Night fell over the castle. Agri stood silently by the window. He turned around, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Oh, that's right. Agri's walked over to the cage, holding the small fox. I almost forgot that I'm not alone here. He lifted the cage, his eyes gleaming with a sinister look, making the fox inside suddenly tremble. This is the two-tailed silver fox that Duke Saren offered to me. Agri's recalled that morning when he first saw it. Look, your highness, Bayan pointed at the cage. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Could you have imagined? That silver fox found its way here all on its own. Agri's pondered. I had heard rumors about the appearance of a two-tailed silver fox. A deep, thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. But I dismissed it from the start because it sounded too absurd. He looked over at Bayanch and Saren, who were happily laughing and chatting in the distance. Perhaps she isn't as completely useless as I thought. Whether she poached this beast from somewhere or even bought it from shady auction, it doesn't matter. Agri's reached out to touch the fox, but let out a sharp, wary cry. He stopped and turned his head to look at the other two. The corners of his lips curled into a smirk that wasn't quite a smile. If anything happens, the Saren family will have to bear full responsibility. His face suddenly darkened, his pupils widening, flashing with a cold, calculating glint. This political gain will be mine. Back to the present. A voice rang out from outside the door. Your Highness, a priest from the Vatican has arrived. He requests an audience. A strange man walked in, his demeanor covered in a layer of dark and solemn aura. The two sat down facing each other at the stone table. The flickering candlelight reflected in their deep eyes. Agri spoke. So what brings you here, Holy Master? The man smiled, his voice carrying a cold reverence. It has been a long time since we last met. Agri's frowned slightly, his brows knitting together in invisible tension. He continued, do not let this unexpected visit unsettle you. We are only here to convey one thing. We need another sacrifice. Agri's replied, didn't we just perform a ritual recently? The Holy Master looked straight into his eyes, his voice calm, but no less authoritative. This work requires even more meticulousness and perseverance. Pope Erdian, that has obtained everything he desired so far in the sacrificial rituals. Agri's listened quietly, his eyes not leaving the other person's face. I am willing to continue helping him achieve that, but the one giving me orders shouldn't be him. Haven't you ever thought that your demands are increasingly crossing the line? The Holy Master half closed his eyes. As you know, I am merely the one conveying his words. He hesitated. So, will you hand over the sacrifice or not? Agri's maintained a calm demeanor. I will send it to him as soon as possible. He smiled. A wise decision. The Holy Master added, now that you mention it, I also heard you received a divine fox. Agri's looked annoyed. News travels fast indeed. I think I should take that fox with me. He immediately jumped up. His brows furrowed tightly. Agri's agitatedly asked, what did you just say? The Holy Master picked up the cage and replied, he said that I should bring the fox back to the Vatican. He could no longer keep his calm. Whatever your reason is, don't think you can arbitrarily take away anything that belongs to me. The Holy Master smiled. I'm only following what was passed down from above. He emphasized, isn't it precisely because you believe in his words that you have made it this far today? Even if you are currently blinded by greed or magic, you will ultimately realize that acting according to his words is the right thing to do. The two struggled over the cage, causing the fox inside to hit its head against the iron bars. I'm not his believer. Agri's gritted his teeth, trying to hold onto the cage. His path merely coincides with my path for a time. That's all. The Holy Master did not yield either. You will regret this, Crown Prince. Everything will eventually unfold exactly as he said. Sunlight shone down on the bustling crowd. A child ran past, happily talking to two adults they knew. On another street corner, two young women were also happily talking to the person opposite them. A chubby, pale hand suddenly raised. Ionel, with a flower pinned in her hair, spun around and danced. Suddenly, her feet tripped over each other. I'm done for. She immediately squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Seeing this, Syria anxiously reached out to catch her. Am I gonna fall? She blushed, looking off to the side, while she lay face down on her lap in dismay. Lusa, let's rest for a bit. Yes. A full cup of tea sat quietly on the table. I learned to dance in my past life, so I thought I could do it skillfully. Then, Ionel squeezed her eyes shut and drank the glass of orange juice in her hand, while Syria turned to look at Myron, who was smiling and nodding a signal behind her back. Because I'm still too small right now, my past life experiences mean nothing at all. Then she smiled and spoke, looking down at her, sticking her tongue out in disgust. Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony. The taste is so bad. Hearing her words, she widened her eyes in surprise. If you do well, you might be able to meet your godfather. She recalled the scene of Agres placing a hand on his chest, smiling as he made a proposal a few years ago. I have a godfather? I want to become the princess's godfather. I wonder if I might be able to do so. Hearing that, Syria immediately and tactfully refused without hesitation. I apologize, but Lusa already has a godfather, so I cannot agree to the crown prince's request. I thought Mom only said that to keep the crown prince from becoming my godfather. Suddenly, a male servant rushed to the door in a panic and called for Syria. She stood up, startling Ionel back to her senses. Madam, there is something that requires your confirmation. Is that so? What could it be? A while later, Ionel, hugging a bundle of bribes to find out about her godfather, stood before the tall office door. Let's see, wanting to be my godfather is no simple matter, so I feel extremely annoyed that my parents still haven't told me by now. She raised a hand and knocked lightly on the door. A moment later, Eden opened the door and stepped out, looking down at the little princess. Is my father busy right now? Suddenly, Lano's voice rang out, making the two look into the room. Lusa. He looked exhausted, holding his head and sprawling across the desk, but he smiled gently to talk to her. Dad isn't busy. How can he say he's not busy when he looks like this? Poor Dad. Rest time was essentially just changing seats. Eden arranged the documents on the tea table, while Lano leaned back tiredly in his chair under Ionel's worried gaze. I figured the workload for the coronation would be huge. Suddenly, Ionel was startled when her eyes accidentally fell upon a piece of paper on the table. She picked up the piece of paper and stared at it doubtfully. Is this the list of envoys attending the coronation? The Valen Empire. The Valen Empire is an ally of Rotem. This is the Empire of Merchants. It's a place for trading goods between parties, and they have an extremely mysterious emperor. Suddenly, Lano reached out and lifted her up. Could it be that person is afraid of communication? He smiled and placed her on his lap, making her feel guilty and awkwardly scratch her cheek. Did my baby come to visit me? Is there something bothering you? I just wanted to give you strength, Dad. Hearing that, he immediately burst into tears of happiness while she helplessly looked away. Haha, that's my Lusa. I'm so touched. Then she turned around and grabbed his shirt as he was smiling proudly and breaking a chocolate bar. Dad, Mom said I'll get to meet my godfather tomorrow. Seeing that he realized her intention, she was startled and stayed completely silent. Are you wondering who your godfather is? After saying that, he smiled slightly and threw the other half of the chocolate bar into his mouth. Your godfather, he said while smiling brightly and pointing upwards. That is an extremely wealthy person. I knew Lano would say that. Looking at his proud and joyful expression, she helplessly sweat dropped. Your godfather is very rich. He has a lot of land and assets. How about I ask your godfather to buy you a piece of land, then ask him to build a castle? I'm going to die. She placed a hand on her chin, closed her eyes, and thought deeply. Could my godfather be an extremely wealthy merchant? Or a great, powerful noble? Anyway, if Lano says so, that person is no ordinary figure. The coronation ceremony. Colorful confetti was shot high into the air under the brilliant sun. This coronation had been planned for a long time. Ionel sat on Heekin's shoulders. Vermin stood next to them, looking blankly ahead. Then the three of them turned their heads toward the door. I skipped the ceremony inside the Imperial Palace, so I have to watch the procession to the main temple. Is my whole family coming along too? They're here. A blue cape fluttered in the wind, along with shiny black hair. The parade carriage slowly entered amidst the joyful cheers of the people lining both sides of the street. When she saw something, Ionel's eyes lit up with surprise. It's Bayran. Bayran wore ceremonial clothes with an expressionless face, sitting with a straight back on his horse. Ionel crossed her arms on top of Heekin's head, staring at him. Suddenly, their eyes met. Ionel was instantly startled, looking away and tightly grabbing Heekin's hair. Why did I look at him? After a moment, she awkwardly looked up, but Bayran had long left. Where is he? Where'd he go? Right at that moment, Agres and Viens stood together on the horse-drawn carriage, smiling and waving to the people on both sides of the street. The main character is here. Ionel's eyes suddenly fell on the fox fur on Agres' shoulder. She was so shocked her eyes almost popped out, tightly grabbing Heekin's hair, making him frown in pain. That's Marine. Wait, is that Marine? Suddenly, a voice shouted upon seeing the trembling fox clinging tightly to Agres' shoulder. Why is Marine here? Look, the divine fox. Lano and Syria followed them, entering amidst the murmurs of the people on both sides of the street. God bless Rotem. I heard the divine fox came looking for the crown prince itself. Could it be that the divine fox has approved of the crown prince's ascension? Ionel's face immediately darkened with anger as Agres smiled, stroking the soft, sparkling fur of the fox on his shoulder. Look at that face, I really want to punch it. Suddenly, Lano covered his mouth and leaned into Syria's ear, whispering something. Then she immediately frowned and glared fiercely, making him only laugh awkwardly. The parade slowly moved deeper into the city. Syria sighed, looking straight ahead, while Lano winked and gave a slight nod toward the crowd. Receiving the signal, Vermin immediately pulled up her cloak's hood and nodded to Heekin and Ionel. Let's go. Confetti flew in the clear blue sky in front of a white architecture. These things must be seen up close. Ionel looked at Agres stepping up to the podium and thought, the focal point of the coronation. She watched him holding a silver fox around his neck, then silently recalled that it was the ritual when the new emperor ascended the throne, receiving the Pope's blessing in front of the whole nation. Ionel sighed in frustration. The divine fox must be real. He knows how to use it properly, huh? Only politically, though. She wondered how long he would keep showing off that arrogant expression when everything was already settled, and Agres had walked up to the holy Holy Master. Ionel silently affirmed. Everyone has been completely fooled. Agres lowered his hand and said, come on. The white fox jumped out his arms. Then the fox sat neatly on a cushioned chair. A citizen exclaimed, as expected, a divine beast is different. A woman said, even when startled, it doesn't run away. A man replied, indeed, it's no ordinary fox. Ionel watched that theatrical scene and thought of a title for it. The ridiculous acting of nobles greedy for life. I'm probably the only one who can see right through it. The Holy Master's voice rang out, Agres to Joachim. He spoke up, as the new emperor of Joachim, I send my greetings to the Silver Fox. Then he bowed to the Silver Fox, and the Holy Master beside him declared, the Silver Fox will protect Joachim. He began the ceremony. He announced, in the past time, the Silver Fox has saved the empire with its power. On the occasion of the new emperor's ascension, it has come to this empire. Ionel looked toward Lano and Syria at this moment. Lano suddenly smiled, but Ionel thought, I made eye contact with Dad. Was I wrong? He's not looking at me, but it's someone else. She looked toward Vermin. She was making eye contact with Lano. Ionel wondered, wait a minute, could it be? But while the Holy Master was still performing the ceremony, the people were teary-eyed with happiness. Ionel silently complained, there are so many people here. Anyway, that fox is. Hekin shook his head, signaling her. Vermin smiled and snapped her fingers. Let's play a little. Suddenly, the podium exploded. The royal guard shouted loudly, it's an ambush. Lock down the entire area. A guard anxiously yelled, Your Majesty, are you all right? From the white smoke, a terrified black dog dashed out. The people around were astonished. The guard stammered, calling Your Majesty. Agres' entire body was covered in white powder. He opened his eyes wide in shock. The surrounding citizens were all bewildered. Ionel and Hekin both gave Vermin a reproachful look. Agres turned pale and stammered, someone is plotting against me. Sometime later, Ionel thought, after the truth about the divine fox was exposed as a fake, she recalled a citizen saying, isn't it a silver fox? Agres called for help. He turned his head toward the source of the voice. A man pointed out, it only has one tail. A woman raised a question, was it made with magic? So it's fake? Agres' face darkened as he listened to the gossip. Then didn't he go fox hunting? But Ionel thought, while everyone was gossiping, Agres hurriedly ran away. She thought, even at the coronation celebration banquet held at the Imperial Palace, his shadow couldn't be seen. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, as only nobles and foreign delegations attended the banquet. Lano held his stomach, laughing out loud. The atmosphere in the banquet hall is deadly cold. Even the Eden Vado mountain range might be warmer than that. Vermin smiled. Duke Saren and the crown princess must be extremely embarrassed too. Ionel looked at both of them and thought wearily. Consider it a lesson for their family. She laughed inwardly, but this karma payback is quite interesting. If they had just stayed in their place from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Ionel silently sighed. Starting off like this isn't bad either. She pondered. Agres has failed miserably right from his ascension. For now, the support facilities won't be built properly. She thought, because they have to rush to save face, they will probably dispatch soldiers to pacify the citizens. But Ionel was determined to take it slow, bit by bit, peeling off their masks to reveal the truth. Lano looked at her at this moment. He asked, does our little baby want to go see the festival? Ionel looked at him in surprise. Vermin said, even though the coronation parade failed miserably, the festival will still take place as scheduled. Lano continued, the night market will also open, and I heard there are many special events from the touring theater troops. He told Ionel, go see it with Vermin. At the fair, Ionel held a skewer in one hand and candied fruit in the other. She sat blankly in silence. Vermin asked, so what do we do now? Ionel silently complained. Those two should have discussed a plan beforehand. She sighed, all right, we can't do anything right away anyway. She recalled when Lano said, I want to go too. Syria had dragged him away while declaring, we have to work. And Ionel looked at Vermin and thought, she doesn't suit crowded places and hates other species. Let's stop thinking about enemies and just play freely. Vermin muttered, why is it so crowded everywhere today? Ionel said to her, let's go look around a bit more, then watch the fireworks. I'm done eating, she replied, then going to a higher place would be much better. Suddenly, someone called, Lord Vermin. A man wearing a hooded cloak walked over. Ionel silently recognized Bayran. Vermin asked in annoyance, what is it? I am Busa. Bayran announced, His Majesty has ordered an investigation. He said, he believes that a plot of such scale could only be the work of a mage. A spell incantation. Vermin asked, really? So you came to interrogate me? She said, I'm sorry, but I didn't do it. Ionel, standing beside her, shook her head. Vermin said, go find someone who has both talent and free time. Bayran muttered, she's right. Ionel looked at Vermin, then wondered, is he trying to turn into a statue of virtue or something? Vermin's necklace suddenly lit up. A voice echoed through the necklace. Lord Vermin, we are in trouble. She raised her hand and brushed her hair up. Magic immediately surrounded her ear. Vermin asked, what happened? The person contacting her reported, the royal guards suddenly barged in and searched every corner here. I told them you were not here, but they insisted on seeing you. Bayran informed, the royal family must have made their move. You should know that their main target is the magic tower. He recounted that Agres had screamed, I will purge every mage in the empire. The Holy Master and the guards advised, Your Majesty, please calm down. Vermin said wearily, I forgot that despicable crown prince is not only pathetic, but also very corrupt. She looked at Ionel and thought, going back to get rid of them now isn't a big deal. But Vermin said, sorry kid Lusa, I think I have to go back to the magic tower. Ionel nodded and replied, yes. she suddenly pondered. As for the fireworks, Vermin suddenly said, Bayran will go and escort Lusa. At this, Einel called out, wait, Vermin. She had already opened a teleportation portal. Vermin rushed in and said, I will try to come back soon. Lusa is the treasure of our family. Take good care of her. Then she disappeared, leaving Einel standing there in a panic. The atmosphere between her and Bayran was quiet and awkward. A moment later, Einel sighed, there's no need, Bayran. You could just take me home. He asked, don't you want to go to the festival? Einel replied, I do, but I know you're very busy. Bayran reached out his hand, smiled, and said, not tonight. He continued, currently, the Tower Master, the person I was supposed to interrogate, has already left, so I'm not busy anymore. Einel wondered to herself, is he treating me so well because of Vermin? She silently questioned, then why did he leave us to follow Vassila? I thought he was on his side. She pondered. If it were John, I could understand. But Bayran willing to sacrifice his time? I wouldn't dare to think of it, even in my dreams. Here, Einel suddenly imagined birds coming to cause trouble. As for Bayran, she thought, unless my family has been bothering him behind my back, then I could understand. Bayran raised his hand and knelt down. Einel pondered. The truth is, I also want to watch the fireworks, so... She placed her hand on Baron's hand and said, all right then. Thank you, Bayran. He picked Einel up and she worriedly asked, but what if your clothes get dirty because of me? He replied, it's fine. At the fair, Einel sat on Baron's shoulders, looking around. She happily gazed at the lights in the fair. At that moment, Einel took a small gold coin from her pocket with a determined look to buy ice cream, while Bayran had already paid the vendor. He kept saying, enjoy your meal. When Einel received the ice cream, she said in a panic, I have money too. Bayran retorted, how could I let a child pay? But at the game area, Bayran gently tossed the darts into the air, and Einel looked at him with admiring eyes. Bayran hit all the targets. The owner worriedly announced, but the grand prize is this golden knife, sir. He held a pink stuffed fox in his hand and replied, this stuffed animal is fine. Today, Einel and Bayran continued to stroll through the fair. They arrived at a place where dancers were singing and dancing. Both of them went to the circus tent together to watch juggling and performances. A fire circus while the two were watching. Einel suddenly saw something. She looked toward the two blonde children in front of her. She immediately recognized them as Gylix and Gianna. She pondered about those children. Baron asked, do you know them? Einel replied, yes, they're my friends. He wondered himself, friends? Meanwhile, she said, let's go say hello to them. Bayran still silently questioned, friends? Einel thought, I know I don't really have any friends, but he doesn't need to look at me so skeptically like that. We've only met once. I wonder if they still remember me. When Einel stopped in her tracks, she saw two men intending to kidnap Gylix and Gianna. The two men quickly knocked them unconscious. Einel panicked and called out loudly, startling the two kidnappers. Gianna, Gylix. They quickly ran away. The surrounding people heard the scream and wondered, did something just happen? Continuous sounds echoed in her head. Lusa, Lusa. Lusa is angry, right? She is angry. Does Lusa need us? We can help Lusa. Then Bayran placed his hand on her shoulder and called, Leon Stella. He advised, don't use divine power here. She protested, but he reassured her, leave it to me. He looked at her then. Bayran tracked their traces. Then he said to Einel, I'll be back in time for the fireworks to start. An abandoned house, where the two kidnappers had taken Gianna and Gylix. The orange-haired kidnapper asked, are these kids from the guild? The other replied, probably. They look like fish bread, don't they? The two little kids were trembling incessantly at this moment out of fear. The voices of those two men still did not stop, resounding anyway. Why does that guild master do such useless things and make others furious? Right? On those ships, the fierce pirates are extorting the belongings of the people on the ship. Hee, I'll take your underwear. Hand over everything you have. The orange-haired kidnapper said, just take everything and get lost. But don't cut off others' livelihoods. Stop arguing and let's just talk to the boss. Gianna and Gylix were full of fear as they listened to the two of them talking. If anything happens to these two little cats, it's all their fault. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside. Knock, knock. It immediately attracted the attention of the two guys inside. The black-haired kidnapper put his hand in his pocket, intending to take something out. Who is it? The other replied, there's no way anyone followed us. The black-haired guy went to open the door to check. Suddenly, his eyes widened, looking down in complete confusion. Catching his eyes was the small figure of Lusa. What? A kid as small as a bean? He touched his head with his hand and said, hey kid, we don't sell cotton candy here. Do you want us to kidnap you too? So go play somewhere else, kid. Gylix looked out the door and realized. Lusa suddenly shote, Gylix. Gylix. The kidnapper immediately reached out his hand, preparing to grab the little girl. Damn it, you know these kids? Catch her quickly. Before he could do anything, Bayran appeared and kicked him. He widened his eyes in surprise at this moment. Right after that, a piercing scream echoed from that abandoned house. Lusa asked, are you guys okay? The ropes tying their hands were finally untied. Gylix and Gianna looked at her with tears in their eyes. Then, the two of them rushed over, crying uncontrollably, and hugged her tightly. You were brave enough, even though you seemed a bit scared. Bayran tied the two kidnappers up and hung them from the ceiling. He looked at Lusa hugging the kids and imagined. Lusa was like a little fox, while Gylix and Gianna were two puppies licking her face. He thought to himself that the kidnappers would be handed over to the guards. He looked out the window and thought, it's not too late now. Bayran walked over to her, and the two children, calling Lusa Lusa. She looked up at him and said, "Ah, everything is settled, right?" And Bayran said, "If we leave here right now, we might make it in time." Lusa asked blankly, "Huh? Make it in time?" He replied, "The fireworks haven't been launched yet." She took Bayran's hand, along with Gylix and Gianna, to go watch the fireworks. Lusa said, "Ah, it seems like it just started. So beautiful." The fireworks were launched, brightly illuminating the night sky. She watched the fireworks while recalling the past. At that time, Einol held onto his arm to beg. "I remember when I was still in the palace. I once asked Bayran to let me stay at a higher place to watch the fireworks. Back then, Bayran was even more emotionless than he is now, so he didn't agree to that request. Einol could only watch those beautiful fireworks through the window of the palace. Lusa watched the fireworks in the present and reflected. Maybe that's why I feel a strange sensation, that he's keeping his distance from me just because I want to watch the fireworks. Actually, I'm not that close to him." Lusa caught Bayran looking at her and asked, Why? Why are you looking at me like that?" That beautiful firework scene was still glowing, highlighting Lusa. And Bayran, he looked straight in her eyes and said, "Lusa." Before Bayran could finish his sentence, Gylix interrupted. The boy asked, I just remembered, who is this guy?" But while Lusa was answering, Bayran was staring intently at something. She answered Gylix, "Ah, he's a knight." The boy said, "A knight? Wow, thank you for saving us, Mr. Knight." "Thank you." He asked, "Do you two have a guardian with you?" Gianna said, "A guardian?" But Gylix said, "When they just left us to go buy some food, we were kidnapped right after. I don't know where they are." Lusa imagined the scene of the little girl and boy's two guardians going to buy food and not finding them. "I'll get fired, boo-hoo." She said, "Bayran, can you take them home?" He said, "Tell me the address." Gylix said, "I will point the way myself as we go." The boy opened his arms as if wanting a hug, and the boy said to her, "And you know what, Lusa, when we go home, do you want to meet my dad? I want to tell my dad and want to repay you too." She looked at Gylix, who was opening his arms to her. The boy continued, "Of course, Lusa, you definitely have many things better than what I want to give you." Now, Gylix shyly said, "But I want to do something instead of just words." She was touched by Gylix's sincerity and said, "Huh, all right, that sounds good." The boy happily shouted. Lusa agreed to come along. As for her, she was still imagining the gifts she would receive, like toys, various cakes, and stuffed animals. How exciting. I wonder what the kids will give me. They took the kids home, and Lusa was very shocked when she saw the house and asked Gylix, "Gylix, is this really your house?" The two kids replied, "That's right." She stood in front of the house and thought, "The Gylix Guild? Are you kidding me?" Lusa looked at the house in front of her and couldn't help but be amazed. She thought, "I can't believe Gylix and Gianna are the children of the Gylix Guild master." Ah, no wonder the names sounded so familiar. The little girl and boy both looked at her with puzzled eyes. The father of the two children ran out of the house and said emotionally, "My children." Gylix and Gianna were overjoyed when they saw their father. As for Bayran, he used his hand to help Lusa fold her ears down as she was still in shock. The two children burst into tears, ran over, and hugged their dad tightly, saying, "Dad, Daddy." Lusa thought to herself, "I never thought of it, but now I understand." The two kids sobbed and said in unison, "We were kidnapped, but Lusa and the knight saved us. Solbi, and helped us return safely." The father looked up at Lusa and Bayran and said, "My lady, how can I ever repay this debt of gratitude?" She pointed at him, implying to ask this person. He looked bewildered and then panicked, shouting, "Sir Bayran, oh my God, I can't believe you saved our children. What an honor." He asked, "Do you know me?" "No need for formalities. I wouldn't have acted without the young lady's order." The father of the two children said to Lusa, "Young lady, we must thank you very much." Lusa stood up straight and politely said, "You're welcome. Gylix and Gianna are my friends. Therefore, helping them when they're in trouble is a given." He said, "But I cannot forget this favor. I want to repay you at any cost. Please allow me, my lady." The next morning at the Grand Duke's palace, she was lying in bed, not feeling very awake. Lusa had stayed up all night last night. Eventually, Lusa managed to escape the stubbornness of the guild master and return to the palace. Bayran picked her up to escape the guild master, who was trying to cling to her legs, and Bayran could only watch helplessly as the guild master clung to his own legs. Bayran brought Lusa back to the Grand Duke's palace and immediately returned to the temple. And just as Lusa was about to wash her face and go to sleep, she suddenly remembered something from earlier. Bayran had told her not to use her divine power. Lusa thought about those words. How do you know I have divine power? Could it be that Bayran is also a special person? No, I know that only two people have supernatural powers. She sat on the bed and asked herself, then how did Bayran sense my divine energy? Thinking about that, Lusa stayed up all night. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Careful, don't let anything get broken. Careful on this side." She sat on the bed and looked outside, wondering what that voice was. And she went to her room's window to look. What is it? It's early in the morning, and there are already so many carriages. A long line of carriages carrying a lot of goods was heading to the palace. Lano stepped out from nowhere and said, "Did you sleep well, kiddo?" Lusa turned around and called Dad. He continued, "Hurry up, wash your face, and change your clothes. A businessman wants to meet you." The scene shifted to when she met the businessman. The businessman said, "This is the necklace I promised to give you before, my lady." Lusa opened the box containing the necklace and thought in astonishment, a diamond necklace. She looked at the businessman and thought to herself, I was wondering who would want to see me so early in the morning. And here he is, the guy who pulled on my trouser legs just to repay a favor. Lusa looked up at her father and thought, isn't a diamond necklace a bit too much for a child? Lano said, not bad. Then I'd like to know why you want to give this surprise gift to my daughter. Lusa was startled and thought, what? Is this all mine? He said, please forgive my rudeness. I want to hand this to you personally as soon as possible. I, Alan, the Gylix Guild Master, vow to become a vassal of El Heron. Please accept me as a vassal. He was surprised and said, huh? The businessman continued, I want to become a vassal of Lady Lusa, not the Grand Duke. Lano wondered, pointing at his daughter as if wanting confirmation that there was no mistake. Somewhere else, Agres threw things everywhere and angrily said, damn it, I knew this day would come. He raised his hand, touched his angry face, and thought, what the hell is going on? Being humiliated like that in front of all the citizens of the Empire. A bunch of people looking at the trembling little fox in front of me. He pondered, I definitely verified that fox. But why is everything simultaneously going against my will? The holy teacher suddenly appeared and asked, oh my, are you wavering? He said, we had an uninvited guest here. The holy teacher appeared in the middle of the room, covered in magical light. Is that also the power of the Great One? Agres frowned, his voice full of annoyance. I had this room cleared for a reason, yet you still dare to enter. His hands clenched so tightly that his red veins bulged. Now I see it as clear as day, he shouted. It turns out how much you look down on me. The holy teacher remained calm. Your Majesty, I would like to congratulate you on your ascension to the throne. Agres's eyes flared. The holy teacher gently took his hands. You will soon be crowned in glory. He placed Agres's two hands on top of each other and whispered like pouring honey in his ears. Why let yourself get entangled in such trivial matters? He leaned in close, his whisper carrying an irresistible magic. All of this is a consequence because you did not listen to his words. He seemed to hold Agres tightly. He sent me to say that he will help you, your Majesty. The holy teacher's eyes gleamed with a dark power. You can refuse or accept. I hope you will make a wise decision. Agres tensed up and blurted out, I need it. He widened his eyes, his voice echoing in his mind. I need power. Only when I have it can I pay back everything to the one who pushed me into this position. The hunting season had begun, and crowds of people flocked to participate, from foreign nobles who came to attend the coronation to the local aristocracy. But Syria was practicing her archery skills. The knights in Lapis were equally welcomed. It was simply a fun hunt to conclude the coronation ceremony. At least, that was what I thought. In another corner, Lucis sat bored. I don't get to do anything except picnic and eat. She sighed and thought quietly. In the end, the ones chosen to participate are Lano and Syria, while Vermin and Heekin are not, because the coronation event drowned them in a pile of work. That was why only Lano and Syria participated in the hunt. Lusa unconsciously asked, are you really going to, Mom? The little girl did not hesitate to say, isn't using magic to hunt cheating? Lano replied, Syria is very good at archery and using knives. He looked at Syria passionately. She used to be a mercenary before we got married. Hearing that, Syria's cheeks suddenly flushed red. I've left that past behind. Lusa thought to herself, what? She couldn't hide her annoyed reaction when seeing the two being affectionate in front of her. Sorry, kiddo, but Lano only cares about Syria. Lusa whispered, even if my parents don't hunt, we still need to observe how the royal family is doing. She thought sadly, Agres's reputation couldn't get any worse now. Even weeds have had more glorious days. Suddenly, Lusa's eyes caught something moving ahead. She thought about Saran. He pinned all the blame on Duke Saran, but the nobles all suspect he's just trying to save face. Lusa whispered helplessly, this empire is so chaotic. Under the shimmering sunlight shining down on the forest, she sighed, anyway, this forest belongs to the palace, so I've been here many times in my previous life. Coming back now, why does my heart feel so sad? A leaf fell gently on her face. Lusa is sad. Lusa wants to cry, so we're giving you a gift. Little butterflies appeared, fluttering around her. Cheer up, sad girl, come see the sea with us. Come with us. Lusa was bewildered. What sea? We're in the middle of a forest. Yes, there is. The sea is over there. Follow us. Suddenly, she was dragged down. Can't you walk by yourself? This is the sea. Lusa pointed towards the tent. Are you guys serious? The butterflies kept flying around. That smell of the sea. That salty smell. She curiously stepped inside. The person in this tent must live near the sea. But why can't I smell anything? Suddenly, water flooded out from under her feet. Then it unexpectedly rose into a ring of water surrounding the little girl. Lusa hurriedly pinched her nose. But then she realized this was a trap to catch intruders. Why didn't I? Lusa tried to swim in the water. Wait, I can breathe. But then she was surrounded by a water sphere and couldn't escape. She couldn't leave. A laughing voice rang out. What a surprise. Mohane lifted the tent flap and walked in. I didn't think the first person to come see me would be you. Lusa thought to herself, who is this? Oh no, he's gonna see my ears and tail. Mohane reached out his hands to catch her. It's so good to see you again, Lusa. I missed you so much. Lusa was dazed and thought to herself, does he really miss me? It's so strange. I've never met him before. She gently hugged Mohane, yet he feels so strangely familiar. Lusa sudainly snizzed, Ashol, making him chuckle softly. Not surprising, Mohane said, you are definitely your parents' daughter. That much is obvious. Lano used to have a long period where he always had a runny nose. Lusa widened her eyes in wonder. You know my dad? I was so rude. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Mohane, the indigo whale. An old friend of your father, and also your godfather. Lusa's jaw dropped. What? She asked again in astonishment. Are you really my godfather? Mohane just shrugged. Whales never lie. He looked at her tenderly. The bracelet you wore during your birth ceremony. It broke, didn't it? How did you know? He replied, your parents were the first ones to ever steal my goods without being caught. So that bracelet is etched deep in my memory. Lusa lowered her head. I'm sorry. He immediately pulled her gently into his arms. Don't worry, little fox. A bracelet is just the smallest gift a godfather can give. Right at that moment, Karina suddenly opened the door and called out loudly, Mohane, startling Lusa. He softly reminded her, Karina, they're going to scare the little girl. Karina hesitated. Besides you too. Who else is there? As soon as she saw Mohane holding Lusa in his arms, her eyes widened in shock. I can't believe it, you. Now where did you pick up such an adorable little girl? She shook her head in amazement. You used to say you needed an heir, but I didn't think you'd actually go and adopt one. Lusa thought to herself, this is even worse than the first time I met Heekin. Mohane stroked his chin and calmly said, she is not someone for me to adopt. She is my goddaughter. Hearing this, Karina paused and muttered, oh, she's the daughter of Grand Duke Elharan. Her face fell as if completely drained of energy. I guess I can't take her away then. Mohane said, anyway, Lusica, perhaps we should take you back before the hunt begins. Oh, right. He picked Lusa up and started walking. Let me help you. I can't let my goddaughter head back all alone. Goodbye, my lady. Karina watched them leave with teary eyes. I hope we will meet again. Lusa peeked over his shoulder at the fluttering flag of the Balan Empire. She thought to herself that the high-ranking nobles of that empire were only known by name. But if her godfather was a creature of the Pivine race, he must hold a very important position. Lano turned and asked, is something wrong? Lusa replied, are you that Duke? Do I look like one? Yes. He laughed. I'll tell you next time. Lusa softly called out, Dad. Lano turned around and asked, were you just taking a walk around, kiddo? Yes. Seeing Lano at the stables, Mohane figured it was safe to leave. Lano pulled her into his arms. Why do you smell like the sea? I just met my godfather, Mohane. Hearing that, Lusa frowned. Did you and Mom really steal from him? Lano stuck his tongue out. Steal? He replied, we only took the items necessary for our mission, that's all. Lusa sighed helplessly. Most people would call that stealing. She asked curiously, where's Mom? Isn't she going with you? Syria is checking her hunting gear in the tent, Lano replied. Do you want to go say hi to Mom before we leave? He carried her to find Syria in the tent, where they were chatting. Are you ready for the hunt? Syria nodded. Yes, thanks to you. Vian smiled. I'm glad to hear that. She said, I dropped by before the hunt. Because I have a small proposal for you too. Lano and Lusa stood outside, eavesdropping. Actually, this is my first time participating in the hunt. Viens continued. It's also the first time we've met again after a long while. So, to strengthen our friendship, why don't we make a small bet? Whoever hunts the most animals wins. And the loser has to grant one request from the winner. Hearing this, Lano and Lusa looked at each other in confusion. Was she scheming? The furious nobles questioned Duke Saren and Princess Viens. After the Divine Fox was exposed as a fake, Duke Saren's world seemed to have completely turned upside down. Amidst the chaos, Agres left with a stony expression, leaving the two of them to deal with the public backlash on their own. Even though the Duke's face was clouded with gloom, the smiles directed at him remained as radiant as ever. What people truly cared about was the attitude of the princess, who was considered the most composed and gentle woman in the empire. Everyone curiously asked one another, but what about Viens? Until now, whenever Viens was mentioned, people couldn't help but think of the immense power she held in her hands. She was known by titles such as the Lady of the renowned Sarian family, the head of the family within the imperial palace, and the most noble woman in the empire. However, because of just one mistake, the throne of that princess suddenly began to totter. All of her prestige crumbled to pieces, turning her into a despicable laughingstock. Sitting back and reflecting, Viens frowned with a pale face. The public's criticizing voices still echoed in her ears. The Duke has taken all the blame, but I heard the Empress was also an accomplice in this. The princess had better stop acting. When will she finally take responsibility for her actions? Those nobles didn't even hesitate to hurl insults at her. How could a leading lady of the empire be so incompetent? Viens clutched her head, seething with resentment as she thought, the whole world is laughing at me. How dare they look down on me? The most dazzling figure in high society? And then, in her furious frenzy, that she heard Agres' eerie voice whispering in her ear. The El Heron family masterminded this. Like grasping at a lifeline, Viens didn't hesitate to shift all the blame onto the El Heron family. Yes, that must be it. Recalling their arrogant and carefree demeanor, jealousy slowly crept in her mind. Other than them, who else would be cruel enough to do something so disgraceful as to tarnish the royal throne? Viens swung her arm, throwing the tent flap open, and stormed inside, vowing to herself, I will get my revenge. Syria was leisurely adjusting her saddle, completely unaware of the drama about to unfold. Viens' burning gaze was fixated on her. Every time they met, Viens had to put on a dignified front and bow to this duchess. And this wasn't the first time, either. But Viens couldn't understand it. Since when had the nobles started keeping their eyes fixed on Syria? And even Viens herself couldn't help but be captivated by her. She was truly gorgeous. Despite having no prominent background or backing, she still commanded everyone's attention, even on the night that should have belonged to Viens. And it was the same even now. In the middle of the hunting grounds, from the nobles down to the horses, everyone was left in awe of her commanding aura. Viens frowned, a bitter glint in her eyes. She smirked, secretly plotting in her mind. I'll tear off that hypocritical mask of hers. Syria felt an unfriendly gaze piercing her back. Is someone talking behind my back? It was Viens' glare, filled with the desire to bring her down. Once I'm done with her, she'll never be able to show her face in public again. Before the hunt began, Viens had come to meet Syria. She crossed her legs and asked with a condescending tone, what do you say? Care for a wager? As she spoke, she smiled provocatively, looking as though she would throw a tantrum the moment Syria uttered a refusal. Unfortunately for her, Syria didn't show the slightest hint of fear or hesitation. She simply replied with a stoic expression, "If that is your highness's wish, I shall oblige." Seeing her unusually calm demeanor, Vienne surprisingly didn't get angry. On the contrary, having achieved her goal, she leisurely took her leave, not forgetting to bid her farewell. "I am very pleased to hear you say that. I'll see you later, then." The moment she was out of Syria's sight, Vienne dropped the act entirely. She stomped away so aggressively that it terrified the servants beside her. She pursed her lips, her eyes wide with a vicious glare. After seeing the princess off, Syria let out a soft sigh. "You can come in now." Hearing his wife call for him, Lano carried Lusa and lifted the tent flap to enter. "How did you know it was me?" She shrugged. "Wasn't it obvious?" Lusa hopped down from her father's arms. Lano smiled and said softly, "The royal hunt is about to begin. Will you be all right?" Feeling that her husband's worry was completely unnecessary, Syria replied casually. What more could she possibly do? Bring another corpse or something? Lusa grabbed onto the edge of a chair, gazing up at her extraordinary mother. Wow. She was a far cry from the frail and delicate noble ladies and madams. She possessed the poise and commanding aura of the ruler of the north. Lusa thought to herself, this must be what Syria looked like when Lano first met her. She looks so brilliant. Lano's voice pulled her back to reality. He asked, "What do you think, Lusa? Do you want Mom to win?" Lusa shook her head and said gently, "I don't know. I just don't want Mom to get hurt." Syria was deeply moved by her daughter's words. Her voice instantly softened. "Oh, my sweet baby." The mother and daughter warmly embraced each other. Watching them, Lano simply offered a quiet, wry smile. Suddenly, Syria let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness she didn't inherit your personality. Lano, catching a stray bullet just by standing there, looked completely bewildered. "I was just standing here." Syria bumped her forehead against her daughter's, coaxing her gently. "Mom will come back safe and sound, my love." Lusa smiled brightly and replied, "Okay." Suddenly, Lano approached and whispered into Syria's ear, "You know what, Syria?" His eyes gleamed. One look was enough to tell he was plotting something wicked. And indeed, he was. He murmured, "You don't have to play fair with her." Before Syria could even respond, Lano continued pouring sweet words into her ear. "Think of Lusa. Don't you want to impress her?" That single sentence was enough to make Syria hesitate. "I just don't want Mom to get hurt." "Don't you want to appear more gentle in your daughter's eyes?" She rested her chin on her hand in deep thought, genuinely considering Lano's words. But as Lano hovered around her, Syria frowned in contemplation. Lusa doesn't seem to care about winning or losing. She just wants me to be safe. But I also want to look like an extraordinary mother in her eyes. Knowing his wife was hesitating, Lano played dirty and added fuel to the fire. "You went through all the trouble to bring her here. If you lose, she'll be so disappointed." Sometimes, the end justifies the means. Lusa, who was standing there watching her parents banter, had no idea she had become the excuse Lano used to egg his wife on. In truth, Lusa was already perfectly satisfied just seeing Syria's hunting outfit. Her motto had always been simple, safety first. Then, she glanced at the table and thought in surprise, "Oh, there's a flyer here." The sound of a horn from the ceremonial guards echoed through the air. The noisy chatter across the hunting grounds instantly fell silent. For a brief moment, Syria gazed outside and softly said, "The competition has begun." Lano planted a quick kiss on her cheek and playfully reminded her, "See you later. Stay safe out there." Once Syria had left, Lusa cautiously asked her father, "What were you and Mom just whispering about?" He put his hands on his hips and replied proudly, "I was just giving your mother a little encouragement to boost her morale." Looking at her father's unserious demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. "With that smug face of yours?" Lano reached out to pick her up and said softly, "Come on, up you go. Let's head out." The two of them left the tent. Remembering the brochure for the royal hunt, Lano suddenly spoke up. "I told you yesterday, right? The women hunt in the morning and the men hunt in the afternoon." He checked the schedule on the flyer for a moment, then excitedly suggested to Lusa, "So, right before lunch, we'll head over to the starting point to meet Mom. I'll just go check on my gear until then." She nodded and replied, "Okay." The hours of the hunt that followed seemed peaceful enough, but little did anyone know it was merely the calm before the storm. By the end of the hunt, the nobles' jaws had dropped. Their eyes were wide with shock at the sight before them. Even Vienne's, who had been so confident and arrogant earlier, was startled out of her wits. As for Lusa, she was utterly speechless. She couldn't find the words to describe it, because Syria had returned with her spoils of the hunt, a pile so massive it formed a small mountain, scaring everyone stiff. Besides the ox cart carrying the animal carcasses, there was also a group of small animals trembling and following behind. Lano clapped his hands loudly, breaking the terrified atmosphere of everyone around. Syria modestly accepted her husband's praising applause, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Lusa at this moment just wanted to scream and question her disastrous father. "Dad, what the heck did you say to Mom? Explain it right now." The cause of this situation was actually very simple. It was because earlier, Lano had whispered to Syria to show off her talents in front of their daughter. After Lano fanned the flames of Syria's anger, the surrounding servants wanted to step forward to help, but were ruthlessly refused by Syria. She chased away all the servants who intended to help clean up, waiting until the surroundings became empty. She suddenly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, the atmosphere around Syria suddenly changed, displaying the power of a divine beast. Not a single animal could escape her hands. The animals were knocked out one by one and piled onto the cart. Even an ordinary person looking at it would have to marvel. No, it was the savagery of a wolf, to be exact. Syria gently tossed another rabbit onto the ox cart, muttering to herself, "Anyway, this hunt is just for show. I just need to knock them out." Remembering the bet with Viens, she hesitated for a moment, thinking, but how many do I need to catch? Suddenly, a rustling sound rang out. Syria immediately looked over vigilantly. It turned out to be the remaining animals in the hunting grounds. Seeing that she was too fierce, they voluntarily surrendered. The animals, one after another, trembled and prostrated themselves in front of her. Witnessing this scene, Syria's body tensed up as she let out a doubtful. At the end of the hunt, Syria returned amidst the cheers of everyone. The noble ladies surrounded her with expressions of admiration. Oh my. A lady stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Did you catch them all by yourself?" Another lady covered her mouth, unable to hold back her gasp of awe. "Truly extraordinary, Duchess." Viens had also returned at some point. Seeing everyone fawning over Syria, the jealousy in her heart surged up again. Her deep purple pupils gleamed with envy. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Remembering the challenge that the two had agreed upon before the hunt, Viens felt even more annoyed. Her smug and arrogant demeanor seemed to have completely vanished. Normally, Viens would have had the victory over Syria in the bag. The reason was that she had secretly hidden a few extra animal carcasses beforehand as a precaution. And indeed, that was the case. Besides the pile of animals she hunted herself, she had asked her servants to help pile up more animal carcasses. Thanks to this, she was confident of winning. Even before the hunt, when she saw Syria adjusting her saddle, Viens smugly thought to herself, "Even if you give it your all, you will never catch up to my numbers." She walked away proudly with her head held high. This scene caught the eyes of the nobles, and they started whispering again. "The princess must be a formidable hunter, right? I don't know. I've seen her attend banquets, but not for hunting." The attention of the crowd gave Viens a sense of accomplishment. This little bit of vanity was exactly what she craved. That's right, this is how things should be. All eyes should be on me. Yes, but reality always dealt her a painful blow, because now that vanity had turned into everyone's praise for Syria. Once again, Viens was ignored by the crowd. She resentfully thought that it should have been her. In a fit of anger, she screamed, "It's all a cheap trick." The volume was so loud that it startled everyone. But Viens didn't care about her public image and launched a verbal attack on Syria. "Duchess, you tricked us, didn't you? Tell the truth right now." Syria looked at her, her eyes calm and devoid of emotion, her voice cold. "I hunted them all with my own abilities." Would Viens easily let her off like that? She continued her accusations of lying. "In just a few short hours, how could you gather such a pile of animals, if not by cheating?" Public opinion immediately shifted. Someone doubtfully exclaimed, "That's right. She even hunted more than the princess." Syria didn't reply, but quietly took down her hairpin. She looked towards Viens, intending to demonstrate her skills for everyone to see. "If everyone doesn't believe me, just watch." Then she muttered, having taken off her hairpin. But Viens was still trying to badmouth Syria. Suddenly, the silhouette of a bird appeared above her head. Syria didn't say much. She flicked her fingers, and the hairpin shot straight toward the bird, tearing it apart in midair. The sound of the wind being cut interrupted Viens's words. "You just keep explaining." It took her a few seconds to snap back to her senses. The surrounding crowd had the chance to widen their eyes, amazed by Syria's abilities. Looking at Viens's dumbfounded expression, she coldly uttered an ah, pausing for a moment. Syria carefully said, "Sorry for taking the liberty. Now that the material evidence is complete." She immediately retorted to Viens, "Do you still demand more proof?" Instantly, she pursed her lips in shame. In the end, Viens didn't say a word, angrily turning around and leaving. Lano crossed his arms, looking at his wife's back, his voice mixed with a bit of pride. "Did you see that, Lusa?" He raised his chin arrogantly and spoke up. "That is a true El Heron." Lusa stood frozen, not uttering a word of rebuttal. In reality, her emotions were like a rustling wind, blowing away the pile of leaves on the hunting grounds. Lusa felt confused by what she had just seen, but she decided to stay silent so as not to ruin the moment. After a short rest, it was the men's turn to hunt. Looking at her terrifying father, Lusa sighed softly. Just like Syria, she wasn't too worried about her father's hunt. Syria held her in her arms. Lusa lazily thought, "He hates losing and loves being the center of attention. No need to wonder, he will definitely win." Lano felt that his daughter seemed a bit cold towards him, so he approached and asked, "Aren't you going to wish this dear father of yours good luck?" Having no other choice, Lusa could only play along and say, "Good luck." Lano satisfyingly bit her cheek, his voice full of doting, "Oh, my little darling." After speaking, he immediately climbed onto his horse, happily waving goodbye to the mother and daughter. "Dad'll be right back." Syria maintained her cold expression as usual. She had great faith in her husband. Lusa was the same. She waved half-heartedly just to make her father happy. Suddenly, Syria turned to whisper to her, "Lusa, can you stay alone for a bit?" Even though it's not exactly alone. She asked back in surprise why. Her voice showed a hint of concern. "Mom has to release the poor animals that came to help me. Otherwise, there won't be any prey left to hunt." Hearing that, Lusa immediately remembered the animals walking in a subservient subservient line behind her mother's ox cart. She had no objections, only waving both hands to say goodbye to her mother, Syria. Although she didn't want to leave her daughter alone, in the end, she still had to leave. Mom will be right back. But with no adults around, Lusa suddenly felt unusually idle. I suddenly have time alone, but there's nothing to do. She sat down on the grass, looking up at the sky, her mind wandering. Well, I guess I'll just sit here and wait. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Lusa!" In the air, the spirits hurriedly gathered, trembling as they said, "Watch out, be careful." Lusa was startled, her voice breaking. "What is it?" The spirits urgently replied, "Snakes, there are snakes here." She looked around nervously. Finally, she saw a green snake slithering through the bushes into the forest, muttering to herself, "A snake?" And following the trail of that snake, Lusa suddenly realized there wasn't just one, but a whole swarm of snakes. Immediately, she felt a bad premonition. To make the spirits this terrified, it could only be a person suddenly popped into Lusa's mind, which was also the answer she was thinking of, Basila. She clenched her fists, her expression becoming tense. That bad premonition was warning her that Basila was hiding somewhere in the hunting grounds. Lusa looked in the direction the snakes were slithering, wondering to herself, what is he scheming? One snake seemed very sentient. Sensing someone looking at it, it raised its head. A spirit nearby cried out, "He's about to do something terrible." Looking at the snake's cunning appearance, the spirit hurriedly shouted to chase it away, "You evil snake." Suddenly, Lusa heard the panicked voices of the spirits. The whale tribe is in danger. She froze, suddenly feeling terrified. The whale tribe? The swarm of snakes was heading towards the hunting grounds, and right now, it was the men's turn to hunt. She couldn't help but worry about Mohane's safety. "He is tailing my godfather." Seeing her anxious expression, the spirits hurriedly spoke up, "Hurry and follow that evil snake." It just so happened that Lusa was also planning to do so. She nodded slightly. Having said that, the spirits went ahead to clear the way, gently comforting her. "We will ensure your safety, Lusa." The swarm of snakes rushed as fast as the wind, leaving her far behind in a flash. Lusa tried to speed up to keep pace with them. Unfortunately, with the strength of a child like her, how could she catch up with a swarm of snakes? The spirits disappointedly spoke up. "Lusa is too slow. Because of her short legs, she's as slow as a snail." Lusa was annoyed by the spirits nagging. She knew she was slow and could only exclaim in frustration, "I can't fly like you guys." Instantly, the spirits clung to her shoulders. They gently lifted Lusa up, their voices full of excitement. "Then let us help you." She felt her body leave the ground, floating lightly in midair. She panicked and cried out, "Huh?" Seeing the ground getting further and further away, the feeling of being suspended in midair made a child like her scream in fear. But indeed, flying was much faster than running. While Lusa was still struggling to get used to this new way of moving, a figure entered her line of sight. Mohane was with his delegation. They were preparing for the hunt. She cheered inwardly. "I see him." The swarm of snakes arrived faster, Lusa thought. One of them was hiding behind Mohane, ready to attack him. Lusa's distance was too far. She couldn't do anything but rely on the spirits. "Please save my godfather." The spirits, of course, would never refuse her. They boldly said, all right. Mohane felt a strange surge of power around him, his expression briefly showing surprise. This power was so familiar. He spaced out, thinking to himself, divine power? While Mohane was still figuring out what was happening, the spirits ambushed the swarm of snakes, tossing them far away. The spirits were invisible to ordinary people. Therefore, they only heard a rustling sound in the air. Someone asked softly, "What is it?" Mohane then replied, "It's nothing." A snake was tossed into the air and hit his leg. Hearing the noise, his horse turned to look. Immediately, it saw 3 or 4 elongated bodies slithering toward it. Horses are easily frightened animals. Mohane's horse reared up in fear. He was momentarily surprised, his hands gripping the reins tightly. Only then did the surrounding guards notice the strange occurrence. They frantically stomped on the snakes, looking at each other in confusion. Where did these snakes come from? To ensure his own safety, Mohane led his horse away to calm it down. Meanwhile, the guards hastily drove the snakes away. "What? Quickly, drive them away." Mohane stroked and comforted his timid horse while muttering in a low voice, "What is going on?" Lusa called out softly, "Godfather." Mohane widened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. When he looked up, he indeed saw Lusa floating in midair. He called out loudly, "Lusa?" The spirits could no longer hold Lusa and let her go. Mohane quickly caught her. He carefully held her in his arms, his face looking utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Lusa gripped his sleeve tightly, trying to give a warning. But because she had overused the spirit power, she was now exhausted. Mohane quickly realized that the strange things happening earlier were caused by her. So the little girl used the power of the spirits. Lusa spoki viakli Basila. Just that name alone was enough for Mohane to understand the situation clearly. He gently ruffled her hair and said softly, "You discovered that Basila was chasing me, so you came to help? Thank you. Thanks to you, I'm safe now." Just then, Mohane's female guard ran over to report. "We've driven the snakes back into the forest." Then, seeing him holding her in his arms, she asked curiously, "Oh, is it the Grand Duke's daughter? When did she appear?" Mohane didn't reply because Base Scylla was targeting them. He decided to retreat to avoid alerting the enemy. Let's pause the hunt and return to the tent. I don't know what's happening, but we absolutely must not lower our guard. The guards obeyed and shouted, understood. Looking back at little Lusa, Mohane's brows furrowed involuntarily. His voice was full of worry. I think you should stay here for now. Who knows when Base Scylla will attack again. Given his personality, he knew for sure that what would happen next would be even more unpredictable. If Base Scylla was plotting something, things certainly wouldn't stop at just a few small snakes like that. But his actions this time were too abnormal. Coupled with a bad premonition, Mohane pondered deeply. But what is he planning to do? Just as he was distracted, the sound of tearing air rang out. An arrow flew from nowhere, aiming straight at Mohane. With his agile reflexes, he accurately caught the arrow, to Luce's amazement. Even the guards couldn't react in time. After regaining their composure, they immediately shielded Mohane and Lusa behind them. We are under attack. Prepare for battle. There was a noise coming from the bushes in front of them, sounding very bizarre. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The female guard saw something, her voice becoming panicked. What is this? A group of people stepped out of the bushes wearing knight's armor. Their faces were pale without a drop of blood, and their pupils emitted a strange blue light. It scared the female guard out of her wits. Aren't those the knights of El Heron? They don't look very conscious. Mohane clenched his fists, his expression grave. Oh no, just as I suspected. Base Scylla has other tricks up his sleeve, but I didn't expect him to brainwash the knights of El Heron. Because the attackers were knights of El Heron, the situation became increasingly difficult. He could only issue an order. We must not attack or harm them. Just defend and hold them off. The female guard heard the order and nodded. The El Heron knights swung their swords and charged. Mohane's guards tried their best to fend them off, but if they kept defending without attacking, they would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Lusa thought anxiously, what should I do? This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't left. She suddenly remembered the spirits who had always helped her. They were still waiting for her. Lusa looked at them and pleaded earnestly, help me. This time, the spirits didn't answer immediately, but hesitated for a moment. Then they said apologetically, sorry, Lusa. Without the spirits' help, Lusa's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was in despair to the point of tears, the spirits spoke up again. We can't do anything, but you can. Lusa looked at the spirits in astonishment. They vigorously repeated, Lusa can do it. In that moment, Lusa's mind was in turmoil. She heard her own doubtful voice, me. It seemed she had done it once before, when those important to her were in danger. The surroundings were extremely chaotic. Mohane's guards were trying to subdue the manipulated knights. Lusa wanted to do something. Her body suddenly lit up. Her heart was filled with confidence. Although the situation is completely different, I know what to do. She let the surging energy flow through her body and then slowly released it. Instantly, the light on her body became blinding. Mohane was about to call out to her, but the intense light surged forward, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut. No one knew what happened after that. Back at the hunting grounds, Lano was leisurely riding his horse. He was in a very relaxed mood. It's been a long time since I had time to enjoy myself alone. He squinted and smiled, thinking to himself, Syria has already won first place, so I can just take my time. Although he said that outwardly, Lano was more competitive than anyone. In reality, he was already thinking about the reward when he won. Maybe I should ask them to forge a small medal for the kid. If both her father and mother win in the hunting festival. Lano's thoughts drifted far away. A pretty pink one would definitely suit Lusa. Ahead, a group of people was riding towards him, but he didn't bother to pay attention, continuing his wandering thoughts. Agres caught up with Lano and greeted him, wishing you a promising hunt. Their eyes met. Lano immediately stopped his horse. Agres continued, Grand Duke El Heron. Having his thoughts interrupted by someone else made him feel quite annoyed. But since the person in front of him was the king, he had to hold it in. A few moments later, Lano slowly replied to the greeting, Your Majesty. Not wanting to linger with him, he found a random excuse to brush him off. I still haven't found a suitable prey, so I'm just looking around. Agres put on a thoughtful expression, then sighed softly, Ah, I see. The king's indifferent response made Lano sneer in annoyance. The annoyance of being disturbed multiplied exponentially. Lano secretly cursed Agres in his heart. Did he come all the way here just to say that? To flaunt his superiority? He can't possibly be that idle. The royal reputation is currently more disgusting than a dirty rag in my stable. Yet he spends more effort trying to belittle me than trying to restore that reputation. Looking at the person wearing a fake smile in front of him, he rarely had such a treasonous thought. Or maybe I should just become the emperor myself, so I don't have to endure this anymore. But the current emperor is still doing fine. How annoying. At this point, Lano's brain suddenly clicked. He stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. Wait, this idea isn't bad. If the ruler of this kingdom had to be changed, Lano and Syria were neither ideal candidates. Actually, because we are in the north, neither Syria nor I can rule the kingdom, because we still have to guard the ice wall. The northern part of the kingdom is always in a state of instability, eyed by eccentric enemies that are hard to deal with. The barbarians out there are not enemies that can be controlled. They serve the calamity, and always pray for the appearance of another great disaster. Since birth, Lano had taken on the mission of a divine beast. He had to stay and guard the north forever, not allowing any threat to enter the kingdom. As a divine beast, I cannot let my guard down. Images of Lusa and Ian suddenly appeared in his mind. Lano thought to himself, especially now when 2 half-blood children have been born. However, this is not a long-term plan. Even a divine beast cannot defy the will of the gods. One day, the great disaster will happen. The calamity is inevitable. Once it rises, the barbarians will be the first to recognize the omens. For that reason, I must stay at the border to monitor their every move. If he couldn't be the emperor, then simply letting his precious daughter become the empress would solve everything immediately. Therefore, if a new monarch must be crowned, she would definitely be the perfect choice. Little did Lano know, the talented and adorable daughter in his eyes was currently floating in midair. Crowning an empress for the empire was by no means an easy task, because there was no precedent for it. Historically, Rahim had never had a reigning empress. But everything has a beginning. From a very young age, Lusa had displayed qualities far superior to ordinary people. This made Lano very confident in her abilities. She possesses all the qualities of a wise ruler, a compassionate heart, outstanding intellect, and most importantly, the ability to win people's hearts and lead the citizens. But Lusa always had a strange charisma. No one could resist her smile, not even Lano, the most difficult person to please. Many times, he had witnessed that special ability of his daughter. I put so much effort into placating the master of the merchant guild. Ilks, yet she was able to make him submit in the blink of an eye. The relationship between Lusa and her siblings is also unusually good. It's the same with Voman and Heekin. They have a personality like mine, not wanting to get close to anyone. Yet they easily opened their hearts to her the very first time they met. After many such instances, Lano gradually accepted that it was no longer a coincidence, but a special power of Lusa's. It must be due to her special mental ability. Even Phelan, the one with a frozen heart, becomes gentle whenever he is with her. Without a doubt, he believed that if his daughter became empress, she would open a new chapter in the history of the entire empire. With an empress like her, Rahim will enter an unprecedented era of prosperity. The more Lano thought about it, the more it made sense. The corners of his lips curled up unconsciously. That's right, I quite like this idea. Agres had no idea what the person next to him was thinking. He calmly drew his bow and aimed at his prey. Seeing Lano in a daze, he smiled and spoke up. You really are cold. Are you dissatisfied with the fact that I will become the emperor, Grand Duke? Agres' question was too direct. So direct that Lano almost blurted everything out. He held himself back. A gust of wind blew past, causing the air pressure between the two men to drop lower by the second. Just when Agres thought Lano was going to turn hostile, he simply smiled and replied, "How could you say that, your majesty?" Then he offered the polite words fitting the etiquette between a monarch and a subject that Agres wanted to hear. "I couldn't be happier that you are ascending to the throne." He laughed aloud and nodded in satisfaction. Agres suddenly nodded, his voice becoming slightly more harmonious. "I'm glad to hear you say that." At that moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed from afar. A patrol knight rushed over frantically to report. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" He cried out in a panic. "There's an emergency. The delegation from Balin has been attacked." Seeing Lano there, the knight hesitated, taking a few seconds before continuing his report. "They say it was caused by the Knights of El Heron." Syria had arrived at the scene early. The brainwashed knights had been completely subdued. No one was seriously injured. Mohane's guards sat exhaustedly on the ground, wiping the blood from their faces with their hands. Lano urged his horse forward. He jumped off his horse and urgently called out to Lusa. Mohane looked at his frantic state and gave a slight nod, indicating that everything was fine. As for Lusa, her face was pale as she nestled into her godfather's chest. Syria also nodded slightly. She had somewhat taken care of everything. The knights tied tightly on the ground were indeed the Knights of El Heron. Their bodies trembled unceasingly, twisting and contorting. It went without saying. Lano was certain this was a trick by the new emperor, Agres. His eyes were filled with fury. To think I walked right into such a ridiculous trap. I must have lost my usual sharpness. Agres ignored Lano's glaring eyes and calmly spoke. "Grand Duke El Heron." Hearing Agres' voice, Lano finally pinpointed the ominous premonition he had felt earlier. Now I know what that unusual feeling from before was. Basila must have interfered in this. As Agres dismounted his horse, a hypocritical smile bloomed on his face. He began his act. "Perhaps you would like to explain all of this. If you speak up now, the conflict between Rahim and Balin might be somewhat mitigated." Lano was boiling with anger, ready to clash with Agres at any moment. Syria and Mohane, standing nearby, sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Mohane spoke up, interrupting the two men. "The El Heron family did nothing wrong." With one arm carefully holding Lusa, he calmly explained. "Their knights didn't attack us at all. On the contrary, they protected us." Agres frowned, visibly annoyed at being interrupted. "Are you blaming me?" His defensive demeanor made Mohane burst into laughter. "I don't mean anything by it." He didn't speak directly, but dropped a hint instead. "It seems the new emperor of Rahim is too quick to jump to conclusions, isn't he?" Agres was immediately infuriated by this flippant way of speaking. He waved his hand and yelled, trying to regain some of his dignity. "What? You arrogant bastard. Is this how you speak to the ruler of a nation?" Mohane shrugged frowned and replied lightly, I believe I haven't violated any etiquette. Suddenly, he raised his voice, carrying the authority of a ruler. O young new Emperor of Rahim, there is another reason why the Knights of El Heron would never attack me. Because I am the godfather of El Heron. This news was truly a shock to Agris. Without waiting for him to argue, Mohane continued, and I can speak to you in this tone. The aura of a monarch emanated from Mohane as he spoke clearly and confidently. Because, just as you are the Emperor of Wakim, I am the King of Balan. Agris looked at Mohane in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. After Mohane revealed himself as the King of Balan, Agris immediately fell silent. He pursed his lips and widened his eyes. This was perhaps the second time he had lost face in public since the coronation ceremony. The El Heron family didn't care much about that. Once the hunt ended, they immediately headed back. They left him there dumbfounded. After packing their luggage, everyone returned to the El Heron mansion. Once the whole family was gathered, Mohane briefly recounted what had happened that afternoon. When he reached the part about being attacked by the Knights of El Heron, he paused for a beat before continuing. Lusa was the one who broke the mind control magic of Basila. He only remembered his vision becoming blindingly bright. By the time he regained his senses, the danger had disappeared. There was light radiating from her, and the dark aura around the knights vanished like dust caught in the wind. Lusa is truly a miraculous child. At that moment, Mohane felt as if he had witnessed a divine beast descending. She is a half-blood with the power of purification. I couldn't believe my eyes. Ignoring his praises, Lano's expression turned slightly serious. Are you sure Basila is behind this? Mohane replied immediately. Who else could use mind control magic? Seeing that it was getting late, Syria asked Lusa, are you sleepy yet? She shook her head and softly replied, no, not yet. Mohane pondered and continued. Does he think the elders won't find out? Knowing the elders' temperaments well, Lano sighed wearily, as if those fools would ever bother listening to us. Besides, we don't even have any proof. Something suddenly flashed in Mohane's mind. He rested his chin on his hand, his tone thoughtful. Regardless, I can't help but be amazed to learn that Basila has reached his hands into the imperial family. Agris' behavior today had indeed been extreme. Lano felt incredibly guilty toward his friend. I'm sorry that you ended up in this situation because of me. Mohane was a generous person. He didn't want to dwell on or calculate over such trivial matters. It's fine. After all, you're my friend. But even if he said so, Lano clearly understood the severity of this incident. It wasn't as simple as he made it sound. After hiding for all this time, the King of Balan had finally been forced to reveal himself to the Emperor of Rahim in order to protect the honor of the El Heron family. Although he spoke very lightly of it, everything had become complicated. The atmosphere gradually grew heavy. Mohane tactfully changed the subject. So what are you going to do now? Lano lowered his head despondently and said, I've been thinking about changing the Emperor. Saying this in front of others was truly high treason. Even Mohane was shocked. Have you lost your mind? He hurriedly explained, not me, but Lusa. As soon as she was mentioned, Mohane's attitude softened immediately. He even seemed highly approving. Both of them turned to look at Lusa. Now that makes sense. Syria hugged her tightly, her voice ice cold. That's enough. What kind of nonsense are you two talking about? Mohane understood her feelings. He chuckled and said, oh, calm down. Then he shamelessly teased her. After all, Syria is a woman who is cold on the outside, but easily embarrassed on the inside. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'd melt me just like you melted the ice wall. Instantly, Syria's cheeks flushed red. She covered her mouth and coughed a few times to hide her embarrassment. Lano immediately turned into a protective wolf, rushing in to defend her. How dare you tease my wife? Mohane clicked his tongue, honestly dialing it back. Look at how fiercely you guard your wife. After chatting for a while, time seemed to pass even faster. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Mohane hurriedly stood up. Is it that time already? He stealthily swiped a bottle of Lano's wine and nodded in farewell. I should get going. Mohane didn't forget to say goodbye to his goddaughter. It was wonderful to see you, Lusa. Come visit me next time. With that, he disappeared like sea foam. A rustling sound echoed in her ears. Lusa felt something cold and metallic in her hand. It was a key adorned with a teardrop-shaped gem. The room door closed. Lano and Syria looked curiously at the key in her hand. He said happily, look, he gave you a key. He must really like you. Lusa gripped the key tightly and excitedly asked her father, is this something good? He didn't deny it. That's no ordinary key. Lano pointed at the key, slowly explaining its value to her. Even if you traded the entire world, you couldn't exchange it for this treasure. Keep it safe. Later, I'll teach you how to use it. Meanwhile, in the royal gardens, someone's resentful scream rang out. How could this possibly happen? But Agris, ever since returning from the hunt, had been in a daze. The feeling of humiliation made it impossible for him to stay calm. That guy is the King of Balan and Lusa's godfather. Thinking of Mohane's composed demeanor as he held Lusa in his arms, Agris' fury surged once again, and Lano's contemptuous gaze as he proudly walked away. He would never forget it. Agris glared at the mysterious hooded man in front of him and loudly questioned him. I was humiliated in front of everyone, all because I did exactly as you instructed. Basila caressed the flower bush in front of him, his voice unusually calm. It is indeed strange. I truly cast mind control magic on the Knights of El. Aaron, a fierce battle should have broken out. Yet in the end, no one was seriously injured. I believe I have fulfilled my duty. be. Basila glanced at the young emperor beside him. His chilling gaze made Agres flinch as he spoke with hidden meaning. Could there be an error that I missed? But Agres remained silent. The feeling of inferiority made him unable to speak. I have no reason to reprimand him. He did exactly as we discussed. If any variables arose, it was due to my own incompetence, not his. Basila let go of the flower bush and slowly turned around to face Agres. An eerie smile still bloomed on his lips, as always. Basila sensed the fear in Agres' eyes. He coaxed sweetly, "It's all right." Basila reached out his hand. Taking advantage of Agres being in a daze, he cast a brainwashing spell. "Next time, you just need to do better, and place all your trust in me." Agres' eyes were glued to the green light emanating from Basila. His voice echoed in his ears. "Then, I promise to grant you even more power." In that moment, Agres felt something inside him urging him to obey this man and believe everything he said. A terrifying power that could bind the will of others to his own. If I can seize that power, then treating this man as a god is 100 times more worthwhile than serving a holy beast that might not even truly exist. After thinking for a while, he spoke up. "From now on, I will offer double the sacrifices. Tell me quickly, what do I need to do next?" As soon as he finished speaking, Basila chuckled. He replied in a playful tone, "Why the rush?" The moonlight illuminating the garden draped over Basila. The night wind carried a chill, making his cloak flutter. He stood there, his voice carrying a smile. "We still have plenty of time. Accompany me, and I promise there will be no shortage of good shows waiting ahead." But while Lusa was sound asleep, unusual movements suddenly occurred in Rahim. After the hunt, although no one said it out loud, everyone felt the shift in the royal family's power. Over the next 5 years, the kingdom slowly transformed. Agres had high expectations for his coronation ceremony, but unfortunately, the coronation became a stain on his reputation. After a long time being stuck with the title of crown prince, Agres finally ascended the throne. The king thought that the coronation would help him consolidate his power. However, the Grand Duke's public opposition to the royal family caused his own prestige to multiply. Lano's appearance at the ceremony attracted the attention of many nobles, inadvertently kicking Agres out of the center stage. The reputation of the El Heron family rose rapidly, partly thanks to Mohane. The biggest reason was the close relationship between him and the previously unknown emperor of the kingdom, Balin. When he gently held Lusa in his arms, and even stood up to protect the El Heron family, everyone immediately knew their relationship was not simple. A relationship so close that the emperor was even the godfather of the Grand Duke's daughter. And when the Grand Duke was in danger, that emperor did not hesitate to reveal his identity to protect his friend. This news left all the citizens in shock. The fact that Agres behaved rudely to a distinguished guest quickly spread among the nobles, causing the royal family's reputation to plummet. Now, everyone knows the new emperor is short-sighted and rash. Compared to that, Agres, who had already become a laughingstock at the coronation, was now mocked again at the hunt. Therefore, it was easy to understand why the people's hearts leaned toward the Grand Duke. Besides that, earlier, due to Vian's provocative behavior during the hunt, she successfully incited the anger of other noble ladies and misses against herself. While the royal family's prestige plummeted and Vian's image was increasingly smeared, the Duchess's reputation soared like a kite in the wind. In subsequent noble gatherings, Vian became a stranger in their eyes. While everyone tried to get close to Syria, she was publicly ostracized and left pitifully. The noble ladies who once disliked Vian also gradually recognized the changing times, and one by one, they chose to side with Syria. As Vian gradually disappeared from the public eye, high society began to notice the charm of Syria's unique personality, and before long, everyone's eyes were drawn to her. Some young ladies even rumored among themselves that Syria had a kind heart, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and flocked to approach her. Gradually, there was no one in the kingdom who did not know of the Grand Duke and the Duchess. Just like that, the influence of the El Heron family silently spread throughout the Rahim kingdom. Returning to the present, Vermont was bored, manipulating the badges in her hand while softly calling out, "So, little cotton ball." She rested her chin on her hand, her eyebrows furrowed, and said in a cold voice, "Are you listening clearly to every word I say? You just keep looking in the mirror." Hearing no response from Lusa, Vermont spoke again, "Little cotton ball." Only then did she startle and awkwardly reply, "Ah." In her heart, she suddenly felt flustered. "I am too obsessed with my current 8-year-old appearance. It feels like I'm growing a little bit more every day." Seeing that her younger sister didn't seem focused, she threw the pile of badges behind her and said in disappointment, "Forget it. Teaching you is just a waste of effort." Lusa knew her older sister was sulking again, so she awkwardly tried to hold her back. "No, it's not like that." Then she immediately ran to her sister's side, fawning over her. "You are truly an outstanding teacher. I really like your classes. It is such a blessing for me to absorb knowledge from someone so talented." Vermont was clearly secretly rejoicing in her heart, but on the outside, she still had to pretend to be cold. Lusa saw right through her act and silently sighed. It had been a long time. Not only had the kingdom changed, but she herself had also undergone minor changes. "I'm already 8 years old and growing as fast as a weed. I'm now even taller than the table." Growing up a bit more, Lusa had reached the age for foundational education. And as a matter of course, Vermont took on that responsibility under the envious gazes of the whole family. Shortly after, she had to learn basic knowledge suitable for her age. And because Vermont was the closest thing to a scholar in the family, she became her teacher. The path of learning was never easy. Because Lusa was homeschooled, the amount of Vermont knowledge was more than double. The curriculum included everything from writing and elementary mathematics to history. If it were another child, they would probably cry from exhaustion. But fortunately, Lusa already knew this knowledge beforehand. Therefore, her studying life passed quite gently. Thanks to my past life's memories, I easily passed the basics. But Vermont remained as dedicated as ever. It was just that she rarely praised her. Whenever she learned something new, she maintained a calm expression. But Vermont never showed surprise at the fact that she absorbed things faster than her peers. Perhaps she had always expected that from her younger sister. Although she had learned it in her previous life, Lusa was not omnipotent. There were still things she didn't know. Whenever she stumbled upon something she didn't understand, Vermont would patiently explain it again without getting angry. I once heard that mages from the Magic Tower were often hot-tempered, so I had prepared myself mentally for harsh lessons. But it turned out to be nothing but baseless prejudice. Seeing Lusa easily absorb all the knowledge she imparted, Vermont took the opportunity to feel smug and arrogantly said, "I knew it wasn't my fault." Those who couldn't keep up and dropped out halfway were the ones with the problem. Only fools would lose their lives over a class. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing her rolling her eyes and talking nonsense, she silently screamed in her heart, "What?" And Vermont suddenly turned around and asked her, "Isn't it a bit funny?" Lusa weakly replied, "Yes." If this reached the ears of the mages Vermont had taught, they would cry their eyes out. Lusa imagined someone coming directly to her face and protesting, "With that teaching method, you will kill people." Another person would sob and swear, "I swear I will never step foot into this classroom again." The room became quiet. Vermont looked out the window, saw the light fading, and said, "The sun has started to set." She opened the window, looked out, and asked softly, "Let's stop here for today. It's almost time for dinner." Lusa agreed immediately, yes. Suddenly, the room door was thrown open. Deacon barged in from some corner and casually said, "It's time to eat, kiddo." Vermont immediately became vigilant and held on to Lusa. Seeing that his older sister didn't intend to let her go eat dinner, he immediately dropped a sharp remark. "Are you not letting the kid eat, Vermont?" She immediately retorted, "We just finished our class." And just like that, they started bickering fiercely. Lusa, standing on the side, could only shake her head vigorously. Regardless, my daily life still passes peacefully. Her little stomach let out a soft rumble. Lusa gently went over and grabbed her brother's and sister's hands, her voice full of joy. "Let's go." When night fell, the mansion sank into the quiet darkness. Occasionally, a few sparkling dust particles lingered in the air. Lusa lay snugly on her bed, her breathing steady, her whole body in a daze. In her dream, she heard the sound of bubbling water by her ear. Immediately, her body felt weightless. When she opened her eyes again, Lusa saw a deep blue lake, with ripples gently rolling across the surface. She was in her beast form, her paws stepping on the water. She felt panicked in her heart. I'm on top of the water." Lusa looked up. This place had blue skies and white clouds, and the water was crystal clear. It was exactly like the lake that had appeared when she was reincarnated. The lake? It appeared when I was born. Then, she was pulled underwater by force. The current was swift. She had to shut her eyes tightly and try to hold her breath so she wouldn't choke. She didn't know how much time had passed. She was brought to a place filled with starlight. Completely soaked and exhausted, she collapsed onto the surface of the lake. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Long time no see." Lusa recognized this voice and silently sighed in her heart. "Is that all you want to say?" Countless pillars of light appeared, and voices emanated from them. "This is the first time we've met since you were born, isn't it? Are you still doing well? I see it seems you have grown a second tail." Lusa calmly squeezed the water out of her thick, smooth fur, ignoring the greetings from the beams of light. She closed her eyes, suddenly feeling tense in her heart. Memories of the previous time rushed back, giving her an ominous feeling. It truly is a terrible nightmare, even though it happened many years ago. But perhaps it was so terrifying that it constantly haunts me in my dreams. But I don't want to relive those past memories anymore. I'll just try to wake myself up. Seeing that Lusa was about to leave, a voice angrily yelled, "Hey, do you know how hard it is to get in here?" Another, gentler voice chimed in, "We had to put in a lot of effort just to enter this dream." Once the first person complained, there would be a second. Those voices complained one after another. And those spirits absolutely didn't help make things any easier. Lusa waited for them to finish speaking before cautiously asking, "Are you the same ones from back then?" They immediately replied, "That's right." She froze, her voice becoming full of vigilance. "Why do you come looking for me? I haven't lost control. I'm just enjoying a peaceful, quiet life." As soon as she finished speaking, all the voices, without prior agreement, fell eerily silent. Lusa silently wondered, why aren't they saying anything? After a while, that somewhat gentle voice spoke up again. "Actually, we came here because we have a favor to ask of you." Lusa doubtfully exclaimed, "A favor to ask?" Another voice spoke up, "Yes, quickly look here." The starry sky immediately lit up. Countless lights radiated all around. Lusa frowned and stared at that mirror-like screen, her emotions suddenly stirring. She saw the illusion before her eyes. Endless mountains and a sky filled with pure white snow. And most importantly, far away, she saw a human figure. Lusa immediately recognized the scenery in the illusion. It was very familiar. This is the north, the ice wall, the mountain range, and in the illusion, that young man threw himself down into the veil of snow. After stabilizing his body, he adjusted his cloak. Lusa cried out in panic, "Paran? It really is Paran." The temperature in the north was too low. His breath quickly turned into white smoke. He parted his lips and softly said, "Princess Ainul." Looking at the lone young man in the vast white snow, for some reason, Lusa felt a tinge of sadness. He was crossing the wall. The ice wall was the boundary of the north. Lusa knew how dangerous that place was. She screamed from the bottom of her heart, wanting to stop Paran from walking into his death. No, don't, please don't. But no matter how hoarse she screamed, her voice still couldn't reach him. He just disappeared into the night. You mustn't go there. Paran. When the illusion ended, Lusa hugged herself in fear, her body trembling in waves. I could sense some dark conspiracy. I've never felt so uneasy. The night was sparkling with starlight and auroras, but why was it so unusually cold? It was hard to describe. She only knew that Paran absolutely should not step foot in that place. Lusa clenched her fists and asked, "Is this real? Why is Paran there?" That voice sighed softly. "This happened a few days ago. After thinking it over, we decided to ask for your help, even though it might be too late." Lusa was stunned and anxiously cried out, "Too late? Do you know what happened to him?" The blue voice answered her. "He is in a very bad state." The yellow voice quickly chimed in. "He probably won't be able to make it through on his own." Finally, the red voice concluded, "He will definitely be destroyed." Lusa clasped her hands tightly together, her voice trembling involuntarily. "But what should I do?" A gentle voice gave her a suggestion. "Go to the north." The surroundings gradually faded. Lusa knew she was about to wake up. Before this meeting ended, they carefully instructed her to go there and save Paran Abel. Surrounded by pure white, Lusa knew she had to go. The voices suddenly spoke in unison. "You're the only one who can do this, Lewin Stella. Save Paran." As soon as she woke up, Lusa immediately ran to find the butler to ask where her parents were. Eden looked slightly flustered and replied, "Your family?" They went to the annex for a very important meeting, Lady Lusa. The door to the annex was thrown wide open. Lusa, still in her pajamas, declared boldly, "I have to go to the north." The important matter the whole family was discussing was her 8th birthday party. Seeing Lusa arrive, everyone stared in astonishment. She ran straight to her mother. Syria asked worriedly, "What did you say, Lusa?" Eden tried to stop her, but failed, then sighed softly, "Oh, why did I even try to stop the young lady? I should just close the door and leave." Lusa hugged her mother's neck and said affectionately, "Something bad has happened to Paran." Then she tried to convince her family to believe her. "I saw it in my dream. He crossed the ice wall, and..." As soon as Lusa mentioned the ice wall, Lano's expression immediately turned serious. Both she and Syria were slightly startled. He quickly regained his composure and said in a flustered tone, sorry," worried that his daughter would be afraid of him. Lano forced a laugh and explained, "Don't mind me, little one. Dad didn't mean to scare you. Go on, tell us everything." After that, Lusa slowly recounted what she saw in her dream. Lano finally understood why she mentioned the ice wall. He nodded. That must not be an ordinary dream. After all, the dreams of a divine beast can see through the future or illuminate the present. Then he turned to look at his wife and children, changing to a playful tone. "I don't mean anything by it, but if the scene was so clear that Lusa had to immediately run to us right after waking up, then it must have some meaning." Lusa felt her ears tingle, certain that he was talking bad about her. She thought angrily to herself, "Is Dad making fun of me?" Lano turned to ask Vermont, "Vermont, have you spoken to Paran recently?" She crossed her arms and replied, "No." But thinking of the recent strange signs, Vermont couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. "Actually, I did contact him, but he didn't reply." For someone to be missing for that long is indeed unusual. Lano finally made a decision. Then it might be worth going to the north to see how he is doing. He looked at his wife and asked softly, "Syria, could you go find Mohane for me? I think you should know about this." And yes, going to the north also meant leaving behind a pile of affairs. Lano awkwardly asked Syria, "It's a bit embarrassing, but could you look after the estate for me for a while?" Syria, who had been buried under a pile of paperwork for the past few days, reluctantly agreed, yes. He tried to assign tasks to everyone before departing. "Then he can stay and help your mother. Meanwhile, Vermont, Lusa, and I will go to the north." He smiled, his face full of confidence. "If everything goes smoothly, we will reunite soon." And so, the three of them bundled up in warm clothes to brave the bone-chilling cold of the north. Once ready, Lano cast a spell. Vermont had experience at the ice wall, and Lusa held the clues from her dream. Thus, Lano immediately teleported the three of them to the north. As soon as they arrived at the northern fortress, the knights welcomed them. They received a situation report from the knights. Knight said in confusion, "Things have been seemingly unusual lately." The reason he said that was because this should have been the time when the barbarians appeared most aggressively during the year. However, for a while now, no one had seen any trace of them. Lano listened intently to every report from the knights. Then he signaled Vermont with his eyes. The two of them seamlessly reached a tacit understanding. When night fell, Lusa was tasked with staying at the mansion, while the father-daughter duo would go out to search. That night, Vermont and Lano crossed the ice wall. All night long, Lusa couldn't sleep. Her heart was restless. Looking at the heavy blizzard outside, she clasped her hands and silently prayed for everyone's safety. As for herself, she could only pray earnestly that they would return. Not just the two of them, but three. However, her wish did not come true. The next morning, only Vermont and Lano returned together. As dawn broke, the blizzard vanished as if it had never existed. The sky was as clear as it was in the imperial capital. Lano and Vermont returned exhausted. They collapsed onto the couch, looking despondent. Lusa wondered in surprise what happened last night. Lano stared blankly at the ceiling and muttered, "What did he cross the wall for? He probably came here the moment he couldn't be contacted." Vermont rubbed her aching neck and grumbled angrily. What else could that madman be doing it for? After a moment of hesitation, Lano blurted out in a resentful tone, other than something related to Princess Einel, of course. Vermont nodded in agreement. Lusa was astonished, not understanding why it would be related to her. He slammed the chair and said loudly, he used to pursue the princess before she died, or what? Lusa screamed inwardly, not at all. He continued to complain, but it's been 8 years. Why hasn't he forgotten her? She nodded, exactly. Vermont frowned and added to the story. What if they were secret lovers? Lusa was stunned, not expecting their imaginations to be so rich. She vehemently protested in her heart. No, we weren't. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Lano stopped joking around and became serious again. Enough with the nonsense. The princess's body is with Basila, right? Saying that, he placed a notebook on the table and slowly analyzed. And even though she passed away many years ago, she looks as if she just fell asleep. Vermont would occasionally reply to her father. That's right. Lano flipped through the pages of the book, seemingly already having some clues in mind. That can't be achieved with just magic. It's highly likely he hid the body in a place overflowing with divine power. But with every hypothesis presented, he made a mark in the notebook. The dead cannot enter the divine beast forest, so he definitely didn't hide the body there. As for the Edelbabo Mountains, they are too treacherous and vast. If he hid her there, he wouldn't be able to find her again either. Vermont also began to suspect something. She frowned and exclaimed in astonishment. You mean to say... Thinking of the image of Paran braving the blizzard, defying danger to cross the wall, she quickly continued. Paran figured that out and thought he could find her north of the wall. Lano rested his chin on his hand, looking pensive. Perhaps. Vermont's eyebrows furrowed, her voice turning slightly serious. What do you think the chances are that the body is hidden on the other side of the wall? Faced with her question, Lano just sighed softly. It's hard to say whether Basila intentionally leaked that information or not, but Paran crossing the wall has put us in a dilemma. Vermont also sighed quietly, resting her heavy body on Lusa. If this reaches the ears of the elders, he will definitely be interrogated. Lano, with tears welling up in his eyes, asked her, Lusa, should we go look for Paran? But while she was still dazed, Vermont questioned, why bring the little cotton ball along? It's not safe. He quickly explained, well, he appeared in Lusa's dream. After all, Lano provided a reasonable excuse to convince Vermont to bring Lusa along to find him. If she really has some sort of connection with him, we need her intuition to guide the way, because we have no other clues to follow. Although visibly displeased, Vermont couldn't refute it. Therefore, when night came, the search party increased from 2 to 3 with the addition of Lusa. She thought to herself, Dad is so right, I can't argue with that. The reason the 3 of them had to search at night like this was actually quite complicated. Looking at the towering snowy mountain in front of her, she quietly recalled, I almost forgot. This journey is kept an absolute secret from everyone in the El Heron territory. Coming up with an excuse would be incredibly troublesome. Then she silently added, especially when I'm personally tagging along. Just think about it. If Lano stood in front of his subordinates and boasted, by the way, we will cross the ice wall tomorrow morning, along with my 8-year-old daughter, the whole territory would definitely be in an uproar. While she was letting her mind wander, she suddenly heard him ask her, do you want to climb up with Dad? She climbed onto her father's arm, inwardly thinking about the last time. Back then, Hekin went with her. That time, Hekin climbed up first to throw a rope down, then pulled the whole group up to the top. Seeing her father getting into a stance, Lusa innocently thought to herself, is Dad going to do the same? Without waiting for her to prepare, he took a running leap and soared upwards. Vermont stood at the foot of the mountain, her jaw dropping in astonishment. In just a few strides, the father and daughter were already safely seated at the top of the ice wall. It was even easier than eating candy. Lano didn't forget to take a jab at Vermont, who was at the foot of the ice wall. Hurry up, kiddo. Meanwhile, Lusa was horrified, wondering what she had just witnessed. Did Dad just walk up there? He didn't even need to warm up. As for Vermont, she was too annoyed to speak. Compared to her father, she was still far behind. After struggling for a while, she finally crossed the wall. Since she had magic, Vermont took the responsibility of leading the way. Lano carried Lusa in his arms. Occasionally, as they walked, he would subtly remind her, you're walking very, very slowly, Vermont. She replied resentfully, then lead the way yourself, Dad. He looked at the 2 glowing orbs in front of them and replied disdainfully, you're already using a guiding spell. Why would I need to go first? Then, the father and daughter started bickering again, leaving Lusa feeling gloomy. They just kept teasing each other, but strangely, she felt like something was wrong since earlier. A feeling of unease gradually rose as Lusa looked around frantically. Finally, she realized why today seemed different from any other day. I know why now. It's because the spirits are too quiet. Normally, they were always chattering in her ears. Yet now, there wasn't a single one. How strange. Last time, they were chattering nonstop. Then, she noticed a few spirits flickering nearby. A faint light emitted from them, but they didn't say a single word. Then, she heard someone's voice coming from the bushes, which were completely pitch black. Lusa exclaimed in astonishment, black? What is that? Lano also heard the voice. He immediately turned around and ordered sternly, you there. His eyes revealed an unfriendly look. His voice hardened, step out here. Immediately, the bushes in front of them rustled. A stranger, completely covered up, slowly stepped out. He looked like a barbarian, just as the knights had described. Lano chuckled. Although his mouth was smiling, there was no mirth in it. Hello there. You are on your way to your final resting place before you die, aren't you? Lusa hurriedly shook him. Dad. Lano suddenly stopped. She wriggled out of her father's grasp with a determined look. I think he wants to tell us something. Put me down. Lusa slowly approached the person. The stranger also noticed her getting closer. He bent down and rummaged for something in a pouch at his waist. Then, he pulled out a necklace. A hoarse voice rang out. It didn't sound like the native Balan accent. Lusa looked and immediately recognized it as the badge pinned to Perrin's chest. She suddenly became panicked. That's... She immediately called out to her father, Dad. Lano saw everything from afar. He said thoughtfully, so something has happened to him. The stranger spoke again, his words rumbling and hard to understand. It seemed he was speaking a different language. He is heavily injured. He needs help. Lusa looked at him in confusion. Lano and Vermont exchanged glances. Both suspected whether this was a trap. After a moment, Vermont suggested, I think he wants us to follow him. He raised an eyebrow and replied, we have no other choice. Normally, she wouldn't hesitate to go right away. But the catch this time was that Lusa was with them. Vermont hesitated for a moment. What if it's a trap? The little cotton ball is with us too. Lano followed up, why hesitate? If anything happens, we'll just kill them all. With that said, the stranger led the way, and the three of them followed. He walked straight into the forest. Up ahead, a strange light was emitting. The surroundings were covered in a thick layer of black mist. Lusa felt that the glowing spot was very strange. She immediately approached it. Perrin was lying on a stone pedestal. His whole body exuded a strange aura. She cried out in alarm. Perrin? Lano whispered softly to Vermont. Looks like we found him. But even if it's night in the forest, it's way too dark here. Light up a bit, Vermont. She twirled the glowing stone in her hand. Her voice sounded somewhat helpless. Actually, I've been lighting it up this whole time. Seeing Lusa anxiously approach to check on Perrin's condition, she continued, but it seems we still can't see much better. Perhaps some other force is present here. Perrin lay there, silent. His body was enveloped in a dark purple light. Lusa thought to herself, something is flying out of him. After observing for a moment, she spun around and said loudly, it's the spirits. Dark spirits are coming out of him. What the dark spirits represented, Lano understood best. A fierce wind swept in. He cursed inwardly. This is bad. They're so dense that we can actually see them. Lusa was still staring intently at Perrin. A sense of unease enveloped her once more. She wondered to herself, but why are dark spirits coming out of Perrin? That's a trait exclusive to half-bloods. Thinking of Perrin's cousin, she gasped inwardly. Ran is the one who possesses them, not Perrin. Lano approached the stone pedestal where Perrin lay. He decisively drew his sword, his voice cold. If the spirits are numerous enough to materialize, I'm afraid it's already too late. Lusa shielded Perrin, saying tremblingly, Dad. But before she could finish, Lano heard another noise. Countless eyes were hidden behind the foliage, looking towards them. Seeing their hostile demeanor, Lusa subconsciously wondered, are they gathering here to protect him? Both Lano and Vermont entered a combat-ready stance. These people don't seem very hospitable. In the pitch-black night, the scene became more chaotic than ever. Lano was clashing with the barbarians. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. He swung his sword, injuring them without any mercy. But there were too many barbarians. Even though blood had splattered onto Lano's face, they kept coming endlessly, attacking wave after wave. Things weren't much better on Vermont's side. She had to focus on using magic to create nets to restrain them. The barbarians were continuously captured under Vermont's powerful offensive. Further away, Lusa stood inside a protective circle created by Vermont. She felt restless and endlessly worried. Looking at the carnage before her, she was momentarily terrified. Everything seemed to be swept into a giant vortex. Swords were merciless, and red blood stained the ground dark. All I can hear are the sounds of fighting and agonizing screams. Have Vermont and Lano always had a fight like this? Suddenly, she heard a voice calling Lusa. When Lusa turned her head, she saw a plume of black smoke rolling in from the other side of the wall. Fire? Where did that come from? The ice surface cracked, and dark energy gradually seeped in. It spread out, creeping closer to her and her father. The spirits hurriedly came to shield her. They loudly shooed the dark energy away. You bad guy, don't even think about touching Lusa. The spirits charged in to attack the dark energy. The two spiritual forces collided and canceled each other out. Unforgivable. You chose to start this war. Attack. With the command to attack, Lusa's spirits lit up, fiercely brawling with the dark spirits emanating from Perrin. The cracks widened more and more at the corrosive speed of the black smoke. The wall probably wouldn't hold up for much longer. Black gas continuously escaped from around the cracks. A black gale enveloped Lusa. Inside that energy, she saw the dark spirits trying to approach her. They seemed to want to say something. Lusa was forcefully pulled away by them. She thought to herself, at this rate, I'll be swept away. Just as she thought, the violent black tornado lifted her up, sweeping Lusa away with it. She screamed in fear, Dad. Lano swung his sword and immediately looked over at his daughter. The dark energy was rushing towards Lusa at a dizzying speed. He yelled anxiously, Lusa. Noticing that the enemies were no longer as numerous, Lano sheathed his sword, wanting to run to her side. He muttered a curse. Damn it, Vermont. Over here, Vermont, who who was trying her best to restrain the barbarians, replied urgently, "I know." Reassured to leave the situation to her, Lano sprinted straight towards Lusa. He feared that if he was even a second too late, he would lose his daughter, Lusa, but it seemed too late. The black energy coiled and wrapped around her like a cocoon, slipping out of his reach. Fortunately, Lano still managed to grab her tiny hand in time. The two were left hanging, suspended over a cliff. Lusa was continuously pulled downward by them, while Lano desperately tried to hold on to her. Lano looked down into that deep black abyss. She absent-mindedly thought to herself, "The dark spirits are trying to drag me away. But why?" Lano let out a soft groan. It seemed he was gradually losing his strength. Lusa looked up at her father. Even though Lano was under extreme strain, he still tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, little one. Dad will." At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Lusa's mind. The dark spirits are only pulling me away. They aren't hurting me. Seeing her father's hand gradually trembling, her heart ached briefly, but Lano, feeling his daughter gradually slipping from his grasp, Lano tried even harder to hold on to her. His voice also became shaky. "Lusa, don't." She looked at him with a helpless expression. In the end, she chose to let go. Her glove slipped off. Lusa let the dark energy sweep her away and shouted upwards, "I will return." Lano watched helplessly as she faded into the darkness and disappeared, only able to scream her name in despair, "Lusa." When she opened her eyes again, the scenery had changed. The sky was clear blue, and the plants were fresh. Lusa was walking through a garden, taking in this beautiful scenery. This was originally the garden in the princess's palace, but that palace now belongs to the empress. Didn't they change everything already? But the more she walked and looked at the surroundings, the more strangely familiar they felt. It was as if she were still here in her very own garden. Everything was exactly the same as in her memory. The flower bushes were on the left, and the grass was on the right. Lusa walked past the fountain towards the pavilion, suddenly feeling relieved in her heart. Ahead was a row of benches, the most ideal spot to view the fountain. Everything was still intact. She looked at every corner of the garden again, looking at every tree and blade of grass with endless delight. Even that tree trunk hasn't changed at all. It looks like someone is there. Lusa hiedli stipid closer. Seeing clearly the person lying under the tree, she let out a breath. It's Ran. She bent down and shook him awake. "Ran, wake up." But no matter how much she shook him, the boy remained fast asleep. Ran. Suddenly, a black aura swept in. In the blink of an eye, the boy transformed into an adult. He took on Perrin's current appearance. Now, Perrin was wearing a knight's uniform, sleeping peacefully by the tree, just as he had lain motionless on the stone pedestal. Lusa was startled, not understanding why things had turned out this way. She looked at the young man in front of her and suddenly felt confused. Lusa shrank back in fear, staring blankly at the young man, sleeping soundly in front of her. Her hair, ties suddenly fell out, and her long hair cascaded down. This was the body of Princess Ainul. Lusa looked at the lock of hair in front of her, silently exclaiming in shock, "Blonde hair?" But instead of joy or surprise, she felt sheer terror. Golden blonde hair? Lusa looked at her slender fingers and smooth white skin in a panic. Realizing she had returned to her old body, she muttered to herself in frustration, "But I didn't do anything." Right at this moment, Perrin suddenly woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. In a moment their eyes met. Doubt appeared in their gazes. It seemed neither of them could believe the person in front of them was real. A long time ago, Basila had come to find Perrin and tipped him off. He heard that the grave of the deceased was behind the ice wall. His first thought was that Basila was lying to him. But very quickly, Perrin silently accepted that lie. He had gone to the northern mountain range, just as Basila had said, with a faint hope of finding Princess Ainul's body. Divine power gathered thickly at Mount Ed El Banu. Perrin tried to use the power of the dark spirits, but it seemed they kept backfiring, because the spiritual power of a half-blood also became more intense in this place. The dark spirits he struggled to control turned into a nightmare amidst the mountains and forests. And just like that, the dark aura surrounded him step by step. If this continued, what awaited him was death. Perrin smiled mockingly at himself, because he knew this was a trap, yet he still dived headfirst into it. Basila probably knew that early on, but so did I, and I still decided to come here. The reason he was so stubborn had always been Princess Ainul. Perrin held onto that faint hope and came here to find her. But what if she is still waiting for me at the very end? Perrin didn't want to miss any chance. He didn't want to lose that girl forever. But the location of Ainul's body was only one-sided information from Basila, the one who had personally taken her away. Of course, Basila didn't tell him where he had hidden her after taking her from the ruined temple. And ever since hearing his revelation, Perrin had immediately set out. I wandered and searched for a long time before grasping a few clues. After several exhausting days, he finally reached a water crevice. Perrin looked down at that crevice. It was bottomless, devoid of sunlight. Doubt suddenly swelled in his heart. Even if it's a trap, I still have to pursue it to the end. He gathered all his courage and jumped down. His falling speed got faster and faster. Suddenly, the dark spirits gathered. Their power seemed to have broken something. Sharp fragments slashed across his face. When he reached the bottom, Perrin clutched his wound and carefully observed his surroundings. Was that a seal formed by spiritual power being destroyed just now? Sleeping soundly beneath this water crevice was a giant ancient dragon. Its red dragon scales glowing, it lay there, its wheezing breath echoing. Perrin stood frozen, looking at the dragon in front of him. It turned out his destination had never been the princess from the very beginning. He couldn't believe his eyes. What was even harder to believe was that he had accidentally freed it. The creature sealed in this place was not one of the 6 divine beasts, but could only be the half-blood species that had once caused a great disaster. Basila was a sinister man. He knew his weakness and was always ready to use it for profit. Now I understand why Basila brought me here. He just used me to break the seal and claim the dragon for himself. While Paran was in a daze, a red magic circle suddenly attacked him. The collar tightened. He tried to pull it off, but his body suddenly lost its strength and wouldn't obey his commands. Perhaps I consumed too much spiritual power to break that seal. But Paran knew well that he couldn't die here. He still had to keep moving forward. Therefore, he forcefully yanked the collar. The collar shattered. The dark aura escaped again, engulfing him. They rushed at him, tearing him apart. Paran knew well that he was about to be swallowed by them. A feeling of regret suddenly welled up in his heart. There's a body, but it's not the person I want to find. How ridiculous. After that, Paran felt himself falling. He flailed in midair, gradually letting go. I've come this far, yet I still couldn't find her body. If only I could just be buried in this place and rest in eternal peace. Paran was quite sure he had fainted. However, he suddenly heard a voice calling. Ran, wake up. Ran, wake up. Amidst that profound darkness, a ray of light flashed, illuminating him in this void. Paran slowly opened his eyes. Princess Ainul sat stunned in front of him. Paran immediately muttered to himself, "Ah, I'm dreaming again." Lusa nervously tugged at her hair. This was the first time Paran had seen the princess so vividly, as if she truly existed. Only in this way could it be explained why the princess was in front of him. He immediately snapped awake, seeing Ainul tightly gripping her hair without letting go. He hurriedly sat up to stop her. "You must not harm yourself, princess." Paran's sudden touch made Lusa stiffen. Goosebumps unconsciously rose on her skin. He frowned, carefully checking to see if she was injured anywhere else. Lusa suddenly felt confused. Paran's eyebrows raised. She gradually realized this was probably not just a dream. Lusa snatched her hand away from his and nervously cried out. "Can he do that? Wait, no." Having her flustered appearance seen, she blushed and said in an embarrassed tone, "Forgive me, Sir Paran." Hearing that, he doubtfully thought to himself, has she ever responded to me in a dream before? Not waiting for Paran to think carefully, she hurriedly continued, "I was so shocked that for a month I forgot you were a knight." A wicked rain suddenly fell from nowhere. Paran wrapped his cloak over Lusa. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw his sudden action. The raindrops grew heavier. Paran softly explained, "Because it's raining." His face, wet with rainwater, only accentuated his inherent handsomeness. Lusa started blankly. Then she suddenly had an idea. "Then let's share the cover." Then she moved closer, using the most natural posture to sit on his lap, happily saying, "If I sit here, will the cloak be enough to cover us both?" The warmth radiating from the body in front of him left Paran in endless astonishment. He sat still like a wooden puppet, letting Lusa fiddle with his hair. "You're soaked from the rain." The two bodies pressed close together, trying to avoid the heavy rain. The atmosphere gradually became strange. Lusa felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. She nervously thought, "It's been a while, and he hasn't said anything. And I feel like he's quietly shifting closer. Is he cold?" The feeling of embarrassment grew. Lusa told herself, "I should say something before the atmosphere gets any more awkward." Then she called out, "Sir Paran." She leaned forward, trying to suppress her voice, and carefully asked, "Can I ask you some things, please?" Paran's heart raced. He clearly heard Luce's question. "Why did you spend all those years just to uncover the truth behind my death?" But Ainul sat in Paran's lap under the massive tree, his entire body enveloping her. The questions echoed in the dark space. "Why did you spend many years trying to uncover the truth about my death? Why have I always been investigating your death?" Beneath the darkness surrounding the two of them was the darkness in their souls. Paran's entire body slumped toward Ainul. "I don't know." He leaned against her silently, like a child. "I had no thoughts at all. After many years of asking myself, I still can't get an answer. Perhaps I will never know." Then, Ainul began to speak to Paran. "Thank you for trusting me." Hearing that, Paran's eyes widened slightly. He was slightly startled as Ainul continued, "I have always wanted to tell you about that." Suddenly, Paran's sinewy hands tightly grasped Ainul's shoulders. He slowly spoke, making Ainul's face show a hint of shock. "Princess." Paran gently lifted his face, moving close to Ainul's small face, hesitating with ambiguity. When their two sets of lips seemed about to touch, just as their two hearts were drawing close, suddenly, even though Paran was the one taking the initiative, Ainul suddenly leaned toward him and gave him a kiss, to the astonishment of them both. The sweet couple under the flower-strewn tree. Ainul's entire body seemed to stiffen, her eyes spinning. Paran remained still, his eyes wide as he looked down at Ainul. It seemed he still couldn't believe the kiss just now. His eyes gradually lit up, sparkling like crystals. Ainul panicked, hurriedly standing up and waving her arms and legs around. Her entire body jumped off of him. Paran hurriedly looked, shyly panting. Paran's entire face flushed pink with embarrassment. Thinking of Ainul's beautiful and lovely image made Paran feel a bit restless inside. "I'm hot, very hot." The two sat there in the awkwardness of the unexpected kiss just now, as Paran stayed in place. His gaze seemed to narrow, glued to Ainul, who was still shyly covering her mouth opposite him. His fluttering heart silently admitted, "Because I like you, right now, recalling the kiss just now. When her lips touched, her heart skipped a beat. Ionel gently touched her own lips and asked herself, did our lips just touch? She shyly sat on the grass, gently bowing her head. Suddenly, Ionel seemed to scream, they touched? Countless questions and doubts appeared in Ionel's mind. Did I kiss Paran? Wait, is it Paran? Not Ran. Who did I kiss? Suddenly, there was a noise from the branches above, making both of them look up. Ionel stared blankly at the high branch. Suddenly, there was the sound of glass shattering into pieces. The glass shards fell like sparkling but sharp crystals. She thought to herself, the dreams are shattering. Ionel could only stare blankly, while Paran, filled with worry, lunged forward to catch her. When Ionel tightly closed her eyes and waited, luckily, Paran tightly embraced her, shielding her. After closing her eyes, Lusa slowly opened her eyes on this side. Looking up at the sparkling, harmonious sunlight, she thought to herself that she had returned to reality. Her eyes held a bit of doubt as she deeply felt it inside. But why did it feel so strange? And this is thinking this. Ionel slightly turned her head to look forward. Her eyes met a sharp sword pointing at her. It was Lano, her father. His eyes were full of murderous intent. With a stern face, he pointed the sword at Lusa and Feyran. His voice was loud and clear. Answer me, Feyran Avalon. Have you lost your mind? Ran sat silently without saying a word in front of that sharp sword. He slowly spoke, please forgive me. It is all my fault. Meanwhile, Lusa hurriedly ran toward her father to stop him. With sparkling eyes, Lusa clung to her father, pitifully begging him. Lano continued, if you don't want to die, I think you should restrain yourself. Saying that, he threw the sword to the ground. The sword fell with a clanking sound. Then, the two of them turned and walked away, leaving Rand still sitting there. Lusa fixed her eyes on him. Her face was tinged with sadness, her eyes heavy. Lusa thought to herself, I saw a similar tattoo on Perrin's neck. Thinking about the painful images he had to endure when he was young, she thought to herself, he said they were cousins, but there's no way they could have the exact same tattoo. Little Lusa hugged Lano's neck and slowly left. What is this? What am I remembering here? Then she turned and softly called her father Dad. Lano, different from his serious demeanor just now smiled gently at his daughter. Lusa asked, where's Vermont? Which made Lano slightly taken aback. Lano put his hand to his mouth, thinking and considering something. Then he gently replied, perhaps she's buried somewhere nearby. I guess so. Just as he finished speaking, someone's legs appeared in front of them. It turned out to be Vermont. The dazzling sunlight shone through the layers of leaves. Vermont had been injured and returned home covered in wounds. She grumbled, never drag me into your mess again, my lord. Got it. Lano calmly sat peeling an apple in the room. Vermont was heavily injured, but not by the barbarians. The formidable culprit was Lano himself. After Lusa was swept into the endless black vortex, Lano went crazy and transformed into his divine beast form. But that was inherently forbidden, revealing oneself in front of humans. Lano didn't care in the slightest and exposed his beast form just for his daughter, Lusa. Vermont, who witnessed it, couldn't help but be astonished. Her mouth dropped open as she looked up at the beast-transformed Lano. She had tried to hold him back. Vermont quickly chased after him, trying her best to stop him. My lord, you're crazy. Turn back. In her heart, she couldn't help but curse silently. But it was of no use. Lano was blinded by rage. He attacked anyone in his path. This very act ended up gathering a group of barbarians. Lusa sat quietly listening to Vermont, her whole body stiff as a board, while Vermont angrily grumbled. If I had returned a bit later, Ran would have been split in half. You should feel grateful to me. Lano, having finished peeling the plate of apples, quietly stood up with it. Then he approached Vermont, attentively handing her the apples, and sweetly flattered her. Of course, I am very grateful, so I will take care of you. This made Vermont turn pale, feeling a chill from Lano's expression. The two chased each other around the room like children. Vermont grumpily kicked the plate of apples away, saying, you were the one who pushed me into this situation. Lusa stood in a corner, silently thinking that perhaps she was the most mature person there. Lusa suddenly had some thoughts in her head. She thought to herself, we left Rand back there. Is he okay? Remembering Rand's face, Lusa also felt a bit worried. She knew he seemed to be able to return to normal, but it still wasn't easy. I don't think he will recognize that I am Ionel. But I still can't believe it. Paran has been Ran all along. Why didn't I notice? From their appearance, personality, behavior, way of speaking, to their mannerisms, everything is the same. Lusa gently rested her chin on her hand, her sparkling eyes silently lamenting. All the things I said to Paran, I had of course said to Ran, remembering the memories of the time she spent with him. At that time, she had asked about Ran's condition. He asked me to send birthday wishes to Lou Estella. Her eyes were filled with sparkles as she thought back. Lusa was confused because she wasn't sure if it was Ran or Paran, wondering to herself, was that Ran? Lusa recalled a series of details when she was with him. Really? He didn't throw the invitation in the trash, did he? Rand's cold face just quickly replied no. Then Lusa thought of the kiss that Ionel, which was herself, had planted on Perrin's lips. Lusa felt like going crazy, clutching her head and silently scolding herself. What mess? What have I done? She remembered Perrin's astonished eyes and sudden expression, silently blaming herself that she couldn't look into his eyes anymore. The weather was freezing cold with falling snow. After letting Vermont go to sleep, Lusa and Lano went outside for a short walk. Lano's tall figure walked closely beside the petite figure of his little daughter. Lusa, with sparkling eyes, looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but marvel, oh my. lie. She slightly glanced at her father and thought to herself, I didn't have the chance. Thinking about the moment their hands gradually slipped apart, Lusa felt a bit shy. I didn't have the chance to tell him. Since we gradually drifted apart, I feel a bit ashamed. The two continued walking silently on the path. Lusa still glanced up at Lano. Then, she suddenly fixed her eyes on Lano's injured hands, which were heavily bandaged. Lusa slavly spoke up, dej. Lano, still with that gentle demeanor, smiled brightly and replied, what is it? A small voice softly rang out. I'm sorry for letting go of your hand. Lano was truly a father who loved his daughter dearly. He waved his hand dismissively and reassured her, you have nothing to apologize for, my brave little girl. Then he reached out and affectionately rubbed Lusa's small head. Under the falling snow blanketing the road, Lano promised her, Lusa, next time Dad will be stronger, so you won't have to make a choice again. Adorable Lusa looked at Lano with sparkling eyes and said, me too, I will grow bigger and get stronger as well. Hearing this, Lano smiled at his little daughter. Lusa felt somewhat relieved in her heart as she was lifted up by her father. She couldn't contain her joy. Lano didn't answer me that he wasn't strong enough or that it wasn't necessary to become strong. We just looked at each other and smiled. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the dark forest. Someone's silhouette flickered in the night. Heavens, I have waited too long for this day. The thing I desire the most is hidden right down here. The silhouette stood faintly on the cliff. Below, a glowing red light emanated. That person wore a smug, delighted smile. It seemed to be some kind of magic. It was the evil Basila. He stood on the edge of the canyon, looking down smugly, and thought to himself, however, it has been completely sealed by ancient magic, a type of magic rooted in divine power. Therefore, an ordinary divine beast cannot force its way in. Basila stood silently under the snow, pondering something. Then he slowly stepped forward. The whole space seemed to glow red with his demonic light. Basila smirked conceitedly. I will fight poison with poison. Use divine power itself to fight the divine. He immediately thought of Ran. With immense power, he told himself, Ran will meet my expectations. In front of him was a creature with a gigantic body. He slowly approached the body of the hybrid creature, the one that would cause many disasters. Looking at the creature in front of him, Basila softly praised, it's even more beautiful than I imagined. Then he walked, and from his body fell countless small snakes crawling on the ground. The wriggling snakes looked hideous. He mapped out a plan for himself, and then, only a glorious entity can create a great disaster. Will Ran become stronger? The snakes slithered toward the body of that creature. They slowly reared up, baring their fangs and hissing their tongues at the lucrative prey. Basila stood aside, watching his snakes gnaw on the prey. He was secretly excited. I truly cannot wait any longer. His eyes glinted with evil schemes. Then, Basila leaned back, absorbing that evil magical power. Looking up at the lightly snowing sky, his face was full of delight. A hybrid, huh? That's right, it has always been Louis Stella. He looked toward Ran, having just used the body as bait for him to absorb power. He silently laughed and thought. I wondered if it was thanks to her that he could break the magic I cast on him so quickly. But my plan at the hunt always failed because she broke the curse through the soldiers. The whole sky seemed to flash brightly. Basila felt a bit smug. He was like a chess player controlling the pieces. My plan is very simple, but just one change can cause an error. That white chess piece is Lusa. He muttered to himself, that little girl is so cute. I am extremely excited to see her future. On this side, Lusa seemed to be a bit annoyed. Her chubby cheeks puffed up, looking incredibly adorable. She was sitting in her mother Syria's room. She was trying on clothes. Lusa sat to the side, pleading with her mother, Mom, please teach me. Syria, while admiring her dress, replied, it's not safe, my dear. Lusa, like a pitiful little kitten, spoke loudly, what is ever safe for children? Mother Syria flatly refused and gave a blunt reply. Still a no. What happened? After having a happy time with her father, Lusa returned from the El Heron Castle in the north to the El Heron Mansion in the capital. With the intention of becoming stronger, she had worked very hard to control her divine power and practice it. However, Lusa still felt that it was not enough. She clenched her hands tightly and told herself, I need something more than divine power, something more physical. Lusa immediately thought of the image of Syria being strong in archery and joyfully came up with an idea. I want to learn archery. So she asked Syria if she could teach her. But poor Lusa only received a cold rejection from Mother Syria. At this time, Lusa was only 8 years old. Syria replied, I will teach you when you're 10 years old. Ironically, Lusa was only 8 years old at this time. Like a bolt of lightning striking her ears, Lusa thought, I have to wait 2 more years? In the room was a scream full of extreme inner agony from Lusa. It's way too long. Lusa then switched to plan B, which was to find Lano. Lano gently asked, so you want to learn archery? Lano leaned forward from his desk, looked at Lusa, and asked, why don't you ask Syria to teach you? Lusa immediately replied, Mom said I still have to wait until I'm 10 years old. Lano, being a man who loves his child and his wife, immediately refused. Then I can't teach you either. She'll be mad at me. Don't make her scold me too. Lano cheerfully added, but I can teach you how to hold a sword. That made Lusa stand rooted to the spot. She left sadly, her whole body drooping as she replied, ignoring Lano's worry behind her. I'm afraid I'll end up cutting myself. Lusa then went outside to sit. Looking up at the sky, she thought to herself, I guess I'll have to wait 2 years. Her sad face was full of gloomy thoughts. I want to grow up as fast as possible. But right then, Heekin saw Lusa looking sad. Then he approached and asked the little girl, making Lusa startle a bit. Lusa gloomily greeted him. Hello, Uncle Heekin. Heekin then asked, what are you doing out here all alone? You look so gloomy. Lusa, having her sore spot touched, looked even gloomier. She then explained everything to Heekin. Heekin cheerfully made a suggestion, asking, why don't you learn in secret? Lusa was stunned, her mouth wide open as she asked, can I do that? The scene transitions to the black mercenary office. The doorbell rang. Jess was leisurely sitting and playing at her desk. Seeing that, she loudly said, come in, welcome to the black mercenaries. She hesitated a bit, her eyes flashing with astonishment. Jess said loudly, boss, what are you doing here? It was Heekin and Lusa walking in. Lusa thought to herself, can I practice with a bow here? Jess then pointed at Lusa and asked, what is that? Hearing this, Lusa felt a bit hurt. Did she just call me that? Jess continued, what? Isn't she the niece of Duke El Heron? She fell backward in shock. Heekin stood at the door and gave a slight shrug. Jess raised her voice, pointing at him and asking Heekin, no matter how bored you are, boss, you can't just kidnap a child, especially a noble. The Black Mercenary Guild will be accused and disbanded. Lusa hid behind Heekin. He had a cold demeanor, exactly as others saw him, and Heekin and Lusa had just sneaked out of the house themselves. The guy with muscular biceps, firm bodies with visible veins. 3 tall and muscular men presented themselves in a very masculine way. Their faces were full of confidence. Meanwhile, Ionel sat blankly with a drink in her hand, sipping continuously while watching Jess and Heekin talk to each other. Jess asked him, while you're here, can you take a look at this? He wondered, do we get a big case? She took out a small bag and replied, there's an old woman who said she's looking for a mercenary. Heekin felt a bit confused, then just find that person for her. She handed over the letter and a round, gold-colored object. A silver coin slipped out. The only thing is, the old woman is looking for Piro. He looked at the object and was surprised. But Ionel seemed to overhear their conversation. She wondered to herself, Piro? She held her straw and thought, why does that name sound so familiar? Ionel narrated, finally, I managed to shoot a decent arrow. And that's the reason I came here. The image showed everyone playing happily, except for Ionel, who was in a daze. The tall guys asked each other, what's with this archery toy? For kids, I think. Oh, can I try? But while Heekin was talking to Jess, I practiced with. She hesitated at his colleagues. But soon after, he called me away. In the magnificent living room, Heekin talked to Syria and placed the old woman's letter on the table. Heekin spoke. A client said she wants to meet Piro before she dies. Syria sighed and asked, why are you telling me about this? If she requested it, just decline the offer. He awkwardly replied, usually I do. He pushed the shiny, round object forward with his hand and explained, but the old woman left this here. Syria surprisingly picked up the object, her face full of disbelief. She immediately stood up right after. Walking quickly, she said, wait a minute, just a moment. Meanwhile, Heekin and Ionel watched her hasty demeanor. Ionel tilted her head and asked curiously, what's so special about this Piro that everyone seems to keep mentioning her? He asked, oh, you don't know? Heekin explained to her, Piro is Syria's nickname from when she used to be a mercenary. He recounted the heroic tales from many years ago. Piro rewrote the history of mercenaries. She's a legend to them. She could create streams of fire just with a fan. That's why everyone called her Piro. She's the greatest fire mage to have ever existed. Heekin and the Black Mercenary Guild might be the most famous nowadays, but Piro was the one who lit the fire and paved the way. And I'm not just saying that because of her name. Heekin continued, the mercenaries of today chose this path out of admiration for her. Ionel thought of the 3 mercenaries in his team and the people on the street. After hearing this, she looked surprised and fell in a deep thought. I remember hearing that Syria used to be a mercenary, but I didn't know she was. This unimaginable. She never mentioned it again. Heekin pointed at the letter on the table, and that is the pendant that Syria bought with the reward from her first job. In Ionel's thoughts, does that mean the client looking for Syria is a former teammate? A creaking sound came from the door. Syria stepped out in her old battle outfit. She nodded slightly at the 2 of them in agreement. The blue sky was beautiful. The 3 of them sat together in a horse carriage. Sunlight filtered through the seats. Ionel thought in her head, but Syria doesn't seem to like talking about the past. Arriving at the destination, Heekin held the letter in his hand, looking at the location with a bewildered expression. He said, I swear she paid a lot for this job. In front of them was a dilapidated and old house. Syria knocked on the door. A quiet atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, coughing sounds could be heard. Syria's eyes widened and lit up. All 3 of them were surprised. The 2 children hugged each other in fear, hiding behind her. Appearing before Syria's eyes was the image of a miserable old woman lying on the floor. The old woman also seemed to notice Syria's presence. Syria, with a choked-up face, called out the name Anna. And so, all 3 entered the old woman's house. The old woman confessed, I didn't have much hope when I sent that request. But anyway, you are here. The old woman cheerfully asked, this young man must be from the Black Mercenary Guild, right? Anna looked at the smallest person there and said, and this little girl is your precious daughter, looking exactly like her mother, isn't she? Hearing that, Ionel immediately beamed and happily introduced herself. My name is Ionel. Anna said melancholically, you haven't changed a bit, even after having a child. As for me, I have grown old and withered with the years. Syria looked down at the table sadly, seemingly wanting to say something. Anna's hand gently brushed Syria's shoulder. Don't worry, I don't need any explanation. An image of the old woman's past appeared as she told her story. I always knew that there was something very special about you. That's exactly why when you suddenly disappeared, I didn't try to look for you. Two aged hands were placed on Syria's shoulders. I'm very glad you have a family, Syria. The old woman said something that made Syria flinch. I'm very happy to see you living well before I die. She turned back and said to Anna with a face full of discomfort and pity, actually, I've always wanted to ask you, why you keep talking as if you're about to die? Anna said, all humans die, Syria. You know that's not what I mean. With a sad face, Anna recounted, when I was young, back in my mercenary years, I firmly believed I had a body of steel, so I thought these minor illnesses were nothing. I was too proud. Syria anxiously supported the old woman. I can call a doctor for you. You can still be treated. Anna refused. No, I know my body better than anyone. The old woman's eyes were full of regret and longing. I just really missed the old times when I was with you. And I want to see your fire one last time. Sadness and pity seemed to overflow in Syria's eyes. Syria's arms opened wide, embracing her old friend. Anna continued, this is my final request for you, as a mercenary. Can you do that for me? Syria's eyes were filled with tears as she hugged Anna tightly, refusing to let go. Syria created a stream of fire with her fan, exactly as her friend wished. Anna spoke up. Oh, Syria, on the outside, you might look as cold as a block of ice, but your heart is incredibly warm. She continued, you know, I've always loved seeing fire dances, because I feel like I'm seeing you in them, and it makes me feel comforted. Heekin's hand gently touched Einel's shoulder as she watched attentively. He whispered to her, let's go wait outside. In the dark night, the two of them stood tall outside the house. The atmosphere was a bit quiet. Einel's eyes were heavy, but in her thoughts, seeing Syria's suffering reminds me of a rule. Do not fall in love with humans. Ainel stood with her hands clasped behind her back, looking at the vast, boundless sky. That is one of the taboos for divine beasts, and I begin to wonder if the rule was created to protect them from pain. Syria stood in front of her friend's grave. Syria had been by her old friend's side in her final moments. Because Anna was an orphan, she swore to build an orphanage under her name. Later, she submitted an official request to the Black Mercenary Guild. Syria said to Heekin, can you find out about her past? Anna didn't grow up in poverty. She always had to live frugally in the old days. Syria asked Anna, didn't you just get paid? Is that all you're eating? Anna replied, I put it all in his savings. During the time they worked together, the pay was not cheap at all. So Syria couldn't help but find it strange when Anna still lived in such shabby conditions. Syria realized something was wrong. She said worriedly, I'm sure something happened to her. I definitely have to find out. Heekin quickly carried out the work for her mother. But while Syria and Anna were apart, Anna had met a blood relative. For someone who had long, craved family affection, this was the first relative in her life, and she was determined to treat him kindly for the rest of her life. How cruel that he had other intentions. Anna's relative had incurred a huge debt after a failed business. He started receiving death threats from loan sharks. Anna felt pity, so she gave him all her savings. He paid off his debt and used the rest of the money to invest in other businesses. He squandered all bit by bit until his final investment turned out to be a resounding success. Hearing the news, Anna ran over to congratulate him. However, he was not happy to see her at all. A sentence like 1,000 knives stabbing her was uttered by the ungrateful bastard. Stay away from me, you beggar. Heekin scratched his head and continued telling the story. After that, his business kept growing. He lived very well and never paid Anna back even a single penny of what she lent him. An unbelievable story that made Ainel's jaw drop, while Syria fell into deep thought. Ainel seemed to be fuming. What a bloodsucker. Is he even human? Such a devil. Syria slowly stood up. Her gloom and anger seemed to erupt. Ainel was worried about her mother. She sighed. She called out to her mother, Mom. A burst of fire suddenly erupted, like Syria's howling rage. The two of them hugged each other and screamed. The fire started to spread and burn the room. Heekin trembled and hesitated. Kiddo, I think today is the end of the world. The two of them hugged each other, shivering. But Ainel called out to her mother, and she turned around. She reassured her, I will try to handle it. I will find a way to punish him. Syria calmed down. It seemed she agreed with what her child said. But at a noble merchant shop, the merchant appeared with a line of staff standing straight. Everything was so flashy. The merchant said, welcome to the Yule Emporium. Right in front of them were the two of them standing haggardly. The merchant didn't know what was going on. My lady? The staff was equally confused. Is something burning? Ainel said haggardly, I have some matters to ask of you. She apologized for not making an appointment in advance. The merchant wondered what she meant. He solemnly said, I have been waiting for this day ever since I decided to become your vassal, my lady. He asked, how may I help you, my lady? Ainel took a sip of tea in disgust. Do you know the Rotis market? The merchant replied, yes, we have done business with them many times. She put down her teacup, satisfied, perfect. Ainel did not hesitate to make her request. I want to put them out of business. At the flashy mansion of the evil relative, he received new news from servant. The servant rushed in. Sir, the situation is bad. He acted superior. How rude. What is the matter that makes you rush so much? The servant was panting heavily. The servant continued, our clients have canceled all their orders. He was so surprised his jaw dropped. He kept pressing. How many orders were canceled? The servant replied with a fearful face, all of them, sir. This morning, the Yule Emporium issued a document, and now no commercial district wants to cooperate with us anymore. The document stated that they will terminate all transactions with anyone who continues to do business with the Rotis market. He held his head. I don't understand. The servant tried to calm him down. He continued asking, where did this come from? Before he could finish his words, a crashing sound suddenly startled both of them. A piercing scream rang out. He immediately ran to the balcony to see what was going on. What's the matter with you? He yelled in frustration. What the hell is going on? The black mercenaries appeared. Oh, look who it is. He yelled, who are you to barge in here like a bunch of thugs? Just said to her comrades, ah, that must be the bastard who dared to steal money from a mercenary. He stood upstairs, sweating profusely. What nonsense is this? A member of the mercenary group shouted loudly, smash everything. He denied it. What are you talking about? I have never interacted with any mercenary, let alone taken their money. Beacon gave a contemptuous smile. One of your relatives is named Anna, right? Hearing this, he was stunned and his jaw dropped. Deep down, he was anxiously thinking, how do they know about this? That was a long time ago. I haven't even seen her in years. Is she trying to pick a fight? But that man, doesn't he own the black mercenaries? Why is he helping Anna? He yelled, that woman isn't even one of you. Heekin shrugged. She's a part of us now. How can you sleep well when you're hiding and keeping her money? The sounds of breaking and smashing created a chaotic scene. The guy begged them to stop and screamed. Ionel told the story to her mother. I curse him out loudly. The Rotis Emporium is dead now. They lost all their business contacts, and their building is in ruins. Even the biggest newspaper in the capital dedicated a whole page to talk about the terrible things he did to Anna. It will be really difficult for him to live the rest of his life based on the remaining money. He can't even get a loan. The newspaper talked about how he never paid Anna back. Lano comforted her. By the way, why didn't you let me join in a deal with him? He said with a proud and regretful face. I know a much more surefire and interesting way. Ionel sweated profusely, a way to destroy his life. A while after Anna passed away, Syria poured all her energy and mind into her work. She started building an orphanage with the money we took back from Rotis. Then, over time, she would be able to look back on the days with Anna not as pain, but as cherished memories. Lana was by her side, supporting and comforting her. He can seem busy with the black mercenaries. I think he's stealing whatever is left of Rotis. Everyone was busy, but the hardest person to meet was Vermont. He ate and slept at the Magic Tower. Rumor has it he's putting all his effort into something important, although he still showed his face once every few days. But Vermont noticed footsteps and immediately flew out of bed. He said, I'm off, and zoomed away like lightning. Meanwhile, the little sister woke up groggily, not knowing what was going on. Just by sensing Lano's presence, he immediately dashed off like an arrow. Lano crossed his arms and looked into the distance, saying, being a parent is truly a thankless job. Ionel, half awake, wondered, when did Dad come back? She noticed a small blue bird on her father's shoulder. She asked, Dad, since when did you keep that bird? Lano sat down on the bed and answered his daughter. It flew here from Balin. Mohane said we need to meet and talk, but he also mentioned a gift for you. So I think we should go see him together. The father and daughter had a cute exchange. Ionel asked, today, just the two of us? Lano replied, naturally, everyone else is busy. She imagined in her head, the Balin Empire? Even in my past life, I had never set foot there. I heard the beaches there are absolutely gorgeous. He asked his daughter, do you still have the key that Mohane that gave you? She replied, yes, I keep it very safe. Lano smiled warmly. Let's bring it along. So he knows you cherish that gift. The father and daughter set foot in Balin, a fertile and stunningly beautiful land. Lano admired the beauty and exclaimed, it must be great to be an emperor living on such a beautiful land. He told her, turn into a fox, kiddo. Ionel wondered why. He joked, for legs can scoop up treasure easier than two. Ionel thought to herself, what on earth is he talking about? She accepted and transformed into a small fox. Well, this beach is only for the emperor, so this is fine. Lano happily suggested to her. We still have plenty of time before meeting him, so let's look around. She excitedly agreed. The sand slipped through Ionel's paws. She happily ran and jumped around. Wow, it feels so different from snow. What a fascinating feeling. Lano suddenly saw something. A figure completely covered in a black cloak from afar suddenly caught the eyes of the father and daughter. He wondered, who is that? Ionel was surprised to notice a stranger on the royal beach. What? We came here to meet my godfather. There shouldn't be anyone else around. The father and daughter didn't hesitate to run over and check the situation. Let's go see. Ionel nodded in agreement. The figure was suddenly startled when seeing the father and daughter approaching. The person tried to use the hood to cover up. It turned out that person was Vermont. Both father and daughter had the same thought. Ah, it's not a stranger after all. Vermont sighed helplessly, and Ionel happily ran over. Brother, Lano said, I never see your face at home, yet I run into you in this ironic place. He grumbled dissatisfiedly, this and that. Vermont slowly stood up and said, Mohane called me here. But what are you doing at this beach, Dad? Lano was a friend of Mohane, with many things to discuss, and Ionel was the Grand Duke's daughter, so it was highly likely she would accompany him. Meanwhile, Vermont was called here for work. He was helplessly speechless, only cursing, "Damn it, I've been tricked." Earlier, Mohane had told him, "Why would I call Lano here? This is your job. Come visit me. We need to talk." From beneath the sea surface, a massive surge of water rose. Mohane appeared from the water. He asked why everyone arrived so early. Vermont bristled and yelled, "You said he wasn't coming." He calmly replied, "Why make extra work? Since everyone is here, let's just get all done." Ionel was attracting Mohane's attention. He exclaimed, "Oh, Ionel." He knelt down and gently asked, "It's so good to see you again. How have you been lately?" She cooed as if she was overjoyed. At a place under the sea, Mohane raised his voice, "Welcome to my treasury." He was holding Ionel in his arms. She turned to look and thought in her head, "So this is..." She suddenly remembered this exact location. Back then, Mohane told her Lano and Syria were the first two to play tricks. They created a diversion to raid my treasure. I still haven't forgotten that incident. At that time, Ionel stammered in embarrassment. "Why, yes, I'm sorry." He gently said to Ionel, "The key I gave you opens this door." She cooed in agreement. The key appeared. It transformed into a mystical magic from Mohane's hand and floated up like a flowing stream. It slowly seeped all over the large door. The door gradually opened. Ionel's eyes sparkled in anticipation. She seemed very excited. The door opened completely. A shimmering light radiated strongly before all four of them. In front of them was an entire treasury of sparkling gold, silver, and jewels. Lano seemed extremely excited and mesmerized. Meanwhile, Vermont looked at his father in helplessness. No exception, Ionel was truly surprised by this massive wealth. Mohane was very confident. Everyone was now inside the treasury. Lano excitedly swam in the gold and silver. Vermont examined each item. Ionel tried to walk without sinking. She was careful, fearing that one wrong step would make her sink completely. A voice rang out, catching her attention. "This crown will suit Ionel perfectly. Don't you think so?" Lano's excited face looked at the item he found, but Ionel sweated profusely in confusion. "Is that for a human head? It doesn't even fit Lano's head." She curled up helplessly inside the crown. "Excuse me, is this even the purpose of a crown?" Goodness. All three of them gazed intently at Ionel's adorableness. Mohane said to her, "Ionel, you can choose any item you like. It will be your gift." Lano looked at Mohane with sparkling eyes. "Really?" Mohane rolled his eyes and replied, "I don't recall your name being Ionel." The two started arguing loudly. Lano sulked at Mohane. "Is it that hard to be a little generous to an old friend?" Mohane couldn't hide his frustration with his friend. "Yes, it is. I'm no stranger to your habit of sweeping everything clean, not leaving a single gemstone behind." Ionel helplessly ran elsewhere. She noticed a flash of light from afar. She was curious about a spherical stone reflecting the light. Her father called her, "Ionel." She turned around. He was radiant and excited, covered in jewelry. He happily said to her, "How about this? It's definitely worth a fortune." Mohane let out a sorrowful remark. "I don't know why I even let this guy in." She shook her head in refusal. Ionel quickly went to the spot she noticed earlier and called out. Mohane shook Lano's body to make all the jewelry fall off. He sadly pulled a long face. She dug at the spot with the stone from earlier. Everyone was curious and wondered about what she had just found. A dull gray stone appeared before the four of them. Vermont asked, "Is this trash?" Lano said, "It must have accidentally gotten mixed in here somehow." Mohane put his hand on his chin and said, "I don't remember this being here. Is this your choice, Ionel?" Lano looked dumbfounded and impressed. "You don't know what's in here? Don't you organize your items?" Mohane shrugged and replied, "There are too many things to remember, let alone remember every single one. And no, I didn't make a list." Lano shadily hatched a despicable thought in his head, so he wouldn't know if something went missing. Mohane smacked his friend on the head and gave a threatening smile. "I can read you like a book." Lano grumbled, mocking his friend's words. A chaotic book. Meanwhile, Ionel and Vermont felt curious about the stone. Suddenly, that strange stone started sparkling. She cooed to attract the attention of the other two. "Yes?" Mohane asked her, "What's wrong?" "Ionel, have you decided?" She didn't hesitate and quickly pointed at the stone. "This one." He still couldn't believe it and asked, "This one?" He advised her, "Are you sure? There are many better things than this." Her father was deeply regretful. Out of all the incredibly sparkling things here, Vermont dragged him away mercilessly. "Stop it right now." But she still believed in her choice. She firmly affirmed and pointed at the stone. Mohane had to accept and told her, "All right then, consider that gem yours." Suddenly, a beam of magical light surged up and surrounded Ionel. The other three were all surprised by this phenomenon. The stone stopped and rolled back and forth. Mohane crossed his arms and guessed, "Oh, I guess this isn't an ordinary gem." Vermont picked the gem up and started using magic to examine it. "Let's see." After inspecting it, he said, "There's an ancient magic curse inside this gem." All three of them were surprised by this discovery. Before the first great calamity, divine beasts used to control souls using ancient magic. However, that calamity caused them to lose that ability, leading to the decline of ancient magic. That is why modern magic is so different. Although it is incredible in itself, to scholars of ancient magic is the ultimate pinnacle. An artifact containing that kind of magic is considered priceless. Vermont thought to himself, "It's so strange that remnants of ancient magic would appear in this place." His face was serious, but he said, "It seems this gem only reacts to Ionel." Lano wondered, "Is it because you're a half-blood?" Mohane thought, "So you can control souls." Vermont placed the gem on Ionel's head. Mohane, try to find out more about this mystery. "We've only seen it glow, but who knows if there's any other ancient magic hidden inside." Vermont replied, "That's right." But Ionel thought in her head, Mohane didn't know this was so valuable when he agreed to give it to me. He noticed her demeanor. He picked her up in his arms. Don't worry. I would never have known it was here if it wasn't meant for you. He said, it's all yours, Einel. The gem and her eyes sparkled brightly, as if the two had always been a part of each other. He sweat dropped and advised his niece, don't let anyone steal it. She agreed, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lano held his face in joy, proud of his daughter. My daughter truly has an eye for treasure. Vermont asked with the demeanor of a busy divine beast. If you don't mind, can we get to work now? He replied, you really are like your father. Mohane opened a portal and said, all right, let's head to the palace then. He turned back and said to Lano, you too, Lano, just give up. He grumbled sorrowfully. Vermont could only sigh helplessly, and Einel laughed happily.